Rebirth. In the pitch-black night, a pale youth leaned against a gravestone. Gasping for breath, he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, with a somewhat frail physique and a youthful countenance. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his sharp eyes surveyed the surroundings. Cough, cough. With each violent gasp, more blood surged forth from his lips, staining the black fabric of his attire. Just as he staggered to his feet, preparing to flee once more, several figures, propelled by a fierce wind, suddenly obstructed his path. "Who are you?" Yang Han's face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He gazed at the four cloaked cultivators before him, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. Yang Han was oblivious to the reasons behind their enmity. Yet one thing was painfully clear. These individuals had come to claim his life. The four cloaked figures bore glints of cold malice in their eyes. The foremost among them exuded an aura of lethal intent, sneering at Yang Han as he declared, "We are here to take your life." "Why?" Yang Han clenched his teeth, more blood spilling from his mouth as he leaned against the gravestone for support. This area was a forsaken graveyard, the final resting place of countless souls. During the day, it was devoid of life, let alone at night. When Yang Han had chosen to bury grandfather when here, it was with the hope that he would remain undisturbed in death. Little did he know that this very choice would lead to his own demise. The leader of the cloaked figures flashed a sinister grin, a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust flickering in Heiss. "Yes, your words are too tedious. I have grown weary of your voice. You may as well perish." The cold, merciless words pronounced Yang Han's death sentence. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the air, and a dagger plunged directly into Yang Han's heart. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In his fading consciousness, he faintly heard the dark-clad leader uttering words. "The Zhao family has already submitted to the Yu family. The Yang family, obstinate and unyielding, is on the brink of annihilation. Yang Han, this is merely the beginning for you." As his consciousness departed, Yang Han became nothing more than a lifeless corpse, lying in the chilling graveyard, his body cold and be still. Yet, one unsettling detail remained: the gaze of his wide-open eyes, reflecting the terror and shock that lingered within. The blood continued to flow, seeping into the earth, and then a surge of crimson light suddenly flickered across a massive tombstone. I, the old demon, have awaited this moment for over 3,000 years, and finally, it has arrived. That a voice abruptly surged into Yang Han's mind. "Am I dead? No, I am not dead. Do not let the teachings of the old demon escape your lips. Today marks our fateful encounter when you regain your strength. You may call me master, or simply the old demon Ayami." Different. As these thoughts crossed Yang Han's mind, the voice resonated once more, enveloping his body in a fierce and powerful aura. The crimson radiance erupted forth, continuously surging from the gravestone, unleashing waves of purest energy that swiftly coursed into Yang Han's body. This energy was suffused with bloodlust, ferocity, and brutality. The aura of malevolence, boundless and sinister, instilled fear and trepidation. Yang Han's damaged meridians were incessantly mended, and the fatal wound upon his chest began to miraculously heal. The blood-red glow served as a wondrous cocoon, within which Yang Han was reborn. As he became enshrouded in the endless crimson light, chaos ensued at the Yang family estate in the southern part of Qingyuan City. The patriarch, Yang Minghui, was incensed. Continue the search, and ensure that we locate Yang Han." The elder with a long beard roared furiously at the assembly of middle-aged men before him. "Great uncle, we have scoured every possible avenue, but it seems that Yang Han has vanished without a trace," one middle-aged man cautiously replied. "Humph." Upon hearing his words, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he appeared before the man with a tempestuous aura. The elder raised his hand, and with the force of a fan, he struck the man's face, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! With a crisp sound of slap, the middle-aged man was struck aside, staggering into several of his companions. The elder, with eyes like bronze bells, pointed a finger at the middle-aged man and the others, shouting, "For rascals, regardless of what you say, if I do not see Yang Han before it, I shall shatter your legs." Faced with the elder's fury, the four brothers of the Yang family trembled inwardly. a flicker of fear swiftly rising upon their faces. After helping the slapped Yang Hai to his feet, the four hastily retreated, well aware that reasoning with the enraged elder was futile, that a moment's hesitation would surely result in the imprint of the slap on each of their faces, perhaps even worse consequences. "Eldest brother, you seem a bit too hasty," spoke Yang Mingguang, who was seated to the right down on the left. Yang Minji nodded in agreement. "Eldest brother, it has been quite some time since I've seen you this incensed. What exactly is happening?" The three elders bore a resemblance to one another, tall and robust in stature. Particularly, Yang Minghui exuded an aura of formidable dominance. Though he had reached the age of 70, he moved with the grace and power of a dragon or a tiger, commanding res. Pectita as the night wore on, it was not only Yang Minghui who was seething with rage. Both Yang Minji and Yang Mingguang shared in the sentiment. Yet the four brothers of Yang Hai still had not located the youth. With the dawn, a beam of morning light illuminated the earth. Amidst the chaotic graves, a figure stood out conspicuously. The crimson glow had dissipated, and Yang Han leaned against a tombstone, eyes shut, as astonishing memories flicker at. Rough his mind. The fragment of the demon lord? This is merely a remnant, yet its power is astonishing. Yang Han was profoundly shaken as he finally comprehended the nature of the entity that had imparted these memories to him. Beneath this towering tomb lay a formidable practitioner of the dark arts. From the tone of the individual, it seemed he had once been an invincible figure in his time. "I do not know your name, yet I, Yang Han, shall repay the favor of your teachings today. In the future, I will seek your traces and help fulfill your unfulfilled desires." With a deep sigh in his heart, Yang Han respectfully bowed 3 times before the imposing, unmarked gravestone. I could see this moment. He bore no injuries, his physique more robust than before, accompanied by an intensified aura of ferocity. At the instant Yang Han bowed, a flicker of dark light manifested upon his brow. This shadowy gleam vanished as swiftly as it appeared, eluding even his own notice. Having inherited the cultivation of the dark arts and endured the awakening of that crimson energy within him, Yang Han was now suffused with the essence of darkness. Yet, such matters were trivial notions of righteousness, and evil were mere labels imposed by others, as long as he possessed strength. What did it matter if he was deemed a demon? From that moment, Yang Han vowed deep within his soul that he would never again succumb to death. The feelings of helplessness and despair were truly unbearable. Upon sensing his own body, Yang Han discovered that he currently possessed no cultivation whatsoever. The once formidable 12 meridians of the mortal spirit had entirely vanished. Despite this, the channels within him were now vastly more expansive than before. Just as he reached the doorway, a group of individuals approached him. "Yang Han, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we 3 old men have been for you?" Before the figure even appeared, Yang Minghui's furious voice echoed. However, upon standing before Yang Han and sensing the absence of spiritual energy within him, his countenance turned ashen. "Your spiritual energy." The words barely left his lips when he caught sight of the dried blood that clung to Yang Han's form, and a menacing aura suddenly filled his eyes. With a chilling tone, he demanded, "Yang Han, tell me, who has harmed you?" Those familiar with Yang Minghui's temperament understood that the patriarch of the Yang family was truly enraged this time. His voice dripped with a palpable intent to kill. Yang Han remained silent in truth. Even if he spoke, it would avail him nothing. The Yang family was no match for the Yu family. Their survival hinged solely on that painting. "Damn it." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Minji bellowed, "Yang He, go to Lincoln Academy and summon help. Damn it. This time I shall fight to the bitter end. If need be, I will relinquish that painting to Lincoln Academy. I intend to discover who dares to threaten the Yang family." "Understood," Yang He replied, hastening towards Lincoln Academy. The Yang family was comprised of fervent individuals once provoked. These fervent souls would retaliate with relentless fury, refusing to rest until vengeance was achieved. Chapter 2. The seventh pulse. With a resounding thud, a figure clad in black was propelled backward, crashing several meters to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. The assailant was a youth, appearing barely 18, yet his eyes, brimming with lethal intent, instilled a slight tremor in the other black-clad cultivators before him. "Useless," he muttered, tossing a pill before the injured cultivator. "Recover well." and next time, be more astute. Thank you, young master, the four men exclaimed, relief washing over them as they hastily exited the room. Once they departed, a cold smirk graced the young man's face as he declared, "The map to the Crystal Palace shall inevitably belong to me, Luo Yun. No one shall claim it." The two elders regarded Yang Han with a mournful gaze. Yang Han, also a disciple of the Lincoln Academy, was exceptionally gifted and quite formidable among the inner disciples. However, calamity had befallen him, and today, this young man had been rendered a cripple. What infuriated the three elders of the Yang family even more was Yang Han's complete silence regarding the events of the previous night. He wore an air of indifference. Ultimately closing his eyes, the three elders simmered with anger, but they refrained from disciplining Yang Han in his current state. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Han wrestled with his own inner turmoil. What good would it do to speak? To pit the Yang family against the Yu family, along with the formidable powers backing them? It was futile. Brother Minghui, let us not press him further. Since Yang Han chooses to remain silent, let him rest. I suspect he is still in shock. Perhaps in a few days, he will find the words to share. Faced with the persuasion of the elder from Lincoln Academy, the three brothers, Yang Minghui, had no choice but to relent. The elder then waved his hand, signaling for Yang Han to leave the hall. Upon exiting, Yang Han made his way directly to his small courtyard. However, at that moment, four figures followed closely behind, his father and three uncles, Yang Jiang, Yang He, Yang Hu, and Yang Hai. "Stop right there, you rascal." It was Yang Jiang, Yang Han's father, who spoke, his face etched with a pained expression. Confronted by Yang Han's indifference, he felt an overwhelming urge to give the boy a sound thrashing. "If the earth does not accept me, I shall rend the ground. If the world shuns me, I shall bathe the realm in blood." Thus spoke the essence of a demon. The memories that surged within Yang Han's mind left him profoundly shaken. In a world devoid of clear distinctions between righteousness and malevolence, it was the demons that were not tolerated. He discerned the helplessness in his father's tone, yet was equally astonished by the overwhelming arrogance that lay between the lines. To speak of bathing the world in blood was nothing short of madness. "To extinguish my righteous path, I shall forge my own demonic way." A stirring within his heart compelled Yang Han to commence the cultivation of the remnants of the Demon King. The 12 meridians of mortal spirits, as dictated by the remnants, could be harmonized into a singular flow. Thus, the ultimate path of cultivation was unveiled. What astonished Yang Han was that the teachings within the Demon King's remnants could indeed unify the 12 meridians into one, known as the Demon S1 Pulse. Though he had previously attained the level of the 12 meridians of mortal spirits, they remained distinct entities. The concept of their amalgamation had never been presented to him. Yet, the remnants revealed that unity as one pulse was far more powerful. The Demon King's remnants delineated four essential components, the first being the spirit law, the second the path law, the third the mindset, and the fourth the principle. It is merely the first volume, yet it is profoundly astonishing. Yang Han marveled once more. The fragment of the Demon King he possessed was only the initial part. He could only imagine how breathtaking it would be to acquire the remaining 3 volumes. A hum resonated as the spiritual essence of the surrounding world was drawn towards him, and within Yang Han, energy began to coalesce. The previously dim region of his dantian became infused with swirling, murky currents. Gradually, these currents clarified, ultimately forming a sphere of pearlescent radiance. Concurrently, the 12 meridians within him began to resonate, absorbing the milky glow emanating from his dantian. Boom! In just half an hour, his entire being quivered suddenly. A smile gracing Yang Han's face, his heart soaring with exhilaration. In a mere 30 minutes, the first meridian was established, restoring him to the cultivation level of a single meridian. It was astonishingly swift. The pace dictated by this fragment of the Demon King was utterly terrifying. With fervent laughter in his heart, he proceeded to cultivate the second meridian. Thunderous. After 2 hours, the second meridian pulsated momentarily, and a radiant glow enveloped Yang Han's form. The second meridian was established, onward to the third. Just as Yang Han reveled in the joy of his breakthrough, the Yang family stirred into action. The movement of the Yang family sent a ripple of unrest through the atmosphere. Kill. In the darkness of Nai in a mere span of a few hours, the disciples of the Yu family suffered the loss of 72 lives, including 2 direct descendants. The carnage showed no signs of abating. As the fury of the 3 elders from the Yang family thrust the Yu family into utter disarray. Although the Yu family was formidable, they found themselves unprepared to confront the Yang family's relentless onslaught. Surprisingly, The Yu family chose to keep this incident under wraps, while the Yang family remained equally reticent. As the bloodshed ceased, normalcy began to return. Within the Yang family, the 3 elders and the 4 brothers, Yang Jiang, stood at a distance from Yang Han's courtyard, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yang Han's chamber, resonating like thunder. The brothers, particularly Yang Minghui, swallowed hard, their faces betraying disbelief. The youngest of the 4, Yang Hai, exclaimed in astonishment, "Old man, is this the 4th pulse activation? It cannot be. There is no conceivable reason for such terrifying speed." Yang Hai, appearing somewhat aggrieved, nearly shed tears over the situation. As dawn broke, inside the room, Yang Han wore a smile. He had already reached the 8th pulse. In just a day and a night, he had activated 7 of the 12 mortal spiritual pulses. Such a feat, if spoken of, would likely be met with skepticism. Rising to his feet, he stretched his powerful limbs, and his smile deepened. To activate the 8th pulse, mere absorption of natural spiritual energy would no longer suffice. He would need to harness the potency of medicinal pills. With this thought, he prepared to leave the small courtyard. Sensing that Yang Han was about to emerge, a contemplative expression crossed Yang Minghui's face as he gestured to those behind him. "Go about your business," he instructed. "Do not inquire further if Yang Han remains silent. Anyone who dares to prattle on will face my wrath." Indeed, Yang Han's circumstances were rather peculiar. Although the authoritative figure of the Yang family harbored numerous questions, he had no intention of voicing them. By the time Yang Han stepped outside, the courtyard was devoid of any presence. Under the threats posed by the 3 old men, even Yang Han's father, Yang Jiang, refrained from expressing any dissent. Chapter 3. Conflict. This was another effect of the remnants of the Demon King, namely, concealment. This form of concealment transcended mere hidden cultivation. Even those several realms above him, who had attained the Golden Spirit realm, would be unable to perceive him. Only those who reached the innate realm could glimpse his true cultivation level. The Linkong Academy, situated in the heart of Qingyuan City, stood as a triad alongside the Yu family and the Yang family, with the Zhao family. Yet, there existed another force that commanded the utmost respect from the 3 prominent families, the Linkong Academy. In Qingyuan City, there was no governing authority akin to a city lord. One could say that the Linkong Academy was the true ruler of Qingyuan City. The academy gathered the elite cultivators of the entire city, boasting dozens of formidable practitioners at the Golden Spirit realm, far exceeding even the Yu family in terror. A surge of overwhelming rage welled up within Yang Han, causing several disciples from the academy who happened to pass by to retreat in alarm. Yang Han, as he stepped through the gates of the Linkong Academy, a chilling voice echoed around him, and 3 figures advanced in his direction. As Yang Han beheld the trio approaching, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The 3rd-generation disciples of the Yu family, Yu Ji, Yu Tong, and Yu Chun, were all legitimate scions of the family. Among them, Yu Ji, the leader, possessed the most formidable prowess, matching Yang Han's previous cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 12 veins of the mortal spirit realm. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the 3, Yang Han subtly retreated a step with his right foot, his posture shifting slightly as he transformed into a formidable tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yu Ji observed Yang Han's maneuvers, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he disdainfully swept his gaze over Yang Han. Who would have thought that the illustrious prodigy of the Yang family, Yang Han, has now been reduced to a mere waste? Does your pretense hold any value? Yang Han, too, donned a smile, shaking his head in response. You won't know its worth until you try it. Yu Ji, let me offer you a piece of advice. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Yu Ji, incensed, felt his spirit energy surge violently. The energy from the 12 veins began to converge upon him, and Yang Han was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming pressure. He trembled slightly before releasing all that energy. Brother, you need not intervene. Today, I shall extinguish this brat to avenge my second brother, Yu Chen declared ominously from behind Yu Ji, stepping forward and reaching out a hand toward Yang Han. The previous day, the Yu family had suffered significant losses, including several direct descendants, one of whom was Yu Chen's own brother. Thus, upon encountering Yang Han, the trio felt compelled to confront him. With a swift movement, Yang Han evaded Yu Chen's grasp by a mere hair's breadth. Yu Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he exclaimed in anger, "Escape? I wonder how long you can evade me. Prepare to meet your demise." Following his furious roar, a fierce radiance surged forth from his right arm, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards Yang Han, the air trembling with explosive force. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 4 resounding blasts echoed as Yu Chen's fist manifested its might, aimed directly at Yang Han's face. 10 Spirit Force. As the intense gust of wind bore down upon him, Yang Han felt a slight sting on his face. With narrowed eyes, he suddenly opened them wide. The piercing intent to kill, along with a rampant demonic aura, erupted within him, filling his chest with ferocity. 10 Spirit Force. Yu Chen, you have only cultivated 4 spirits. Allow me to demonstrate my own 5 spirits. Yang Han bellowed, mirroring Yu Chen's movement with his right arm. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous explosions erupted as the overlapping spiritual energy unleashed in even greater force than Yu Chen's. What? He still possesses cultivation? How is that possible? Why can we not sense his power? Yu Ji exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Yang Han's counterattack. Yu Ji was aware of some aspects of the Yu family's plans. If Yang Han were indeed a waste, then the deaths of the Yu clan's disciples would not be in vain. However, with Yang Han's strength still intact, it rendered their sacrifices meaningless. Yu Chen, retreat. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them, astonished as they observed the confrontation between Yang Han and the 3 Yu brothers. The enmity between the Yu and Yang families was well known throughout the Lincoln Academy. Yet such an open confrontation had never occurred before. The 2 individuals exited in succession, with Yang Han retreating 3 steps further than Yu Ji. However, at that moment, his face radiated an unusual excitement. 10 Spirit Forces, yet I have only cultivated to 5. Nevertheless, just moments ago, I distinctly felt that my punch could unleash 6, perhaps even 7. Is this the power of the remnants of the Demon King? Has even my talent been augmented? While Yang Han marveled at the changes within him, several figures suddenly dashed toward him from afar, positioning themselves between him and the 3 members of the Yu family. Who dares to harm my elder brother? Yu Ji. Are you seeking death? With a thunderous roar, a towering youth, nearly 2 meters tall, lunged directly at Yu Ji and his companions with astounding force. Damn it. Brothers, charge. Let us take them down. Following the robust youth, 5 others echoed his fervor, encircling Yu Ji's trio with an intimidating resolve to obliterate them. The remaining youths reluctantly approached Yang Han, signaling the arrival of the 7th generation of the Yang family, the 7 siblings united. Whenever any of them faced trouble, all 7 would rush to the fray, not relenting until their adversaries begged for mercy. Otherwise, these 7 would indeed pummel their foes into submission. The Yang family's notorious reputation for madness resonated even within the halls of Lincoln Academy. Yang Han smiled at his siblings and remarked, Yang Han, let us put this matter aside for today. If we were to truly clash with Yu Ji, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. Compared to the others, Yang Han, having survived a life-and-death ordeal, understood better how to confront the Yu family. A sense of urgency enveloped him regarding the Yu family's plans. Were it not for my elder brother's intervention, I would have ended you today. With a fierce glare directed at Yu Ji, Yang Han followed in the footsteps of Yang Han as they departed. Damn, it must be the Yu family behind this. Clenching his fists, Yang Han furiously declared, those despicable scoundrels, I will inevitably deal with them. The second brother is right. We shall eliminate them. Another brother, Yang Feng, added in a voice laced with anger. Among the siblings, the only sister, Yang Qingqing, displayed a gaze filled with murderous intent as she proclaimed, no matter what, we must protect our elder brother. Whoever dares to harm him shall meet their demise. Indeed, what the 7th sister says is true. Those who act against him will perish. Yang Zhan, the 5th brother, chimed in, his tone equally fierce. Yang Han smiled at the group before suggesting, all right, you all should return to your training. I have a brief matter to attend to at the Hall of Merits. However, Yang Hong intended to accompany him, only to be halted by Yang Han. A sly smile flickered across Yang Han's face as he suddenly emitted a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. The 6 of them were momentarily stunned. While they could not discern the exact level of Yang Han's prowess, the formidable spiritual energy he exuded was undeniably reminiscent of the impact brought forth by his previous mastery of 12 meridians. Haha, take your time, elder brother. We shall take our leave first, Yang Hong said, slightly taken aback, before turning to lead his siblings away. Among the 7 siblings, Yang Hong was the 2nd eldest and had always guided his brothers and sisters. As for Yang Han, he typically joined them only during significant matters, preferring solitary cultivation otherwise. Nonetheless, All six harbored profound respect for Yang Han, not solely because he was the eldest, but also due to his pinnacle mastery of the 12 meridians, which made him the strongest among them. The Hall of Merit serves as the heart of the Lincoln Academy, a place governed with utmost strictness. Every disciple of the academy is required to register here. Merit serves as the foundation for disciples to earn cultivation resources and elixirs. To accrue merit, disciples must complete various tasks assigned by the academy. Yang Han possesses a modest amount of merit, merely over 300 points, which is sufficient only to exchange for some low-grade cultivation elixirs, leaving him unable to afford even mid-tier ones. Chapter 4. Why don't you give it a try? Upon entering the Hall of Merit, a solemn atmosphere envelopes the expansive chamber. Numerous figures can be spotted within, all disciples of the Lincoln Academy. Additionally, the hall is lined with towering shelves displaying a plethora of elixirs, weapons, and armor. As Yang Han stepped into the hall, he made his way directly towards a large table at the front. An elderly man sat there, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, indifferent to the disciples around him who were diligently selecting their items. In this place, no one dares to misbehave. Old Master Hua, Yang Han softly called as he approached the elder. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, hinting at his irritation. Upon opening his eyes and recognizing Yang Han before him, a faint smile graced his features. However, this expression quickly shifted as he fixed his gaze intently upon Yang Han, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with insight. Yang Han, how has your cultivation regressed? At these words, Yang Han felt a jolt within. Though old Master Hua appeared to be merely an elderly man in his twilight years, his cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. To perceive the decline in Yang Han's cultivation at the 7th pulse of the mortal spirit realm indicated a mastery well beyond the innate realm. Before Yang Han could utter a word, old man Hua expressed a note of surprise, scrutinizing Yang Han's physique from head to toe. And then a smile broke upon his face. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind. It's your own affair." Faced with old man's words, Yang Han felt a sense of bewilderment. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Old man Hua, I am here to exchange for an increase yuan pill." The jade token, approximately the size of half a palm, was entirely a milky white hue. In the center, a number was inscribed, 308. This figure represented the merit points Yang Han possessed. The merit jade was crafted by the elite powers within Lincoln Academy through extraordinary techniques, with each disciple owning one. Its purpose was to facilitate the exchange of merit points. This item, upon the application of a single drop of blood, could connect with the soul, a marvel of intricacy. Old man Hua did not elaborate further. He simply produced a merit jade and gently pressed it against Yang Han's jade. Instantly, a vision flashed in Yang Han's mind, requesting the transfer of 300 merit points. A stirring within his heart led him to consent to the transfer. With a hum, both merit jades emitted a faint white glow, after which Yang Han stored away his jade, which now bore a meager 8 merit points. In an instant, an immense surge of medicinal power and spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Boom. After a day and night of cultivation, none could fathom the terrifying speed at which Yang Han was progressing. Upon exiting the room, his aura remained perfectly contained, while within his body, the spiritual energy of the 10 meridians of the mortal spirit realm surged vigorously. My meridians have broadened several times compared to before. However, I still cannot penetrate the 12th meridian, remaining at the level of the 10th. With a gentle sigh, Yang Han stood in the courtyard and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them with a forceful intensity, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. He then unleashed a powerful punch, causing 5 resounding explosions to echo in the air. On the courtyard wall, the unyielding bluestone surface bore the marks of a spiderweb-like crack. Once more, he bellowed, retracting his fist as spiritual energy surged forth, resulting in a series of 7 consecutive explosive sounds, each more formidable than the last. With a thunderous roar, the spiderweb-like fissures on the wall swiftly expanded, and within 3 breaths, the entire wall, spanning several meters, lay in ruin. The 10th Spirit technique is a formidable martial skill from the Lincoln Academy, and most disciples choose to cultivate it. Yet, Yang Han stands alone as the first to reach the 7th spirit in the realm of mortal spirits. The 6th spirit embodies a strength equivalent to 6,000 pounds, while the 7th spirit surpasses 7,000. Although I now possess the 10 meridians of the mortal spirit realm, my attacks would leave you unable to withstand even a single strike. With a smile on his face, Yang Han felt his innate talent had grown incomparably stronger. Particularly, his comprehension of martial techniques was on an entirely different level. He was confident that if he were to break through to the 11th meridian, he could unleash the 8th and 9th spirits. Should he ascend to the 12th meridian, he would be capable of manifesting the 10th spirit, a feat that even those disciples of the Silver Spirit realm might struggle to achieve. In reality, it is already commendable for an ordinary disciple of the Silver Spirit realm to manifest the 8th spirit. Yang Hanshao walked towards the merit hall. Having exhausted his supply of Xingyuan pills, he needed to undertake several tasks to earn merit points, allowing him to exchange them for pills and swiftly elevate his cultivation. Upon arriving at the merit hall, a few figures suddenly appeared ahead. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yang Hanshao proceeded without hesitation. Halt! There were 5 individuals, and among them, a young man at the center, surrounded by 4 others, coldly admonished Yang Hanshao. Casting a casual glance at the 5, Yang Hanshao wore a broad smile and simply ignored the young man's rebuke, walking past them effortlessly. The young man was no stranger to him. He was Yu Ming, a top-tier disciple of the Yu family's 3rd generation, having reached the first stage of the Silver Spirit realm, several levels above Yang Hanshao. However, at this moment, Yang Hanshao felt no fear towards him. If a confrontation was to arise, he was ready. Brother Yu Ming, this brat dares to disregard you. He must be punished. Yu Ji stood behind Yu Ming, having summoned him to deal with Yang Hanshao. Turning his gaze towards Yu Ming, he remarked indifferently, a sneak attack from behind. And yet you failed. Your Silver Spirit prowess is truly pathetic. Audacious. Yu Ming erupted in fury, unleashing a surge of silver light as he charged at Yang Hanshao. His fist radiated with a silver glow, and the powerful spiritual energy surged towards Yang Hanshao in an instant. Faced with the fear scale, a glint of ferocity flashed in Yang Hanshao's eyes. Yu Ming, today I shall collect some interest from the Yu family. Boom. With that declaration, his spiritual energy erupted violently from within, and he lunged towards Yu Ming, meeting the opponent's attack with a fierce punch. You overestimate yourself. Yu Ming unleashed a ferocious punch upon Yang Han's assault, the raw power and spiritual energy detonating in a cataclysmic burst. The resounding impact forced Yang Han back 3 paces, while Yu Ming, with a subtle tremor, dissipated the force of Yang Han's attack. Formidable power and the potency of his spiritual energy is remarkable. This Yang Han is no weaker than I, Yu Ming mused, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. His expression hardened as he renewed his offensive against Yang Han. Today, Yang Han, I shall cripple you, reducing you to the very essence of worthlessness. With a thunderous roar, his fist became a conduit for the explosive resonance of spiritual energy. Boom, boom. 6 consecutive detonations echoed, a testament to the 6th tier of the tenfold spirit force. Yu Ming's rapid cultivation was solely attributable to the lavish accumulation of resources, his comprehension a mere mediocrity. Yang Han's eyes narrowed as he retaliated with a swift counterstrike, employing the same tenfold spirit force. The incessant explosions emanating from his fist sent a chilling premonition through Yu Ming. Boom. 7 successive detonations erupted, the formidable surge of the 7th tier of the tenfold spirit force engulfing Yu Ming's 6th tier. Crack. Boom. Yu Ming's countenance contorted in horror as he felt his entire arm fracture instantaneously. His body recoiled violently, his complexion ashen. Blood cascaded, his right arm lacerated, exposing the stark white of his bones. A single punch had rendered his arm useless. Worthless? Humph. I shall disabuse you of that notion. With a furious bellow, Yang Han radiated an overwhelming aura of savage ferocity. He advanced upon Yu Ming and his cohorts, each step resonating with palpable force. Yu Ming's face was ashen, while Yu Ji and the others were filled with astonishment, their expressions betraying panic and fear. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Yang Han surged forward, unleashing a punch that echoed with the power of the 7th level of the spirit force. With a resounding thud, Yu Ming's left arm emitted a burst of spiritual energy, the silvery glow colliding with Yang Han's fist. A crisp crack reverberated, and Yu Ming was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground several meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth, his vitality instantly waning. Yang Han flexed his fist and, in a flash, appeared before Yu Ming, seizing the silver-level cultivator and delivering a kick to his knee. With a sharp crack, Yu Ming, pale and defenseless, collapsed to the ground. Yuji's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Yang Han, how dare you?" Yuming glared at Yang Han with a face twisted in resentment, his eyes glinting with icy hatred. This man had forced him to kneel publicly, a humiliation beyond measure. Yang Han turned his gaze to the fidgeting Yuji and his companions, a cold smile spreading across his face as he challenged, "Why don't you come up and try?" Those 6 words drained the color from Yuji's face. In Chapter 5, A Battle to Fame, Yuming trembled, not from fear, but from an overwhelming tide of hatred. Before the crowd, he knelt before someone weaker than himself, a disgrace of the highest order. His expression contorted with fury, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Yang Han, I will see you dead. I will wipe out your entire Yang family." In an instant, the faint smile vanished from Yang Han's face, replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. Boom! With a swift kick, an immense force and spiritual energy struck Yu Ming's dantian, propelling his body far away. Upon landing, a pure silver aura emanated from him, and his expression rapidly shifted from fury to ashen despair. His dantian shattered, rendering his cultivation at the silver spirit realm entirely nullified. "Yang Han, you dare to ruin Yu Ming. Curse be you." A furious roar echoed, followed by a sudden flash of silver light that surged towards Yang Han with overwhelming momentum. Yang Han's countenance changed, sensing a tremendous pressure emanating from that silver radiance. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his arms, unleashing the 7th strike of his 10 spirit force, which resonated with a series of thunderous booms. This was his most formidable attack, even surpassing the one that had previously vanquished Yu Ming. However, despite being his strongest strike, it could not withstand the opponent's assault. With a deafening crash, his body was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, staining his garments crimson. Upon landing, his face turned pale, staggering slightly as he firmly planted his feet on the ground. Raising his gaze, he regarded with trepidation the individual who had suddenly intervened. Yu Han. He could not suppress his alarm. The figure before him, clad in black, bore an impassive expression, with cold, glinting eyes that fixated on Yang Han, a murderous intent coalescing within. The aura of the 2nd step silver spirit realm swirled around his form. Seeking death, Yu Han bellowed, and in an instant, he lunged towards Yang Han, the oppressive force of the 2nd step silver spirit realm bearing down upon him. Confronted by the formidable aura of Yu Han, Yang Han's eyes were filled with gravity. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fearlessly advanced. The heavenly blade, Yu Han's arms stretched wide, and 2 streams of silvery spiritual energy coalesced into a razor edge, descending menacingly towards Yang Han's head and chest. The heavenly blade, a pinnacle martial skill of the mortal spirit level, was exceedingly ferocious. As a practitioner at the 2nd step of the silver spirit realm, Yu Han wielded the blade with unparalleled dominance. 10 spirit force, 7 spirits. Undaunted, Yang Han unleashed a punch, and the explosive sounds of 10 spirit forces resonated as his own spiritual energy collided with Yu Han's descending strike. Boom! Following the thunderous blast, Yang Han was propelled backward, landing over 10 meters away. A slender scar marred his chest, blood streaming from it. The fabric of his right arm had been shredded by the razor winds of the heavenly blade, revealing fine cracks upon his skin. He had managed to block 1 strike, but could not withstand a second. Indeed, Yu Han's strength was formidable. At this moment, Yang Han found himself incapable of contending with the blade's tyranny. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either face death, or surrender unconditionally." A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Han's face, for he had not anticipated that Yang Han could withstand his initial strike. The prowess displayed by this youth was beyond what a mere mortal spirit realm could possess. Yang Han was indeed formidable, having not only incapacitated Yu Ming but also managed to defend against Yu Han. While Yu Ming was at the 1st step of the silver spirit realm, Yu Han stood at the 2nd step of the condensation phase. How had he achieved this? Even if I were to withstand the initial blow, it appears that Yang Han is nearing his limit, rendered powerless to continue. Today, I fear that Yang Han will become renowned throughout the Ling Kong Academy. He is merely an inner disciple, yet he surpasses some elite disciples in strength. Yu Ming is utterly useless. He should have perished long ago. Look, the enforcing disciples have arrived. A murmur of astonishment ripples through the crowd, each voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. Yang Han raises his head. Though his complexion is pale, he exhibits no signs of panic. Having withstood 2 strikes, he senses that Yu Han indeed possesses considerable strength. However, since he dares to confront him, he must have his own means of support. Slowly, he elevates his left hand, a flicker of white light pulsating at his fingertips. Then, he loosens his clenched fist, extending his index finger, where a radiant glow dances. Lunar probe. Upon witnessing Yang Han's actions, Yuhan's expression shifts dramatically. As Yang Han moves, Yuhan can no longer maintain his composure. The cost of the lunar probe is steep, yet its power is exceedingly formidable. Should Yang Han unleash it, even with his second-step silver spirit realm strength, Yuhan would suffer grave injury. Die! With a furious roar, Yuhan lunges toward Yang Han, unveiling the blade light of the skyward blade, the surrounding air thick with a sharp, cutting wind. He cannot allow the lunar probe to coalesce. A cry echoes within his mind. Yang Han, observing the impending assault, reveals a hint of madness at the corner of his mouth. He remains utterly still, the light at the tip of his lunar probe growing increasingly pure. Too late. With a gentle motion of his left hand, a radiant beam of light suddenly pierced the space between them, ruthlessly aimed at Yuhan's chest. At that moment, Yang Han felt a boiling sensation coursing through every drop of blood within him, as if a powerful force were striving to erupt from his veins. Despite his grievous injuries, he was resolute in his intent to see Yuhan perish. With a thunderous roar, Yuhan wielded the heaven-supporting blade and struck fiercely toward the crown of Yang Han's head. You two are utterly insufferable. Just as the two were on the brink of mutual destruction, a sharp reprimand rang out from the side. In an instant, a flash of light flickered past, unleashing an overwhelming surge of silver spiritual energy that erupted between the two combatants. Boom! Yang Han's moon-exploring finger collided with Yuhan's attack, producing a deafening resonance before vanishing into thin air. Not only did the moon-exploring finger dissipate, but the formidable force he had sensed within his blood was also obliterated by the overwhelming spiritual energy. Crack! Following that, Yuhan's heaven-supporting blade was met with a delicate figure that spun gracefully in the midst, transforming the silver spiritual energy into tangible beams of light that neutralized all the blade's ferocity. The sudden turn of events astonished not only Yang Han and Yuhan, but also drew gasps of surprise from the surrounding disciples. Standing between the two was a woman of ethereal beauty, her skin pale and her features stunningly captivating. Clad in white, she possessed a slender, graceful form. Her eyes, sparkling like water, held an astonishing chill within them. She was a law enforcement disciple, Suyu. Upon encountering the woman, Yang Han felt a jolt in his heart, followed by a slight sigh of relief. With the presence of law enforcement disciples, he dared not take action, and Yuhan would certainly refrain from doing so as well. Law enforcement disciples wield the power of life and death. If any disciple were to defy their authority, they could be summarily executed. Within the Lincoln Academy, law enforcement disciples hold a position that surpasses all other disciples. Even the ordinary faculty members would hesitate to provoke them, for these individuals not only possess formidable strength, but also directly obey the commands of the Academy's higher-ups. Law enforcement disciples serve as a stringent standard within Lincoln Academy, exhibiting a stern and impartial demeanor. Suyu cast a cold glance at Yang Han, then turned to Yuhan, stating, "Regardless of who is right or wrong in today's incident, both of you shall incur a penalty of 500 merit points." In response to Suyu's pronouncement, Yuhan and his companions dared not utter another word. After relinquishing 500 merit points, Yuhan shot a chilling glance at Yang Han before departing with his entourage. Yang Han looked at Suyu, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his features. "Senior Sister Suyu, I only possess 8 merit points now. Would it be possible to delay this punishment for a few days? Once I accumulate more merit points, I will certainly submit them to the Law Enforcement Department." Chapter 6. The Judgment of the Assassin for Yang Han. 500 merit points constituted a significant sum. Within the merit hall, the typical tasks yield at most a few dozen merit points, and the highest rewards rarely exceed 100. The prospect of gathering 500 points within 3 months elicited a faint smile of despair from Yang Han. This task was indeed no small feat. Entering the merit hall, Yang Han made a beeline for Old Hua. Upon a colossal board behind Elder Hua, an extensive array of tasks was inscribed, numbering in the thousands at a mere glance. "Ah, not bad, young man," Elder Hua remarked, a faint smile gracing his features as he appraised Yang Han, before reverting to silence. Yang Han bowed respectfully to Elder Hua and stated, "Elder Hua, I wish to undertake a mission. The more merit points, the better." Elder Hua lifted his gaze and replied, "There are indeed tasks available, but considering your current standing, it would be prudent to select those of lesser difficulty." With that, he retrieved a substantial tome from beneath the desk, spreading it open before Yang Han for his perusal. Among the tasks, he found Guardian Mission, Duration of 1 month. Safeguard Qingyuan City, ensuring peace within. A cursory glance revealed that most assignments involve protection, hunting, or gathering, all of which required significant time investment, yet yielded only modest merit points. In days past, Yang Han would have eagerly accepted several such tasks without a second thought. However, now, these missions fell short of his aspirations for merit points. Not only did he require them for his own exchanges of medicinal pills, but also to address the penalty of 500 merit points from Suyu. The latter was a stern enforcer of the law, and failure to comply would result in grave consequences. Elder Hua, are there any challenges of greater difficulty? Yang Han inquired, his brow furrowed. Elder Hua regarded him thoughtfully and nodded, saying, there are indeed more formidable tasks. For instance, slaying the black rock python or the earth silver dragon, among others. Eliminating these exotic beasts or spirit-level creatures can yield several hundred merit points. I believe some of these tasks may indeed suit you well, he added with a smirk. At that moment, an enigmatic smile unexpectedly appeared on Elder Hua's face. Upon hearing his words, Yang Han immediately looked up, a look of confusion etched upon his features. Follow me, Elder Hua said, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he led Yang Han through a portal behind him. As an inner disciple of the Linkong Academy, it was Yang Han's first time entering this inner hall. The merit hall was under Elder Hua's jurisdiction, without his permission. Even those from the law enforcement hall could not enter. Being brought here was indeed a privilege for Yang Han. Look, Yang Han has been admitted into the inner hall. This fellow rose to fame in a single battle. It seems Elder Hua has taken a liking to him. Perhaps he may even become Elder Hua's disciple. Murmurs circulated among the disciples within the merit hall. Is Elder Hua's strength truly formidable? Indeed. What realm does Elder Hua occupy? Questions echoed among the disciples until, after the last two had voiced the same inquiry, silence enveloped the hall. To be frank, Elder Hua appeared rather ordinary, resembling an unremarkable elder. He exuded no aura of power, and his cultivation was imperceptible. Upon entering the inner hall, the first sight that greeted Yang Han was a row of enormous shelves, laden with a multitude of items, elixirs, weapons, armor, and more. After leading him inside, Elder Hua walked directly to a table and retrieved a tome from a drawer. Yang Han cast a glance at it, and his body jolted in shock. Well said, Elder Hua nodded with a smile, casually opening the book and stating, since you acknowledge it, feel free to give it a name. A name? Yang Han was taken aback, unsure of Old Hua's intention. Surely, an assassin must possess a name. Could it be that he meant to use his true name? Observing the anger etched on Old Hua's face, Yang Han suddenly realized and pondered for a moment before replying. In that case, Old Hua, how about I name myself Cold Star? Cold Star? Old Hua echoed thoughtfully, then nodded in approval. Not bad. He then retrieved 3 items from a nearby shelf and tossed them onto the table before Yang Han. A half-face mask, a blue token, and a longsword. As these 3 items lay before him, a sense of foreboding filled Yang Han's heart. The moment he accepted these objects, he would inevitably transform into an assassin, one who lurks in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to his target. What's the matter? Hesitating? Old Hua remarked in a tone devoid of emotion as he observed him. Yang Han remained silent, gradually extending his hand. He first grasped the longsword, its chilling blade emanating an oppressive coldness. The sword, a deadly weapon, was designed to take lives and collect souls. Holding it, Yang Han felt a surge of murderous intent welling up within him, his internal energy radiating a fierce aura. Very good, you have essentially acquired the potential of a killer. However, regrettably, this path will only lead you to your demise. As he spoke, a palpable aura of lethal intent surged from Old Hua. Overwhelmed by this nearly tangible menace, Yang Han found it difficult to breathe, as if his very essence were frozen. Now, let me explain the hierarchy of our judgment organization. There are 4 tiers: purple, white, gold, and blue. You are currently the lowest, a blue plate assassin. To attain the coveted gold medal, one must successfully complete 10 tasks. Naturally, these tasks vary in difficulty. For the blue medal tasks, 10 completions are required, whereas for the gold medal tasks, a single accomplishment suffices for advancement. Understood, Elder Hua. Yang Han nodded in acknowledgement. This is the task booklet. Peruse it at your leisure, Elder Hua instructed. It contains a list of blue medal tasks, arranged in order of difficulty. The further down the list, the greater the challenge, and correspondingly, the rewards and merit points increase. Yang Han picked up the task booklet, shifting his gaze over the names listed. Wu Qing, owner of the Qingyuan Tavern in Qingyuan City, a practitioner of the 10 veins of mortal spirit, with a bounty of 50 merit points for each head taken. Lin Butong, a rogue cultivator in Qingyuan City, also of the 10 veins of mortal spirit, offering 60 merit points per head. Zhu Xiuhua, an elder of the ghost gang in Qingyuan City, a practitioner of the 11 veins of mortal spirit, with a bounty of 80 merit points for each head. Zhao Yongyan, a member of the Zhao family's collateral line in Qingyuan City, also of the 11 veins of mortal spirit, with a reward of 100 merit points per head. As he scanned the names, the astonishment on Yang Han's face grew increasingly pronounced. The targets listed in this blue metal task booklet were all practitioners at least at the 10 veins of mortal spirit, with the highest being at the threshold of silver spirit realm. In terms of rewards, practitioners from 10 to 12 veins of mortal spirit generally offered between 50 to 200 merit points, while those at the silver spirit realm ranged from 200 to 400 merit points. The rewards for these tasks were indeed staggering. However, Yang Han was acutely aware that the peril associated with such tasks was equally formidable. Failure would spell certain doom. Even if he were to survive, should his identity be unveiled, he would no longer be able to remain in Qingyuan City. It would even jeopardize the safety of the Yang family. I choose Yu Wei and this Yu Qing, he declared. Yang Han pointed to the two individuals listed on the roster and spoke. Yu Wei, a side disciple of the Yu family from Qingyuan City, at the first level of the Silver Spirit Realm, whose demise would yield 300 merit points. Yu Qing, also a side disciple of the Yu family from Qingyuan City, at the 12th vein of the Mortal Spirit Realm, whose death would grant 150 merit points. Upon seeing him select these two tasks, Old Hua burst into laughter. These assignments had previously been taken up by several blue card assassins, only for them to ultimately abandon the endeavor. The Yu family possesses a vast foundation and numerous skilled individuals, along with a well-connected network of information. To eliminate a member of the Yu family is no simple task. Ordinary blue card assassins generally prefer to avoid provoking them. These two tasks had been sitting here for several months, and if left uncompleted, they would significantly tarnish the reputation of the adjudication organization. Now that Yang Han had chosen them, it alleviated one of Old Hua's headaches. Casually tossing a jade vial to Yang Han, Old Hua remarked, "This contains a minor blood-replenishing elixir, which may aid your injuries. I would rather not see you extinguished on your first mission." "Thank you, Old Hua," Yang Han replied as he picked up the jade vial, gathered his 3 essential items, and turned to leave the inner chamber. Later that night, atop a tall building in the eastern part of Qingyuan City, a slender figure clad in black, wearing an azure mask, stood silently on the rooftop. Chapter 7. A connection of bloodlines under the cover of night. The figure remained still on the rooftop, undisturbed for a full 2 hours, their breathing barely perceptible. "Huh, you little vixen, today I shall make you cry for mercy." A sudden voice pierced the silence, causing Yang Han to open his eyes, a cold glint flickering briefly within them. The principal character has arrived. Yu Qing resides on the very top floor of this towering edifice, directly beneath Yang Han's feet. Rumor has it that Yu Qing possesses considerable strength and conducts himself with utmost caution. Yang Han sensed the truth of this information and realized that there was more than just Yu Qing on the uppermost floor. Within that lofty realm, there were 4 practitioners of the 11th pulse and 5 of the 10th pulse. Yang Han's mind stirred. It was evident that Yu Qing held a significant position within the Yu family. It is no wonder that this individual, notorious for his numerous transgressions in Qingyuan City, remains unchallenged by anyone. "No, please, spare me. Let me go. I will surely be grateful." The plaintive cries echoed from within the building. Inside, a robust man with a lecherous expression leered at the woman before him. While she may not be conventionally beautiful, she exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Her fearful gaze brought Yu Qing immense satisfaction. In Qingyuan City, he had lost count of how many women he had encountered. Each time he beheld such terror in a woman's eyes, his desires surged uncontrollably. "Huh, spare you? If I were to let you go, wouldn't that diminish my enjoyment for the night?" As he spoke, Yu Qing stepped closer to the woman, his voice dripping with malevolence. Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, 9 practitioners gathered casually around 2 tables. One middle-aged PRA, young master. Yu Qing's choice of women is never of the ordinary sort, and this time is no exception. Naturally, it is a fortunate stroke for the woman he has set his sights upon. If she serves him well, she may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, not only she but also her family could face dire consequences. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head in dismay. harboring a deep disdain for the conduct of such individuals. Yet, as a servant of the Yu family, he found himself powerless. While dissent was permissible, he lacked the courage and strength to intervene. In the room, the woman huddled in the corner, trembling, her eyes brimming with terror. Silent sobs escaped her lips, and despair etched itself upon her face. "Ha, little lady, I'm coming." Yu Qing leered as he reached out with both hands towards her. Suddenly, as all his attention was fixated on the woman before him, a surge of pure spiritual energy descended from above. In an instant, a figure crashed through the tiles, and a flash of cold light appeared right before him. "Who?" he bellowed, stepping back in alarm. Raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy towards the approaching figure. The sword strike missed its mark, and Yang Han's expression shifted dramatically. Upon seeing Yu Qing's hand advancing towards him, a fierce glint flickered across his face. "Seventh Spirit," he shouted, and a series of resounding sonic booms erupted from his fist as it propelled towards Yu Qing's palm. Crack! Boom! First, his arm shattered, followed by a sudden collapse of his chest. The force of the Seventh Spirit's might swept away Yu Qing's attack. "Who are you?" Upon encountering a cerulean mask before him, Yu Qing felt the vitality within him ebbing away, and fear manifested vividly in his eyes. With a swift motion, Yang Han's sword sliced through the air, capturing Yu Qing's head in his grasp. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as several figures stormed into the room, launching an unrelenting assault upon him. A powerful surge of spiritual energy surged from behind, delivering a crushing blow to his shoulder. Another fist raced toward his head, the overwhelming pressure of the approaching energy evoking a sense of impending doom within Yang Han. With deft precision, he wielded his sword, evading several formidable strikes. In an instant, he leaped through the window, escaping the chaos. "We shall undoubtedly face retribution from the Yu family. What shall we do? Uncle Zhong, what do you suggest?" A young man queried the eldest among them. The middle-aged man's face mirrored the pallor of death as he shook his head in despair, lamenting. "How could I possibly know what to do? With Yu Qing's demise, the Yu family will surely be enraged, and none of us will escape their wrath." As Yu Qing's 9 bodyguards succumbed to terror, Yang Han fled over 10 miles, arriving beside a cluster of lowly abodes. He could no longer contain the rush of blood that surged from his lips, spewing forth with a gasp. Once the blood had been expelled, Yang Han sensed a slight stabilization within his internal energy, allowing him to exhale in relief. Slowly extending his hand, he revealed a bulging silver pouch clutched within his grasp. This very item was what he had opportunistically seized from Yu Qing's chest as he vanquished him. As an assassin navigating the precipice of demise in the obscurity of night, not only is it a formidable test of strength, but one can also procure spoils from their targets. Stowing away the package, Yang Han darted forward with alacrity. Poof! Just as he was about to depart, a glint of cold light flashed, and then his head was sent soaring. His eyes still held bewilderment, but his life force was rapidly extinguished. The cold light had arrived too swiftly, not even allowing him time for dread. "This lad, he even requires me to tidy up his loose ends." A figure emerged from the darkness, with an aged countenance and a stooped posture, none other than Old Hua. Upon returning to his abode, Yang Han sat cross-legged to mend his injuries. Then, he unfurled the package he had plundered from Yu Qing, emptying its contents onto the table. "Violet Jade Pill, Myriad Yuan Pill, Bloodfall Pill," he exclaimed in rapid succession, astonished that within the silver package lay several kinds of elixirs. Each one was more potent than the Yuan-enhancing pill. Furthermore, there was a martial technique entitled Mountain Splitting Hand. After a cursory glance, he discarded the technique into the candle flame to incinerate it. This martial technique was of the mediocre mortal spirit grade, naturally beneath Yang Han's contempt. 3 violet jade pills of the intermediate mortal spirit grade, 1 myriad yuan pill of the superior mortal spirit grade, and 1 bloodfall pill of the superior mortal spirit grade. Enough for me to advance to the 12th meridian. With a glint of fervor in his eyes, Yang Han promptly opened the vial of violet jade pills. Gulp! As the elixir entered his mouth, an immediate surge of pure medicinal power and spiritual energy coursed through his body. With a resounding hum, under the influence of the potent elixir, Yang Han's dantian suddenly expanded, the 9th channel of his mortal spirit rapidly filling to the brim, striving towards the 10th. Another resounding hum reverberated as the refined spiritual energy flowed into him, the dantian voraciously absorbing it. Boom! 2 hours later, the immense spiritual energy erupted within the room. and Yang Han successfully advanced to the 11th channel of mortal spirit. Continuing onward, he opened his eyes, and in an instant, a brilliant light flickered within them. With a commanding shout, he tossed the final purple jade elixir into his mouth. A hum echoed as, after a full 3 hours, the medicinal power of the purple jade elixir was fully unleashed, restoring Yang Han's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 11th channel. Now was the time for the $10,000 elixir. Upon opening the bottle, a magnificent wave of spiritual energy and pure medicinal power surged forth, tenfold more potent than the purple jade elixir. It was now the moment to affirm the connection of the channels. The remnants of the Demon King proclaimed that the 12 channels converge into one. With a deep roar, Yang Han commenced the fusion of the 12 channels as per the Demon King's remnants. Boom. The fusion of the 12 channels proved exceedingly arduous. Waves of energy collided violently within his body, causing his expression to grow grave. Blood Luo Dan, it is your turn. Yang Han opened the final bottle and consumed the Blood Luo Dan. This high-grade mortal spirit elixir, not only rich in spiritual energy, possessed formidable restorative properties as well. It would aid Yang Han in mending the injuries inflicted by the clash of the 12 channels during the process of unification. Boom. A resounding roar emanated from within Yang Han, initially occurring almost every 4 breaths. However, as Yang Han fervently merged his energies, the collisions gradually diminished. After 5 hours, no more spiritual conflicts resided within him. A pure and robust aura of spiritual energy radiated from his being. Chapter 8. The third level of the martial pavilion inside the room. The spiritual energy unleashed an astonishing tremor. Yang Han abruptly rose and struck out with his fist, releasing a fierce and formidable force into the air. Boom. A series of 10 explosive sounds echoed, marking the completion of 10 spiritual energies. Crash. One side of the stone wall in the room collapsed thunderously, the solid blue rock disintegrating into fragments. The powerful spiritual energy surged forth, impacting the walls of the courtyard. Thud! A final muffled sound resonated from the courtyard wall, which had previously been shattered by Yang Han's 7th spiritual strike, now crumbling down. Breathing heavily, Yang Han found himself astonished by the sheer power of his own punch. With a cultivation of 10 meridians, he could potentially harness a colossal strength of 10,000 pounds. Yet, at this moment, his strength undoubtedly exceeded 30,000 pounds. Even the 12th meridian could not rival such power. The interconnectedness of the meridians was indeed terrifying. With 10 spiritual energies perfected, facing the likes of Yu Han from before no longer intimidated him. Wearing a smile, Yang Han stretched his limbs, but then furrowed his brow as he surveyed the collapsed room and courtyard wall, unable to suppress a wry smile. In his earlier excitement, he had completely forgotten the Academy's regulations. Unauthorized destruction of property would incur a penalty of merit points. The damage he had caused to the room and wall was worth 50 merit points. 50 merit points. The head of Yuqing is merely worth 150 points. The penalties imposed by Lingkong Academy are indeed severe. At this juncture, Yang Han recalled the punishment meted out to him by the law enforcement disciple, Su Yu. Casting a glance at a few elite disciples, his gaze lingered on a member of the Yu family. Yu Qin, a direct descendant of the Yu clan, was at the first stage of the Silver Spirit realm, accumulating qi. A cold smile crept upon Yang Han's lips as he strode directly towards Elder Hua. Should any member of the Yu family dare to act, even if they were to impose an additional 500 merit points in punishment, he would still strike them down, leaving them unable to raise their heads in shame. Upon reaching Elder Hua, Yang Han respectfully greeted him. Elder Hua slowly opened his previously closed eyes and remarked, "No need for further words. I have already noted your completion of the task. Dispose of the item in your possession." As he spoke, Elder Hua waved his hand, releasing a beam of white light, which materialized into a piece of merit jade inscribed with the number 150. Additionally, do not expect me to clean up after you again. This time, I shall overlook it due to your status as a first-time offender. Should there be a next time, your task merit will be confiscated, and you shall be expelled. As Yang Han transferred the merit points, Elder Hua spoke languidly. The implications of his words sent otherwise, akin to the assassination of Yuqing yesterday. The next time may very well herald his own failure and demise. Within the realms of the 12 veins of the mortal spirit, the interconnectedness of levels proves insufficient. Even if one were to unleash the full power of the 10th spirit force, it remains inadequate. If I am to swiftly accrue merit, I must become stronger, faster, and more ruthless. The words Martial Pavilion are engraved prominently upon the beams of the palace entrance, emanating an aura of formidable authority. A mere glance invokes a sense of oppression upon the soul. Upon entering the Martial Pavilion, one is immediately enveloped by an intense atmosphere of pressure. Before Yang Han lies an expansive space, brimming with potent spiritual energy and a sharp, invigorating essence. Scrolls hover autonomously, radiating a gentle luminescence. At this moment, numerous disciples from the Lincoln Academy are engaged in selecting martial techniques. These disciples, of the mortal spirit level, possess relatively modest cultivation. After a casual survey, Yang Han's gaze shifted towards the right side of the entrance, where an elderly man sat. With a stooped figure and a frail aura, one would presume his days were numbered. Yet, this seemingly frail old man stands as the sole guardian of the Martial Pavilion, a bastion of the Lincoln Academy. This elder is undoubtedly extraordinary. Elder Ning. Yang Han offered a slight bow to the old man. Elder Hua oversees the Merit Hall, while Elder Ning governs the Martial Pavilion. Additionally, Elder Qing manages a training ground within the Lincoln Academy, known as the Earth Spirit Tower, accessible only to those of the Silver Spirit realm. Beyond these, the Lincoln Academy harbors an even more enigmatic location, the observation platform. The overseer of the observation platform is a figure Yang Han has never encountered, nor even heard of. He was only aware that the observation platform was exclusively accessible to the most esteemed disciples of Lincoln Academy. Elder Ning lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Yang Han, thereafter disregarding him entirely. Unlike Elder Hua, Elder Ning exhibited a demeanor of profound indifference. No one had ever witnessed a smile gracing his countenance, not even once. Yang Han remained unfazed. After offering a respectful salute, he proceeded into the inner sanctum of the Martial Pavilion. After surveying the expanse of the first floor, his gaze settled upon a staircase leading to the second level. Without hesitation, he made his way toward it. The arrival of Yang Han drew the attention of numerous disciples, many of whom recognized him and began to engage in hushed discussions. Silence. This Yang Han possesses formidable strength. Be cautious lest you incur his envy. Though the murmurs were subdued, they were not beyond Yang Han's hearing. He paid them no mind. Upon reaching the staircase, he distinctly sensed the presence of a barrier before him, silent, formless, and colorless, yet undeniably existent. As his internal energy surged, his eyes narrowed sharply, and he took a decisive step toward the staircase. With a hum, as his right foot crossed into the barrier, an immense force suddenly emerged, attempting to repel him. With a cold snort, he unleashed an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. The 12 meridians converged into one, amplifying his power beyond previous limits. With a thunderous roar, the barrier trembled violently, and Yang Han swiftly thrust his left foot forward, propelling himself into the barrier's confines. The disciples in the hall on the first floor gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Particularly the disciple who had just mentioned that only 3 individuals ascended, now stood utterly astonished. Undoubtedly, Yang Han had become the 4th person they bore witness to. Oh! Just as Yang Han ascended the second tier of the staircase, the vigilant Elder Ning at the entrance raised his eyelids, and a glimmer of brilliance shot forth from his pupils. Intriguing, this young man's spiritual energy is indeed formidable, and his physique remarkably robust. Elder Ning remarked lightly, though his words dissipated before they could be conveyed. Upon reaching the second floor, Yang Han surveyed the scene and was astonished to find dozens of individuals present. These disciples were primarily engrossed in meticulously selecting martial techniques. They merely cast a fleeting glance at Yang Han's arrival before turning away, dismissing him entirely. To become a formidable warrior, one must dedicate oneself to greater efforts. Among the disciples on the first floor, perhaps a select few might ascend to the Silver Spirit realm. Yet the majority may not even have the opportunity to advance. At that moment, Yang Han sensed a multitude of piercing gazes directed towards him. He turned to discover a group of disciples from the Yu clan, with Yu Han conspicuously among them, alongside 4 others whose names escaped him. Indeed, the Yu clan surpasses my Yang clan significantly. The 3rd generation boasts a considerable number of Silver Spirit realm practitioners. In contrast, my Yang clan lacks the financial resources and foundation to rival the Yu clan. Even among our direct lineage, we fall short compared to their collateral branches. Clenching his fist in determination, Yang Han vowed to instigate a transformation in this status quo. With a cold huff, Yang Han disregarded the individuals from the Yu clan. cast a glance at the staircase leading to the third floor, and strode forward. Did he intend to ascend to the third level? Humph. Do you seek death? How audacious. A few members of the Yu family observed this scene, their voices dripping with disdain. Yang Han's actions drew astonished glances from the Silver Spirit Realm cultivators on the second floor. A mere mortal spirit realm, aspiring to ascend to the third level of the martial pavilion? If you truly manage to do so, I shall take my own life before your eyes. One voice rang out, belonging to one of the 5 from the Yu family. Pausing at the edge of the barrier, Yang Han slowly extended his hand, gently making contact with the surface of the barrier. Suddenly, it trembled as if it possessed its own consciousness and sensed an overwhelming threat. This barrier is formidable. Yet with the strength of my connected spiritual energy, I should be able to ascend. Moreover, I wield demonic intent. Yang Han mused inwardly. He turned to the speaking Yu disciple, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Remember your words and do not dare to backtrack. Otherwise, I shall deliver you a torment 100-fold worse than death." Chapter 9, Fury Boom. As he stepped forward, the invisible barrier erupted with a terrifying force of resistance. Yang Han's body shook violently. However, the foot he had placed on the steps leading to the third level remained firmly anchored, refusing to budge. Demonic intent, surge forth. Connected as one, unleash my spiritual energy. A skyward will erupted, brimming with ferocity. Then, the spiritual energy, having coalesced throughout his body, burst forth in an instant. Thunderous crash. Once again, a thunderous roar echoed, and Yang Han immediately sensed that the resistance had intensified. Just a mere barrier obstructed his path. How could he hope to grow stronger? With a commanding shout, he unleashed nearly all the spiritual energy within him, and the demonic intent surged forth with even greater ferocity. Boom! As the malevolent aura erupted, an overwhelming presence radiated from Yang Han. Those observing the martial techniques on the second floor of the martial pavilion were all struck with astonishment, unable to fathom that he, merely at the 12th pulse of the mortal spirit realm, could exert such a terrifying force. Particularly, the members of the Yu family appeared visibly shaken. The individual who had wagered his life against Yang Han suddenly displayed a flicker of shock in his eyes, his face betraying a hint of hesitation. Impossible. This brat is merely at the mortal spirit realm. There is no way he could ascend to the third level. The words spilled from his lips, yet lacked any semblance of conviction. Break. Under the watchful gaze of numerous disciples, Yang Han let out a forceful cry, and with that, the barrier was pierced. As he surged forward, all resistance vanished. Turning back, he cast a nonchalant glance at the Yu family disciple, who stood frozen in disbelief, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "I have passed through, so you may choose to end your own life. Yu Tian, we shall depart." A nearby disciple from the Yu family, pulling the extremely pale Yu Tian, hastily retreated from the second floor. Witnessing the Yu family's exit, Yang Han smiled coldly. He felt no urgency. Exiting now would likely require considerable effort to return. It was far more prudent to wait until he left before settling the score. He cast a glance at the dozens of disciples on the second floor before turning directly towards the third floor. Upon arriving at the third level of the martial pavilion, an overwhelming aura of martial prowess pressed down upon him. The space on this floor spanned merely a few hundred meters, with only a handful of martial technique tomes floating in the air. Yet, it was these few tomes that instilled in Yang Han a sense of oppression. According to the established order, the first floor of the martial pavilion housed techniques of the mortal spirit level, while the second floor contained those of the silver spirit realm. The third level, however, represented the golden spirit realm. Yang Han mused inwardly as his gaze fell upon several figures within the third tier. There were only 4 individuals on this floor, each radiating a faint golden glow. They appeared to be no older than 25, with one seeming to be around the age of 20. Yet, their cultivation levels were undeniably at the golden spirit realm. In contrast to the disciples on the first and second floors, those on the third floor were the true elite of the Lincoln Academy. Each of the 4 turned their gaze towards Yang Han. Upon sensing the absence of any cultivation aura emanating from him, their expressions shifted. However, this change was fleeting, as they soon resumed their own practice of martial techniques. Since they did not approach him, Yang Han had no inclination to provoke them. He moved towards the nearest martial technique tome, reaching out to grasp it gently. With a hum, the tome vibrated and fell into Yang Han's hands. In the blink of an eye, he perused through the majority of the tomes, and at that moment, he found himself in the center of the space. His eyes narrowing slightly as they fixated on a tattered book. The book was only half complete, yet it emanated a faint aura of malevolence that sent shivers through his very being. Yang Han's heart stirred as he grasped it firmly in his hands. Upon perusing its pages, he was immediately struck by a terrifying heat radiating from the text itself. Devouring true flame. The grade remains uncertain. Practitioners are advised to proceed with caution. This fragment merely serves as an introduction, devoid of detailed cultivation instructions. To achieve mastery would be akin to scaling the heavens. As he scanned the annotations, Yang Han discerned that aside from the 4 characters denoting devouring true flame, all other text had been added later. Perhaps a formidable being from Linkong Academy, upon acquiring it, found the cultivation exceedingly arduous and thus appended the notes. Devouring true flame. Consuming the utmost yang of heaven and earth. As a sea of fire, it incinerates all living beings. A flicker of determination ignited in Yang Han's eyes as he made his choice. This devouring true flame undoubtedly represented a remarkable martial technique. Despite being merely an introductory text, it was certainly not beyond his grasp. Perhaps, in the future, he might acquire the remaining fragments as well. Rising to his feet, he continued his search for additional martial arts. After a brief interval, he found himself before another martial technique. Upon seizing it and opening its pages, he was immediately enveloped by a fierce energy. Blood refining 9 swords. 1 sword, 9 refinements. With blood as the catalyst, it tempers the will. When the will is forged, the sword is perfected. Engrossed in the cultivation methods of blood refining 9 swords, Yang Han was instantly captivated. The sword is a fearsome weapon, the king among 100 armaments. As a cultivator, Yang Han often envisioned himself gallantly wielding a sword across the realm. A dream that had been nestled in his heart since childhood. Immersed in the blood-refining 9 swords, he devoted himself wholly to its practice. Understanding every word and the underlying essence within, the martial pavilion of Linkong Academy adheres to a strict rule. Martial arts cannot be taken beyond its confines. Each disciple is permitted only 3 days of training within the pavilion each month, making this time exceedingly precious to the majority. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Han became engrossed in the blood-refining 9 swords, occasionally gripping his sword with intent, wielding it single-handedly as he comprehended the intricacies of swordsmanship. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, the previous 4 disciples had long departed, replaced by 3 new disciples from the Golden Spirit realm. Their unfamiliarity with Yang Han prompted them to glance at him with surprise. However, Yang Han felt no attention directed towards him. His mind was solely occupied with the sword, crafted from his own essence and blood. As time flowed by, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ears. That of Elder Ning, the guardian of the martial pavilion. Yang Han, your time is up. With a jolt, Yang Han opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing within them. Elder Ning, a formidable presence of the innate realm, regarded him with unexpected admiration. Not bad, young man. For reaching the 3rd floor, only those 2 have accomplished this within Linkong Academy, and you are 2 years their junior. Alas, rules are rules, otherwise, I would allow you to train a few more days. Clearly, Elder Ning, much like Elder Hua, now viewed Yang Han with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Yang Qingqing, breathless and agitated, gasped as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. In her urgency, she implored, Elder brother, we must leave at once. The Yu family seeks to trouble you. Second brother and the others are trapped by Yu Ji and his kin. A few Silver Spirit Realm experts from the Yu family are on their way to ambush you. The mention of the Yu family hung heavily in the air. In an instant, an astonishing fury erupted within Yang Han, his eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. In the distance, 4 figures were approaching. Yang Han's gaze fixed upon these 4 individuals. Brother, we must leave at once, Yang Qingqing urged, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Han. Gently brushing aside Yang Qingqing, Yang Han replied with an air of arrogance, Qingqing, when has the elder brother ever needed your protection? Fear not. Today, I shall make the Yu family pay a bloody price. But brother, if you take action, the law enforcement disciples will undoubtedly not spare you. Last time, you still have 500 merit points that you have yet to submit. Yang Qingqing protested. Yang Han narrowed his eyes and retorted, and what of the law enforcement disciples? Today, even if they are present, anyone I, Yang Han, wish to kill shall surely meet their end. As he spoke, the 4 figures had already reached the siblings. With a sharp gaze, Yang Han recognized the one who had boasted that he would take his own life before Yang Han if he ever ascended to the 3rd level of the martial pavilion, Yu Tian. A shameless individual. Dare you approach once more? Yang Han coldly regarded Yu Tian, then glanced at the other three, all of whom were disciples of the Yu family who had appeared at the second level of the martial pavilion. Chapter 10. The Onset of Battle Yang Han. Today you are destined to die. Opposing my Yu family means the annihilation of your entire Yang clan, a disciple of the Yu family's Silver Spirit realm stated ominously. Pointing at the Yang siblings, Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. I truly wonder from where you draw your confidence. To kill me and eradicate my Yang family, Yu family? Humph. Let us wait and see. Attack. A cold snort escaped, and the practitioner at the second level of the Silver Spirit realm waved his hand, prompting 4 individuals to swiftly encircle the Yang siblings. Qingqing stood behind me. A fierce expression filled Yang Han's face as demonic energy erupted, releasing a frigid aura. With a slight movement of his arm, spiritual energy surged forth, and the sound of sonic booms echoed in the ears of the 4 Silver Spirit realm practitioners and Yang Qingqing. Boom. 8 consecutive explosions resonated as Yang Han's fist struck directly at the leader of the opposing Silver Spirit practitioner at the second level of Qi cultivation, the 8th Spirit. A look of shock crossed the man's face as he raised his fist and shouted, breaking martial fist. Boom. The clash of power against power. Spiritual energy against spiritual energy erupted. An explosive sound reverberated, unleashing a torrent of energy in all directions. The Yu clan practitioner staggered back 4 steps, his face paling. He looked up at Yang Han in disbelief. This mere mortal-level youth possessed strength that was undeniably equal to his own. A faint smile graced his lips, yet beneath that smile lurked an overwhelming fury. In terms of realm, Yang Han knew he could not match them. However, in terms of strength, he was not intimidated by the second level of Silver Spirit Qi cultivation. Previously, he had fought evenly with Yu Han, and now he was fully capable of defeating his opponent. Their bloodlines were interconnected. His physical prowess was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Silver Spirit realm. Regarding the intensity of spiritual energy, the 12 meridians within him had fused into one, rendering his spiritual energy more concentrated and pure. When unleashed, although it might not surpass that of the Silver Spirit realm, the difference was negligible. Furthermore, in terms of martial skills, he had completely mastered the 10th Spirit force. Should the 10th Spirit emerge, it would be exceedingly challenging for anyone to rival me unless they have attained the 3rd tier of the Silver Spirit realm. In unison, the practitioner at the 2nd tier of the Silver Spirit realm darkened in countenance and exchanged a knowing glance with another of their kind. Radiant Palm, Shattered Jade Hand, Destructive Fist, Lightning Strike. The 4 practitioners launched their attacks towards Yang Han simultaneously. As the final assailant advanced upon Yang Han, a chilling expression crossed his face. With a swift motion, the lightning strike pivoted, and the blackened spike in his grasp was abruptly directed towards Yang Qingqing. You are courting death. Yang Han bellowed furiously, noticing Yang Qingqing hastily retreating. His gaze locked onto the assailant targeting her. 10th Spirit technique, 9th Spirit. Paying no heed to the other 3, he unleashed a furious roar, his arms sweeping forth, releasing a series of sonic booms. Boom. 9 resounding blasts caused the countenance of the 4 practitioners in the Silver Spirit realm to pale. The 10th Spirit technique is notoriously arduous to master, becoming increasingly challenging as one progresses. The 9th Spirit is typically only wielded by disciples who have reached the 3rd tier of the Silver Spirit realm. Yet here was Yang Han, a mere practitioner of the ordinary spirit realm, instilling fear and astonishment in them. Die. With a fist imbued with unparalleled energy, a terrifying force erupted upon him in an instant, followed by a resounding thud as his chest exploded violently, blood splattering everywhere. Boom. Behind Yang Han, 3 strikes descended simultaneously, unleashing a powerful shockwave that violently impacted his internal organs. Puffed. Blood gushed forth as his body stumbled forward until he was caught by Yang Qingqing. Elder brother, are you all right? Yang Qingqing, her face pale with worry, supported Yang Han. Shaking his head, Yang Han calmed his internal energy. I am fine. Qingqing stepped back. Today, I shall ensure that these scoundrels meet their demise here. With that declaration, an overwhelming aura surged forth, infused with bloodlust and ferocity, crashing toward the 3 adversaries like a relentless psychological assault. You have brought this upon yourselves. Today, I, Yang Han, declare war on the Yu family. Yang Han uttered coldly before stepping forward with tremendous momentum bearing down upon his opponents. How is this possible? How can his aura be so formidable? Yu Tao, panic-stricken, exclaimed, What should we do? We must retreat. This individual is not to be trifled with. The expressions of the 3 disciples from the Yu family shifted dramatically, a sense of retreat starting to take root in their hearts. Retreat. The leading Yutao struggled momentarily before resolutely backing away. Retreat? Do you think you can escape? Yang Han's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he raised his right hand, unleashing a series of sonic booms that erupted from his arm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 10 explosive sounds reverberated, causing the expressions of the 3 members of the Yu family to turn extremely grim as terror spread through their pupils. 10 spirit energies, the 10th spirit. Impossible. He could never have cultivated to the 10th spirit. Flee. Run quickly. Yutao bellowed, sprinting away without hesitation. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a dark figure surged forth, enveloping Yutao in an overwhelming wave of energy. Death. Infused with the energy of the 10th spirit, Yang Han unleashed a powerful punch towards Yutao. We are not from the Yu family. We are disciples of the Lincoln Academy. Yes, we are not from the Yu family. We were merely deceived by them to confront you. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare us. Spare you? Yang Han replied coldly with a smirk. If the roles were reversed and you held the upper hand, would you let my sister and me go? At his words, the 2 men were momentarily taken aback. Hesitation is tantamount to death. Yang Han's gaze turned frigid and merciless as he lunged forward, the brilliance of the 10th spirit energy erupting once more. As the 2 men's chests were shattered, a pool of blood quickly filled the ground, eliciting nausea in those who beheld it. Yang Qingqing stared at the blood and corpses in horror, her stomach churning. However, what surged more within her was exhilaration. Her elder brother was formidable, powerful enough to annihilate practitioners at TH. Upon hearing these words, Yang Qingqing immediately thought of the perilous situation faced by Yang Hong and Yang Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, she led Yang Han swiftly towards their location. Haha, Yang Hong, today I shall see who dares to rescue you. It is no fear to inform you that our Yu family has connections within the enforcement hall. Even if we were to slay you, no one would intervene. Such brazen declarations rendered the faces of Yang Hong and his companions exceedingly grim. Each of the 5 Yang family members bore wounds, and the youngest, Yang Xian, was particularly striking, clutching a severed arm in his hand, with his left shoulder ominously vacant. Yet, despite this, Yang Xian's countenance remained resolute, filled with a fierce determination. The members of the Yang family were all imbued with indomitable spirit. None among them were cowards. Surrounding them were the elite forces of the Yu and Zhao families, consisting of 9 Silver Spirit Realm cultivators, alongside a group of Mortal Spirit Realm practitioners, totaling around 20 individuals, all exuding a palpable aura of menace. Among the Yu family were 6 Silver Spirit Realm warriors and 3 disciples from the Zhao family. It was evident that the Zhao family had been subdued by the Yu family, now serving as an extension of their power. Zhao Feiyang, Zhao Feihu, Zhao Feibao. These individuals are entrusted to your Zhao family. To prove your loyalty, eliminate them, stated the leader of the Yu family disciples indifferently. Yu Chong, at the second step of the Silver Spirit Realm, regarded Yu Ming, who had previously been defeated and brought to his knees by Yang Han, as inconsequential. The Yu family had more than just him among their Silver Spirit Realm cultivators. Yu Chong, being of a higher realm, overshadowed Yu Ming, who, despite being a direct descendant, was merely a subordinate son. After Yu Ming was ousted, Yu Chong saw a glimmer of hope and ceased his restraint, beginning to emerge prominently within the Yu family. Yu Chong, who would have thought you concealed yourself so deeply? However, you are not yet worthy to challenge my Yang family. Yang Hong's expression was frigid, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of silvery radiance erupted from his being. Boom. The faces of the Yu and Zhao family members shifted slightly, taken aback by Yang Hong's concealed prowess, revealing him to be at the Silver Spirit Realm. Boom. Boom. At that moment, the auras of Yang Feng, Yang Zhen, and Yang Qi rapidly intensified, their silver light shimmering. All clearly at the Silver Spirit Realm. Except for the youngest, Yang Xian, all 4 brothers of the Yang family possessed the cultivation of the Silver Spirit Realm. While Yu Chong concealed his strength, several members of the Yang family were even more adept at hiding theirs. The 3 members of the Zhao family, along with several disciples, hesitated, their hearts filled with trepidation as they beheld the formidable presence of the Yang brothers. Well, truly, my Yang family's offspring are remarkable. A voice resonated from afar, and then 2 figures swiftly appeared before the crowd. Led by Yang Qingqing, Yang Han had finally arrived. Yang Hong, regardless of the family's circumstances, today, at Lincoln Academy, I declare the official declaration of war between the Yang family and both the Yu and Zhao families. War! War! As Yang Han's words echoed, Yang Hong and the others immediately roared in unison, their battle spirit soaring to the heavens. Chapter 11. Life and Death. War! War! At this moment, the members of the Zhao family were utterly stunned. Yang Han led the 5 sons of the Yang family, along with the newly arrived Yang Qingqing, each brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit. Zhao Feiyang's countenance was grim, caught in a web of indecision, although he yearned for battle. Facing the 7 members of the Yang family left him devoid of confidence. Meanwhile, Yu Chang's expression was somewhat somber. Their bodies thrummed with surging spiritual energy, subtly emanating a silvery sheen, all of them at the silver spirit realm. As for the youngest brother, Yang Xian, while still within the 12th meridian, he was at its pinnacle, not far from attaining the silver spirit realm. At that moment, as Yang Han turned his gaze towards Yang Xian, his eyes suddenly narrowed, a fierce aura erupting from his being. Who did this? His gaze fell upon Yang Xian's severed left arm, and a seething anger ignited within him. Yang Hong and the others felt the atmosphere around them grow oppressive, a chilling sensation creeping into their hearts, rendering them quaking in fear. It was Yu Zhou. Yang Xian cast a glance at a figure behind Yu Chong, speaking in a low tone. The loss of an arm was an indelible pain for anyone. It left scars not only physically but also mentally, complicating Yang Xian's future cultivation significantly. With a sudden turn, Yang Han's ferocity intensified, sweeping his gaze across the Yu family members. Who is Yu Zhou? Step forward. Who is Yu Zhou? Step forward. Come out. His voice boomed like thunder, infused with overwhelming wrath. A figure emerged from behind Yu Chong, sneering as he spoke. A mere 12th meridian, I have merely severed one of his hands. Should you dare oppose my Yu family again, I will cripple his cultivation. Excellent. Very well. The fury on Yang Han's face abruptly faded, replaced by a smile. Yet, as he smiled, Yang Hong and the others could not shake the foreboding sense that trouble was brewing. Yang Han's anger was not to be feared. However, if he were to smile, it would signify that he had truly reached the pinnacle of fury, and no one could thwart his impending actions. Boss. Brother. Yang Hong and a few others radiated an aura of defiance as they stood alongside Yang Han. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yang Han urged Yang Hong and Yang Feng to step back, declaring, "You need not intervene. I shall personally avenge my younger brother." In that instant, Yang Hong and Yang Feng felt an irresistible force emanating from Yang Han, a terrifying power that effortlessly pushed the 2 silver spirit realm practitioners aside. This force undoubtedly surpassed the limits achievable by the 12 meridians, reaching a staggering magnitude of at least 30,000 pounds. Such strength could rival that of a second-step silver spirit practitioner. Haha, you? A mere 12 meridians, daring to challenge me? Yu Zhou guffawed, then continued, "Very well. Allow me to cripple you and sever your limbs, leaving you in a state worse than death." With a faint smile lingering on his face, Yang Han unleashed his fist, the explosive sound of 10 spirit force resonating through the air, achieving the 9th spirit level. 10 spirit force, 9th spirit. Upon witnessing this formidable strike, Yu Chong of the Yu family and Zhao Feiyang of the Zhao family both paled. The overwhelming force and spiritual pressure made even these 2 second-step silver spirit practitioners feel suffocated confronted with Yu Zhou's incoming fist. Yang Han leisurely responded with a strike of his own. In an instant, an immense force and spiritual energy erupted from his fist. With a resounding crack, Yu Zhou felt the overwhelming power crash into him, shattering his arm instantly. A moment later, the surging spiritual energy slammed into his dantian, instantly dissipating all his cultivation. His dantian was now empty, devoid of any spiritual energy. Furthermore, the formidable force had shattered the bones in his limbs. For the rest of his life, unless a top-tier expert helped him reshape his dantian, he would be confined to a life of immobility. "Young Master Yu Chong, help me," Yu Zhou pleaded, gazing up at Yu Chong with a face full of hope. A chilling expression crossed Yu Chong's face as he glanced at Yu Zhou before turning his gaze to Yang Han, who had just unleashed a series of attacks that crippled Yu Zhou in a mere instant. After a brief pause, Yu Chong coldly commanded, "Kill him." "No. Young master, please don't kill me," Yu Zhou cried out in terror. He never anticipated that the young master, who had always treated him well, would order his execution without hesitation. Coldly gazing down at Yu Zhou, Yu Chong stated, "I do not harbor the useless. Kill." With a swift movement, a figure stepped forward, and the gleam of a black war blade pierced Yu Zhou's chest. Witnessing Yu Chong's ruthless actions, Yang Han felt a slight pang in his heart. This Yu Chong was exceptionally cruel. He would eliminate even his own followers without a second thought, showing no trace of compassion. Such a person must either be a villain steeped in wickedness or a cunning and manipulative figure skilled in the art of power. Glancing at the lifeless body, Yang Han declared, "Yu Chong, committing murder at the Lingkong Academy is no trivial offense. Brace yourself for the Academy's retribution." Upon hearing Yang Han's words, Yu Chong erupted into a fit of laughter, his expression replete with arrogance. "Huh? Retribution? On what grounds? The one I slew was merely my household servant. Furthermore, even if I truly had taken the life of an Academy disciple, do you think you possess the authority to punish me?" Yu Chong remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Feiyang. "If you do not take action soon, I shall begin to question the loyalty of your Zhao family. Indeed, those who stand behind me will harbor similar doubts regarding your allegiance." At this, Zhao Feiyang felt a tremor of fear in his heart. The mention of the figure behind the Yu family filled him with a sense of helplessness. Not only he, but even the patriarch of the Zhao family held no standing before that person, compelled merely to follow orders. "Feiyang, take action," Zhao Feiyang commanded, his brow furrowed. Immediately, the other two Silver Spirit Realm cultivators from the Zhao family, along with nearly 10 disciples from the Mortal Spirit 12 veins, swiftly encircled Yang Han and his companions. "Second brother, ensure Yang Xian's safety." Yang Han bellowed, then charged directly into the ranks of the Zhao family members. Passively enduring blows was not his style. If battle was upon him, he would strike first, spilling blood. "Kill!" With a cold shout, a radiant white light of spiritual energy emanated from his fists as he unleashed a barrage of tenfold spirit force. Boom, boom, as a series of punches landed. The tremendous force and surging gusts of spiritual energy crashed into 3 Mortal Spirit Realm disciples and one who had stepped into the Silver Spirit Realm from the Zhao family. "Ah!" A cry of anguish pierced the air as 3 disciples of the Zhao family, belonging to the 12 veins of the mortal spirit, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding his blows. 2 of them had their chests shattered, eliciting harrowing screams. He widened his eyes, gazing at the 3 who had been brutally slain, and then at the Silver Spirit Realm practitioner whose right arm was evidently injured, a profound horror engulfing his heart. "Boss, this is monstrous." After a considerable pause, Yang Hong finally managed to utter these words. Indeed, within the eyes of Yang Hong and his companions, Yang Han appeared to be an unparalleled anomaly. To annihilate 3 individuals of the same level within the Mortal Spirit Realm and to repel a practitioner of the Silver Spirit Realm at the second step. Was this truly still the Mortal Spirit Realm? They were left dumbfounded. Only Yang Qingqing wore a sly smile, remarking, "It is merely a Silver Spirit Realm practitioner. Our boss has just vanquished 4 Silver Spirit Realm foes. What is this one worth? For Silver Spirit Realm practitioners? 4. Is that even possible?" Yang Hong and Yang Feng stared in astonishment at Yang Qingqing, their eyes wide as saucers. What is there to doubt? Among those 4 Silver Spirit Realm practitioners, one was a formidable expert at the second step. Yu Tao from the Yu family met his demise at the hands of our boss. Pride illuminated Yang Qingqing's expression. Boom. Just as the siblings exchanged words, Yang Han struck once more, this time targeting the leading young man of the Zhao family. Furious Tiger Iron Palm. The Zhao family's expert narrowed his eyes, and instantly, a layer of silver radiance erupted forth, signifying his mastery at the second step of the Silver Spirit Realm, form solidification. The essence was no longer merely latent within his body. It could now be unleashed, transforming into a form that amplified his assault. The intense sharpness and vigor surged toward Yang Han. Humph! Yang Han let out a cold snort, unleashing the full force of his 10th spirit energy, the explosive power and spiritual aura, sending his opponent staggering back with a single punch. "What are you all standing there for? Attack!" Upon witnessing Yang Han's ferocity, Yu Chong barked at the several Silver Spirit Realm cultivators beside him. Buzz! Figures swiftly surged towards Yang Han, encircling him in an instant, trapping him at the center. "You wish to engage in a group battle? I shall gladly oblige." Yang Han roared, charging forward alongside a few of his brothers. Suddenly, Yang Han raised a hand, palm open, and shouted to Yang Hong and the others, "You stay back and don't let a single one escape. Their lives are mine to claim." Chapter 12. The Might of Golden Spirit Level Martial Arts. Their lives are mine to claim. What audacious words, brimming with overwhelming dominance. Yang Han stood resolute, his eyes resembling an ancient well. seemingly calm, yet brimming with intense murderous intent. The leader is indeed the leader, sufficiently domineering, sufficiently fierce. Haha. Yang Hong laughed heartily, showing no concern for Yang Han. Not far away, atop a building, two figures gazed down at the crowd. The first was a young man, around 20 years of age, radiating a strong sense of arrogance. He surveyed the throngs of people with palpable disdain. Beside him stood another youth clad in black, a long sword emblem etched upon his chest. The latter emanated a chilling aura, sharp as a drawn weapon. The sword emblem was a symbol exclusive to a disciple of the Enforcement Hall, a privilege bestowed only upon the elite of the Spirit Sky Academy. The young man surveyed the ongoing conflict ahead with a disdainful smile, remarking, Yu Cheng certainly knows how to conceal himself. However, no matter how deeply he hides, he remains merely a bastard, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. His eyes glinting with a sharp intensity, interjected, Indeed, young Master Yu is correct. Yu Cheng, despite possessing considerable strength, cannot hope to rival our young master. With a slight smirk, the young man replied, You flatter me, brother Lu Wei. He then turned his gaze towards Yang Han's figure. A glimmer of malice in his voice as he continued, What astonishes me is that this Yang Han, merely a practitioner of the 12 mortal channels, could stand against a Silver Spirit Realm warrior. It seems even those at the condensation stage of the Silver Spirit Realm are no match for him. But what of it? As long as our young master remains loyal to our leader, it matters not if it is just a minor scion of the Yang family. Even the entire Yu clan and all of Qingyuan City are within our grasp. Haha, young master Luo Yun is indeed an extraordinary figure, and I, Yu Fei, shall naturally follow in his footsteps, declared Yu Fei, though a trace of cruelty lingered in his expression. Luo Yun sought to exploit him, to utilize the Yu clan. Was he not also leveraging this individual and the formidable background he possessed? Boom. A resounding explosion echoed from afar, drawing their attention back to the confrontation involving the Yang, Yu, and Zhao families. At this moment, Yang Han had already made his move. Yu Cheng refrained from intervening. As the 5 Silver Spirit Realm practitioners from the Yu family and 2 from the Zhao family launched a coordinated assault against Yang Han. 7 Silver Spirit Realm warriors, 3 at the second stage of condensation and 4 at the first stage of Qi accumulation, surrounded him. The 7 individuals united in their assault. It is not merely the average practitioner of the Silver Spirit Realm who would find themselves challenged, but even those of the third tier of the Silver Spirit Realm would require their utmost effort to contend with such an onslaught. Bam! Yang Han swung his fists, unleashing powerful spiritual energy towards the 7 attackers. Faced with this relentless siege, his visage was etched with gravity. Tiger's iron palm. Meet your demise. A fierce gust of palm wind surged from behind, imbued with lethal intent. Yang Han's eyes narrowed, and he slightly tilted his body, narrowly evading a fatal strike to his back. Bam! The overwhelming spiritual energy collided with his back, causing a torrent of blood to erupt uncontrollably from his mouth. Big brother. Boss. Witnessing Yang Han's injury, Yang Hong and the others were thrown into a state of alarm. In light of such peril, no matter how much faith they had in Yang Han, hesitation was no longer an option. Yang Han was on the brink of being overwhelmed by the 7 Silver Spirit practitioners. They could not afford to wait. However, just as Yang Hong and the others prepared to intervene, Yang Han, besieged by the 7, suddenly unleashed a formidable burst of willpower. This forcible radiated an indomitable aura, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath. In that moment, Yang Han resembled the very sheath of that blade. Since you all seek death, allow me to grant your wish. He spoke softly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, then slowly extended his hand. As he gestured, the others finally noticed the long sword strapped to his back. As his hand approached the weapon, Yang Han's imposing aura intensified, growing ever more fierce. Take him down. Yu Cheng sensed the shift in Yang Han's energy, and a solemn expression crossed his face. Then, with a single command, filled with murderous intent, came the cries: Die, Break Cloud Fist, Iron Wall Finger, 5 Cracks Hand, Azure Sky Kill. Waves of fierce attacks converged, instantly locking onto all the vital points of Yang Han's body. The assaults were relentless, exuding a chilling malice. In the face of 7 attackers, a faint smile graced Yang Han's face, a smile imbued with lethal intent, seething rage, and unparalleled sharpness. The long sword at his back was unsheathed in an instant. With a resounding clang, the sword emerged, emitting a piercing cry. Yang Han then stepped forward, directing the sword's edge, and a layer of crimson radiance burst forth, dazzlingly bright. This strike was swift to the extreme, yet ferocious beyond measure. The boundless murderous aura swiftly enveloped the 7 masters of the Silver Spirit realm. What? How is this possible? What kind of martial skill is this? It's too formidable, imbued with a bloody aura. No. Retreat quickly. The 7 practitioners of the Silver Spirit realm gasped in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, they felt themselves shrouded in death, the blood-soaked sword represented. As the blade approached, life faded, hope dwindled. Yu Chong's eyes narrowed, and a pallor washed over his face. He fixated on the blood-red glow, as if that overwhelming willpower threatened to crush his very being. He could not help but exclaim, "Blood Refinement 9 Swords, a top-tier martial skill of the Golden Spirit level." With Yu Chong's exclamation, a chill ran through the hearts of the 7 enveloped by the crimson light. Destruction. A practitioner at the 2nd level of the Silver Spirit realm fervently attacked the sword that was lunging towards him, simultaneously attempting to retreat. The remaining 6 individuals were equally desperate, striving to fend off the menacing blade in a bid to escape this lethal strike. In that fleeting moment, their reflexes were remarkably swift. Alas, Yang Han's Blood Refinement 9 Swords was a genuine top-tier martial technique of the Golden Spirit level, no matter how rapid their movements. They could not outpace the sword's lethal trajectory. With a swift slash, blood splattered as all 7 Silver Spirit practitioners were forced to withdraw. Yang Han stood firm, a smile gracing his face, his black attire soaked in crimson. The blade, pointed towards the ground, dripped incessantly with blood. He gently lifted the sword, using his sleeve to wipe the blood from its edge. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the 7 Silver Spirit practitioners and inquired, "Is the Silver Spirit realm truly formidable?" As those 6 words, laced with incredulity, echoed, 2 of the 7 collapsed weakly to the ground. With a gurgling sound, a gash appeared in their throats, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, defying any attempt to stem the flow with their hands. The sound of bodies hitting the ground followed in rapid succession. Out of the 7, 4 lay lifeless, while 3 knelt, 1 knee on the ground, bearing 1 or 2 gruesome sword marks upon their bodies. Their faces etched. Yang Han gripped the long sword tightly, astonished by the formidable power of the blood-refining 9 swords. What he had just executed was merely the first sword. Should he master the entirety of the 9 swords, his assault would undoubtedly be terrifying. "Yang Han, these 3 remnants are entrusted to you," he remarked to his comrades behind him, before turning his gaze towards Yu Chong. "All right," Yang Han replied with a smile, then glanced at the 3 severely injured practitioners from the Yu and Zhao families. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Boss, I assure you they will regret opposing our Yang family." "Stop! How dare you?" Yu Chong's countenance darkened as he observed Yang Han and the others approaching the 3-second stage Silver Spirit Realm cultivators, prompting him to shout in reprimand. Suddenly, Yang Han swung his sword, positioning the blade before Yu Chong, and with a faint smile, he said, "Yu Chong, you should focus on your own well-being. Their lives are beyond your grasp." Yu Chong fixed his icy gaze on Yang Han, his expression dark as he proclaimed, "Yang Han, you will come to regret this. I guarantee that all 7 of you will perish, and in a most tragic manner." "Humph." Yang Han's eyes narrowed sharply, and in an instant, his sword radiated a blood-red glow, enveloping Yu Chong. "Kill!" Yu Chong bellowed, unleashing the full force of his 2nd stage Silver Spirit Realm aura, which coalesced into a blade of light aimed directly at Yang Han. Blood-refining 9 swords, Sword 1. Yang Han's eyes narrowed further as the blade in his hand erupted with crimson brilliance, swiftly cascading towards Yu Chong. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed as their attacks collided violently. Yu Chong's prowess surpassed that of the 3 Silver Spirit Realm practitioners defeated by Yang Han with a single stroke. Nevertheless, despite his strength, a crimson mark appeared on his chest under the onslaught of the blood-refining 9 swords. Yang Han's sword was extraordinarily swift, so much so that complete defense was utterly impossible. "Tremble before me. Die," echoed the voice of Yang Han beside him, as he ruthlessly struck down a Silver Spirit Realm practitioner with a single punch. Though the 3 Silver Spirit Realm practitioners were formidable, they crumbled under the fierce assault following Yang Han's devastating blow. 1 fell, and the other 2 were swiftly dispatched. Consequently, the group Yu Chong had brought was reduced to mere ordinary Spirit Realm practitioners. "Damn it, Yang Han. I warned you that you would meet a gruesome end." In that moment, Yu Chong realized the futility of his situation, and with a roar of frustration, he began to retreat. Yang Han narrowed his eyes, a smile still gracing his face, It's too late to think of escape now. From a distance atop a towering structure, Yu Fei's eyes flickered with displeasure as he turned to the man behind him. Brother Lu Wei, Yu Cheng is a valuable pawn, particularly considering his father's considerable strength. I intend to enlist both of them for my purposes, so I wish to prevent his demise. Do you understand? Lu Wei nodded in acknowledgement and transformed into a piercing beam of light, hurtling towards Yang Han's location with the sound of whistling winds. Chapter 13. Awakening of Bloodline Power. His gaze sharpened. Upon noticing the sword mark on the opponent's attire, a sense of foreboding washed over him. That individual was, astonishingly, a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Whoosh! As the shadows swiftly approached, another figure emerged in the distance. The latter was slender yet remarkably swift, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. However, despite her speed, she could not catch up to the preceding shadow. Within the confines of Linkong Academy, the slaughter of fellow disciples was imminent. The first shadow issued a chilling reprimand, and in that moment, Yang Han felt an overwhelming aura envelop him. The force was that of a practitioner at the fourth step of the Silver Spirit realm, a ferocious fist poised to strike. A radiant fist transformed into a luminous, hurtling towards Yang Han's body. Standing his ground, Yang Han was instantly engulfed by a palpable aura of death. His eyes narrowed as he fervently summoned the energy within. His sword erupting with ferocity, the blood refinement 9 swords manifesting as a streak of crimson light. This was his most formidable attack. Regardless of how terrifying his opponent might be, he could only place his hopes upon the blood refinement 9 swords. Should he fail to withstand the assault, his demise would be certain. Brother, boss, the siblings of the Yang family cried out in anguish, their eyes filled with desperation. Yet, their strength was ultimately insufficient to aid Yang Han. Lu Wei, you have no right to kill him. At that moment, the slender figure, still approaching, issued a warning with a melodic tone. Lu Wei cast a cold glance at her, his assault unabated, and replied nonchalantly, Sister Suyu, it seems my affairs do not require your intervention. If you dare to kill him, it shall be a matter of life and death between us. Suyu's expression was laced with indifference as she retorted, then he is all the more deserving of death. Lu Wei's anger surged, intensifying the assault in his grasp. Suyu, a highly esteemed prodigy within the enforcement hall, captivated many with her striking beauty, inciting profound admiration among her peers, including Lu Wei himself. Thus, upon hearing Suyu's unwavering support for Yang Han, his murderous intent escalated. With a sudden thrust, Yang Han was struck by a formidable wave of spiritual energy, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he found himself not only injured but also unable to evade or escape. Lu Wei's targeting of him was simply overwhelming. No, I have just risen from the dead, resolved to embrace the darkness. I cannot perish here. I must not die. Absolutely must not. A voice within him roared, and Yang Han's pupils swiftly glazed over with a layer of ominous black light. This darkness was rife with desolation and death. Yet within it flickered a brilliant crimson light, struggling to break free. Boom. At that instant, the blood within Yang Han erupted violently. It surged as if ignited by an inferno, radiating an unbearable heat, threatening to engulf his very being. Yet, amidst this tempest, a sudden chill emerged within the blood, a pure crimson energy, manifesting from nothingness, voraciously consuming the flames and rapidly gaining strength. Lu Wei, observing Yang Han's transformation, let out a soft exclamation before unleashing his attack with renewed ferocity. Kill! In the distance, a figure finally arrived, and Suyu let out a delicate shout as she brandished her sword, unleashing a fierce assault upon Lu Wei. Despite being a woman, Suyu's prowess was undeniably formidable. Lu Wei, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Silver Spirit Realm's fourth stage, found himself unable to gain any advantage against her, who stood at the third stage of the same realm. Haha, junior sister, I shall not accompany you in this sparring. Farewell. Lu Wei, confident that he had dispatched Yang Han, laughed heartily and swiftly made his escape, dashing away into the distance. Lu Wei, I will not let you off easily. A glint of cold light flashed in Suyu's eyes as she sheathed her sword and turned to approach the unconscious Yang Han lying some distance away. Boom. Just as Suyu was about to draw closer, a sudden, intense tremor emanated from within Yang Han, followed by an incredibly pure crimson light that enveloped his entire body. The bloodline power awakens. Suyu gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of incredulity. With the activation of this bloodline power, The path of cultivation for this young man would surely be smooth ahead. Innate talent would no longer be an obstacle. Indeed, he could pursue even greater heights. No wonder. No wonder the master placed such importance on this lad, instructing me to assist him when the time was right. So that is the reason. Yet, what kind of bloodline has he awakened? Suyu pondered silently, standing still as she observed Yang Han's awakening. Although it was not her own awakening, witnessing the process would provide her with invaluable experience for her future. Yang Han and his brothers were left utterly stunned. The transformation within Yang Han is unprecedented to them. However, from Suyu's tone, they discerned that their elder brother seems to be undergoing a metamorphosis. Suddenly, lying on the ground, Yang Han let out 3 resounding howls, each echoing with greater clarity than the last, the resonance vast and profound. To his astonishment, he discovered a tremendous force concealed within him. As he opened his eyes, a smile of joy illuminated his face. Gently clenching his fist, he felt a powerful energy coalescing in his palm. Should this force erupt, he was confident that he could effortlessly vanquish those at the second level of the Silver Spirit realm. His gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on Suyu. He offered a slight bow and spoke, "Thank you, Senior Sister Suyu, for your noble assistance. Yang Han will remember this favor. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out." The shock on Suyu's face had completely dissipated, and she replied, "There is no need for thanks. I simply did not wish for the person I penalized to be eliminated before he could even submit his 500 merit points." With that, she turned and walked away. After a distance of several dozen meters, her voice floated back. "Within 3 months, 500 merit points. You must take care of this yourself." Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Yang Han smiled faintly and remarked, 500 merit points in 3 months. No problem. Brother, are you all right? Yang Han stepped forward to inquire. Following him, Yang Feng and a few others approached, their faces etched with concern. Waving his hand, Yang Han reassured them, "I am fine. How about you all? Aside from Xiao Lu, are there any serious issues?" Apart from Yang Xin, the others shook their heads in unison. Their gaze was entirely fixed on Yang Xin, who had lost an arm. The bleeding from his severed limb had ceased, and his complexion was pale. Nevertheless, he managed a slight smile and nonchalantly remarked, "Elder brother, you need not worry about me. Even with one arm severed, I can still strive for a higher realm. A man with a severed limb can undoubtedly become a formidable force." "Excellent. Xiao Lu, your determination is sufficient to forge you into a strong individual." Yang Han nodded in agreement. Yang Han then turned and inquired, "Elder brother, what shall we do now? The Yu and Zhao families in the Lincoln Academy outnumber us significantly, and it seems such assaults will be frequent in the future." Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flashing across them. He glanced at the corpses strewn on the ground and said, "Second brother, search their bodies. I believe these Silver Spirit Realm individuals must have a fair share of valuable items. Check how many merit points they possess and transfer them all to us." Needless to say, we had already prepared for this. Yang Han chuckled. "These fellows are cleaner than if they had been washed." Yang Han couldn't help but smile, replying, "You never miss an opportunity, do you? Brother, don't cast stones. Aren't you the same? And are they not all individuals who can take a loss?" Yang Han retorted. "Elder brother, what about you?" queried the fourth brother, Yang Zhen. A sly smile crept upon Yang Han's lips as he replied, "I am going to kill." After uttering those 5 words, Yang Han turned and walked away from his brothers, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. They could sense the fleeting smile of Yang Han before his departure, and the chilling intent to kill sent a shiver through their hearts. After the demise of Yu Wei and Yu Qing, you became the second individual from the Yu family to fall victim to the assassin, Han Xing. Yang Han moved with remarkable speed, swiftly departing from the precincts of Lincoln Academy. Soon after, an assassin adorned with a green mask, wielding a long sword and exuding an aura of malevolence, emerged from the shadowy night of Qingyuan City. Chapter 14. The Wrath of the Yu Family. Yu Wei, a rare anomaly within the collateral line of the Yu family, possessed only the strength of a Silver Spirit Realm level 1. Yet, he managed to oversee 1/3 of the Yu family's commercial assets in Qingyuan City. The Yu family greatly valued this astute collateral disciple. His sharp intellect and adept management allowed the Yu family's commercial dominance in Qingyuan City to far surpass that of the Yang and Zhao families. All shops were required to remit their dues during daylight hours to avoid ambushes. The Yu family had numerous informants, especially during the day. Even if assassins from the Judgment Organization were to arrive, The omnipresent eyes of the Yu family in Qingyuan City could easily track them down and eliminate them. The streets bustled with pedestrians, yet at that moment, a disheveled youth, reeking of alcohol and filth, staggered towards several members of the Yu family. As he walked, the scruffy drunkard continued to sip from his drink, entirely oblivious to the imminent collision with the Yu family's experts. Or perhaps he was deliberately seeking it. Get out of the way. One of the 3 Silver Spirit Realm Level 2 cultivators stepped forward, standing before Yue, and admonished the disheveled drunkard. Yue walked between 3 practitioners of the Silver Spirit Realm, passing by a young boy. However, just as his foot crossed over, a chilling intent to kill suddenly erupted from the disheveled drunkard on the ground. This murderous aura was exceedingly ferocious, instantly enveloping both Yue and the 3 practitioners of the second step of the Silver Spirit Realm. Many in the crowd sensed this intense killing intent and retreated in alarm, staring in shock at the boy who had suddenly lunged toward the Yu family members. How audacious to attack a member of the Yu family in broad daylight. This boy must be courting death. Not long ago, Yu Qing of the Yu family was slain, allegedly by a blue-card assassin from the Judgment Organization. Could this be another assassin from the same organization? The crowd buzzed with speculation. At that moment, the 3 Yu family practitioners of the second step of the Silver Spirit Realm swiftly stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Yue. Confronted by the menacing figure, their fists launched forth without hesitation. These 3 were elite guards meticulously nurtured by the Yu family, their experience and strength not to be underestimated. Yang Han wore a cold smirk, drawing his sword, which immediately unleashed a brilliant flash of light. The sword radiated a rich crimson glow, revealing itself to be the blood-refined 9 swords. This was dire, a martial technique of the gold spirit level. Blood-refined 9 swords. How could this be? He was merely a practitioner of the 12 meridians. The 3 Silver Spirit Realm practitioners gasped in disbelief, their faces paling in terror. Faced with the sword strike, they felt utterly powerless. Even with their second step Silver Spirit Realm strength, the sword's brilliance was so swift that it rendered their realm disparity irrelevant. A gurgling sound followed by a cry of agony pierced the air as 3 cultivators at the second level of the Silver Spirit Realm staggered backward. Among them, 2 had their throats pierced by a single sword stroke. The remaining one had his right arm severed, and a deep, bloody gash marked his chest. Flee, and quickly! The sole surviving expert from the Yu family bellowed, his voice laced with terror. This youth was simply too formidable. He had slain 2 brethren of equal cultivation with a single strike and crippled another. Only a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the Silver Spirit Realm, wielding, could possibly withstand him. Flee? Yang Han's lips curled into a faint smile as his longsword darted out like a phantom, his veins surging with a torrent of power. This sanguineous energy amplified his strength, augmenting his attacks and speed, making him twice as swift and twice as powerful as before. With a soft thud, the Silver Spirit Realm cultivator stared in disbelief at the sword protruding from his throat, his pupils gradually dilating. With a hum, Yang Han flickered into motion, intercepting the panic-stricken Yuiha, and brought his sword down without hesitation. No, Yuiha, whose strength was far inferior to the 3 Silver Spirit Realm cultivators, only managed to utter a shriek before Yang Han's impossibly swift blade descended. With a sickening tear, Yuiha's head was severed, ending the life of the Yu family's commercial prodigy. With a swift maneuver, Yang Han seized a black parcel from Yuiha and 3 more from the corpses of the other Silver Spirit Realm cultivators. He then darted towards a less crowded area of the street. The altercation, erupting amidst the throng, concluded in under 5 breaths. The outcome, the annihilation of all 4 Yu family cultivators, and the assassin vanished without a trace. Among the crowd were several Silver Spirit Realm cultivators, including a few rogue cultivators above the second step. A look of sheer terror was etched on their faces. The young assassin was simply too formidable. Throughout the entire ordeal, they hadn't even managed to get a clear view of his face. Perhaps only the 4 Yu family cultivators on the ground had glimpsed his features, but alas, they were now mere corpses. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. A squadron of several hundred individuals materialized, astride terrestrial steeds, swiftly arriving at the scene. Upon beholding the carnage and the 4 bodies on the ground, the middle-aged leader unleashed a potent aura, his body shimmering with golden light, and bellowed, "Investigate. Utilize every contact to unearth the perpetrator." Yes, the squadron echoed in unison before galloping away. A calamity had befallen the Yu family. The assassination of Yuiha, The prodigious talent overseeing a third of their commerce sent tremors through the clan. Moreover, the loss of not just a life, but also a month's worth of trade goods dealt a significant blow to the Yu family. The tempestuous repercussions reverberated throughout the city as nearly half of the Yu family's forces mobilized, relentlessly pursuing the assassin responsible for the recent attack. Does the Judgment Organization truly believe they are beyond my reach? A thunderous roar echoed from the Yu family's ancestral hall. Even if I fail to unearth your clandestine headquarters, I shall inflict grievous harm upon your ranks. The elder's countenance was etched with fury, his aura radiating unparalleled power. He addressed a middle-aged man below, Hua Sheng. Eliminate all the Judgment assassins under your command. This time, I shall compel the Judgment Organization to confront me directly. As you command, Father, the middle-aged man replied before departing. In the wake of the Yu family's actions, numerous assassins from the Judgment Organization who had been exposed were relentlessly hunted down. Within a mere 2 days, nearly 10 Judgment assassins had perished at the hands of the Yu family. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated from a building in Qingyuan City, followed by a figure adorned with a golden mask emerging from the shattered structure and swiftly fleeing into the distance. If the Yu family seeks to apprehend me, they must deploy cultivators of the golden spirit level. Otherwise, I shall slay them one by one, the figure declared, his voice fading into the distance. Within the ravaged building, only a scene of carnage remained, with blood and corpses strewn across the floor. In an attempt to corner a gold-level assassin, the Yu family had dispatched 4 silver spirit third-step cultivators and 8 silver spirit second-step cultivators, all of whom met their demise at the hands of the enigmatic figure. As the gold-level assassin made his escape, a figure materialized hundreds of meters ahead. It was an elderly man, his cultivation concealed, yet an omnipresent aura enveloped the gold-level assassin. You brazenly declared that you would compel the Yu family to deploy a cultivator of the golden spirit realm? Very well, I shall indulge you. The elder scoffed, a radiant golden aura erupting from his form as he traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, his palm aimed at the assassin's head. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of the gold-ranked assassin. Confronted with a cultivator of the golden spirit realm, his cultivation, however formidable, could not bridge this chasm. Death loomed, and he was powerless to resist. The figure that materialized behind him wore a stark, white mask. A white-ranked assassin. A look of utter dismay filled the Yu family elder's eyes. The white-ranked assassin cast a dispassionate glance at the Yu family elder, whom he had grievously wounded, before departing with the gold-ranked assassin. Unbeknownst to Yang Han, his slaying of Yu Wei had ignited the Yu family's wrath, driving them to seek the extermination of every assassin affiliated with the Judgment. At that moment, he was ensconced within a tavern in Qingyuan City, ironically, one operated by the Yu family. Even the Yu family's most skilled experts would scarcely suspect that the assassin responsible for Yu Wei's demise was residing right under their noses. The tavern was of considerable size, featuring a series of secluded courtyards intended for the use of powerful independent cultivators or those with influential backgrounds seeking a place for cultivation. Each courtyard included a private training chamber, ensuring undisturbed practice. Seated in a meditative posture within the chamber, Yang Han was surrounded by a luminous array of shimmering crystals. Immersed in the pure spiritual energy, his face was etched with awe. Chapter 15. The Silver Spirit Realm. His heart raced, and his breath grew shallow. The Yu family's lavish gift was so immense that Yang Han could scarcely contain his elation. 4 black parcels, one containing a vast array of crystal stones. These stones serve as a universal medium of exchange throughout the tempestuous realm, categorized into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. 1,000 low-tier crystals can be exchanged for a single medium-tier crystal, while 1,000 medium-tier crystals can be traded for a single high-tier crystal. Within this parcel, there are over 1,000 low-tier crystals, each the size of a fingernail. As a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Han receives 50 low-tier crystals from his family each month, highlighting the astonishing quantity of crystals he has acquired this time. The second parcel contains over a dozen spiritual herbs, such as yuanling grass, red moon fruit, spirit season vine, and winter spring flower, all of which are materials capable of refining medium-tier elixirs and are undoubtedly worth far more than the previously mentioned 1,000 low-tier crystals. The third parcel comprises 3 tomes. Upon glancing at these volumes, Yang Han inhaled sharply, his heart racing with heightened intensity. The first, Divine Movement Technique, is a high-grade golden spirit movement art that, when perfected, can create countless phantoms. The second, Spirit Seizing Technique, is a high-grade golden spirit cultivation method, capable of seizing the world's spiritual energy to exponentially enhance one's cultivation. The third, Great Sun Blade Technique, embodies the fire attribute and is classified as a high-grade golden spirit martial skill. Lastly, Sword Comprehension Technique, which lays the foundation for the sword path, is of indeterminate rank and serves as an auxiliary skill. Yang Han noted the annotations on the tomes, which were evidently added later. However, this detail was of little consequence. The complete secret techniques and cultivation methods represented an irreplaceable treasure for him. Among the 4 martial techniques, the Divine Movement Technique, Spirit Seizing Technique, Great Sun Blade Technique, and Sword Comprehension Technique, 3 are particularly suitable for his cultivation. The Divine Movement Technique promises to enhance his speed. For a killer, speed is life. The Devouring Spirit Technique is overwhelmingly powerful. By cultivating this method, my advancement in the future will undoubtedly accelerate. The realm is of paramount importance to me. As for the Great Sun Sword Technique, it is indeed formidable. However, the Sword Comprehension Technique appears to be even more alluring. The Sword Comprehension Technique will deepen my understanding of the 9 blood-refining swords. Putting away these martial arts secrets, Yang Han once again produced a black package. This package was the same one carried by Yue. With a sudden motion, he emptied its contents, and Yang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. If the first 3 packages had left him in shock, this moment rendered him utterly speechless. The first thing that caught his eye was over 30 medium-grade crystal stones, along with a single high-grade crystal stone. Scattered across the ground were a plethora of pills, 7 varieties in total, each brimming with potent medicinal. Yang Han glanced at the porcelain bottles, each adorned with the names of the pills: Spirit Restoration Pill, Jade Pill, Herbal Pill, 9 Spirit Pill, Moonlight Pill, Herbal Pill, and Azure Spirit Pill. Upon organizing these pills, he noted that each was of at least medium grade in the mundane spirit category. Among them, the Jade Pill, 9 Spirit Pill, and Herbal Pill were classified as low-grade silver spirit pills, significantly more powerful than their mundane counterparts. Haha, indeed. Killing and seizing treasures is the swiftest way to enhance oneself. Yang Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. These pills would drive any practitioner in the silver spirit realm into a frenzy. The Yu family is truly affluent. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as a frenzied thought surged within him, igniting a fierce desire to kill. Yang's family is affluent, yet why must he take on the task of executing judgments before resorting to murder? Is his relentless pursuit of killing not merely a means to acquire cultivation resources? With the merit points at his disposal, he could effortlessly exchange them for an amount exceeding 500. In due course, as long as he submits to the law enforcement hall, he would have settled a significant debt. Reflecting on the law enforcement hall, Yang Han's thoughts drifted to Su Yu, the ethereal woman who seemed to have aided him on 2 occasions. The elderly man turned, his murky eyes gleaming with a flicker of vitality. He then chuckled, "Yang Han, you must have reaped considerable rewards this time. You certainly know how to choose your moments, striking just as the monthly dues are due. I dare say you are now wealthier than I." Yang Han smiled modestly and replied, "Old Hua, please do not jest. I have merely stumbled upon a modest fortune, hardly noteworthy." "You sly one," Old Hua chuckled, then scrutinized Yang Han with a sudden intensity, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. His aged face betrayed emotion as he exclaimed, "Yang Han, have you awakened your bloodline power?" Yang Han was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Old Hua, I have awakened my bloodline power. This newfound ability significantly enhances both my attack and speed." "Attack and speed?" Old Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted angrily, "Do you truly believe that bloodline power solely augments your energy and velocity? What else could it possibly offer?" Confused, Yang Han inquired further. The old man glared at him, wishing to admonish the youth. "You wasteful child, you are akin to a frog at the bottom of a well." As Elder Hua spoke, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped him, and a blood-red phantom emerged from behind. With a fierce roar, the blood-colored light transformed into a crimson lion, unleashing a deep, thunderous growl. Yang Han's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the lion behind Elder Hua, feeling as though his chest had been struck with tremendous force. A surge of blood threatening to escape his lips. Merely the oppressive aura and that singular roar left his vital energy in disarray. The blood-red lion looming behind the elder was indeed terrifying. Yang Han sensed that he could scarcely endure the weight of such pressure, his steps faltering as he retreated. Had he not feared inciting the elder's ire, he might have knelt down to beseech him for guidance. Elder Hor regarded the humble youth before him with a gentle smile. He then pointed his finger at Yang Han's brow, stating, "If you wish to learn, I shall impart this knowledge." A surge of memory energy flowed into Yang Han's mind, instantly revealing the methods of refining and harnessing bloodline power. Those from the Yu, Zhao, and Yang families were well aware that the waters of Qingyuan City would soon grow murkier. The scent of slaughter seemed to be gradually coalescing. In the small courtyard, Yang Han sat in meditation, his eyes closed. Before him lay two superior-grade pills, the Qingling Dan and the Buling Dan, their potent essence permeating the air around him. A powerful spiritual energy pulsated around his body. Within him, a torrent of medicinal potency was radiating, as waves of pure spiritual energy continuously infused every cell and bone within him. The 12 meridians coalesced into a singular flow, where within his dantian, a sphere of spiritual energy pulsated and refined itself incessantly. This sphere grew increasingly dense, fortifying Yang Han's spiritual strength. The spirit-seizing technique proved to be formidable. With a swift motion, Yang Han opened his eyes and consumed 2 more pills, further assimilating their medicinal and spiritual essence. After a full 2 days, having ingested all 20 pills of the 2 varieties, he finally reached a critical threshold in his cultivation, the Silver Spirit Realm. With a powerful exclamation, Yang Han swiftly retrieved a vial of pills, precisely the low-grade Silver Spirit Pill, Jade Pill. Boom. Upon consuming the Jade Pill, an overwhelming surge of medicinal power erupted within him, causing his dantian to swell rapidly. Seizing the spirit, with a commanding shout, he activated his technique, and the spiritual energy in his dantian radiated a faint silver glow. The silver intensified, culminating in a resounding explosion. The previously white spiritual energy transformed entirely into a lustrous silver sheen. The first step of the Silver Spirit Realm, cultivating Qi. After a rebirth, Yang Han transcended his former boundaries. Opening his eyes, a smile graced his face. In the Silver Spirit Realm, he had finally broken through the realm of the mortal spirit, ascending to a higher plane. Yet, one step in the Silver Spirit Realm was insufficient. He pressed onward. With a glimmer in his eyes, Yang Han resumed consuming pills for further cultivation. 10 Jade Pills, 10 9 Spirit Pills, and 10 100 Herb Pills, all Silver Spirit grade, perfectly suited for his current needs. In the Yu family's grand hall, an elderly man with a wan complexion sat at the head, his aura fluctuating significantly, as though he had suffered a grievous blow. This individual was none other than Yu Zhan, the third of the Yu family elders. He had been critically wounded by a white-level assassin from the arbitration, an injury from which he had yet to recover. Hua Shang, Yu Zhan began, addressing a middle-aged man below, disregard the affairs of the arbitration. Instruct our Yu family disciples within the Spirit Void Academy to eliminate those Yang family brats first. Within the modest courtyard, dozens of academy disciples had gathered, all of whom were offspring of the Yu family cultivating at the Spirit Void Academy. Yu Fei stood at the forefront, with Yu Cheng to his right, and a direct line Yu family disciple at the first step of the Silver Spirit Realm to his left. Each of them emanated an intense aura of malice. Yu Fei surveyed the Yu family disciples and declared, "The third elder has commanded us to slay the 7 sons of the Yang family. Today, you shall all accompany me to obliterate these arrogant wastrels." The group then surged forth in a formidable procession toward the Yang brothers' cultivation courtyard. Chapter 16. The Arena of Life and Death. Luo Yun possessed a mysterious origin. Even the elder members of the Yu family were ignorant of his true background. However, they were certain of one thing: his backing was substantial. The black-clad guard he brought consisted of 100 Silver Spirit Realm experts. Furthermore, Luo Yun was accompanied by an unfathomable powerhouse, whose mere presence was overwhelming, capable of crushing the Yu family elders. At this moment, with the exception of Yu Zhan, the injured Golden Spirit Realm expert, Luo Yun, accompanied by the remaining 4 Yu family experts and a contingent of Yu family cultivators, arrived outside the Yang family residence, his black attire and demeanor exuding a chilling aura. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, exuding a restrained yet formidable aura. His piercing gaze resembled that of a sharp sword, capable of penetrating the hearts of those who met it. The 4 cultivators from the Yu family, standing behind him, displayed an air of servility, their demeanor far from that of formidable gold spirit experts. Luo Yun, observing the quiet entrance of the Yang family, spoke, "Yu Hong, it is time for your clan to demonstrate their worth. Assault the Yang family and obliterate this clan that dares to oppose me." "Yes, Yu Hong." The head of the Yu family replied with a bowed head before leading a group of adept practitioners towards the Yang family estate. Luo Yun remained stationary, accompanied by the middle-aged man and 100 members of his black-clad entourage, watching intently. To him, the Yu family members were mere cannon fodder. Only his own cadre represented true power. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the Yang family were shattered, and the Yu family surged forward, brimming with murderous intent. However, they were met with bewilderment as the entire estate appeared deserted. Not a single soul was in sight, not even a bird or a stray dog. The silence was profound. The Yang family residence was eerily vacant. Yu Hong furrowed his brow, swiftly retreating from the courtyard. Young Master Luo, the Yang family estate is uninhabited. We have struck emptiness. Upon hearing Yu Heng's words, Luo Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Have the Yang family evacuated? Impossible. Do they know I am coming for them? Xiao Chong, go inside and investigate. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man behind him, who nodded lightly before darting forward like a gust of wind, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant, plunging into the Yang family estate. Witnessing this scene, a chill surged within Yu Heng's heart. The individual known as Xiao Chang possesses an astonishing level of power. His speed is so remarkable that he can merely perceive a fleeting shadow, a being of the innate realm. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. Yu Hong, a practitioner at the third step of the Golden Spirit realm, was acutely aware that such an aura could not belong to one of that level. The formidable presence he sensed was far beyond what the Golden Spirit realm could manifest. As long as they remained within Qingyuan City, the Yang family would merely be playthings in this young masteress' hands. Yu Hong, investigate. As for Ling Kong Academy, instruct Yu Fei not to eliminate them all. Leave one or two alive to compel the Yang family members to reveal themselves. Yes. Upon the arrival of a group of Yu family disciples, emanating an aura filled with murderous intent, all the students of Ling Kong Academy retreated in trepidation. Yang Hong, come out. A furious bellow erupted from Yu Chong as the Yu family disciples surrounded Yang Hong's residence. This cluster of small courtyards was home to all the Yang brothers, including the one at the rear. At this moment, Yang Hong's eyes suddenly flew open. Boom. A violent force erupted from within him, causing the entire room to tremble. Rising abruptly, Yang Han dashed out of the courtyard like a shadow. Upon exiting, he headed directly towards the source of the sound. Who dares to call for you, Grandfather Yang Hong? He roared, and even before arriving, Yang Han could hear Yang Hong's voice. Figures rushed out from the courtyard as all the Yang brothers appeared. Upon seeing the dense array of figures outside, Yang Hong, who was previously filled with rage, immediately tempered his demeanor, his eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. It was not only him. Yang Feng and Yang Qingqing, along with their siblings, bore the same expression. The Yu family was overwhelming in number, so much so that they could easily encircle and eliminate the 7 of them. Nearly 50 members of the Yu family presented an imposing array. Even if Yang Hong and the others were brimming with confidence, they did not consider themselves a match for their adversaries. At that moment, Yang Qingqing spotted a figure swiftly approaching from a distance and exclaimed. Yang Hong and the others felt a jolt, as if a pillar of strength had emerged, their morale surging once more. In their hearts, Yang Han was undoubtedly a respected elder brother. Although his cultivation might not surpass theirs, he commanded an undeniable authority. In truth, their concealed prowess was a deliberate instruction from Yang Han. To obscure their true capabilities, to keep the enemy in the dark, was to lull them into complacency. Big brother, elder brother. Upon Yang Han's arrival, Yang Hong and the others called out in unison. Yang Han waved his hand, his countenance shrouded in a shadow of displeasure. He gazed coldly at the Yu family members, gradually curling his lips into a faint smile. Anger. Yang Han was genuinely enraged. Moments ago, he had been striving to break through to the second step of the Silver Spirit realm when he was unexpectedly disturbed, nearly suffering a backlash from the spiritual energy. Had he not dissipated that surge of energy, he might have faced a catastrophic rupture of his meridians, rendering his cultivation null and void. Fixing his gaze on Yu Fei, Yang Han spoke in a frigid tone. The Yu family has repeatedly sought to harm my Yang family disciples. Do you think my Yang family is easy to bully? With a faint smile, Yu Fei replied, Yang Han, you truly possess a remarkable fate. Since senior brother Lu Wei spared you, I shall claim your life today. With a cold chuckle, he continued, what if we bully your young family? Yang Qingqing is indeed commendable. I shall take it upon myself to care for her. As for the rest of you, let it be known that only Yang Xian shall remain. The others must perish. Originally, Yu Fei intended to eradicate the entire Yang sibling duo, but a command from the family mandated the preservation of two. Without such an edict, he would have shown no mercy. Ah, excellent. Yang Han narrowed his eyes, a more pronounced smile gracing his lips. He declared, even with the law enforcement hall present today, your fates are sealed. Death is your only path. All must die, and none shall escape. With that, a surge of violent, demonic energy erupted from him, filling his chest with dark intent. In his eyes, the glimmer of blood seemed to surge forth. Kill, Yu Fei commanded, and in an instant, figures swiftly encircled Yang Han and his companions, drawing their weapons with menacing resolve. Stop. Just as both parties were on the brink of conflict, a sharp voice rang out, and Suyu reappeared before the crowd. Yu Fei, should you instigate further trouble, do not expect mercy. Even with Lu Wei present, I shall enforce the rules of our sect and strip you of your cultivation. Upon hearing Suyu's words and beholding her stunning yet frigid visage, Yu Fei's expression darkened ominously. This Suyu had thwarted his plans more than once. Had she not intervened last time, Yang Han would have already met his demise. After a moment of silence, Yu Fei exchanged glances with his followers, and all disciples of the Yu family reluctantly lowered their weapons and retreated. With Lu Wei absent today, and given Suyu's formidable strength and esteemed status, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. At that moment, Yang Han suddenly stepped forward and addressed Suyu. Senior Sister Su, my siblings and I are grateful for your kind intentions. However, regarding today's matter, there is no need for you to intervene further. With that, Yang Han pointed directly at Yu Fei and declared, Yu Fei, I, Yang Han, challenge all members of the Yu family on behalf of the Yang siblings. In the arena of life and death, it is a fight to the finish. Do you dare to accept? Suyu was utterly taken aback by Yang Han's words. Internally, she chastised him for his foolishness. She had gone out of her way to extricate him from peril, yet he was now willingly courting death. The arena of life and death was a place where only one would emerge alive. With over 40 members of the Yu family and merely 7 from the Yang family, what could this possibly lead to other than a certain demise? Not only Suyu, but even Yang Hong and the other siblings were left in shock. The leader they remembered was not one prone to rashness. Why, then, was he behaving so impulsively this time? No matter how furious one might be, one should not disregard their own life. Conversely, upon hearing Yang Han's proclamation, Yu Fei laughed, a bright, triumphant laugh. Fearing that Yang Han might retract his challenge, he immediately responded, Very well. The Yu family accepts your challenge. It shall be a fight to the death in the arena. He then turned to Suyu and added with a smile, Senior Sister Su, you have heard it. It is Yang Han who has challenged me. I now hope that, as a law enforcer, you will witness the duel between. So you chose to ignore Yu Fei and directed her gaze back to Yang Han. She pondered. Was he truly mad? Had the awakening of his bloodline power inflated his confidence to such an extent? Over 40 disciples from the Yu family could easily drag him to his doom. Yang Han sensed Suyu's gaze and turned to her with a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister Suyu, for your repeated assistance. I am truly grateful. If I manage to survive this time, I will promptly submit the 500 merit points. Let us first see if you can survive. Suyu replied coldly. If he sought death, she would not intervene. Even if he perished, it bore no consequence to her. Moreover, any counsel she offered would be futile, as Yu Fei had already accepted the life and death duel. The sect had its rules, in matters of life and death battles between disciples, even as a law enforcement disciple. She could not intercede. Casting a glance at Yu Fei, she stated, I agree to witness your duel, but I hope neither of you will have regrets. The life and death arena must determine life or death. Located at the heart of Linggong Academy, the arena stood 3 zhang high, stained with blood, exuding an atmosphere of grimness and ferocity. The news of the life and death battle between the Yang and Yu families spread like wildfire. Within moments, the arena was surrounded by disciples eager to witness the clash. Chapter 17. No regrets in death. Yang Han of the Yang family is challenging the Yu family? Senior brother, did I hear that correctly? How is that possible? Has Yang Han lost his mind? The Yang family is courting death compared to the Yu family. What are their mere 7 members worth? Indeed, Yu Fei is an elite disciple, while the Yang siblings are merely inner disciples. The Yu family, Yu Fei, Yu Qin, Yu Chong, Yu Han, and Yu Tian are all elite disciples. The disparity in strength is evident. Moreover, it is said that Yu Fei has already broken through to the 3rd level of the Silver Spirit realm, his power unfathomable. It is not necessarily so. On that day, Yang Han, with a single stroke of his sword, severed the lives of 4 experts at the Silver Spirit Realm's first level and gravely injured 3 others at the second level. In my view, his strength remains unfathomable. Yang Han's prowess is truly terrifying. His swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled speed. Furthermore, he exudes a fiercely menacing aura, reminiscent of a primordial beast of legend. Opinions vary widely. Some align themselves with the Yu family, while others among the disciples hold Yang Han in high regard. The disciples of Ling Kong Academy, aware of this matter, are nearly all eagerly anticipating the impending duel. Positioned to the east of the life and death stage, a group of disciples stands, among them the prominent Suyu. Clad in long robes, none of these disciples are over the age of 25. They emanate an air of lethal intent. Their chests adorned with sword patterns indicating their origins, the law enforcement hall of Ling Kong Academy. As one of the witnesses to this life and death battle, Siyu occupies the foremost position. Siyu, do you perhaps harbor a glimmer of hope regarding the Yang family? Jeered Lu Wei from behind her. Siyu cast him a cold glance before turning away, disregarding him entirely. Humph. Upon witnessing her indifference, Lu Wei let out a disdainful snort. A subtle hint of murderous intent seeping from him. In his eyes, Siyu was merely relying on her modest beauty in the favor of several senior brothers, which emboldened her to disregard him. Just then, as Lu Wei released his faint aura of hostility, one of the foremost law enforcement disciples turned sharply, a piercing light locking onto him instantly. Lu Wei, you have gone too far. The law enforcement disciples stand united, enforcing discipline with unwavering resolve. If you tread upon either of these 2 lines, I shall personally erase you. The young man spoke with an air of indifference. Upon hearing his words, Lu Wei trembled instantly, lowering his gaze and unable to meet the young man's eyes. Lei Chongyun, the foremost disciple of the law enforcement division, held an unassailable position. His prowess had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit Realm. It was not merely Lu Wei who felt this pressure. Even many elders of the Ling Kong Academy and the heads of the law enforcement hall treated him with utmost deference. Renowned as the most promising genius to break through to the innate realm within a year, few dared to oppose him within the academy. Furthermore, Lei Chongyun's fondness for Su Yu was well known among all members of the law enforcement hall, which was why Lu Wei's display of murderous intent incited his wrath. The law enforcement disciples stood to one side, while over 100 young disciples gathered to the west. Although not particularly aged, each radiated the aura of the Silver Spirit Realm. They were the elite disciples of Ling Kong Academy, forming a formidable force when united. Not far from the battle platform, atop a grand edifice, 3 young men stood quietly, their attention fixated on the arena. Wen Xianling, Chu Jifeng, and Xiao Yu. Few within Ling Kong Academy recognized their names. They stood exalted, likely known only to the upper echelons of the academy and the senior elite disciples. Wen Xianling, the primary core disciple, Chu Jifeng, the secondary core disciple, and Xiao Yu, the tertiary core disciple. Throughout nearly a century of Ling Kong Academy's history, these 3 represented the pinnacle among disciples. The term core disciples alone offers a glimpse into their esteemed status. Their rank is on par with the elders, and they may even surpass Lei Chongyun of the law enforcement hall. Is the Yang family not being overly arrogant? Inquired the youngest among them, Xiao Yu. He appeared to be no more than 18, with a gentle complexion and delicate features akin to those of a child. Who could have imagined that he held the title of core disciple? Xianling, clad in a blue robe, with a fair visage and a hint of sharpness in his brows, gently shook his head and responded, I have not interacted with the members of the Yang family. Thus I cannot predict the outcome. However, were I in their position, I would certainly not underestimate my opponents. A moment's negligence could lead to one's demise. Among the trio, the only one who remained silent was Chu Jifeng, garbed in black, exuding a heavy aura. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, resembling a war deity brimming with battle intent and lethal energy. He spoke, Yang Han of the Yang family has performed admirably. Were it my choice, I would act similarly. A man who falls in battle has no regrets. Retreating without a fight is the true disgrace. Compared to the Yu family, Chu Jifeng held the 7 siblings of the Yang family in higher regard. Their unwavering resolve to fight to the death is deserving of greater respect. Just then, the resounding beat of drums echoed, emanating from 2 massive drums at the edge of the life and death arena, where 2 disciples were fervently striking the instruments. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures emerged atop a platform 100 meters from the arena, each exuding a potent presence and wearing expressions of authority. Among them were individuals of various ages, including middle-aged men, elderly figures, and spirited young individuals. In total, there were more than 10, each exuding the formidable presence of those in power. Several instructors from the Lincoln Academy were present, even 2 esteemed elders. The disciples observing from below all respectfully saluted, having met the 3rd elder and the 4th elder, as well as the esteemed teachers. At the northern side of the arena, Yang Han wore a serene smile. He led the young family siblings towards the arena, and in an instant, an intense fighting spirit surged forth. After offering a slight bow to the elders and instructors on the high platform, he cast a sweeping glance over the watching disciples, including the elite and enforcement disciples. Today's battle was the focus of everyone's attention. He vowed to elevate the Yang family, while the Yu family stood as the impediment to his ascension. The only way to address this obstacle was to shatter them. On the high platform, 2 elders observed the 2 factions on the arena below. The 3rd elder, whose visage bore the marks of age, furrowed his brow slightly. He then spoke, his voice resonating like thunder. Are both sides prepared? The life and death arena determines fate. Regret is not an option for anyone. Yang Han gazed at the 3rd elder, a stirring within him. He had intended for Suyu to witness his resolve, yet this battle had already stirred the entire Lincoln Academy, even attracting the attention of the higher-ups. He declared, 3rd elder, Yang Han has no regrets. The Yang family siblings have no regrets. To die in battle, no regrets. The 3 affirmations of no regrets echoed from his lips, imbued with a profound conviction. The ambition for this life and death struggle unfurled from those resolute words. What a declaration of unwavering commitment. The 3rd elder's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This inner disciple indeed displayed remarkable potential. Both temperament and willpower deserved to be valued and nurtured. He then turned his gaze towards Yu Fei and the others from the Yu family, saying, "And you?" Yu Fei stepped forward and declared, "Elder, we shall engage in battle. If we cannot achieve victory today, we would have no face left to remain at Lincoln Academy. Death would be preferable." "Excellent." The elder nodded, his voice resonating like thunder. "I hereby announce the commencement of the life and death battle. Let the arena be shrouded in light." Beams of light manifested at the edges of the arena, resembling the formidable barriers that Yang Han had encountered within the martial pavilion, imbued with a sense of weight and resilience. "Yang Han, you have sought your own demise. Do not blame me." A hint of shadow flickered in Yu Fei's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Yu Han and Yu Chong. "Kill!" Yu Han roared, leading a dozen individuals towards the left flank of Yang Han and his 7 siblings. "Annihilate them." Their eyes burned with intense fury, their presence exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Yu Chong had severed Yu Xian's arm that day, deepening their hatred for this individual. Yang Han stood motionless, his gaze calmly fixed on the charging Yu Fei, and then, in an instant, a cold glimmer erupted forth. Whoosh! His figure surged like a bolt of lightning, the shadow rapidly closing in on Yu Fei. This breathtaking speed astonished Yu Fei and his companions. Such swiftness! On the platform above, the 3rd elder's eyes narrowed. The 4th elder nodded in agreement, marveling at the impressive blend of speed and the pinnacle of the Silver Spirit realm, showcasing considerable strength. Surround him. At Yu Fei's command, more than 10 practitioners from the Yu clan dispersed, launching an assault from all directions towards Yang Han. "Humph." Yang Han scoffed, observing Yu Fei's halted form, and remarked with a smirk, "Are you sending them to their doom? If so, I shall gladly accept." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing light shot from his eyes. Drawing his sword, it emerged like a blossoming spray of blood. The menacing aura and sharp sword energy enveloped him. At that moment, wielding the long sword, he resembled a harbinger of death. A demonic will surged within his mind. Chapter 18. Carnage Whoosh. The sword was drawn, a red arc carving out a gruesome semicircle. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of the disciples and higher-ups of Lincoln Academy, that red brilliance faded, followed by a splatter of blood and a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about. As blood splattered forth, the anguished cries finally pierced the air. Bang! Splatter! My leg! My hand! No! In the aftermath of a single sword strike, all that remained, aside from the cooling corpse, were the heart-wrenching wails echoing through the scene. The spectacle was harrowing, the shock transforming into sheer terror. In the wake of that solitary sword, among the more than 10 disciples encircling Yang Han, 7 were slain outright. 3 others had their legs severed, writhing on the ground in agony. 4 more had their attacking arms lopped off. In an instant, 14 lay dead or wounded. This remarkable feat was accomplished with but a single sword. blood refinements, 9 swords. A commendable display of both form and spirit, indeed. The third elder's eyes sparkled with astonishment, unable to refrain from applauding in praise. The shock delivered by this mere inner sect disciple was truly beyond description. It is worth noting that among the 7 he dispatched, 1 was a second-step Silver Spirit Realm disciple, and 4 were first-step Silver Spirit Realm disciples. The rest were all at least peak practitioners of the 12 meridians of the mortal spirit realm. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. With some honing, he could rival the likes of Xianling and his companions. The 4th elder, equally astonished, uttered a remark. Meanwhile, the numerous academy instructors behind these 2 elders were profoundly shaken. Those who could receive such commendation from them were certainly fewer than a handful within the entire institution. What now? Chu Jifeng observed the battlefield with a stoic expression, yet his eyes betrayed an unspoken fervor for battle. This fervor seemed to be directed solely at Yang Han. Quite impressive. As the foremost core disciple, when Xianling nodded, then remarked, given time, he could catch up to the 3 of us. It appears I misjudged. Xiaoyu spoke with composure. At this moment, the most astonished were undoubtedly Su Yu and Lu Wei, who stood at the sidelines. The former was acutely aware of Yang Han's prowess, and upon witnessing Yu Fei unleash the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm, she was convinced that Yang Han was in grave peril today. However, the actual circumstances left her profoundly shaken. In just a few days, Yang Han's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. To claim that he could not contend with the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm was something even Siyu found hard to believe. This young man was undoubtedly a rare genius. Lu Wei was equally astounded. He could hardly fathom that a minor figure he had once confidently struck down had made such a terrifying leap in ability within a mere few days. If he were to strike again, he vowed that even if Siyu attempted to intervene, he would annihilate this individual completely. Such a person was far too formidable. If allowed to remain, it would ultimately spell doom for himself. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd, Yang Han, sword in hand, quietly regarded the few severely injured individuals before him. A fleeting flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and without hesitation, he swung his sword. With a swift motion, all remaining disciples of the Yu family were swiftly dispatched. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with Yu Fei and pointed his longsword. It is your turn. Yu Fei regarded him silently for a moment. Then his aura erupted instantaneously, enveloping his body in a tempestuous force. A battle blade materialized in his grasp, forged from this very energy. It was more resilient than ordinary weaponry and possessed the ability to morph at will, rendering his opponent defenseless. Was the force true? Blood glimmered in Yang Han's eyes as waves of silver spiritual energy surged forth from within him, one after another. Isn't it formidable? You will only understand once you're dead, Yu Fei said coldly, and then leaped into the air like a great bird, launching himself at Yang Han. For directions blade. With a resounding roar, countless blades of light enveloped Yang Han. Within this dazzling display lay an overwhelming intent to kill, akin to an ancient beast seeking to devour him. Raising his head, a hint of ferocity flickered in Yang Han's eyes. Let the will of the demon erupt, he roared, swiftly maneuvering his form. Instead of employing the blood-refining 9 swords, he relied on his agile movement and the most ordinary sword techniques to counter the onslaught of blade lights. Clang! In mere moments, they exchanged blows more than Yang Han's defense was impenetrable. Despite Yu Fei's formidable attacks, he could not breach Yang Han's defenses, let alone annihilate him. His swordsmanship was incredibly refined. Each strike appeared mundane. Yet there was an extraordinary essence within the ordinary. Swift, precise, and powerful, it was flawless. Humph! You are merely skilled in swordsmanship. Once I dismantle your techniques, you shall perish. Yu Fei scoffed, as the myriad of blade lights coalesced into a single strike, descending upon Yang Han like a radiant arc faced with this blow. It seemed Yang Han had no hope of withstanding it. One must admit, Yu Fei's strength was indeed formidable. So much so that even many elite disciples and instructors from various academies gazed upon him with astonishment. As the blade light shattered, the sword shadow converged once more. Yang Han stood proudly, his figure erect, exuding an indomitable spirit. In contrast, Yu Fei appeared slightly unsteady, fixing his gaze upon Yang Han. A trace of apprehension flickered in his eyes. In this moment, he finally regarded Yang Han as an equal, treating him with utmost seriousness. Yu Fei declared, even if you can withstand my 4 void blade, what of it? With your strength, you cannot possibly breach my formidable defensive aura. Yet I hold the power to end your life. As he spoke, A glimmer of silver light emanated from his being. The radiance intensified, swiftly coalescing into a colossal battle blade, its blade extending an impressive 3 meters. For Void Blade, the celestial blade descends. With Yu Fei's thunderous roar, the blade of light came crashing down upon Yang Han. Confronted with this strike, Yang Han felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon him. It must be said that Yu Fei's prowess was indeed formidable. Had he just recently entered the first level of the Silver Spirit realm, he would likely have found himself outmatched by this individual. Fortunately, on this very day, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Silver Spirit realm. His energy coalescing. A manic smile graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the blade's luminescence and spoke. "Do you truly believe I cannot breach your defense?" With his audacious words lingering in the air, he surged forward rather than retreating, unleashing a torrent of ancestral power from within. The crimson light coalesced into a sword, an exquisite crimson longsword, imbued with ferocity, saturated with the scent of blood, and exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Bloodline power," gasped the third elder, visibly shaken. "Bloodline power," the fourth elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Good heavens, this young man has awakened his bloodline." Gasps of disbelief resonated throughout the crowd of onlookers, all of whom were acutely aware of the terrifying implications of the bloodline power. The third elder, the fourth elder, and more than 10 esteemed teachers from the academy, alongside the core disciples Xian Ling and others, as well as numerous elite disciples and enforcers, found themselves engulfed in a moment that could only be described with the phrase "world turned upside down." No. Yu Fei finally grasped the true reliance that Yang Han possessed to dare engage him in a life-and-death struggle, sensing an indomitable force that erupted with a cry of defiance. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the blade's radiance shattered like a mirror. In an instant, a blood-red sword tip effortlessly pierced through the blade's brilliance. Lunging towards Yu Fei's form. "Yang Han, do you dare?" Just as Yu Fei was on the brink of annihilation, a thunderous roar echoed in Yang Han's mind. An overwhelming force that threatened his very soul. His body trembled, and his complexion turned ashen, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. In that fleeting moment, Yu Fei seized a glimmer of hope, rapidly retreating. A thunderous voice erupted, and suddenly, a figure emerged on the life-and-death battle platform, exuding a deadly aura that bore down upon Yang Han. Clunk! Under such immense pressure, Yang Han found himself utterly defenseless, collapsed. His form quivered slightly as he gazed at the newly appeared middle-aged man, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. This individual was far too powerful. Merely the aura emanating from him was capable of obliterating Yang Han. The Grand Elder. It's the Grand Elder. Upon sighting the middle-aged man, the disciples of Ling Kong Academy erupted in exclamations. On the high platform, the expressions of the third elder and fourth elder darkened instantly. Just moments ago, they all heard that soul-stirring roar, yet none anticipated the unexpected arrival of the Grand Elder, who audaciously intervened in this life-and-death battle. "Grand Elder, the arena determines fate. Despite your esteemed position, it seems you lack the authority to meddle," remarked the third elder, unable to contain his disdain. The Grand Elder cast a scornful glance at the third elder and the fourth elder, then retorted, "What are you two to question my will? If I desire someone's demise, can you truly impede me?" With that, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Yang Han, a murderous intent surging forth. Chapter 19, Nilfeng Tiankong. "Do you truly believe that your mere title as Grand Elder grants you unbridled power?" A sharp rebuke echoed, and suddenly, 2 brilliant beams of light appeared in the distance. The radiance approached rapidly, arriving at the life-and-death arena in the blink of an eye. The unexpected newcomers were none other than Elder Hua from the Meritorious Hall and Elder Ning from the Martial Pavilion. Their simultaneous arrival emanated a formidable aura. Hua Cha-Ching, Ning Buzhou. Upon recognizing them, the Grand Elder's countenance shifted dramatically. Though these 2 elders appeared unremarkable, their profound cultivation was Most disciples were unaware that both guardians of the Meritorious Hall and the Martial Pavilion were, in fact, innate realm powerhouses. The moment Feng Tiankong laid eyes on them, his expression darkened considerably. This was the life-and-death arena. Even the Master Brother could not intervene. Did he truly consider himself above the Master Brother? When Hua Changqing spoke, Feng Tiankong's face contorted with fury. Each word cut deep, for if this information were to leak, he would be branded as the one challenging the authority of the Master. The Master, a figure of supreme authority within the Ling Kong Academy, is an ancient being who has lived for several centuries. Should these words reach his ears, the esteemed elder would undoubtedly face dire consequences. To defy the sect's regulations and show disdain for the master is a transgression punishable by death. Humph. Feng Tiankong let out a cold snort and remarked, Huaqiangqing, do not slander me. I merely wish to assess this young one's cultivation. As for interference, that is utterly absurd. Is there anything amiss with an elder guiding a junior's training? Such baseless accusations. Ning Lao, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold laugh and replied, Does an outer disciple require your guidance? If that is the case, why have I never heard of you instructing any other outer disciples? Aside from your few direct descendants, whom else have you taught? Indeed, Feng Tiankong, does your claim hold any credibility? As an elder, your selfishness is one matter, but your blatant disregard for the sect's laws and contempt for the master warrants condemnation. Huaqiangqing retorted sharply. Feng Tiankong's expression darkened. His gaze swept over Yang Han, a flicker of murderous intent briefly surfacing before dissipating. He understood all too well that should he act today, he would invite immense trouble. Regardless, he resolved to endure this day. Looking up at Huaqiangqing and Ning, he declared, Say what you will. I am unperturbed by your unjust accusations. My conscience is clear, and I would dare to dispute even before the master. Farewell. With that, he vanished in an instant, taking one individual with him. Once Feng Tiankong departed, both Hua Lao and Ning Lao displayed expressions of stern disapproval. This elder seems increasingly beyond reason. Why, despite his non-interference, did he take Yufei away? However, when cornered, perhaps this fellow might act out of desperation. Hence, both Elder Hua and Elder Ning refrained from intervening, allowing him to depart. Thank you, Elder Hua. Thank you, Elder Ning. As the pressure dissipated, Yang Han had already risen to his feet, respectfully bowing to the two elders, his face adorned with gratitude. Elder Ning nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Elder Hua, saying, Elder Hua, you may present that item now. It is misleading to be a Silver Spirit Realm practitioner without the qualification to cultivate in the Earth Spirit Tower. Hearing his words, Elder Hua smiled faintly and produced a token, upon which the word elite was prominently engraved. Upon seeing the palm-sized token, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yang Han's face. With this token in hand, he would gain access to the Earth Spirit Tower for cultivation. The abundant spiritual energy within the tower, coupled with the medicinal pills he possessed, would make surmounting the second step of the Silver Spirit Realm a trivial matter. In fact, there was even hope for reaching the third step. Thank you, Elder Hua. He accepted the token. Elder Hua waved his hand gently, smiling. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Yang Hong and the others, stating, You few, those in the Silver Spirit Realm, may come forward to claim a token. For those who have yet to reach it, strive diligently. Among the Yang siblings, with the exception of Yang Xian, the rest received an elite disciple token. At this moment, the members of the Yu family on the life and death battle platform dared not utter a word. Yang Han had annihilated over 10 of their members and defeated Yufei. Had it not been for the arrival of the Grand Elder, Yufei would have long since met his demise. If Yufei were to die, so too would they. Hope for survival still lingers, yet they dare not utter a word. Yang Han turned and spoke, causing the disciples of the Yu family to fall silent, their faces etched with terror. Kneel and beg for our forgiveness. Otherwise, death awaits. The murderous intent in Yang Han's eyes intensified, exuding a chilling aura. Although he had recently endured a soul-shaking impact from the Grand Elder, leaving him somewhat weakened, his strength remained intact. Extinguishing the lives of these Yu family members would require little effort. Yang Han, do not go too far. A disciple from the Yu family, at the Silver Spirit Realm, stepped forward, his gaze filled with fury and hatred. Yang Han glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Allow me to clarify. Once everyone kneels, they may leave this place. As for you, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he regarded the speaker. He spoke slowly. I present you with two choices. First, you may take your own life. The second option is to perish at my hands. Should you choose the first path, your death will possess a semblance of dignity. However, should you opt for the latter, you will come to know true suffering. The individual in question was none other than Yu Tian, the very person who had suggested Yang Han should end his own life should he ascend to the third level of the martial pavilion. Yet now, he seemed to be thriving. Those who deserve to die must meet their fate. Yang Han would not let him escape unscathed. Upon hearing Yang Han's words, Yu Tian's complexion turned ashen. Yang Han, dismissive of him, cast his gaze upon the 20 or so descendants of the Yu family and declared, I shall grant you but 10 breaths of time. Should no one kneel before me by the end of this count, I will take lives. In that moment, a palpable tension gripped all members of the Yu family. Just moments ago, their spirits had been buoyed by the arrival of the Grand Elder. Yet that fleeting hope was swiftly shattered by the emergence of Elder Hua and Elder Ning. At this juncture, their fates lay entirely within Yang Han's grasp. He held the power to grant life or impose death at will. 1, 2. Yang Han began to count audibly, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping the Yu family. As he reached the 5th count, one individual among them knelt. Yu Han. Instantly, the Yu disciples behind him followed suit, and in a heartbeat, half of the 31 present were on their knees. Yu Tian's face blanched as he pointed at Yu Han and the others, fury boiling within him. You are all worthless. Do you truly believe that by kneeling, he will spare you? Such delusions. Rise, all of you. If death is to be our fate, I refuse to believe that this mere Yang Han can annihilate us all. Stand up and let us slay him. Yu Tian screamed in a frenzy. With a rush, a blade of light flashed forth, and Yang Han's voice, though calm, was laced with an undercurrent of ferocity. In an instant, the sword's gleam sliced through Yu Tian's shoulder, severing his left arm entirely, blood gushing forth from the wound. The sound of his agonized scream filled the air as Yu Tian glared at Yang Han, roaring defiantly. I will fight you to the end. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. With a thunderous crash, Yu Tian charged forward, launching a fist at Yang Han. You think you can use me as a stepping stone? Yang Han sneered, then swiftly brandished his iron sword. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing Yu Tian's right arm. Yu Tian shrieked in agony, now bereft of both arms. Yet, this was not the end. Yang Han struck again. A seemingly mundane swing of his sword, swift as lightning, cleaved through Yu Tian's legs. With a sickening thud, Yu Tian's upper body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the severed thigh. His face turned ashen, his expression malevolent as he glared at Yang Han. Even in death, I curse your entire family to perish. You shall meet your end in endless suffering, tormented and without a grave. As for my future, it remains uncertain. But your future is extinguished. With that, Yang Han thrust his sword, effortlessly slicing through Yu Tian's throat. The head rolled across the ground, blood saturated. The once proud Yu Tian, a silver spirit realm cultivator, lay dismembered and annihilated by Yang Han's hand. A chill enveloped the Yu family, and those who hesitated promptly knelt. To remain standing now was tantamount to courting death. Striking fear into the hearts of the unruly, old Hua squinted, observing the scene. Elder Ning nodded in agreement, remarking, "This young man is indeed talented. His aptitude is commendable, and his strength formidable. Most importantly, he possesses a ruthless streak. In this world, survival demands a certain ferocity." Quite right. Old Feng Tiankong is likely to resort to underhanded tactics. It may not be easy for this lad to leave the arena unscathed. With a smile, Elder Hua turned and departed the life and death battle platform alongside Elder Ning, vanishing from sight. Yang Han, having gained notoriety through his battle with the Yang family brothers, saw all but Yang Xian elevated to elite disciples. This news spread like wildfire throughout Linкong Academy. Yet, the protagonist, Yang Han, found himself devoid of excitement. Among the crowd, he sensed numerous glances laced with murderous intent. Chapter 20. The point of the sword. No one dares to fight, get lost. Yang Han declared, his expression grave. The members of the Yu family hastily rose, their steps frantic as they fled the battle platform, their hearts brimming with fear. Even if Yang Han chose not to eliminate them today, it was unlikely they would dare to re-emerge in the future. Observing their retreat, Yang Han turned his gaze towards Yang Hong and the others, saying, "Second brother, you should also descend." Yang Hong paused momentarily before responding, "Elder brother, what about you?" Yang Han shook his head, replying, "I still have matters to resolve. Once I complete what needs to be done and eliminate those who must be eliminated, I will naturally come down." Although Yang Hong and the others were somewhat puzzled, they nodded and descended from the life and death battle platform. The numerous disciples of Linкong Academy below were left in a state of confusion. Everyone had vacated the platform, leaving only Yang Han behind. What could this fellow be planning? At that moment, Yang Han's gaze swept across the crowd before gradually fixating on two individuals clad in black, his murderous intent surging suddenly. "We must go." The two, blending into the throng, immediately sensed Yang Han's notice and swiftly maneuvered towards the exit. "You too, come up and face your doom." The most significant aspect is the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from them. Thus, even though Yang Han had only encountered them once, and their features remained somewhat obscured in the dimness of the night, he was nonetheless able to recognize them by their essence. Who are they? Indeed, I have never seen these two individuals within the academy. They are neither inner disciples nor elite students. Furthermore, they have surpassed the age of disciples, nearing 30 years. Could they be spies? At this moment, many disciples followed the direction indicated by Yang Han's sword, and soon they discerned the two figures, realizing that two strangers had emerged between them. Their strength was not to be underestimated, both at the Silver Spirit realm. If they were to launch a surprise attack, the victims might not even have the opportunity to react. Do you two wish to flee? Yang Han remained motionless atop the life and death combat platform, his eyes filled with icy resolve. Even when Yu Fei provoked the Yang family and brazenly threatened to kill their siblings, he did not exhibit such fury. Yet, the appearance of these two cloaked figures ignited a blaze of wrath within him. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter, he might have already been reduced to nothingness. He did not impede the two from advancing outward, but instead turned to address the third elder and the others on the high platform. Third elder, pardon my audacity. The third elder nodded and replied, speak. Yang Han cast a glance at the retreating figures and proclaimed loudly, according to the regulations of our Lincoln Academy, how should we deal with spies infiltrating the academy? A glint of cold light flashed in the third elder's eyes as he responded in kind, for spies, their cultivation shall be first rendered ineffective. Then, it was hung outside the academy's gate, exposed to the scorching sun for 100 days. Subsequently, it was cast into the Demon Mountain range behind the academy to be fed to the beasts. The two figures clad in black, poised to step away from the crowd, trembled slightly, their faces betraying a look of fear. At that moment, they felt an unsettling chill creeping down their spines. It turned out that Yang Han's non-interference in their escape was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a disdainful indifference. He believed that their fate was best left to the hands of the Lincoln Academy, with no one to aid them. Upon noticing the two halt, a faint smile graced Yang Han's lips. He spoke, Third Elder, I am willing to act on behalf of the Law Enforcement Hall, to uphold the dignity of our Lincoln Academy. Should these two best me in the arena of life and death, they may depart freely. If they fail, their demise is of no consequence. I implore you, Third Elder, to grant my request. The third elder remained silent. Yet a smile played upon his features as he nodded in agreement. These two individuals had been identified by Yang Han. Indeed, he was capable of managing their fate. Yang Han, you are forcing our hand, one of the black-clad men retorted, turning to face him, a sinister expression etched on the face of the slightly older one. Yang Han smiled, pointing his sword towards them. What are you waiting for? Come forth and engage me in battle. Should you triumph, you may leave Lincoln Academy. Then let your death be upon you. With that, the two figures in black surged from the crowd, leaping onto the battle stage. One, resembling a soaring eagle, ascended high into the air, launching himself towards Yang Han with two glistening black daggers in hand. The other advanced from the ground, wielding two daggers as well. Their cold glint aimed directly at Yang Han's chest. On that fateful day, you attempted to assassinate me in the cemetery, nearly costing me my life. Today, I shall allow you to experience the taste of death. Yang Han's voice was icy, and in an instant, the iron sword pierced forth. Blood Refinement 9 Swords, Sword 2. Suddenly, a crimson radiance erupted, as if the iron sword had been stained with blood, a palpable aura of murderous intent saturating the air. Death. The sword struck without leaving a trace. Its brilliance was magnificent, yet as the light dissipated, the astonishing malice quietly receded. Puff, puff. Two assassins cloaked in black, despite their superior realm and their sinister, domineering techniques, they were rendered insignificant before the golden spirit-level martial skill of Blood Refinement 9 Swords. Yang Han, gripping the iron sword, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. Blood dripped from the sword's edge, resonating in the hearts of every observing disciple. Too powerful. Perhaps these three words do not suffice to convey the shock that engulfed their hearts. Yang Han, at the first level of Silver Spirit Realm, had effortlessly slain two masters of the second level as if they were mere livestock. One sword, two lives extinguished. His blade not only astonished the inner disciples below, but also left the two elders and over a dozen instructors on the stage in trepidation. Standing tall with his sword in hand, Yang Han's gaze swept across the crowd once more, identifying one after another. Gradually, he pinpointed all those who had previously revealed their murderous intent towards him. You, step forward for a duel, with life and death disregarded. He pointed his sword. locking onto one of the elite disciples, the murderous intent still palpable. The individual shuddered slightly, his cold eyes fixed on Yang Han, his face ashen. It was Senior Brother Wang Bei. Does he intend to challenge Senior Brother Wang Bei? How could that be possible? Brother Wang Bei seems to hold no grudge against him. Moreover, Brother Wang Bei is known for his good character. Why would he act this way? Brother Wang Bei possesses the strength of the Silver Spirit Realm, third step. Yet it appears that Yang Han has just defeated Yu Fei, who is also at the third step of the Silver Spirit Realm, perhaps in a fierce confrontation. Brother Wang Bei would find himself outmatched by Yang Han's ferocity. Humph, that is utterly impossible. Brother Wang Bei has entered the third step of the Silver Spirit Realm for over a year. He is not someone to be compared to Yu Fei. The crowd murmured incessantly, their gazes fixed upon Wang Bei. Not only the inner disciples, but also several elite disciples were watching him intently. The expression on Wang Bei's face grew increasingly grim. In the eyes of the public, Yang Han's prowess was undeniable. Now, as this young man challenges him, he truly lacks the confidence to prevail. To fight or not to fight, Wang Bei wrestled with his thoughts. And this hesitation undoubtedly revealed to many disciples that he harbored apprehension towards Yang Han, or perhaps even fear. Dare he not? If that is the case, then conceal your murderous intent. I, Yang Han, leave you with this warning. If you dare to harm any member of the Yang family, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death, Yang Han declared. Upon hearing his words, many disciples displayed a look of understanding. No wonder Yang Han sought to challenge Wang Bei. It turns out he had sensed the murderous intent directed at him. Yang Han, you are far too arrogant. A voice rang out, as another elite disciple beside Wang Bei spoke, his eyes filled with disdain. Yang Han turned to him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, I almost forgot about you. He chuckled lightly, then his gaze sharpened, directing his sword-like stare at the individual. Do you dare to step forward for a duel? Alternatively, you may ascend with Wang Bei. I harbor no qualms about facing two opponents. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Wang Bei, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Wang Bei, strike him down. Together, we shall surely eliminate Yang Han. Wang Bei's eyes reflected a struggle, but gradually, he regained his composure. Shaking his head, he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Yuzhen, if we step onto the arena, we will be ridiculed by numerous disciples from that moment onward. Have you considered that the young master has positioned us within Lingkong Academy? How could we allow a mere Yang Han to expose us? However, Yuzhen attempted to argue further, only to be interrupted by Wang Bei's dismissive gesture. Yang Han observed the hushed exchange between the two, a derisive smile curling his lips. Are you afraid? Just moments ago, you howled like wolves. Yet now you resemble two pitiful pups that can only whimper. With that, he turned his attention away from them, focusing instead on the elevated platform where a middle-aged man stood, his face a mask of fury, eyes brimming with lethal intent. You are at the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm? I presume you are the teacher of the inner disciples? Yet, I do not recall seeing you before. You must be a recent addition. Yang Han regarded the man with an unperturbed demeanor. Yang Han, do not overstep. The third elder frowned at Yang Han's audacity in openly challenging a teacher. Disciples of Lingkong Academy, regardless of their talent, must adhere to the principles of loyalty and propriety. Disregarding one's superiors and transgressing against the established order will result in severe punishment from the academy. Yang Han smiled knowingly, his eyes glinting with cold light as he pointed his sword once more. As a teacher, to harbor murderous intent towards a disciple is a grave sin. A multitude of disciples, including the elite ones, along with two elders and several instructors, were left stunned by Yang Han's actions. One instructor's expression was dark enough to evoke a sense of foreboding, yet he remained motionless. Whether out of reluctance or fear, none could ascertain. Yang Han, wielding a sword with unwavering resolve, commanded a presence that none dared to challenge, not even the instructors. In Chapter 21, Suyu's invitation. The elite disciples Wang Bei and Wu Sun refrained from combat, as did their instructor Bai Yu. At this moment, the youth standing proudly on the arena inspired immense admiration among the disciples. In his fury, Yang Han became a formidable force, dominating all before him. He had, in the hearts of many disciples, established an indomitable image. With deliberate steps, he descended from the bloodied stage, and the disciples parted to make way for him. Those flanking him exhibited both trepidation and reverence. Thus, the name of Yang Han echoed throughout Lingkong Academy, known to all. Yang Han, Suyu exclaimed, moving to follow in his wake as they departed the arena's square. Meanwhile, many among the law enforcement disciples bore expressions of discontent, including Lu Wei and Lei Chongyun, who appeared indifferent. The foremost disciple, Lei Chongyun, gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure, shadowed by disappointment. Yet, he swiftly cast aside this sentiment and turned to lead the other law enforcement disciples away. If her heart was unattainable, then all that remained for him was the path of martial arts. In pursuit of the ultimate realm of martial prowess, none could impede his progression. Young Han. Su Yu could not help but exclaim, a hint of concern etched upon her visage. Unrelated by blood, she felt an inexplicable sense of concern. Yang Hong rushed forward, supporting the trembling form of Yang Han. Elder brother, are you all right? Yang Hong inquired with worry, echoing the sentiments of all the Yang siblings. Shaking his head, Yang Han extricated himself from their support. Standing tall, he exhaled and declared, I am fine. Just a minor injury. Elder brother, you are my idol. Even if the heavens were to collapse, you would remain unyielding. Ha ha. Yang Hong exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Today, Yang Han's fierce battle against numerous foes filled his siblings with exhilaration. Such a brother was akin to a deity in their eyes, becoming their unwavering faith. You rascal. Yang Han chuckled in mock reproach, then turned his gaze towards Su Yu, who had accompanied him. Senior sister Su Yu, although I have not submitted my merit points, I have made preparations. After a moment's contemplation, he produced an item from his bosom and placed it before Su Yu, saying, this is the Great Sun Blade technique. A supreme-grade combat skill of golden spirit level. If submitted to the martial pavilion, it should yield several thousand merit points. 500 for submission. The remainder is my gratitude for your repeated assistance to the Yang family. Upon seeing the Great Sun Blade technique, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Yu's eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure. Yang Han had already provided ample shock today, and this was no exception. She shook her head, responding, I cannot accept this. Furthermore, there is still ample time before the 3-month deadline. You may submit your merit points on your own. Yang Han sighed inwardly. The more Su Yu declined, the greater his sense of indebtedness to her became. However, this senior sister possesses a kind and untainted heart, devoid of any greedy intentions, which truly leaves him somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, should there be anything she requires, she need only command him. He spoke up, Su Yu. I wish to request your participation in our small team. The trial is about to commence shortly. During the Academy's assessment, I hope you can assist me. Yang Han felt a slight shiver as he recalled that indeed, the trials for the Academy's evaluation were approaching, held once a year. The objective lay within the Demon Mountain range, where disciples would be ranked. Whether elite disciples or inner sect members, all were subject to ranking. Yet, Yang Han had not anticipated that even the law enforcement disciples were ranked. Senior sister, is there an internal ranking for law enforcement disciples as well? May I inquire about your current standing? Yang Han asked. Su Yu nodded and replied, of course, law enforcement disciples also have their rankings. I currently stand at the 78th position. There are a total of 80 law enforcement disciples, making me the third from the bottom. Is it not rather pitiful? As she spoke, a wry smile graced Su Yu's face. She shook her head, her eyes revealing a deep-seated worry. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless and could only turn to Yang Han for assistance. In her heart, there were a few other candidates, some even more powerful than Yang Han. However, those individuals were all captivated by her beauty. Should she seek their help, she would lose her previous pride and might even become a mere plaything for others. Upon hearing her words and gazing at her somewhat sorrowful and exquisite visage, Yang Han felt a stirring in his heart, yearning to embrace her and offer comfort. He said, rest assured, senior sister Su Yu, I shall not concern myself with others. I, Yang Han, will certainly lend my support to you. Not merely a matter of returning a favor. After all, you are my senior sister, are you not? A sense of relief washed over Su Yu as if a heavy stone had been placed down. She lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Yang Han. The trial assessments are fraught with peril, particularly for the law enforcement disciples, where the challenges far surpass those faced by inner disciples and elite students. This, I am certain, Yang Han has also contemplated. Yet, without hesitation, he agreed, his gentle promise flowing into Su Yu's heart like a warm spring. Thank you, she uttered. Yang Han waved his hand dismissively. Senior sister, you have how could I not assist you? Rest assured, on the day of the assessment, I shall join your team. However, I am curious to know who else is in your group. Su Yu lowered her head, hesitating slightly. Yang Han, apart from you, there is only my brother, Su Qing. We are but three. Yang Han was taken aback, glancing at Yang Hong and the others, and after a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thoughts forming in his mind. Su Yu's assistance warranted repayment. That was his obligation. However, it was not the responsibility of the Yang brothers. Hence, he would not involve Yang Hong and the others. Yang Hong and the others remained silent, as this matter was ultimately for the leader to decide. Yet, should the leader wish for their inclusion, they would follow without hesitation. Senior sister, 3 individuals need not be without merit. I shall certainly be present on the day of the trial assessment. However, prior to that, I intend to cultivate within the Earth Spirit Tower. With that, Yang Han turned and walked toward the room. His actions momentarily stunned Su Yu. She cast a glance at Yang Hong and the others, letting out a helpless sigh. It appears that Yang Han has discerned her intentions. However, she harbors little disappointment. It is already commendable that Yang Han can assist her, and she cannot afford to be greedy. Yang Han. At that moment, Su Yu called out, raising her head to address Yang Han's retreating figure. You must exercise caution. The Spirit Tower is filled with various trial teams, many of whom have secured their place. If you wish to enter for training, you must be wary of these individuals. After Su Yu and Yang Hong departed, Yang Han soon emerged from his quarters. He first made his way to the martial pavilion. Elder Ning, I present to you a high-grade golden spirit-level martial technique, he declared, placing the daylight blade technique before Elder Ning. Previously, he had replicated this technique to leave a copy for the Yang siblings. A golden spirit-level martial technique is a rare treasure, and thus, he prioritized his siblings' training. Elder Ning expressed mild surprise, glancing over the technique before smiling. Very well. Among high-grade golden spirit techniques, this one is indeed formidable. This martial art can be exchanged for 3,000 merit points. With that, Elder Ning produced a merit jade, and upon seeing this, Yang Han also retrieved his own merit jade. After a flash of light, 3,000 merit points appeared on his jade. After bidding farewell to Elder Ning, Yang Han proceeded to the merit hall, directly seeking out Elder Hua. Ah, my boy, you have arrived. Elder Hua greeted him with a beaming smile. The more he observed this young man, the more he found him agreeable. Yang Han nodded respectfully and said, Elder Hua, I have some items I wish to exchange for merit points. Oh, let us see what you have, Elder Hua replied, intrigued. I wonder, what have you obtained from Yuiha? The red moon fruit, the spiritual season vine, the winter spring flower, the yuan ling grass, and various other spiritual herbs lay before old Hua, instantly astonishing this seasoned elder. It appears that the Yu family's heritage is indeed impressive, as these herbs are all of the highest quality. He proceeded to calculate for Yang Han, saying, among these over a dozen spiritual herbs, the spiritual season vine can be exchanged for 1,000 merit points, the red moon fruit for 1,500 points, the winter spring flower for 3,000 points, the yuan ling grass for another 3,000 points, and the remainder totals 10,000 points. In total, this amounts to 18,500 points. Upon finishing, Old Hua produced his own merit jade, its brilliance illuminating the room, and Yang Han's merit jade gleamed with an additional 18,800 points. The remaining 300 points are the reward for Yang Han's task of defeating Yuiha. TSK, young one, you are now wealthier than some instructors at the academy. Old Hua chuckled. Thank you, Old Hua. Yang Han expressed his gratitude, then added, Old Hua, I plan to cultivate in the Earth Spirit Tower, so I shall not disturb you further. Go ahead. Old Hua smiled and waved him off. Exiting the merit hall, Yang Han made his way directly to a structure nestled within the mountains of Ling Kong Academy. The Earth Spirit Tower, built deep underground, stands 11 stories tall, perfectly aligned with the surface, topped by a grand hall that envelopes this subterranean tower. The Earth Spirit Tower harnesses the energy of the Earth, surrounded by formations that prevent its spiritual essence from dissipating. Cultivating within allows for extraordinary efficiency and rapid advancement. As one descends the 11 levels of the Earth Spirit Tower, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense. To cultivate in the depths of the earth, one must possess not only an ample amount of merit points, but also formidable strength. The 11th level comprises a total of 11 chambers designated for disciples' training. The 10th level contains 10 rooms, and the 9th level has but one, and so forth. As one descends, the number of training rooms diminishes. Among these chambers, it is rare to find one unoccupied, as they are often claimed or fiercely contested. For ordinary disciples, even those of elite status, seizing a training room proves to be quite a challenge. Chapter 22. We do not perish. You perish upon entering the Grand Hall of the Earth Spirit Tower. Yang Han's gaze was immediately drawn to a statue positioned outside the hall. It depicted an elderly man, seated in meditation, with features that were remarkably vivid. Though his eyes were closed, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him. For reasons unknown, Yang Han felt an intense sense of reverence welling up within him. Compelled by this feeling, he instinctively bowed before the statue. This was the first sculpture he had encountered at the Spirit Sky Academy, not only lifelike in its depiction but also imbued with an imposing presence. Moreover, its placement before the Earth Spirit Tower's Grand Hall attested to the extraordinary nature of the elder it represented, deserving of utmost respect. Just as he bowed, a resonant and ancient voice suddenly echoed in his ears, reverberating through his mind. Startled, he looked up and exclaimed, "Are you truly a living being, esteemed elder?" "Indeed," came the reply. At that moment, the statue's eyes opened, revealing a brilliant light. It dawned upon Yang Han that this was no mere statue, but a living person. Esteemed elder, confronted by those penetrating eyes, Yang Han felt as though every facet of his being was laid bare. Even his very soul seemed bereft of concealment. The elderly man displayed a flicker of surprise, followed by a gentle smile, his spirit becoming inscrutable, eluding scrutiny. "Ah, young one, you harbor secrets within," he remarked. Yang Han was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the elder's words. However, he swiftly recalled the day when the Grand Elder had assailed his spirit, the roar resonating from the depths of his soul. The elder's words were undoubtedly intertwined with that reverberation. "Are you perhaps the Venerable Qing?" Yang Han inquired. The elder nodded, a benevolent smile gracing his features. "Indeed, young one. Within the entirety of Lincoln Academy, there are but a handful whom this old man cannot perceive, and you are among them. Proceed." Before Yang Han could pose further questions, the Venerable Qing waved his hand, causing the grand doors behind him to open slowly. "Enter. Cultivate diligently. This old man has high hopes for you." As Yang Han observed the elder closing his eyes once more, he realized that no further revelations would emerge from the old man's lips. With a sigh, he advanced toward the grand hall. Upon entering, the colossal doors thunderously shut behind him, and his gaze was drawn to a passage leading downward, igniting a surge of anticipation within him. The Earth Spirit Tower. This was his inaugural venture into this hallowed place. With a determined step, he traversed the shadowy corridor. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming surge of potent spiritual energy enveloped him, sending a tremor through the spiritual essence within. The concentration of spiritual energy was remarkable. The Earth Spirit Tower truly deserved its reputation as the sanctum of cultivation within Lincoln Academy. Yang Han pondered, and with each step deeper into the passage, the spiritual energy only intensified. At a distance of 100 meters, the spiritual energy became 5 times more potent. As Yang Han entered, the spiritual energy within him began to resonate. The 11th level. At that moment, a fork appeared before Yang Han. One path led to a grand portal inscribed with the words 11th level, while the other meandered downward, leading into the depths of the spiritual tower. Although the spiritual energy at the 11th level was formidable, it was insufficient for my rapid advancement in cultivation. I must descend further. With that thought, Yang Han proceeded downward. At the 10th level, the spiritual energy was thrice that of the 11th. After pausing briefly, he continued his descent until he reached the 9th level. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the entrance of the 9th level, and upon seeing Yang Han, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. In the spiritual academy, no one was unfamiliar with Yang Han. His presence evoked a subtle sense of trepidation, even among those who bore no animosity toward him. Yang Han's strength was overwhelming. With such an individual before him, and without the bond of friendship, one could not dismiss the possibility of an unexpected attack. In the realm of martial artists, mercy and reason held no sway. The strong commanded respect, and one could trample upon anyone if they possessed the power. Yang Han cast a glance at the individual, recognizing him as an elite disciple, somewhat familiar. After a brief assessment, he continued his descent. "Yang Han, are you headed to the 8th level?" The elite disciple inquired hesitantly, his tone tinged with apprehension. "Indeed. Brother, is there something amiss?" Yang Han turned and smiled at him. The elite disciple felt a shiver run through him under Yang Han's gaze. He could not discern the true intentions of the grinning Yang Han at that moment. After all, this was the very individual who had once laughed while defeating the Yu clan, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. Yang Han belonged to the fire squad of the 8th tier, led by the formidable senior brother Zhu Qinghua, a figure of considerable strength, so caution was advisable. Yang Han sensed the goodwill emanating from his counterpart, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed within him. He smiled once more and expressed, "Thank you, senior brother. May I inquire your name? I anticipate that I will require your guidance in the future." At that moment, Sun Yin finally felt Yang Han's sincerity and let out a sigh of relief, responding with a smile, "I am Sun Yin. I do not presume to offer guidance, but I hope you might look out for me as well." Yang Han then inquired, "Could you enlighten me regarding the squads that train below the 8th tier?" Sun Yin replied, "In the 7th tier, we have the Evil Wolf Squad. The 6th tier is home to the Celestial Star Squad. The 5th tier comprises the Crimson Flame Squad. The 4th tier is occupied by the Empty Moon Squad. The 3rd tier features the Divine Battle Squad. And the 2nd tier is represented by the Azure Dragon Squad. As for the 1st tier, it is comprised solely of 2 individuals, the law enforcement disciple Lei Chongyun and the so-called number 1 elite disciple, Bei Manchuan. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Yang Han said with a smile. He then turned and began descending, seemingly unfazed by the warning that Sun Yin had implied. Observing Yang Han's retreating figure, Sun Yin felt a stirring in his heart. Given his exclusion from the squad, why not align himself with Yang Han? This individual was extraordinarily domineering and possessed terrifying strength. Being in his company could perhaps greatly benefit his own path of cultivation. "Junior brother Yang Han, wait for me. Since you are heading down, I shall accompany you." "What do you say?" Sun Yin called out as he caught up with Yang Han, whose eyes reflected a hint of surprise. Sun Yin was acutely aware of the impending confrontation, yet he chose to follow nonetheless. This fellow seemed intent on forging a connection with him. It is far easier to offer embellishments than to provide essential support in times of need. With numerous adversaries at Lincoln Academy, Sun Yin still opted to cultivate alongside him. This individual appeared worthy of camaraderie. Nodding slightly, Yang Han remarked, "In that case, let us descend together." The duo ventured downward, and soon they arrived at the 7th level. Upon reaching this tier, Yang Han noticed a figure positioned at the entrance to the training grounds of the 7th level. Upon detecting their presence, a glint of coldness flashed in the stranger's eyes, revealing a palpable intent to kill. The figure fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Han and Sun Yin, as if poised to strike should they dare approach the 7th level. Sensing the hostility and murderous intent emanating from the stranger, Yang Han remained unfazed. The 7th level was not his objective. Why bother with this individual? In stark contrast, Sun Yin regarded the stranger as a formidable threat, his own aura beginning to surge. However, at that moment, he observed that Yang Han had no intention of lingering at the 7th level and was proceeding directly to the 6th level. Momentarily taken aback, Sun Yin cast a glance at the stranger and then followed Yang Han downwards. Intriguing. Did they intend to venture to the 6th level? The young man, witnessing their descent, could not suppress a faint, cold smirk. He recognized Yang Han, as well as Sun Yin. The former had recently made a name for himself at Lincoln Academy, yet the young man dismissed him with disdain. Their wolf pack was not to be compared with the likes of Yufei. The 6th level boasted a concentration of spiritual energy 15 times that of the 11th level. The intense influx of spiritual energy invigorated the senses, causing an exhilarating rush within their very beings. Upon witnessing Yang Han come to a halt, Sun Yin felt a slight sense of relief. To be candid, he was experiencing a twinge of regret at that moment. However, having made his choice, he knew he must proceed with it. His heart raced with trepidation as he feared Yang Han might venture towards the 5th level. Each team within this Earth Spirit Tower comprised the finest talents, and several enforcement disciples were also part of these teams. A single misstep could prove fatal. The 6th level appeared to be a more prudent choice. Just as Sun Yan's heart raced in apprehension, Yang Han strode confidently toward the entrance of the 6th level's training chamber. At the threshold stood an individual. Initially, Yang Han had no intention of training at the 6th level, but upon seeing that person, he altered his decision. "Yang Han, are you courting death? This is the training ground of my Tianqing team. I demand you leave at once." Lu Wei, stationed to protect the team's training, bellowed with a fierce countenance upon spotting Yang Han and Sun Yin. Yang Han turned to Sun Yin, whose heart was filled with dread, and chuckled, "Brother Sun Yin, have you noticed? There is a rather large dog obstructing our path." Sun Yan's complexion paled as he glanced from Lu Wei to Yang Han, a wry smile emerging on his lips. With newfound resolve, he declared, "Indeed, brother Yang Han, I have seen it, and it is quite the sizable dog." At that moment, having relinquished his fear, Sun Yin felt a profound sense of relief within. Fearless and unburdened by thoughts of life and death, they sought only the path of martial arts. Yang Han, Sun Yan, you are inviting your own demise. Upon hearing the two harmoniously denounce him as a dog, Lu Wei's expression darkened instantly, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon the two. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yang Han's eyes as he maintained a smile and inquired, Lu Wei, what are your intentions? With a disdainful snort, Lu Wei replied, his face etched with murderous intent. Provoking the enforcers within the Earth Spirit Tower and attempting to forcibly seize a training room gives me the authority to obliterate you. Yang Han scoffed. Since when did the Earth Spirit Tower dictate where one must cultivate? Are you implying that your word alone determines who should occupy a room? I recall no such regulation from the Spirit Void Academy. Does your authority supersede the Academy's rules? He continued, how audacious of you to speak of institutional regulations. Moreover, if I wish for your demise, it shall be so. Who among you could bear witness to my words or challenge them? Yang Han narrowed his eyes and asked, are you truly intent on eliminating us? Indeed, Lu Wei replied. If you do not perish, who will? He advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yang Han smiled, a murderous glint in his eyes as he proclaimed, if we survive, it is you who will meet your end. Chapter 23. Decapitating Lu Wei at the pinnacle of the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm, Lu Wei's strength was formidable. His aura bore down upon Yang Han and Sun Yan like a towering mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. The will of the demon surged within Yang Han, igniting a fierce roar in his soul. His resolve soared, his aura escalating until it matched Lu Wei's. However, Sun Yan, lacking the same fortitude, found himself retreating under Lu Wei's oppressive presence, struggling to maintain his footing. Your aura is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that you still face death. Lu Wei coldly uttered a phrase. Then with a swift motion, his palm struck towards Yang Han with ferocious intensity. The spiritual energy transformed into essence, coalescing into a formidable palm imprint that descended upon Yang Han. Annihilate! Yang Han shouted, and with a swift motion, the iron sword at his back was drawn. The razor-sharp blade swiftly sliced through Lu Wei's essence-infused palm imprint. With a resounding thud, the extraordinarily sharp sword cleaved through Lu Wei's attack effortlessly. Having honed his swordsmanship through the Blood Refinement 9 Swords technique to enhance its potency, and further enlightened his sword arts to elevate his comprehension of the sword. Each strike he unleashed was immensely powerful and unparalleled in sharpness. Lu Wei's expression tightened as he unleashed a torrent of essence. The silvery energy transformed into a flowing river, enveloping Yang Han with an overwhelming force of tearing power. At the center of this maelstrom, Yang Han realized that if ensnared, his body would likely be torn asunder in an instant. Even his formidable physique could not withstand such brutal force. Divine movement. With a soft yet commanding exclamation, his form suddenly morphed into a fleeting shadow, evading the grasp of the energy river with astonishing speed. Witnessing his attack miss its mark, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Wei's face. Yang Han's velocity was astonishing, surpassing his wildest expectations. Yet, what did speed matter? You may cultivate your body's secret techniques, but I shall eliminate you and seize them to augment my own strength. With murderous intent surging, Lu Wei's energy river morphed once more, splitting into two. Water essence binding. With a fierce roar, two streams of energy encircled Yang Han, sealing off his surroundings before enveloping his form entirely. Boom, boom. Yang Han's eyes narrowed as he continuously unleashed his sword strikes. The sharp edge of the sword continuously sliced through the air, striking repeatedly against Lu Wei's binding of elemental energy. However, Lu Wei, being at the pinnacle of the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm, possessed an exceptionally vigorous force. Even though he had mastered the sword enlightenment technique, he could not shatter the flow of elemental energy with mere conventional sword strikes. Yang Han, your demise is imminent. Lu Wei laughed maniacally as the binding of elemental energy in his hand viciously encircled Yang Han. Kill! A deep bellow resounded as Sun Yan made his move. A curved blade materialized in his hand, swiftly descending towards Lu Wei's water elemental binding. The fierce edge clashed with the flow of elemental energy, instantly stirring a tempest of turbulence. Unfortunately, despite Sun Yan's full effort, he could not penetrate Lu Wei's assault. The pinnacle of the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm was simply beyond the reach of his own second step mastery. You shall also perish. Lu Wei roared furiously, and then a beam of light shot from his left hand, striking Sun Yan with the swiftness of lightning. Boom. Sun Yan's form was violently shaken, sending him flying. His complexion paled instantly, blood spewing from his mouth, and his breath became feeble in an instant. From this moment forth, I acknowledge you as my brother. A calm voice resonated from the center of Lu Wei's elemental binding, revealing Yang Han's serene and composed demeanor. Sun Yan's response pleased him greatly. He had anticipated that Sun Yan would flee upon witnessing his predicament, yet this individual chose to act in his defense. Lu Wei. A cold voice emanated from the heart of the water elemental binding, followed by a dazzling burst of crimson sword light. You are doomed. 4 words escaped Yang Han's lips. And in that instant, a sword surged forth with the force of a tempest, effortlessly shattering the restraints of water yuan. A resonant voice echoed, blood refinement 9 swords. Sword 3. With a piercing sound, the water yuan binding disintegrated, and Lu Wei's expression shifted dramatically, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. That radiant sword light swiftly pierced through his yuan power, tearing apart all defenses, and arrived before him. Yuan River Palm, be obliterated. Lu Wei's countenance changed profoundly as he summoned all his yuan power, frantically striking down at Yang Han's sword. A desperate struggle ensued. A deep voice emanated from Yang Han, and in an instant, his figure accelerated, suddenly appearing before Lu Wei. Bloodline power, perish. The bloodline energy surged into the long sword, doubling a resplendent strike, imbued with fierce bloodlight, swept through Lu Wei's wrists. At the moment the radiance dissipated, Lu Wei felt a searing pain in his hands. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to find both his palms severed, blood gushing profusely. Suddenly, another sword light, swift as lightning, sliced across Lu Wei's neck. His voice was abruptly silenced, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that Yang Han truly dared to kill him. He remained oblivious to the fact that, at the level of Silver Spirit Realm, there may be no one capable of matching Yang Han. Are you all right? Yang Han approached Sun Yan, inquiring with a smile. I'm fine, Sun Yan replied, shaking his head, though he struggled to rise. His injuries were severe, and despite several attempts, he could not stand. Yang Han chuckled softly and extended his hand to assist Sun Yan in rising. He then exuded a trace of spiritual energy to assess Sun Yan's injury. The Dantian was intact, but the internal organs had sustained severe damage. Take this. It will aid in your recovery, while also enhancing your cultivation. As he spoke, he placed a medicinal pill, the 100-herb pill, into Sun Yan's hands. Upon seeing its vibrant green hue and inhaling its rich herbal aroma along with the surging spiritual energy, a look of delight spread across Sun Yan's face. The 100-herb pill? Is this truly the 100-herb pill? Yang Han smiled and replied, Indeed, it is the 100-herb pill. Consume it. It will be beneficial for you. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as the stone door behind them swung open, and several figures poured forth. The stench of blood on the ground had finally lured the cultivators inside out. Yang Han. It is Yang Han. Brother Lu Wei. Brother, he is dead. A total of 6 individuals shouted in astonishment upon witnessing Yang Han, the corpses on the ground, and Lu Wei's severed head rolling away. Lu Wei, the vice-captain of the Celestial Star Team, held a prominent position within the team and possessed considerable strength. Yet now, he lay dead, his head brutally severed. Sun Zhong's expression darkened significantly as he glanced at the corpses before his gaze fixated on Yang Han, a surge of murderous intent erupting within him. Did you kill Lu Wei? As a disciple of the law, you dare to slay an enforcement disciple? This is a capita. Yang Han gazed at the other party and calmly remarked, It is not that I wish to kill him. Rather, he seeks my demise. Lu Wei has stated that the enforcement disciples possess the authority to determine who may cultivate within this spirit tower. He also mentioned that the enforcement hall supersedes the regulations of the Lingkong Academy. Hearing Brother Sun Zhong's words, I now believe it. In an instant, his aura erupted as Yang Han pointed his iron sword at Sun Zhong, seething. Is it permissible only for the enforcement hall disciples to take lives? Are others forbidden from slaying him? How tyrannical the enforcement hall is. The words of the enforcement disciples hold absolute supremacy. I shall duly report this to the academy. You. Sun Zhong stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, unleashing his peak cultivation at the 4th level of the Silver Spirit Realm. An imposing aura surging towards Yang Han. With a slight flick of his iron sword, 2 beams of sword light swiftly cut through the air around him, instantly dissipating that formidable pressure. He sneered, Sun Zhong, Lu Wei perished beneath my sword. Do you wish to test your fate as well? Fear not. We harbor no deep-seated enmity, thus I shan't take your life." Upon hearing Yang Han's words, Sun Zhong's body trembled. It was inconceivable for him to slay Lu Wei unscathed. Could it be that Yang Han's strength surpassed his own? "Captain, eliminate him, avenge the vice-captain." At this moment, the members of the Tianqing squad spoke up, their indignation palpable as they pointed at Yang Han. Yang Han's gaze sharpened, his tone icy as he declared, "What do you think you are? Speak another word, and I shall deal with you all as well." The members of the Tianqing squad were flushed with anger, yet they dared not confront Yang Han directly. In a life-and-death battle on the arena, Yang Han's ferocity and ruthlessness left an indelible impression. "Enough of this. Let us depart," Su Zhong coldly uttered, leading the way towards the passage to the 7th level. He felt no confidence in confronting Yang Han. The 6th level was no longer tenable. He could only retreat to the 7th level to contend with the wolf pack and seize the training rooms there. As he passed by Yang Han, Su Zhong did not disguise his murderous intent. "I hope your triumph lasts a little longer, lest death itself become a luxury for you. Are you threatening me?" Yang Han suddenly turned, radiating an overwhelming aura. At the sight of Yang Han's formidable presence, Su Zhong's heart trembled, and he dared not linger any longer, hastily departing. "Pathetic." With such meager courage, Yang Han remarked, before entering the stone door with Sun Yan. Before them lay a row of 6 training rooms. Chapter 24. The annihilation of Yang Han, the destruction of Lu Wei, the expulsion of Su Zhong. Sun Yan, following closely behind Yang Han, felt as though he were in a dream, incredulously observing the figure ahead. "Junior brother Yang, Lu Wei is, after all, an enforcer disciple. You should exercise caution in the future," he suggested thoughtfully. Yang Han smiled nonchalantly, gazing at the 6 training stone rooms designed for accruing merit. "The 6th level demands 100 merit points a day. That is quite exorbitant," Sun Yan remarked. "Indeed, 100 merit points a day is rather ruthless," Yang Han replied, then turned to Sun Yan, saying, "I intend to cultivate here. What about you, senior brother's son?" Sun Yan nodded with a smile, saying, "I shall also practice here. My merit points are rather limited, allowing me only a little more than 10 days of cultivation. Indeed, a span of 10 days translates to over 1,000 merit points. For the elite disciples of Lincoln Academy, merit points are typically abundant, yet Sun Yan possessed merely a little over 1,000, which genuinely surprised Yang Han. He refrained from inquiring further and instead pushed open a stone door. As the door swung wide, a surge of immense spiritual energy greeted him. However, at that moment, a substantial barrier materialized at the entrance, preventing Yang Han from entering. Intriguing. Yang Han retrieved the merit jade and placed it within the recess. Instantly, a connection sparked in his mind. The merit jade resonated with his soul, conjuring a vivid image in his consciousness. The system indicated a rate of 100 merit points per day, followed by options for varying durations. From 1 day to 100 days, each had its distinct pricing. Yang Han scanned the options and, without hesitation, selected 50 days. A flash of light ensued as 5,000 points were deducted from the merit jade. With a resonating hum, the barrier dissipated, allowing Yang Han to step inside. Immediately, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him, the pure essence entering his body effortlessly, requiring no conscious effort to absorb. Such pristine spiritual energy. This Earth Spirit Tower must indeed be a confluence of spiritual veins, Yang Han mused quietly to himself, then settled into a cross-legged position to initiate his cultivation of the spirit-seizing technique. Within the confines of the stone cultivation chamber lay an array that not only sealed the spiritual energy inside, but also insulated against external disturbances. Unless someone unleashed a tremendously powerful attack upon the stone door, those practicing within would remain entirely unaffected by the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. While Yang Han was cultivating on the 6th level of the Spirit Tower, the entire Spirit Academy erupted in chaos. The death of the law enforcement disciple, Lu Wei, had created an uproar. The perpetrator, Yang Han, was met with widespread disdain from numerous law enforcement disciples. The members of the law enforcement hall clamored for Yang Han's execution as retribution for Lu Wei. At this moment, Su Yu grew increasingly anxious. She understood the deep-seated enmity between Yang Han and Lu Wei, a rivalry that had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Not long ago, Lu Wei had nearly taken Yang Han's life. Now that Yang Han had risen in power, it was not surprising that he had retaliated against Lu Wei. However, the law enforcement hall was not a place where mere elite disciples could act freely. Among the many disciples of the hall, Several formidable masters at the Gold Spirit Realm had already prepared to strike against Yang Han. Su Yu, if you continue to support that young man, I shall strip you of your status as a law enforcement disciple on behalf of the Hall's master, declared one Gold Spirit Realm disciple, his voice cold. Song Shan, on what grounds do you presume to revoke my status as a law enforcement disciple? My position was bestowed upon me personally by the master, and only he has the authority to rescind it. You are merely a disciple. What right do you have? Su Yu retorted icily, fixing her gaze upon Song Shan. Song Shan appeared refined, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Beneath his smiling facade lay hypocrisy and cunning. Lack of qualifications, you say? Song Shan sneered, producing a token and presenting it before Su Yu. Do you recognize this? To see the token is to behold the authority of the esteemed master. I trust you are familiar with it. Upon seeing the token, Su Yu's expression turned exceedingly grim. Her complexion bore a hint of pallor as she uttered, Song Shan, how could you possibly possess the token of the law enforcement master? It is impossible. That token was originally overseen by Senior Brother Chong Yun. I apologize for not mentioning earlier that Senior Brother Chong Yun has commenced his seclusion to break through to the innate realm. Therefore, this token is now under my authority. Song Shan scoffed coldly. Despair flickered in Su Yu's eyes. If that were the case, Song Shan undoubtedly had the power to annul her identity as a law enforcement disciple. Observing Su Yu's expression, Song Shan's gaze shifted, and with a smiling demeanor, he declared, of course, if you agree to one condition. Not only will I refrain from revoking your status as a law enforcement disciple, but I will also consider sparing that lad Yang Han. What condition? Su Yu inquired with a furrowed brow, secretly pondering the intentions of this man. Song Shan's face was adorned with a smile. Yet a glimmer of lasciviousness lurked in his eyes. According to his scheme, Su Yu would ultimately be unable to escape his grasp. He stated, it's quite simple. You shall join my divine warfare squad. As it happens, my squad is currently seeking to add another member. I find your talent commendable, and thus I invite you to join. What do you say? The mention of the divine warfare squad made Su Yu hesitate. Now, she had discerned Song Shan's intentions. This man appeared cordial, yet his heart was filled with treachery. Previously, he was restrained by Lei Chong Yun, but with Lei Chong Yun absent, the entire law enforcement hall was now his dominion. That exquisite body of yours has been a constant source of longing for me. Song Shan thought wickedly. As Su Yu acquiesced to join the divine warfare squad, Song Shan promptly instructed all law enforcement disciples to refrain from causing trouble for Yang Han. At that moment, Su Yu finally released a sigh of relief. Sun Zhong was filled with indignation, yet he found himself compelled to yield to the pressure exerted by Song Shan. Just because Senior Brother Song Shan forbids me from touching you, do you think you can rest easy? Sun Zhong scoffed, and then directly approached a teacher from the Ling Kong Academy. Teacher Lu Chun, Lu Wei is dead. Before Sun Zhong stood a middle-aged cultivator, emanating a powerful aura, with a faint golden sheen flickering around him. Lu Chun was one of the 20 instructors at Ling Kong Academy, possessing a cultivation level at the second step of the Golden Spirit Realm, which placed him in the middle tier among his peers. Although his strength was unremarkable, Lu Chun had taken on an impressive disciple, which added a touch of prestige to his reputation. Lu Wei, a law enforcement disciple, was at the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm, making him one of the elite among his peers. Boom. Upon hearing of Lu Wei's demise, Lu Chun slammed his palm onto the stone table before him, causing it to shatter explosively, sending fragments flying. Dead. Who did this? His expression darkened instantly, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. It was Yang Han. Sun Zhong, under the influence of Lu Chen's formidable aura, felt his own internal energy waver, and a hint of panic flickered across his face. The distinction between the Silver Spirit Realm and the Golden Spirit Realm, though merely a single word apart, represented a chasm of difference in power. In Lu Chen's presence, Sun Zhong felt as though he were facing a ferocious beast, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. It was him. Upon hearing the name Yang Han, Lu Chen's murderous aura abruptly subsided. A wry smile crept onto his face, and he muttered to himself, Lu Wei, had it been anyone else who harmed you, I would have avenged your death without hesitation. However, Yang Han, the teacher is incapable of such a feat. What? Lu Chun, are you implying that Lu Wei died in vain? Sun Zhong's expression changed dramatically, and he blurted out. He could not comprehend why Lu Chen appeared suddenly disheartened upon hearing the name Yang Han. What do you know? Lu Chen cast a cold, indifferent glance at Sun Zhong and remarked, what status does Yang Han hold? A flicker of malice flashed in Sun Zhong's eyes. Yet he found himself powerless as Lu Chun refrained from taking action. Reflecting on the day he had fled with his tail between his legs, his resentment towards Yang Han deepened. Was Lu Wei's demise merely a matter of vengeance for being the vice-captain of his Tianqing team? Perhaps it was more rooted in his animosity towards Yang Han. Yang Han, await your reckoning. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Since the enforcement hall and Lu Chun remain inactive, I shall incite the judgment organization to act. Sun Zhong also held a title, that of an assassin within the judgment organization. Moreover, he ranked higher than Yang Han, being a gold-tier assassin. Sun Zhong was not the only one taking action. Song Shan from the enforcement hall was equally scheming. Su Yu, since you were so intent on aiding him, how could I possibly allow him to live? Song Shan's face bore a chilling countenance as he instructed those behind him. Su Mo, make the necessary arrangements. Ensure it does not attract undue attention, particularly leaving no traces of suspicion. Understood? Yes, senior brother. The individual behind him departed to carry out the orders. Chapter 25. Cultivation in the Earth Spirit Tower. With Sun Zhong taking steps, Song Shan had also resorted to underhanded tactics. Furthermore, Yang Han's adversaries extended well beyond these two. Bai Yu He, one of the 20 instructors at Lingkong Academy, did not hold the same status as Lu Chun, being not a teacher of elite disciples. In terms of strength, he is certainly not as formidable as Lu Chun. However, he possesses one quality that Lu Chun lacks: audacity. After Lu Wei's demise, Lu Chun refrained from seeking vengeance against Yang Han, as he was acutely aware of his limitations and the insurmountable power wielded by the two elders standing behind Yang Han. Both in strength and status, he was woefully inferior. In stark contrast, Bai Yuha harbored no such reservations. His entrance into the Lingkong Academy was devoid of concern for the teacher's rank. His sole objective was an artifact hidden within the academy. The Yang family dared to defy the young master's commands, and for that, they all deserved death. Yang Han, in particular, was to be the first to perish. Inside the room, Bai Yuha's countenance was suffused with coldness and malevolence. The door creaked open, and two young men stepped inside. Bai Yuha glanced at them, momentarily tempering his ferocity, before inquiring, "What news? Have you located anyone from the Yang family?" The two men shook their heads, with the one on the right speaking up, "My lord, it seems as though the Yang family has vanished without a trace. We are utterly at a loss. The Yang brothers have not ventured out since their clash a few days ago, and Yang Han remains sequestered within the Earth Spirit Tower, absent from sight." Yang Han. Bai Yuha's eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent surged anew. The mere mention of that name filled him with humiliation. That day on the life-and-death duel stage, that insolent youth had the audacity to provoke him. It was tantamount to courting death. Had it not been for the young master's grand design, he might have already ascended the stage to eradicate Yang Han. Moreover, there is another matter, spoke the man on the left, raising his gaze. On the 6th floor of the Earth Spirit Tower, Yang Han killed Lu Wei. What? A flash of sharpness ignited in Bai Yuha's eyes, his murderous intent intensifying. This time, I shall personally eradicate him. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, an aura of murderous intent causing his subordinates to tremble slightly. As the trusted confidant of the young master, Bai Yu's strength and status far surpassed theirs. Within the grand hall, the elder Feng Tiankong occupied the seat of honor. A young man stood before him, wearing a countenance of indifferent amusement. "Young Master Luo Yun, I hope you will not disappoint this old man," Feng Tiankong said, his expression dark and fixed upon Luo Yun's face. Luo Yun smiled and replied, "The esteemed elder possesses unparalleled strength. Do you truly fear a mere youth from the Golden Spirit realm? Moreover, even if I wished to upheave the heavens, I would surely be powerless beneath your formidable presence." Just as well, Feng Tiankong nodded, the tension in his demeanor gradually easing. Clearly, Luo Yun's words were to his liking. With that, Luo Yun took his leave. As he turned, a hint of scorn curled at the corners of his lips. "Ignorant fools. A trifling third-tier city's cultivation academy is nothing more than a fleeting moment. Soon, my forces shall arrive and lay this place to waste. The Crystal Palace map will inevitably fall into my hands." Feng Tiankong remained unaware of Luo Yun's true intentions. Had he known, he would certainly have refrained from associating with such a person, for to engage would be to invite unwarranted accusations of treason. "Master." After Luo Yun departed, another individual entered, the talented Yu Fei, who possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics. He had once devoted countless resources to become a disciple of Feng Tiankong. The elder glanced at Yu Fei and advised, "In the future, Avoid interactions with Luo Yun. There are some matters that a mere elite disciple like you cannot involve yourself in. Master, I am not well acquainted with him, Yu Fei said respectfully. Yet a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Indeed, Feng Tiankong nodded. There is something amiss about this Luo Yun. He claims to desire only the territories of the Yang and Zhao clans in Qingyuan City, yet I sense it is not that simple. In truth, the lands of the Yang and Zhao clans have long been abandoned. The Zhao clan has been absorbed by the Yu clan, and the Yang clan is utterly deserted. If Luo Yun truly desired them, he could easily seize them. However, he has made no move, instead choosing to cultivate a close relationship with Yu Fei. What could his intentions be? Is it merely to leverage the power of the Yu clan? These matters are orchestrated by the elder of the family, and I am not entirely privy to them. Yu Fei lowered his gaze, unable to meet Feng Tiankong's eyes. Feng Tiankong cast a glance at this disciple and advised, "Be cautious. I am genuinely uneasy about this Luo Yun. Remain vigilant and do not allow him to bring you harm." The disciple understood. Yu Fei nodded and then exited the grand hall. Once outside, a flicker of anger appeared on Yu Fei's face. "Luo Yun, you are indeed cunning. This time, not only have I been used by you, but even my master has been ensnared in your scheme." He spoke in a low tone, his voice laced with frost. Yu Fei, in his arrogance, was unaware of a crucial truth. The Yu clan is no longer what it once was. Among the Yu clan, apart from him, Yu Fei, who is temporarily incapacitated, no one else dares to defy the commands of the latter. The incident at the life and death battle stage was, in fact, proposed by Luo Yun, a fact unknown to outsiders. Now, Yu Fei has secretly developed a deep-seated animosity towards Luo Yun. In the stone chamber of the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Tower, Yang Han is enveloped by a powerful flow of spiritual energy. Threads of this energy continuously enter his body, transforming into the essence that fuels his dantian. With a hum, the energy within him pulsates, gradually becoming more concentrated, radiating layers of silvery light akin to a shining star. A thunderous roar erupts as his body trembles violently, releasing formidable energy that surges outward. At the 2nd step of the Silver Spirit Realm, in the solidification stage, he reflects on his progress. Remarkably, without the aid of any elixirs, he has ascended a level merely by absorbing spiritual energy. Yet, he had previously reached the pinnacle of the 1st step in the Silver Spirit Realm, just a step away from this final breakthrough. With a hum, he opens his eyes. A glimmer of spiritual light emanating from the tip of his finger, gradually coalescing into the shape of a sword blade. With a swift motion, Yang Han thrusts this blade into the ground. In the solidification stage, his attacks should now possess threefold the strength of before. A smile graces his face as he feels a surge of inspiration. Then he closes his eyes once more to channel his spirit-absorbing technique. As time flows by, he immerses himself in his cultivation, oblivious to everything around him. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of silvery light reappears on the surface of his body, intertwined with a faint crimson glow, the manifestation of his bloodline power. Beyond this bloodline energy, a subtle darkness lingers at the center of his brow, a shadow that even Yang Han is unaware of. This dark magic, as he cultivates, grows increasingly pure, exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura reminiscent of ink. 20 days later, Yang Han's cultivation once again reached the pinnacle of the 2nd step of the Silver Spirit Realm. However, as he attempted to break through to the 3rd step, he sensed a deficiency in spiritual energy. There was still something lacking. Frowning slightly, he swiftly retrieved 2 elixirs from his robe, 100 herb pill and 1 night spirit pill, consuming them in quick succession. Buzz. Under the dual influence of the spiritual energy and the medicinal properties, the spiritual energy within him surged violently, and the silver light in his dantian became increasingly radiant. After hundreds of pulsations, Yang Han realized he still fell short. His realm remained unable to ascend to the 3rd step. Once more, with a fierce roar, he quickly extracted the jade bottle containing the remaining 100 herb pills and swallowed the last few. Boom. The potent medicinal power and spiritual energy erupted instantly, and Yang Han felt his realm loosen. The abundant spiritual energy continuously coalesced, and his realm suddenly leapt forward. At last, he succeeded. The breakthrough to the Silver Spirit Realm proved indeed formidable, each step representing a significant transition. Yang Han opened his eyes, the brilliance within them flickering like sparks. With a murmur, he summoned his formidable power, enveloped in a resplendent silver light that gradually coalesced into a defensive force akin to armor surrounding his body. Boom! Yang Han rose and struck with his fist, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble. Although he could not shatter the solid rock, an overwhelming force penetrated through, causing the ground to quiver. Nearly half of the 50 days had passed. The remaining time was no longer suitable for cultivation in this place. The spiritual energy on the 6th level is insufficient for me to ascend to the 4th step of the transformation of Yuan. He murmured softly and then gradually rose to his feet, not intending to depart. With his realm elevated, it was now imperative to enhance his combat prowess. The comprehension of sword technique, the blood refinement of 9 swords, and the divine movement step were his immediate pursuits. The sword technique possesses no distinct tiers. It solely hinges upon the concept of understanding. Yang Han had previously sensed the profound depth of this technique during his training. Realizing that complete mastery would likely require more than a mere moment in time, he could only be considered a novice at this juncture. As for the blood refinement of 9 swords, he had thus far only practiced the 3rd sword. Each sword within this 9-sword sequence offers a multiplication of power upon mastery. The 1st sword is formidable, yet the 9th sword is unparalleled in its ferocity. Regarding the divine movement step, he had merely grasped the faintest hint of its essence. The martial arts secret techniques of the superior golden spirit rank are incomparable to those of the ordinary silver spirit rank. The divine movement step comprises 4 distinct levels, each exhibiting considerable disparity: novice, earthly movement, heavenly movement, and divine movement. These 4 levels pursue the utmost limits of speed. With a swift motion, Yang Han initiated his sword comprehension. The sword technique, seemingly mundane in its execution, allowed each strike to refine his swordsmanship further. This understanding appeared simple. Yet with every flourish of his sword, the superficial technique gradually transformed into something profound. This realization spanned an entire fortnight. Within the stone chamber, with every sword strike, a formidable brilliance surged forth. Chapter 26, Transformation of Sword. The intent to kill and malevolence brewed within the blade, and in Yang Han's eyes. It seemed as though 2 swords had manifested. That piercing aura sent chills through the hearts of onlookers. The cultivation of the sword requires the accumulation of time, the tempering of one's mental state, and a deep comprehension of the blade. Yang Han was engrossed in the sword, his heart solely devoted to the path of the blade. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, the moment had arrived. The door of the stone chamber creaked open, and a powerful aura of sharpness surged forth. Even before his form emerged, the essence of the sword permeated the air. Step by step, Yang Han exited, radiating a fierce brilliance. His eyes seemed to harbor 2 keen blades, emanating an intense sharpness with a mere glance. In this realm of silver spirit, none could rival me. As for the gold spirit realm, only a confrontation could reveal the truth. Sun Yin was a man of integrity. He did not wish to see this fellow dispatched easily. Suddenly, a figure staggered back, causing Yang Han's expression to tighten. It was Sun Yin who retreated. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. He gazed at the group before him, his eyes aflame with fury. He had merely sought to withdraw, yet they had sought to take his life. A rustling of footsteps emerged from behind, accompanied by an overwhelming chill that jolted both Sun Yin and the opposing group into alertness. Yang Han. Sun Yin struggled to rise. His face contorted in pain as he regarded him. In his current state, Sun Yin was a pitiful sight, his body marred with blood. His arms hung limply, evidently fractured, while his right foot twisted unnaturally, resting on the ground without a hint of movement. A vast expanse of blood-stained his sea-crimson fluid incessantly emanated from his wounds, the agony and depletion of blood rendering Sun Yin exceedingly feeble. Nevertheless, upon beholding Yang Han, Sun Yin mustered the strength to crawl a few paces, bellowing at him. Yang Han, abscond. This matter is not within your concern. Depart hence forthwith. Thou art Yang Han. It was better that Sun Yin had not spoken. Upon his utterance, several individuals from the opposing cohort emerged, emanating an intense aura of malevolence towards Yang Han. One was at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm, 7 at the 3rd step, and 11 at the 2nd and 1st steps. Each member of this assemblage exuded murderous intent towards both Sun Yin and Yang Han. Zhong Lin. My allegiance to Yang Han is of my own volition. If thou seeketh conflict, direct thy ire towards me. Sun Yin roared, his gaze filled with resentment. Thou? The leading disciple at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yin, stating, Thou art now a mere husk, in my estimation, less significant than a rodent. Fools. Zhong Lin, may misfortune befall ye all. Ye have oppressed me due to my belated entry, subjecting me to constant bullying. I have long endured enough. Your strength lies in ganging up on a solitary individual. If ye possess valor, engage in a one-on-one duel. Sun Yin vociferated hysterically. However, owing to the severity of his injuries, his voice was exceedingly feeble. As he uttered these words, he expectorated 2 mouthfuls of blood, his form trembling uncontrollably. Thou court death. Zhong Lin's eyes flared with murderous intent. With a sweeping gaze, he signaled a cultivator at the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm to surge forth and unleash a lethal strike upon Sun Yin, who lay prostrate on the ground. Enough. Yang Han's countenance was exceedingly somber. With a thunderous roar, he directly intervened. Boom. A fleeting flash of light was followed by an unremarkable yet forceful punch that sent the figure hurtling away, fierce and unyielding. Bang! A practitioner of the Silver Spirit Realm, at the 3rd step, was directly struck down, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew. Yang Han's arm trembled slightly, before the faint hue of crimson gradually dissipated. Let us depart swiftly, he urged, observing the anxious countenance of Sun Yin. Yang Han chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you truly believe I have any opportunity to escape? Now that I have made my move, will these individuals allow me to go unscathed? Sun Yin, despondent, grew even paler. He understood the truth in Yang Han's words. Zhong Ling's vengeful nature would undoubtedly ensure that Yang Han would not be spared. Since you are aware, then you shall forfeit your cultivation and accept your demise. Zhong Ling replied, his expression dark and laced with a hint of trepidation. Yang Han's previous strike had been formidable enough to instill a sense of dread even in him. A practitioner of the Silver Spirit Realm at the 4th step. Casting a glance at the teammate who had been sent flying, Zhong Ling's shock deepened. The latter appeared despondent, his aura weak and devoid of any combat capability. As the captain of the Bristle Wolf Squad, Zhong Ling was acutely aware of the strength of each of his subordinates. Although this practitioner of the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm was not among the elite, it remained a challenge for an ordinary 3rd step Silver Spirit to defeat him. Yet, Yang Han had astonishingly prevailed with a mere punch, seemingly without even sensing Yang Han's realm. Accept my demise? Yang Han replied with a faint smile, casually tossing a medicinal pill to Sun Yin. With a sudden stride forward, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Zhong Ling, the Bristle Wolf Squad, is it? Will you come one by one, or will you all come at once? The choice is yours. In a single breath, Yang Han stood firm like a war deity, his stature resembling that of a majestic mountain. Do you seek death? The expression on Zhong Lin's face darkened ominously. Yang Han's blatant disdain for him and his subordinates had pushed him to the brink of tolerance. Brothers, kill him. With a command, over 10 men surged toward Yang Han, their spiritual energy erupting, casting forth a silvery brilliance. Yet, Yang Han's smile remained undiminished as he slowly raised his right hand, drawing his sword. Clang! As the blade was unsheathed, a torrent of radiant sharpness emanated from its edge, and Yang Han's sword pierced through the crowd like a chilling ray of light. His movements were as swift as lightning, and his blade was extraordinarily sharp. One man, one sword, he plunged into the throng, and none could hinder his advance. Thud! With each thrust, he severed an arm from his adversaries. In the brief span of a heartbeat, 3 arms had already been cleaved away. Cries of anguish erupted, startling the remaining assailants. However, Yang Han was simply too fast, granting them no opportunity to retreat. Those who dared to strike found themselves leaving behind a severed limb. Yang Han coldly uttered a phrase before weaving through the masses, each strike imbued with lethal brilliance. Thud! An arm fell, blood gushing forth. This fellow is terrifying. We stand no chance, they exclaimed in panic. Retreat! Quickly! Amidst the screams and shouts, members of several wolf pack teams finally succumbed to fear and hastily withdrew. I warned you, leave behind an arm. A glint of frost flickered in Yang Han's eyes as his iron sword swept through the remaining men like a crimson streak of blood. You seek death. A chilling voice whispered in his ear, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy manifesting behind him, unmistakably the might of a transformation realm adept. Zhong Lin. Yang Han furrowed his brow slightly, then instantly flickered away, evading Zhong Lin's strike, while simultaneously relinquishing the opportunity to sever the arms of those few. Standing at a distance, Yang Han coldly regarded Zhong Lin. This individual, rather than confronting him directly, sent his subordinates to their demise, resorting to treacherous tactics from the shadows, indeed, quite insidious. Yang Han prided himself on his formidable physique, yet he was not foolish enough to withstand the assault of a 4-step transformation realm expert. Thus, he had no choice but to forego his own offensive. "You are fortunate," he remarked, glancing at the 3 members of the main wolf squad who had narrowly escaped the attack. "Now, your captain shall bear the brunt of your misfortune. There are 3 of you, so he must relinquish 3 items of worth. You arrogant brat, die." Zhong Lin seethed with rage, unleashing a powerful strike towards Yang Han. All the while, Yang Han had been ignoring him, which filled Zhong Lin with profound humiliation. Murderous intent erupted, and his moves grew increasingly ferocious. "Do you wish to witness my true prowess?" Yang Han's lips curled into a smile as he faced Zhong Lin's assault. Releasing a torrent of energy from his 3-step silver spirit realm, infused with the power of his bloodline. 3-step silver spirit. Today marks your demise, Zhong Lin thought. Feeling a slight relief upon sensing Yang Han's energy, his attacks became even more frenzied, embodying the momentum to annihilate Yang Han in a single blow. Bloodline power. Transform into a blade. Yang Han maintained a nonchalant smile, and as he uttered a single phrase, a crimson radiance swiftly enveloped the spiritual energy. With a flash of cold light, the blood-red hue became unsettling. In an instant, the sanguine glow coalesced into a long sword, which shot forth like a streak of light. "Strike!" With those 2 gentle words, the sword forged from the power of his bloodline swiftly sliced through the arm raised by Zhong Ling. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, followed by a spray of blood. Zhong Ling was caught off guard, overwhelmed by a shocking sharpness that passed before him, and then pain descended upon him. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, his face contorted in terror. With his arm severed, he was rendered a cripple for life. The lofty self he once held was instantly crushed to the depths by Yang Han's blade. But it was not over. Yang Han's smile turned somewhat cold as he recalled the horrific scene of Sun Yin. He commanded the sword of bloodline power to strike without hesitation. With a whoosh, the blade flew, severing Zhong Ling's arms and legs in an instant, his blood mingling with the grotesque remnants that fell to the ground. "No, Yang Han, you bastard!" Despair echoed from Zhong Ling's mouth. Chapter 27. Just one sword. The cries and roars persisted, yet Yang Han stood with his sword sheathed. Before him lay a pool of blood, severed limbs, and the convulsing remnants of a once proud figure. With arms and legs completely obliterated, Zhong Ling had been reduced to a mere human stick. Now, he possessed an abundance of energy, yet the mere act of rising had become a distant fantasy. The killer remains unrelenting in his pursuit of vengeance. "I have shown you mercy. At least you are still alive and breathing." A smile graced Yang Han's face. Yet to Zhong Ling and the others, it was akin to a nightmare. Just moments ago, he had smiled as he struck, severing the arms of more than a dozen disciples of the Silver Spirit Realm and rendering Zhong Ling utterly incapacitated. In Zhong Ling's eyes, he had transformed, devoid of any desire for vengeance. With that, he dragged Sun Yin to the training stone chamber, utilizing his merit jade to grant him a room for a duration of 10 days. Observing the gratitude in Sun Yan's eyes, Yang Han remarked, "Let us dispense with idle chatter. I do not wish for anyone to hinder my progress. Enter and cultivate diligently, striving to break through to a minor realm." "Thank you." Tears welled in Sun Yan's eyes as he felt immense satisfaction with his prior choice. Following Yang Han was far more favorable than aligning with Zhong Ling and his treacherous ilk. Along the corridor, Zhong Ling lay on the ground, groaning helplessly, his once malicious gaze now replaced with fear. Among his subordinates, save for 3, the rest clutched their severed arms, moaning softly. The 3 unscathed ones stood trembling, paralyzed with fear, not daring to take a single step. Could they escape Yang Han's speed? For now, they could only await his judgment. If Yang Han demanded their mutilation, they would be mutilated. If he commanded their death, they would meet their demise. After ushering Sun Yin into the stone chamber, Yang Han turned to survey the blood-soaked ground and scattered limbs, saying, "What are you 3 still doing? The stench here is unbearable. Clean this up and dispose of these severed limbs." Indeed, the 3 nodded in unison and swiftly set about executing Yang Han's instructions. Observing these disciples of the Silver Spirit Realm, who were evidently intimidated by him, Yang Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. This world belongs to the powerful. Only strength can instill fear in one's adversaries and command respect from potential foes. In his earlier days, when he was merely at the mortal spirit realm, these individuals held themselves in lofty disdain, looking down on him with arrogance. Now, however, they had become subservient weaklings in his presence. Yang Han cast a detached glance over the group before departing from the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Tower and ascending further. At this moment, he had attained the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm, and it was evident that even practitioners at the 4th step posed no threat to him. Having secluded himself for nearly 50 days, it was time to reunite with his brothers. Moreover, he ought to honor Su Yu's invitation. Upon exiting the Earth Spirit Tower and gazing at the azure sky, Yang Han exhaled deeply. After such a lengthy confinement underground, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Today he was stepping back into the light, destined to stir the waters of the Spirit Sky Academy. Suddenly, as he stepped out of the main hall of the Earth Spirit Tower, he sensed several piercing gazes honing in on him, each imbued with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Truly troublesome. He sighed inwardly, disregarding the menacing stares as he turned to leave the hall. Yang Han approached him, urgency evident in his demeanor, and exclaimed, "Elder brother, there has been an incident at home. The elders have vanished, and the entire Yang family estate has become a desolate abode." What? In an instant, a piercing light radiated from Yang Han's eyes, and an aura of violence erupted forth, causing Yang Han to stagger backward involuntarily. The expressions of his elder brother and 6 siblings turned pale. Yang Han's presence was overwhelmingly potent, inducing a tremor within them. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to confront the Yu family directly and demand answers. Stop right there. At that moment, 3 figures appeared at the entrance, blocking Yang Han's path. The atmosphere crackled with a menacing energy and an intent to kill. He raised his head, casting a frigid gaze at the 3 figures before him, his eyes glacially cold. The smile on his lips grew increasingly sinister, even as his murderous intent intensified. A chilling breeze seemed to envelop the 3, laden with an ominous frost. Yang Han, for the murder of Lu Wei, today marks your demise. Indeed, those who dare to harm the members of my law enforcement hall must pay with their lives. Die. The trio spoke in unison, each intent on claiming Yang Han's life. Casting a cool glance at the 3 adversaries, a faint, mocking smile graced Yang Han's lips. He recognized them from his encounters at the Spirit Sky Academy. 2 appeared to be enforcement disciples, while 1 was likely among the elite disciples of notable rank. All 3 were formidable practitioners at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm, their reputations quite illustrious. Yet, Yang Han dismissed them from his mind. Within his perception lingered a faint trace of a familiar killing intent, belonging to an assassin. As a member of the Judgment Organization and having completed 2 missions, Yang Han was well acquainted with such lethal energy. He smiled slightly and declared, "If you seek my life, then come forth. I trust you won't lament your choices, for my assault ensures your demise." That sentiment is more aptly directed at you. An enforcement disciple retorted icily, swiftly advancing upon Yang Han. "Don't presume to trifle with our leader. Brothers, to arms." Yang Han bellowed, leading his siblings in a rapid charge. Yang Han cast a fleeting glance at his kin, shaking his head slightly. "Second brother, your intervention is unnecessary. In these turbulent times for the Yang clan, your duty lies in diligent cultivation. Let me bear the brunt of our tribulations. I shall resolve this matter." Courting death. A chilling intent enveloped Yang Han as the trio encircled him, their combined energies surging forth. Constricted by their power, Yang Han felt his movements hampered. His countenance hardened, and his eyes blazed with fierce resolve. Slay. With the utterance of that single word, an inexorable aura of carnage erupted from Yang Han's being. He drew his sword in a swift motion, its blade shimmering with sanguine light. SHHHHW. As the sword materialized, a piercing wail echoed through the air. Yang Han's swordsmanship, though seemingly unexceptional, possessed a devastating velocity and keenness. Blood forged 9 swords, 4th stance. His face an impassive mask, the crimson aura of his iron sword intensified, tracing a spectral arc. Beware. Retreat. The trio, aghast, scrambled to evade the impending strike. Their reaction speed was indeed astonishing, and their combat experience was exceedingly high. However, Yang Han's sword was swifter and more ruthless. A crimson flash swept through the air, and then the force swiftly dispersed. Upon observing Yang Han, he remained unscathed. Even his collar was as pristine as before. In stark contrast, the 3 practitioners of the Silver Spirit Realm, each at the 4th step, appeared pallid, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Each bore a slender wound on their abdomen, from which blood flowed incessantly. Their breaths became increasingly chaotic, and their vitality waned. How so? Yang Han surveyed the trio, a cold smile gracing his lips. His grin was malevolent, instilling a sense of dread. Impossible. You are merely at the third step of the Silver Spirit realm. How could you possess such strength? Let us go. We must flee. Yes, we need to escape. The three, having been wounded by Yang Han's sword, were utterly terrified. Chapter 28. The mysterious young girl Yang Han and his siblings were left astounded. In less than 2 months, Yang Han had grown significantly stronger. They remained stagnant while their revered elder brother had taken a monumental leap, outpacing them by a considerable distance. Brother, doesn't he allow us to intervene because he wishes to protect us from harm? Ultimately, it is our lack of strength that hinders us, Yang Feng remarked. Yang Qingqing nodded in agreement, her voice resolute. I do not aspire to surpass my brother, but I will certainly not be a burden to him. From this day forward, my only focus shall be on cultivation. Yes, cultivation. The one-armed Yang Xin affirmed tenaciously. Yang Hong sensed the emotions of his siblings and said, for now, let us set aside matters concerning the family. With the clan leader and the elder absent, the responsibility now rests solely upon us brothers. We cannot allow the burden to fall entirely on the eldest. We must share some of the weight. The siblings nodded vigorously, their expressions resolute. At that moment, the 3 law enforcement disciples and the elite disciples were hastily attempting to flee. However, the young swordsman standing in the midst of them made his move. Leaving? Where do you think you are going? Yang Han's figure flickered, swiftly surpassing the 3, standing before them with his back turned. Slowly turning his head, he regarded the trio, those who fancied themselves the elite among disciples, with an indifferent gaze, his iron sword gleaming with a chilling light. The most unassuming of weapons wielded an unsettlingly formidable power. In terms of swordsmanship, Yang Han had reached a level that allowed him to disregard the disparity of realms. You, Yang Han, do not overstep your bounds. Allow us to depart, and we shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. We will not trouble you again, one of the law enforcement disciples declared. Indeed, another elite disciple quickly added, Yang Han, I bear no grudge against you. Today's incident is entirely a misunderstanding. I assure you it will not happen again. Misunderstanding? A jest. If my strength were not so formidable, and you could easily slay me, this would hardly be a misunderstanding. Death would be the grim reality I would face. Now, the tables have turned. I can effortlessly defeat you. To claim misunderstanding now feels rather too late, does it not? Yang Han scoffed coldly. A murderous intent had already begun to brew within him toward these individuals. Their purpose for coming was to take his life. Why then should he spare theirs? Humph. Yang Han, do not overstep your bounds. We are disciples of law enforcement. If you harm us, your demise will be certain when senior brother Chongyun breaks through to the innate realm. One of the law enforcement disciples spoke. Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he not have heard of Lei Chongyun? One of the 2 individuals capable of cultivating at the lowest level of the Earth Spirit Tower. A pinnacle existence at the 4th step of the Golden Spirit Realm. Such a formidable presence far surpassed many of the Academy's instructors. The mention of Lei Chongyun instilled a measure of pressure in Yang Han, yet it was merely a trifle. He had already slain Lu Wei. What difference would it make to eliminate 2 more law enforcement disciples? Regardless of who they were, none could save them. Even if Lei Chongyun himself were to come, they would still meet their end. His tone shifted as an aura of violent demonic energy enveloped him. The will of the demon erupted, and in an instant, he traversed several dozen meters. With a swift draw of his sword, it was akin to the summoning of death. The 2 law enforcement disciples were instantly decapitated, blood splattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Yang Han's blade rested ominously against the neck of the elite disciple. The strike was as swift as lightning. The 2 law enforcement disciples had scarcely a moment to react before meeting their demise. The remaining elite disciple trembled at the sight of the sharp edge so close to his throat, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror. I shall only ask once. Who sent you? Yang Han inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. The man, quaking under Yang Han's gaze, stammered, It was senior brother Yang Han. I implore you to spare me this once. I vow I shall never trouble you again. To survive, he unhesitatingly betrayed the person behind him. Yang Han's power was evident. He had no choice but to lower his head and plead for mercy. Wen Qin? A slight tremor coursed through Yang Han. He had indeed heard of Wen Qin. Not only him, but likely the majority of disciples at Ling Kong Academy were aware of this individual. Wen Qin, a first-step Gold Spirit Realm cultivator, ranked 8th among the elite disciples. Within Ling Kong Academy, he stood as one of the most renowned disciples. The elite disciple ranking was not a title easily attained. Those who made the list were undeniably gifted and possessed formidable strength. Why did Wenqin send you to kill me? Yang Han inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhong Lin is his cousin. You incapacitated Zhong Lin. Thus he seeks to eliminate. Understanding dawned upon Yang Han. He had not anticipated that by killing Zhong Lin, he would invoke the wrath of the formidable Wenqin. His troubles were indeed considerable now. I beg you, do not kill me. The elite disciple's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. The murderous intent emanating from Yang Han shattered his psychological defenses completely. Shaking his head, Yang Han sighed as he regarded the man. There is no need to kill you. From this day forth, you shall remain nothing but a waste. Leave. The elite disciple felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily scrambled away. In his mind, Yang Han had become a figure of dread. He could never bear to stand before him again. Outside the courtyard lay 3 lifeless bodies. Yang Han. A 4th-step Silver Spirit Realm cultivator was no more than an ant. If he were to unleash his full might, a single strike would suffice to obliterate them. Raising his gaze, Yang Han cast a sweeping glance across the small courtyard behind him. Then his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light. Locking onto the roof of the courtyard, there was no sign of life in the vicinity, or rather, the presence was exceptionally well concealed. While Yang Han and the others remained oblivious within the courtyard, Yang Han swiftly pinpointed the hidden figure. He spoke calmly. There is no need to hide. You are no match for me. Inform Old Ho not to send anyone to their demise. The shadow lurking in the darkness quivered slightly, and 2 sharp glimmers ignited in its eyes. Yang Han's words instantly revealed to the assassin that he was a member of the Judgment Organization. Beneath the golden mask, the assassin's expression turned peculiar. He was a killer, and it was evident that Yang Han was as well. The realization that he could not conceal himself from Yang Han was particularly unnerving for an assassin. I will uncover the matters concerning the family. Here are some merit points. You should proceed to the 6th level of the Earth Spirit Tower for your cultivation. It is unoccupied, and if you encounter someone named Sun Yen, just state that you are my brothers. After speaking, Yang Han produced his merit jade and allocated 10,000 merit points to Yang Han. Elder brother. This Yang Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his merit jade. 10,000 points left him utterly astonished. It is well known that merit points are hard to come by. Typically, the tasks assigned by the Academy yield only dozens or hundreds of points. Accumulating 10,000 points would take an unimaginable length of time. I was fortunate to have acquired a considerable amount of merit. This 10,000 is for you. You are responsible for helping our younger siblings enhance their cultivation. Additionally, I have some elixirs here. They are all yours. He handed over all remaining elixirs from his own cultivation to Yang Han and then turned to leave, leaving his siblings in a state of shock. He needed to find a way to locate Suyu. Directly approaching the law enforcement hall would undoubtedly incite profound animosity within them, a course of action best avoided. As Yang Han departed the courtyard, he contemplated seeking out Suyu at the law enforcement hall, yet a twinge of hesitation lingered in his heart. The enmity between him and the law enforcement hall was irreconcilable, having already slain Lu Wei and 2 disciples of the law enforcement hall. An encounter with them would likely culminate in a bloody confrontation. With the assessment imminent, Yang Han preferred to steer clear of unnecessary troubles. While he pondered how to locate Suyu, a delicate, petite figure approached from across the way. The appearance of this young woman sparked a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her brows arched like the crescent moon, her skin exquisitely fair, and her figure elegantly proportioned. As she drew nearer, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, stirring a subtle ripple of emotion within. Are you Yang Han, senior brother? Just as they were about to pass each other, the young girl suddenly spoke, her beautiful gaze fixed upon him, suppressing a flicker of excitement within. Yang Han responded in astonishment. Junior sister, you recognize me? Indeed, you are Yang Han, she replied, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Senior sister Suyu sent me to find you. She mentioned that the assessment and the academy examination will take place tomorrow, and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we must not part ways. Ah, splendid. I was also preparing to seek out senior sister, so I would be grateful if you could guide me, Yang Han said, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet, within, he mused about where Suyu had found such a junior sister. This girl exuded a formidable aura, a latent power seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. Intuitively, Yang Han sensed that he might not be her equal. As he walked alongside the young girl, Yang Han gathered his thoughts, contemplating how to confront the law enforcement disciple and the 8th-ranked elite disciple, Wenqin. At that moment, the girl gazed at Yang Han with surprise, her eyes reflecting the depth of his contemplation. This fellow had merely cast a glance in her direction before dismissing her entirely, which left her feeling a subtle twinge of dissatisfaction. As a daughter of heaven, she believed she deserved the spotlight. How could he audaciously ignore? I've heard that my senior brother possesses remarkable skills. Perhaps we could spar on another day? The girl pouted, addressing Yang Han, startled by her words. Yang Han snapped back to attention, his expression one of confusion as he inquired, Junior sister, what did you just say? I apologize. I was lost in thought. Could you repeat that? Instantly, a flush of color blossomed on the girl's cheeks, not from shyness, but from indignation. She felt utterly disregarded. Yang Han had completely overlooked. Chapter 29. A terrifying ascension. Upon entering the courtyard with her, Yang Han was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers. The garden was a vibrant tapestry of spring, adorned with blossoms and lush greenery, exuding an atmosphere of freshness and tranquility. He marveled at the scene, as this small courtyard resembled a hidden paradise, replete with flourishing flora and gentle streams, resonating with the essence of nature. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this place was palpably rich. Senior sister, this fellow is not to be trusted. You must exercise caution, came a remark that struck Yang Han as he approached. The words belonged to the girl who had sought him out earlier, and now she was fervently attempting to tarnish his formidable image before Su Yu. Hey, do not speak ill without cause. I have done nothing to you. Yang Han furrowed his brow, a trace of discomfort etched across his face. This woman, with whom he held no grudge, had the audacity to incite discord between him and Su Yu, an utterly detestable act. Humph. I have conversed with you throughout the journey, yet you have chosen to ignore me. Are you not the villain? I shall certainly persuade senior sister Su Yu to expel you from our ranks. The young girl glared at him, mischief glimmering in her eyes. I have stated that I was merely lost in thought. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Furthermore, if Su Yu were to instruct me to leave, I would do so immediately. I have no obligation to cater to you. Anger surged within Yang Han. Although this girl was charming and delightful, she was undeniably a bit unruly. Enduring and retreating would only further indulge her petulant nature. Enough, you err. Let us cease this discussion. Yang Han is my guest, and his presence grants me peace of mind. Su Yu cast an apologetic glance at Yang Han. Being perceptive, she had already discerned the true nature of the conflict. Yang Han appeared quite innocent. Yet she felt it unwise to speak too harshly to the girl, lest she take offense and make it difficult for Su Yu to seek her assistance later. Observing Su Yu's exquisite features, Yang Han felt a stir of compassion. It seemed this woman also bore her own burdens. Really? Very well. I shall not intrude upon you any further. Upon hearing of the prospect of wine, Yueter swiftly vanished from their sight. Yang Han wore a bemused expression. The girl's antics left him both amused and exasperated. She was undoubtedly a lush, and a female one at that. She is always like this. Su Yu smiled gently as she watched the girl's retreating figure. Yang Han's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The speed at which the girl had departed had left him utterly astounded. Fu Yu, the fifth elite disciple. Upon recalling that name, Yang Han felt a sense of incredulity. Such a playful girl possessed an astonishing strength, which was utterly unfathomable. Sister, you've given all the Chuanxua wine to that girl. What about me? At that moment, a young boy dashed out from the house, questioning Su Yu from a distance. Su Yu furrowed her brows and scolded, Su Qing, do not act foolishly. Yuer is a guest. Do you not comprehend the principles of loyalty and filial piety? At your age, you should know better. But sister, there are only a few jars of Chuanxua wine. If you've given them all to her, what am I to drink? The boy spoke hesitantly, seemingly intimidated by Su Yu. Just then, he noticed Yang Han standing nearby and inquired, Sister, who is he? Could he be the Yang Han you mentioned? Indeed, Yang Han replied with a nod and a smile, preempting Su Yu's introduction. Su Qing scrutinized Yang Han from head to toe and remarked, Is this fellow truly capable of defeating Yu Fei and his companions, and instilling fear in Wang Bei and Wu Sun to the extent that they dare not engage in battle? Moreover, he even challenges by you and the teacher? A hint of skepticism flickered in his eyes as he continued, I have encountered Yang Hong and his cohorts. Their talents can only be deemed mediocre, and their strength is pathetically weak. I find it hard to believe their elder brother could be formidable. His disdainful gaze and derisive expression caused Yang Han to furrow his brow. Is that so? It appears you have crossed swords with my younger siblings? He retorted, Indeed. Yang Hong, Yang Feng, Yang Qi, and Yang Zhen. Those four lads combined are no match for me. Your Yang clan is hardly worth mentioning. As Su Qing uttered these words, Yang Han's aura suddenly turned frigid. Especially the disdain he exhibited when mentioning the defeat of the four Yang brothers ignited a flicker of anger within Yang Han. The Yang clan is insignificant? Yang Han raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. Observing the situation spiraling beyond her control, Su Yu hurriedly tugged at Su Qing, admonishing, "Little brother, do not act recklessly." At that moment, Yang Han spoke, and in a swift motion, he reached out, grasping Su Yu's arm with lightning speed. Su Yu's body quivered. She felt the immense power of his grip tightly restraining her arm. The prior velocity left her with no opportunity to evade. As her slender arm was seized, she was momentarily stunned, only to be enveloped in a blush thereafter. For her, this was the first instance of such intimate skin contact with a man. "You let go of me." Upon witnessing Yang Han's grip on Su Yu's arm, Su Qing's expression darkened with fury. He swung his fist violently, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. At the third level of the Silver Spirit Realm, his cultivation was not to be underestimated compared to Su Yu's current prowess. A commendable realm, yet what of his strength? A smile played on Yang Han's lips, his face momentarily shadowed by a glint of coldness. Boom. Releasing Su Yu's arm, he retaliated with a punch, the titanic energies colliding with a resounding impact. Yang Han's body trembled, yet he remained firmly planted on the ground. In contrast, Su Qing staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. The disparity in strength was evident in a single exchange. This was still Yang Han deliberately holding back, exerting only a fraction of his power. If he were to exert himself fully now, even a practitioner at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm would suffer severe damage from this single strike. How could this be? Impossible. I, Su Qing, could never be defeated by you. Come again. A look of disbelief spread across his face as he roared, lunging once more towards Yang Han. Su Yu stood nearby, a trace of concern etched upon her features. At this juncture, she realized that she could not dissuade Yang Han. Su Qing's arrogance could not be quelled by mere words. She implored, "Yang Han, my junior brother, for my sake, please do not harm him." In the face of Su Qing's ferocious assault, Yang Han deftly evaded while responding, "I will do my utmost." "What? Sister, whose side are you truly on?" Su Qing bellowed in fury. "Fine, since you say so, I shall test the worth of this individual you hold in such high regard." Enraged, Su Qing summoned his spiritual energy, manifesting it as a formidable blade of power. Su Yu shook her head, feeling helpless towards her proud younger brother. She could only hope that Yang Han would show some mercy. Wind blade technique. Su Qing declared, summoning gusts of wind within a 10-meter radius. The winds, sharp as blades, surged towards Yang Han. His expression hardened as he sensed the pressure emanating from the blade like winds infused with spiritual energy. Yet, it was merely pressure. Su Qing's strength was indeed commendable, capable of contending with practitioners at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm. His wind blade technique was omnipresent, challenging for ordinary cultivators to withstand. With the wind as his weapon, a single strike could sever heads. The momentum was impressive, yet it lacked the requisite strength and speed. Yang Han's voice resonated, and he abruptly summoned his innate energy. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword, its speed akin to a flash of lightning, astonishingly swift. With seemingly mundane strokes, each swing of his sword pierced through the surrounding gusts of fierce wind. The blade met the onslaught of the formidable energy. Not a single blade of force could approach his form within a 3-foot radius, all thwarted by the iron sword in his grasp. In a mere span of 10 breaths, he executed over 100 strikes. Even Su Yu, standing nearby, could only perceive a blur of the sword's phantom, while her brother's energy blades shattered one after another. She parted her cherry-red lips, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Yang Han. Just over 2 months prior, he lacked such prowess. At that time, he was merely at the mortal spirit level, yet now he had ascended to the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm. His martial techniques and swordsmanship had attained a terrifying velocity and power. How had he cultivated to such heights? Chapter 30. Moonlight Squad. In stark contrast to Su Yu's astonishment, Su Qing was taken aback with dread. No one understood the might and swiftness of the storm blade technique better than he did. Yet regardless of how rapidly or powerfully he executed his techniques, he felt that Yang Han could effortlessly counter them. Yang Han's sword was unervingly fast, exuding a chilling aura that not only dismantled his energy blades, but also sent shivers down his spine. As a flicker of trepidation arose within Su Qing, an opening naturally emerged, and a blade of light mercilessly sliced through the space ahead. The tip of the sword hovered before him, its sharpness piercing into Su Qing's consciousness. The gleaming blade, should it merely graze his throat, would herald the end of his life. The smile of Yang Han surfaced in his mind, causing an involuntary shudder within him. The very individual he had just scorned had effortlessly bested him, and it dawned upon him that this opponent had not even exerted his full strength. How could this be? You have unleashed your utmost efforts, employing your golden spirit-level martial arts, while I merely acted on a whim. Yang Han's words struck Su Qing like a thunderclap, reverberating through his thoughts. Merely acting on a whim. Those 4 words delivered an overwhelming blow to Su Qing's pride. In a confrontation of equal standing, could he not even compel this opponent to take him seriously? Yang Han, his throat dry, found the words he wished to articulate lodged firmly within. Gradually sheathing his sword, Yang Han observed Su Qing and remarked, "My intention in engaging you was to impart a lesson. Pride is not inherently detrimental, yet arrogance and hubris will only hasten your demise." To his surprise, Su Qing did not respond with anger at his defeat. Instead, he expressed gratitude. The simplicity of his words momentarily astonished Yang Han. Those 2 simple syllables sufficed to demonstrate that Su Qing was not the arrogant figure he had perceived. "This defeat may prove advantageous for you," Su Yu chimed in, her smile illuminating the surroundings, eclipsing the vibrant beauty of spring. Indeed, Su Yu possessed a remarkable beauty, and in that moment, her radiant smile stirred something within Yang Han's heart. Yes, this defeat was truly worthwhile. Su Qing smiled, shedding the earlier air of arrogance, as if she had instantaneously matured. Indeed, the spirited exuberance of youth ought to be like this. Yang Han also nodded and smiled, his fondness for Su Qing significantly increasing. At that moment, the playful girl Fu Yu dashed out from the house. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed and dreamy. "What are you all doing?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the trio in the courtyard. As she spoke, the strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air, prompting both Yang Han and Su Yu to furrow their brows slightly. "Little drunkard," Su Yu muttered inwardly, then addressed Fu Yu. "Nothing of consequence here. But what about you? Why have you consumed so much?" "I've only had a pot. How can that be too much?" Fu Yu pouted, her hazy eyes sweeping over Yang Han and Su Yu, as she continued. "But you 2 seem to be concealing something from me. Let me take a look." In a matter of moments, Fu Yu turned to Su Yu and remarked, "Senior sister, it seems there was a battle here just now. The spiritual energy and force have yet to dissipate. Did you engage in a skirmish?" Realizing she could not hide anything from the girl, Su Yu helplessly replied, "It was merely a sparring match between Su Qing and junior brother Yang Han." "They sparred?" Fu Yu instantly became intrigued, her interest seemingly rekindling her spirits. She leaned closer to Su Qing, her excitement palpable. "Come, tell me, who emerged victorious?" "Drunken fool, step away from me," Su Qing retorted, wrinkling her brow at the overwhelming scent of alcohol, her irritation evident as she took a few steps back. "Hey, are you getting feisty now? Believe it or not, I can teach you how to show respect towards me, your senior sister. Dare to call me a drunkard? It seems you are truly itching for trouble." With a slight lift of her delicate fist, Fu Yue's steps were unsteady and chaotic. Upon witnessing her movement, Su Qing's complexion instantly paled, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps, clearly haunted by shadows of the past regarding Fu Yue. This girl, relying on her superior cultivation, had disciplined him more than once, each instance igniting a simmering resentment within him that he dared not reveal. "Humph, it seems you possess some sense." Fu Yue lifted her finely sculpted chin and then turned her gaze towards Yang Han, remarking, "I find your abilities rather unimpressive, at best. They are equivalent to that of Su Qing. Your sparring sessions are merely childish play, lacking any real significance. Do you truly believe yourself to be formidable?" At this juncture, Su Qing interjected boldly, "My brother-in-law is far superior to you. He could easily teach you a lesson." The moment those words escaped his lips, a deep flush enveloped Su Yu's face. "Su Qing, what nonsense are you spouting?" she admonished. Yang Han wore a dark expression, simultaneously feeling anger and a hidden intrigue towards this audacious youth. No man could overlook a woman like Su Yu, mature, alluring, and beautiful, all of which tugged at a man's heartstrings. "I am not speaking in jest. Sister, the way you looked at him was distinctly different from how you regard others. I can see it." Su Qing argued with conviction, appearing quite earnest. "If you dare to speak like that again, I shall expel you from the team." Su Yu retorted fiercely. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, Su Qing conceded, "All right, I shall refrain from speaking further. However, the truth remains the truth. If you do not believe it, we shall see. Suyu, you cannot truly have developed feelings for this fellow, can you? Fuyu leaned closer to Suyu, incredulously inquiring. Fuyu, please refrain from making such reckless statements. Suyu blushed profusely, feeling utterly helpless against this girl's antics. Shaking her head, Fuyu declared, Senior sister, I must warn you. You may fancy anyone, but you must not take a liking to this scoundrel. He is treacherous and full of malice. Initially, Yang Han remained indifferent, yet upon hearing Fuyu's words, he furrowed his brow. It appeared that he had no connection or enmity with her whatsoever. And yet she relentlessly disparaged him. Enough of this, Suyu hastily interjected, offering Yang Han an apologetic smile, signaling him not to take it to heart. Yang Han understood that his swordsmanship was still rudimentary. Although its power was respectable, it paled in comparison to that of true masters. Hence, he needed to continuously seek enlightenment and strive for improvement. Brother-in-law, what are you up to? At that moment, Su Qing approached him, grinning broadly. Yang Han lifted his gaze to regard her and replied, You call me brother-in-law. Are you not concerned about your sister causing you trouble? Haha. Su Qing laughed heartily, then leaned closer and said, Let us not dwell on that. I have a strong feeling that you and my sister are destined to be together. Yang Han could not help but chuckle, his thoughts drifting to Suyu, his heart fluttering. By the way, you still haven't told me what you were doing. Su Qing prompted again. I am comprehending the sword. Yang Han uttered only two simple words, comprehend sword. Su Qing widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, is this truly how you comprehend the sword? Without meditating cross-legged, without a proper cultivation environment, can one truly grasp the sword at any moment and place? Why not? Yang Han casually inquired. His words left Su Qing astounded. It is known that comprehending martial techniques or cultivating at any time and place is fundamentally impossible. Cultivation first requires one to meditate in stillness, and the same applies to mastering martial skills and understanding the sword. At least, that is how it was perceived by Su Qing. How could this be? Are you not afraid of being disturbed, leading to failure, or even suffering a backlash? Su Qing pressed further. Yang Han merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, he was unable to explain it himself, for even he could not elucidate the peculiarities of this phenomenon. Indeed, he could cultivate at any moment and place, his heart becoming ethereal, completely unimpeded. In previous times, such a feat would have been inconceivable. It was only after his death and rebirth that this extraordinary ability manifested. Alas, such is the disparity. In the Moonlight Squad, a new team was established at the Lincoln Academy. Its members were few, comprising only 4 individuals. Yet, these 4 commanded a level of respect that many dared not underestimate. Fuyu, the elite disciple ranked 5th, Suyu, an enforcer disciple, and Suyu's younger brother Su Qing, a formidable practitioner ranked within the top 50 of the elite disciples. The final member, Yang Han, bore no rank and had only recently ascended from an inner disciple to an elite disciple. However, his true strength remained a mystery to all. One thing was certain. Yang Han's swordsmanship was astonishing, capable of slaying practitioners at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit realm. As night flows like a gentle stream, the morning light illuminates the earth. Sister Su Qing, it is nearly time for us to depart, is it not? With that thought, Yang Han turned to see Suyu, who had quietly stood behind him. In the grand capital, Suyu felt a flutter of nervousness as she met Yang Han's gaze, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Previously, she would have never allowed herself to display such girlish shyness in front of him. However, the previous day's unexpected address of brother-in-law from Su Qing had stirred both anger and embarrassment within her. Now, standing before Yang Han, she felt the same emotions resurface. Sister. At that moment, Su Qing emerged from the room, accompanied by the sleepy-eyed Fuyu. The latter spoke in a soft voice, Sister Suyu, must we rise so early? I have yet to fully awaken. How can I perform well in the assessments if I am not well rested? You've already slept quite enough, Suyu replied, gently patting Fuyu on the head. All right, it is nearly time. We must gather in the academy's inner courtyard. Very well. Fuyu tossed her long hair, which had fallen across her chest, with a pout of reluctance. After a nod to Yang Han, Suyu took Fuyu by the hand and led her toward the door. Meanwhile, Su Qing walked alongside Yang Han, occasionally casting him flirtatious glances. Are you feeling restless? Yang Han remarked, observing the unpleasant expression on Su Qing's face, his tone laced with subtle authority. Su Qing paused, her expression faltering as she offered a nervous laugh before hastily turning away. The four of them exited the serene courtyard, filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, making their way toward the inner courtyard of the academy. Although it was still early, many disciples had already begun to appear along the path. The annual assessment, which determines the ranking of disciples, is a significant event for all students of the academy. Those who rank highly not only gain prestige within the institution, but may also receive rewards from the academy, along with access to greater cultivation resources. Upon entering the inner arena, Suyu and the four others were struck by the sheer density of the crowd before them. Although Qingyuan City is modest in size, its population exceeds several 100,000. This figure does not account for the inhabitants of the surrounding towns and villages, which would multiply the number significantly. Amidst such a vast population, even a selection of 1 in 100 could yield numerous promising candidates for Lincoln Academy. A glance across the inner arena revealed at least several thousand individuals. All those who gain entry to Lincoln Academy are exceptional young talents, with over 4,000 inner disciples, 500 elite disciples, and 80 law enforcement disciples forming the core strength of the academy, not to mention the esteemed instructors, 3 core disciples, and several elder figures. Suyu remarked upon the crowd, acknowledging that Lincoln Academy is indeed a premier institution within Qingxiao County. Within the territorial jurisdiction of Qingxiao County, there are more than 10 third-tier cities, and Qingxiao County itself oversees all of these third-tier municipalities. However, in the grand scheme of the storm and rain world, Qingxiao County is relatively insignificant. As a second-tier city, Qingxiao County pales in comparison to the first-tier Qingzhou City, which governs over a multitude of cities akin to Qingxiao County. If Qingzhou City holds such a position, one can only imagine the stature of the royal city. Beneath every royal city lie a multitude of state capitals, and amidst these, the imperial city reigns supreme. It is said that royal cities appear insignificant when juxtaposed with the imperial city, which truly occupies the pinnacle of the world. Fu Yu articulated this with fervor, fully comprehending the intricate hierarchy of this realm, knowledge that even Suyu lacked. This understanding cloaked her in an air of mystery. Fu Yu, you cannot be boasting, can you? I have never heard of royal cities and imperial cities existing above first-rate state capitals, Su Qing retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone. Fu Yu cast a glance at Su Qing, her eyes devoid of their usual playfulness, now imbued with a solemnity that commanded respect. Your lack of awareness does not negate their existence. It merely reveals your ignorance. The world of wind and rain is far more expansive than you can fathom. The 5 great imperial cities, numerous royal cities, and the strict hierarchy of first- and second-rate state capitals are all steeped in profound heritage. A third-rate small city like Qingyuan may find itself obliterated by a mere practitioner emerging from a royal or imperial city, she explained. Yang Han listened intently, moved by Fu Yu's words. He had no doubt about her assertions, for the world operates under the principle of might. The pursuit of cultivation knows no bounds. There is always a higher peak. The idea that one individual could annihilate an entire city resonated deeply with him. Enough of this dispute. Look, the elders are coming out. Su Yu interjected, interrupting the exchange between Fu Yu and Su Qing. Though she yearned to hear more of Fu Yu's insights, she recognized that the moment was not opportune. Boom. A resounding drumbeat enveloped all other sounds, followed by a series of rhythmic strikes that resonated powerfully, causing discomfort to the eardrums. The empty drum echoed, stirring the mountains and fields. Today marks the annual assessment for the disciples. Are you prepared? The voice, as thunderous as a storm, belonged to the Grand Elder, Feng Tiankong. Kill! 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 The 3 shouts reverberated, overpowering the heavy drumbeats. The collective momentum of the disciples erupted with such force that it overshadowed everything. The gathered spiritual energy surged forth. Even masters at the Golden Spirit realm or the innate realm would find it challenging to withstand. Such is the nature of momentum. A single individual may be weak, yet the combined force of thousands is not something ordinary experts can contend with. Upon the high platform, all 4 elders bore a flush of pride upon their faces. These are the disciples of Lincoln Academy, and as its highest authorities, they take great pride in this. The Grand Elder, Feng Tiankong, the Second Elder, Shui Linyu, the Third Elder, Tai Tung, and the 4th Elder, Shu Buqing. With the Master wandering afar and the Law Master often in seclusion, it is these 4 who now govern Lincoln Academy. Nevertheless, there remain a few elusive figures within the Academy, such as Elder Hua and Elder Ning, whose depths of power are unfathomable, and even the Grand Elder refrains from challenging them. Feng Tiankong surveyed the disciples below and proclaimed in a resonant voice, according to the customs and assessment procedures of previous years. You are to prepare to enter the Demon Mountain Range. Demon Order. With a wave of his hand, several individuals emerged from behind the Grand Elder, approaching the disciples and presenting two enormous bundles. The sound was thunderous. The package was overturned, revealing an array of tokens radiating a dark luminescence, known as the Demon Tokens. These tokens, it is said, were crafted by the formidable beings of the Lincoln Academy at the inception of its establishment. They possessed the ability to absorb the essence of demons, rendering them ideal for assessing disciples. Summoned the demon-slaying monument. With a resounding roar, Feng Tiankong, alongside three other esteemed elders, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that struck the colossal stone tablet at the forefront of the inner sanctum. Buzz! The tablet trembled, and a series of runes materialized, subsequently revealing the serial numbers of the demon tokens, each accompanied by a 0. Once a demon token is acquired, it bears but a single number. No one else is privy to the number inscribed on your token. Only you are aware of it. This measure ensures fairness and impartiality. By vanquishing demons and absorbing their essence into the tokens, all disciples can exchange their accumulated souls for various resources and treasures. The more souls one possesses, the greater the spoils one can obtain. The inner disciples, elite disciples, and law enforcement disciples of Lincoln Academy collectively number around 4,000, each receiving a demon token from the hands of the two academy instructors. Yang Han, touching the black demon token, could not help but express his astonishment. A few piercing gazes rested upon him, prompting Yang Han to instinctively turn around. Among them were the law enforcement disciple Sun Zhong and the elite disciple Wang Bei, accompanied by the elder Yu Fei, who had just departed, along with several unfamiliar faces, all of whom bore a hint of malice in their eyes. A congregation of fools. With a smile, Yang Han uttered 4 words. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of Sun Zhong and his companions. You will meet a gruesome end. I hope you do not beg for mercy then. Sun Zhong replied icily. Yu Fei, with a face full of resentment, cast a somber glance at Yang Han and declared, Yang Han, this time you shall not emerge from the Demon Mountain Range. You are destined to die? Wang Bei added coldly. In the face of their murderous intent, Yang Han remained unfazed. Should they wish to strike, he would oblige. If he were to encounter these individuals within the Demon Mountain Range, he would show them no mercy. To kill was to kill. With the command of the Demon Order, the demon-slaying monument manifested. Disciples, heed my call, let us set forth. The enemies of the Yang clan are numerous, and Yang Han himself has amassed many foes. Once they enter, it is likely they will find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Yang Han and the others expressed no dissent towards Yang Han's admonition. They followed his words without question. The Demon Mountain Range lies 100 miles north of Qingyuan City. Within merely half a day, the vast throng arrived at the formidable mountains. Within the range, birds flapped their wings in fright, and ferocious beasts roared, accompanied by a chilling wind that sent shivers down the spine. Countless perilous demons lurked here, including terrifying great demons. According to historical records, the Demon Mountain Range spans approximately millions of miles, yet no one has ever traversed it. For deep within those mountains lies an abundance of lethal dangers, a veritable abyss at every turn. Listen closely, everyone. Feng Tiankong proclaimed loudly as the crowd reached the edge of the Demon Mountain Range. All inner disciples may venture 10 miles deep. Elite disciples may venture 20 miles, while law enforcement disciples might reach 30. This extent is for you to determine. After a brief pause, Feng Tiankong continued, however, I advise you to act within your limits. Do not leave your life behind in this place. Chapter 32. A Gift of the Sword. Once one enters the Demon Mountain Range, the higher-ups of Lincoln Academy shall no longer concern themselves with the fates of the disciples. Upon crossing into the mountains, all must rely solely on their own abilities. Naturally, apart from oneself, the only support lies with one's companions. Thousands of squads from Lincoln Academy, aside from a few reclusive disciples, generally operate in teams, amounting to several hundred squads. Among these, the strongest are but a few. The Qinglong, Shenzhen, Kongyue, Qian, Tianxing, Alang, Fenghua, Menghu, Guangjian, and Shanha. These 10 trial squads represent the pinnacle of Lincoln Academy's prowess. Beyond these 10, many other squads also harbor skilled individuals. These warriors may appear unassuming, yet when it comes to life and death struggles, they unleash astonishing combat power. Strength cannot be judged by appearances. With that said, I wish you all good fortune." Feng Tiankong remarked before departing with the other 3 elders and a multitude of academy instructors. "Let us proceed. It is through the trials of life and death that one can fortify their cultivation and strengthen their resolve. Forward, vanquish the demons, and acquire resources. This time, I shall strive to rank within the top 50. With determination, the disciples of various academies strode boldly into the shadowy mountains. "Shall we enter as well?" Suyu smiled at Yang Han, then stepped lightly into the depths. Fuyue and Suqing trailed behind, while Yang Han lingered at the rear. The perilous Demon Mountain range harbors numerous dangers. With Fuyue and Suqing ahead, he merely needed to safeguard their rear. The elder observed the departing figures of the two. A faint cold smile gracing his lips, his murky gaze suddenly sharpening with intensity. "Old Hua, you wouldn't actually consider aiding him, would you?" Another elder appeared, addressing the previous one. Hua Lao smiled slightly before shaking his head, saying, "Old Ning, you underestimate me. This lad, though endowed with considerable talent, does not warrant me. An old fool, sacrificing my dignity to contend with a junior. Moreover, if he cannot navigate such a trifling predicament, then what is the value of his existence?" Old Ning chuckled, remarking, "You speak truthfully, yet this lad's safe return seems arduous. Feng Tiankong is certain to intervene, as will that enigmatic young Master Luo. The latter's origins are unknown, yet his subordinates are undeniably formidable." At the mention of Luo Yun, Old Ning's expression grew grave. Hua Lao lifted his gaze, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. He declared, regardless of young Master Luo's background, should he dare to unleash his minions against our academy's disciples, I shall ensure he meets his end here. "Indeed," Old Ning replied with a smile, his eyes equally filled with murderous intent. As venerable officials from the establishment of Linkong Academy, they harbored profound sentiments for the institution. This land was one they had fought alongside the sect leader to secure, and they would not permit anyone to covet or undermine it. Deep within the Demon Mountain range, the 4 of them gradually separated from the disciples of Linkong Academy. Within this vast mountain range, the presence of over 4,000 individuals is but a mere drop in the ocean, and even 40,000 would amount to little more than a speck. As they traversed 2 miles deeper, the air grew increasingly frigid. The faint scent of blood wafted towards them, rendering the expressions of the 4 companions solemn. Caution is paramount. The Demon Mountain Range is a place that even the formidable experts from the county and state cities dare not traverse lightly. For it is said that some of the beasts within are exceedingly terrifying, possessing powers that surpass even the innate realm and reach even higher domains. Fuyue's discerning gaze swept the surroundings, her delicate face etched with gravity. Her words caused both Yang Han and Suyu to shudder slightly, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened seriousness. Yang Han mused internally, questioning how this girl possessed such knowledge. Beings stronger than those of the innate realm would belong to the realm of the Purple Mansion. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Fuyue and inquired, "Senior Sister Fuyue, I believe you must be familiar with the classification of beasts. Could you enlighten us?" Fuyue cast a glance at Yang Han, clearly pleased by the title of Senior Sister. A hint of triumph graced her small face as she replied with a radiant smile, "In light of your calling me Senior Sister, I find you somewhat less disagreeable." With her smile fading, she continued, "The classification of beasts mirrors that of us cultivators, with distinct tiers. Allow me to share 5 levels with you. They are fierce beasts, exotic beasts, spirit beasts, great demons, and demon immortals. Fierce beasts correspond to the mortal spirit realm, while exotic beasts roughly equate to the silver spirit realm. Spirit beasts are formidable, rivaling even the golden spirit realm, if not surpassing it. As for great demons, only those of the innate realm stand a chance against them, while demon immortals are beings from which even those in the innate realm would meet inevitable demise, even in the face of the Purple Sovereign. Confronting the demon immortals remains a formidable challenge. In this world, all things exist in a delicate balance, with each entity exerting influence over the other. Equality among all beings is governed by natural laws, and this is the essence of existence." Upon hearing the elucidation from Fuyu, Yang Han suddenly experienced an epiphany within his heart, a profound understanding of the myriad beings and their place in the cosmos. Nothing can claim absolute supremacy. Even human cultivators cannot assert their dominance over the world. The demon race possesses innate advantages and terrifying talents that are on par with humanity. Moreover, Yang Han is convinced that there exist other entities in nature, equally formidable, akin to both humans and demons. In the relentless flow of time, no race can achieve eternal immortality. Generations rise and fall, each leaving their mark for several centuries. Perhaps this phenomenon is not limited to mere individuals, but encompasses unknown species as well. Will humanity remain as formidable 100 years hence? What of 1,000 or 10,000 years into the future? The decline of races is an inevitable trend. Nothing can endure forever. As he pondered, Yang Han felt as though a portal had opened within his heart, an entryway to comprehending the natural laws. Suddenly, an indescribable aura surged forth from his being, as if he had transcended the mundane world. His companions, Su Yu and her brother, remained oblivious to his transformation, while Fu Yu looked at Yang Han in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gasped, "He has forged a state of mind." Her voice resonated with shock and incredulity, those beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Han. Her expression rendered momentarily vacant. To forge a state of mind is the initial step on the path of mental cultivation, a step that, not only for those of the Silver Spirit realm, but even for those in the Golden Spirit and innate realms, is not easily taken. Cultivating the mind is a pursuit reserved for the adept of the Purple Mansion realm, who engage in the refinement of their inner state. It is through the honing of their spirit that these powerful beings grasp higher levels of understanding and attain elevated realms of existence. Yet, Yang Han commenced this profound journey of mental cultivation while still within the Silver Spirit realm, taking a step ahead of countless practitioners. Fu Yu scrutinized Yang Han, her body slightly trembling as she sensed a dense force of bloodline power emanating from him, an essence that would have gone unnoticed had she not been attentively perceptive. In that moment, her gaze toward Yang Han underwent a complete transformation. "Yang Han, if I have ever acted rashly, I hope you will not take it to heart. I offer my sincerest apologies." Fu Yu spoke, her tone unusually soft, leaving Su Yu and Yang Han astounded. After a brief pause, Yang Han responded with a carefree smile. "Sister Fu Yu, we are now comrades. Dwelling on the past holds no significance anymore." Having forged a path of inner clarity, Yang Han's perspective and heart expanded immensely. With a spirit as vast as the ocean, how could he hold grievances against a playful girl of good heart? "Thank you." In this moment, Fu Yu's demeanor radiated warmth, resembling a refined lady of noble birth, exuding an enchanting grace. A glimmer of inscrutable light sparkled in her eyes, and with a delicate motion of her slender hand, a long sword imbued with a crimson glow materialized in her grasp. "As a token of my apology, I present this sword to you, junior brother Yang Han. I hope you will find joy in it," Fu Yu proclaimed with a radiant smile as she extended the weapon towards him. At that moment, both Yang Han and the Su Yu siblings stood in utter astonishment. Fu Yu effortlessly drew forth a sword, revealing that she possessed a treasure capable of storing items, an artifact spoken of only in legends. Su Yu was at a loss for words, utterly astonished by this revelation, while Su Qing stood frozen in disbelief. Yang Han, too, wore a look of shock, realizing that this young girl had an extraordinary background. Her presentation of the sword was not merely an act of apology, it held an ulterior motive of camaraderie. Casting a glance at the striking crimson blade, Yang Han felt a surge of excitement. The sword measured 3 feet 6 inches in length, with a 3-inch wide blade, adorned with intricate runes beneath its fiery hue. Its piercing cold gleam exuded a subtle aura of menace, suggesting that it was far from an ordinary weapon. It undoubtedly belonged to the realm of spiritual artifacts. With a silent acknowledgement, Yang Han accepted the sword. He had contemplated declining the gift, yet the allure of the blade made refusal impossible. With a radiant smile, Fu Yu spoke softly, "This sword is named Firefang. I bestow it upon you, hoping that your swordsmanship will be unparalleled, allowing you to traverse the world and make your name known." Gratefully, Yang Han swung the sword, feeling its sharpness resonate with his very being, deepening his affection for it. In that moment, he realized his love for the Firefang sword. It was splendid, and its name even more so. Holding it felt akin to grasping confidence itself. What a heartwarming scene it was. 2 young men accompanied by 2 delicate beauties, a sight indeed wasted on such company. "Perhaps it would be better entrusted to us brothers for care." The sudden chilling words echoed, jolting the 4 from their reverie, compelling them to swiftly turn and confront the source. Before them stood 7 cultivators beneath a grand tree, their faces illuminated with a chilling light. Su Yu's expression tightened, and he gazed gravely at the adversaries. Fu Yu wore a placid countenance, her lips curling into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Su Qing, filled with excitement, faced this life-and-death trial for the first time. How could he not feel exhilarated? In contrast, Yang Han remained composed, silently observing the 7 cultivators before them. As steadfast as a mountain, his aura as deep as the ocean. Chapter 33. The terrifying Fu Yu. They are not from our Lincoln Academy. Su Yu intently regarded the 7 cultivators, his voice low as it reached the ears of Yang Han and his companions. Within the Demon Mountain range, although demons were numerous and perilous, the gravest threat came from the rogue cultivator squads comprised of humans. They were far more insidious than the demons, seizing opportunities to exploit the vulnerable. At that moment, a lewd young man behind the middle-aged leader suddenly spoke up. "Boss, today is the trial day for Lincoln Academy. They must be from there. If we engage them, will it lead to trouble? What do we have to fear? As long as we act discreetly, who will ever know it was us?" The middle-aged man replied, "I don't care about Lincoln Academy. I have set my sights on those 2 women. They shall be my playthings." This man was utterly blinded by desire. It was not entirely his fault. Su Yu and Fu Yu possessed an ethereal beauty that was irresistible. "Humph, let me take them down," Su Qing declared with a cold snort, stepping forward, his face etched with fury. Among the 7, the middle-aged leader was at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit realm, a formidable opponent. The others were skilled as well, ranging from the 2nd to the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit realm. However, Su Qing paid no heed to these individuals, for he was an elite disciple of Lincoln Academy, far beyond the capabilities of mere rogue cultivators. "Little brat, do you truly believe that being a disciple of Lincoln Academy makes you exceptional?" The middle-aged leader sneered, gesturing towards a young man behind him. "Go ahead, eliminate them." The young man stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Su Qing, a ferocious aura enveloping him, casting a palpable dread over the latter. Upon sensing the intensity of that malevolent energy, Su Qing's expression darkened, and he instinctively took a small step back. Despite the adversary being merely at the 2nd stage of the Silver Spirit realm, the overwhelming pressure was enough to suppress his own momentum. Children are indeed just children. They are utterly defenseless. The young man taunted before lunging towards Su Qing, his aura surging like a tidal wave. "This is bad. Su Qing is in danger." Su Yu's expression shifted with concern, and she was about to intervene when Fu Yu grasped her arm firmly, saying, "Let him face this challenge. If you constantly shield him, he will never grow." Nevertheless, anxiety gnawed at Su Yu's heart. At that moment, Yang Han spoke up. "Fu Yu is correct. This lad indeed requires tempering. His haughty nature has been nurtured by your protection." Suddenly, amidst the peril, a fierce roar erupted from Su Qing, his countenance fierce and his aura surging uncontrollably. Wind blade technique. The blades sliced through the air like a tempest, their sharpness both profound and ethereal, as they surged towards the young man with lethal intent. It is evident that in that fleeting moment, he broke through the oppressive malevolence of his adversary, allowing his true strength to surge forth. "Xiaowu, be cautious." The middle-aged leader's expression shifted, and after issuing a warning, he exchanged a knowing glance with a practitioner of the Silver Spirit realm standing behind him. Clang! The young Xiaowu wielded a curved blade, relentlessly assaulting Su Qing with his tempestuous sword techniques. Each strike was swift and precise. Even though Su Qing possessed formidable martial prowess, he found it challenging to subdue him in that instant. Die! At that moment, a chilling flash darted through the air, revealing a flying dagger aimed directly at Su Qing's chest. Despicable scoundrel! Su Yu's countenance paled, and she surged forward, intent on intercepting the impending danger to Su Qing. Fu Yue and Yang Han also experienced a shift in expression. Simultaneously, they maneuvered to stand before their 6 opponents, effectively blocking their advance. Thud! Unfortunately, Su Yu was a fraction too late. By the time she reached Su Qing's side, the blade had already pierced his flesh. Fortunately, in the final moment, he had managed to evade a fatal strike to his heart, and the dagger lodged itself in his shoulder, resulting in a comparatively minor injury. With a somewhat pallid complexion, Su Qing steadied himself with Su Yu's support. Rage flickered across his face as he glared at the middle-aged assailant, yearning to pounce upon him and exact vengeance. 2 against 1, preying upon a junior. How amusing. Today, I shall annihilate you. Must I still adhere to some arbitrary code? If there were truly rules, my fist would be the law. Those who oppose shall perish. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yang Han felt a stirring within his heart. It must be said, this fellow's words carry profound truth. In this brutal world, there are no rules to adhere to, Strength is the ultimate. A fleeting flash of fiery red light streaked across the sky, akin to a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, blood spurted forth, and life extinguished. The diminutive figure, Xiao Wu, gazed in disbelief at his chest, where a crimson long sword had pierced his heart, obliterating his vitality. I, with a trace of fear and resentment etched upon my face, witnessed Xiao Wu collapse to the ground. The middle-aged leader's expression shifted subtly. Yang Han's speed had been astonishingly swift, and perhaps only he among his companions could have intercepted that strike. The others stood little chance. His countenance turned solemn as he addressed the lecherous youth behind him, saying, "Heir, take your men to deal with those two girls. This young man is mine to confront. Remember, do not harm the girls." The latter nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As the older brother, having just lost a comrade, he still found it difficult to forget those two girls. Was such a leader truly worthy of his loyalty? Nevertheless, concerning the lives of the other brothers, the lecherous youth led the remaining four towards Suyu and Fuyu. Yang Han regarded the leader with a smile, declaring, "Are you certain you can withstand my prowess? Or do you believe you can survive beneath my sword? Prepare to meet your demise." The leader bellowed in rage, unleashing a bloodthirsty, violent aura that surged towards Yang Han. In that moment, the air thickened with a palpable sense of bloodshed. With a clang, he drew his sword, its emergence igniting like a flame. Instantly, Yang Han's demonic will erupted, overwhelming the leader's aura in a single heartbeat. The will of the abyss enveloped the leader like an endless sea of blood. How could this be? How could he possess such overwhelming presence? No, the leader never anticipated that the prey he had set his sights upon was an immovable fortress. His strength was utterly terrifying. Whoosh! Under the influence of the abyssal will, the consciousness of the middle-aged man was nearly submerged. At that moment, a fiery sword light traversed dozens of meters of space, aimed directly at him. With a shattering sound, the intent to kill drew near, and the middle-aged man finally struggled to break free from the assault of the abyssal will. With a roar of fury, he grasped the massive axe at his waist and swung it down towards Yang Han's sword. The sound was soft, yet it left the middle-aged man stunned. And Yang Han himself was equally astonished. The giant axe was severed by a single stroke, the cut as clean as if it had sliced through a block of tofu. The fiery longsword pierced directly into the middle-aged man's throat, extinguishing his life. "You, this sword." The middle-aged man died with his eyes wide open. For his defeat was not due to a lack of cultivation or experience, but rather the superiority of his opponent's weapon, leaving him with a deep sense of resentment. Yet, what could his resentment change? His life had already slipped away, rendering all else meaningless. Boss. The remaining four had yet to make a move against Suyu and Fuyu when they discovered their leader had been annihilated in a single strike. And they gasped in shock. "Run! Quickly!" The second in command, a lewd young man, shouted as he dashed towards the depths of the forest. Could they truly escape? A cold smile graced Fuyu's lips as an icy aura surged within her. Not just him, both Suyu and Su Qing sensed the overwhelming chill, their bodies trembling slightly. "Please, don't kill me." The lecherous young man cried out in terror, quickly adding, "I know of a relic in the Demon Mountain. I can guide you there. Just spare my life." "Oh," Fuyu replied, her gaze sweeping over the young man with surprise, before the icy power instantaneously enveloped the other three. With a crackling sound, the frost spread, rendering them completely frozen, devoid of life. They had no opportunity to retaliate. They were obliterated in an instant. Fuyu regarded the lecherous young man. Although his visage was unseemly, his eyes bore no malice. Unlike the others, who were filled with lustful intent, he stood apart. Otherwise, no matter what relic he claimed to know, he would have met his demise. "What relic do you speak of?" Fuyu inquired. "I am unaware of the nature of the relic," he stammered. "All I know is that it is guarded by a formidable demon. The creature's strength is terrifying. My brothers and I could never venture near." Fear etched upon his face. He cast a glance at his three frozen companions, his body trembling involuntarily. This woman was utterly fearsome. In his mind, he cursed his foolish leader, an ill-fated pursuit driven by lust. This woman was not merely a blade. She was a grave, a death sentence upon contact. Not just the lecherous young man, but even Yang Han felt a chill coursing through him. Fuyu, once a headstrong girl, now resembled a celestial being, exuding an ethereal coldness. Her playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by an air of icy nobility. With this thought, her gaze shifted towards Suyu. The latter's beautiful visage was also marked by shock, and upon meeting Yang Han's gaze, she gently shook her head. Su Yu had previously been unaware of the terrifying capabilities of this young girl. She ranked 5th among the elite disciples. Yet the power she now exhibited likely far surpassed her ranking. Merely by exuding her aura, the chill of ice descended, obliterating 3 practitioners at the 2nd and 3rd stages of the Silver Spirit realm. Such prowess might even exceed that of the top 3 experts on the leaderboard. Su Qing, too, gasped in astonishment, instinctively recoiling slightly. He had harbored thoughts of seeking vengeance against Fu Yu once his cultivation advanced, eager to avenge the humiliation he had previously endured. However, it was now evident that the disparity between him and Fu Yu was far greater than he had imagined. Perhaps it was best to abandon thoughts of revenge. If not, then what purpose do you serve? Fu Yu raised her jade-like hand, and a layer of frost swiftly enveloped the surroundings, as if delicate snowflakes were falling from the heavens. No, I understand. I know how to get in, the unscrupulous youth quickly interjected, shaking his head upon seeing Fu Yu prepare to act. A glimmer of clarity shone in Fu Yu's cold eyes as she spoke in a detached tone. You have 2 choices. Lead us to that relic and assist us in obtaining its treasures, or perish here. I choose the first option. The first option. The unscrupulous youth stammered, drenched in sweat and thoroughly soaked. At that time, he had merely been an ordinary inner disciple, having ventured less than 5 miles into the mountains, encountering only ferocious beasts, never having faced any extraordinary creatures. As for the relic, that was a topic he could scarcely even broach. It is said that the 3 core disciples have all received the legacy of the Demon Mountain Range. Furthermore, the foremost enforcer, Lei Chongyun, is rumored to have acquired some secret treasures within these mountains, which accounts for his current prowess. Fu Yu raised her foot and followed suit, coldly declaring, You would do well to abandon any thoughts of escape. At your pace, I could easily transform you into an ice sculpture. And no, I wouldn't dare, stammered the lecherous youth, his eyes filled with trepidation. The 5 of them ventured deeper into the Demon Mountain Range. After a day's journey, they had barely covered 10 miles. The treacherous terrain, coupled with the need to be wary of the demons lurking within the mountains, naturally slowed their progress. As night fell, the group settled beneath a large tree. Fu Yu and Su Yu sat together, while Yang Han gathered with Su Qing and the lecherous youth. Yang Gu, I can't stand that guy, Su Qing said, a fierce expression on her face as she glared at the youth, whose hands were bound with bandages. After receiving a stern lesson from Su Yu, he had finally refrained from addressing Yang Han as brother-in-law, opting instead for Yang Gu. Casting a fleeting glance at the lecherous youth, Yang Han smiled at Su Qing. This fellow still has his uses. Of course, if you can best Fu Yu, you are more than welcome to dispose of him. I would have no objections. Upon hearing Yang Han utter Fu Yu's name, Su Qing's spirit visibly, that scoundrel was under Fu Yu's protection, all because of that confounded legacy. To kill him would indeed require overcoming Fu Yu. Yang Han disregarded Su Qing's dismay and turned his gaze toward the lecherous youth, inquiring, What is your name? My name is Du Yao. How may I assist you, young hero? The other party gazed at Yang Han, their eyes darting about. It was evident to him that Yang Han held considerable influence among the 4. Thus he had already formulated a plan to ingratiate himself. As for commands, those could be set aside. Yang Han wore a disarming smile that appeared almost benign. This elicited disdain from Su Qing, for she had experienced firsthand how this very individual, with such a smile, had effortlessly bested her in a single move. The perpetual smile on his face made one wonder when he might unleash his wrath. Yang Han directed a question at Du Yao. Have you encountered any other disciples from the Lingkong Academy's trials? To claim indifference would be a falsehood. The 3 core disciples of the Lingkong Academy had achieved remarkable advancement only after acquiring the relics from the Demon Mountain Range, and it was said that Lei Chongyun was no exception. Naturally, Yang Han yearned for the inheritance hidden within those relics. Indeed, the allure of relics and their legacies is universal. However, our current strength is insufficient. We cannot withstand a single strike from that demon and must, therefore, temporarily relinquish our pursuit, Du Yao replied. Yang Han nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Du Yao's words. He wished to inquire further, but at that moment, he slightly furrowed his brow, and a piercing light emanated from his eyes. Not far away, Fu Yu also opened her eyes. Their gazes converged upon a cluster of trees several hundred meters away, where a menacing aura drew closer to them. It was a beast, though its rank remained uncertain. Yang Han mused inwardly, gradually rising to his feet. His movement startled Su Yu and Su Qing. Fu Yu also stood, her gaze fixed upon Yang Han, her eyes reflecting a solemn demeanor. Roar! A sudden roar erupted, and not only from the thicket ahead, but a savage presence emerged from the surrounding mountains and forests. Pairs of eerie blue eyes appeared, numbering at least in the hundreds. The dark armored beast. It is a ferocious creature. Fu Yu's expression tightened as she gasped in alarm. Upon hearing her words, Yang Han's countenance also darkened considerably. The dark armored beast is an exceptionally formidable pack creature. Its skin is covered in scales, remarkably. The energy attacks of an ordinary practitioner at the fourth step of the Silver Spirit realm may not even breach their defenses. Most notably, their numbers are typically substantial, with hundreds being the minimum. Some larger colonies may even consist of thousands or tens of thousands of dark armored beasts. However, despite their tenacity, the scaly hide of the dark armored beast serves as excellent material for crafting armor. At Lincoln Academy, a single hide can be exchanged for 30 merit points. Yang Han, you are responsible for the left flank. Senior Sister Su Yu, the right side is entrusted to you. Fu Yu bellowed, charging forward as an icy aura descended instantaneously. She then glanced back and instructed, that one called Poison, you and Su Qing will hold the rear. Do not entertain any thoughts of idleness. If you dare to be cunning, I assure you, the first to perish will be you. The name Du Yao transformed into poison on Fu Yu's lips, an affront he could scarcely endure. Yet, with the situation dire, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Rest assured, I know how to preserve my life. Du Yao replied solemnly, his gaze fixed on the horde of dark armored beasts, exuding an aura of ferocity. Roar! Roar! A roar erupted as hundreds of dark armored beasts surged forth in an instant, their ferocious aura overwhelming the 5 individuals. Kill! And a chilling wave of energy emanated from her delicate form, enveloping the more than 10 dark armored beasts surrounding her. With a sharp crack, the icy power swiftly encased the creatures, yet in the next moment, the newly formed frost shattered. A chorus of enraged growls erupted from the dark armored beasts, still frosted over, as they bared their fangs and lunged at Fu Yu. These brutes possessed thick hides, fortified with scales for defense. Her ice could not hope to slay them. Yang Han's voice rang out, and in an instant, a fiery sword light spread over 10 meters. Blood refining 9 swords, sword 3, with a commanding shout. The gleaming edge radiated brilliance, and the violent will of magic and intent to kill swept across the expanse. One after another, under the might of Yang Han's strike. The beasts could not withstand the force of his blade. Their hides ruptured, their bodies severed in twain. With but a single sword, Yang Han annihilated 19 dark-armored beasts. He stood resolutely at the forefront, his blade releasing a torrent of sword energy. I leave the flanks and rear to you. I shall handle this group ahead. Yang Han declared, his gaze sharp, a smile gracing his face, yet an aura of menace permeated the air. Chapter 35, The Grim Reaper Squad, Song Ziyuan. Kill. Upon uttering the command, he plunged into the throng of dark-armored beasts, wielding his sword with lethal precision, each strike capable of slaying a beast. His movements were remarkably agile. As several dark-armored beasts attacked him simultaneously, it appeared perilous, yet he deftly evaded their assaults with ease. The swift steps reached their zenith, although merely a preliminary level. In terms of speed, it was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the armored beasts. With a swift motion, his sword was astonishingly rapid. Lacking formal sword techniques, it surpassed the very essence of swordsmanship. The sword's shadow erupted, saturating the air with crimson blades. Any armored beast that dared to approach would find itself wounded, as their tough exteriors crumbled like tofu beneath the relentless edge of his blade. Alone, Yang Han resembled a relentless machine of slaughter, having dispatched nearly 60 armored beasts in just 10 breaths. Fu Yue observed Yang Han's onslaught, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes narrowing in a captivating manner. She mused to herself, it seems my choice was indeed wise. The Fire Fong sword is perfectly suited for him. Yet, I wonder how much power he can truly unleash from it. The Xianyang treasures are not easily mastered. This fellow has yet to claim the Fire Fong sword as his own. There were unspoken thoughts in Fu Yue's mind. Practitioners often must learn to comprehend certain truths on their own. While she bestowed the Fire Fong sword upon Yang Han, the rest was for him to discover. I cannot allow myself to fall behind him. Fu Yue turned with a playful smile, her delicate hand gesturing as a slender sword materialized in her grasp. With a thrust, the sword emitted an icy chill. Su Yu, though somewhat weaker, still possessed considerable strength. Yet she was no match for Yang Han and Fuyue. Facing 4 armored beasts alone proved exceedingly arduous for her, though she managed to hold her ground for the time being. In contrast, Su Qing and Du Yao struggled significantly, each contending with 2 armored beasts, yet they were relentlessly overpowered. The sharp fangs and claws left several bloody gashes upon their bodies, fraught with peril. Alas, we cannot hold on any longer. A few more dark-armored beasts have charged forth, and Su Qing could not help but let out a desperate roar. His pallid complexion revealed the toll of his injuries, and now, with fresh wounds inflicted by the dark-armored beasts, he appeared even more enfeebled. In contrast, Du Yao's strength remained unwavering as he navigated through the throng of dark-armored beasts, managing to endure. The sheer number of foes compelled everyone to hasten their assault on the dark-armored creatures. Fuyue's expression grew grave as she wielded her sword with increasing ferocity. The slender blade danced around her arm, and wherever its icy gleam passed, a dark-armored beast met its demise. With a swift motion, Yang Han's figure emerged like a shadow of darkness as he brandished the Firefang sword, unleashing a colossal arc of sword energy that swiftly vanquished several dark-armored beasts. After clearing the immediate vicinity of these foes, a fierce glint crossed his visage. He raised the Firefang sword, gathering a layer of spiritual energy upon its blade. Blood refining 9 swords, sword 4. With a single stroke, the crimson blade carved a sweeping arc, its sharp aura encompassing a 10-meter radius. In an instant, dozens of dark-armored beasts fell beneath his sword. Yet, he did not relent. The sword energy surged forth, and he lifted the Firefang sword once more. Sword 5. This strike surpassed the previous one in power, its arc more resplendent, and its reach doubled. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Sword 6. Another strike, even mightier than the last. A 30-meter arc emerged, and the sword light swept through, claiming the lives of many dark-armored beasts. Sword 7. With the stroke, the dark-armored beasts scattered in a frantic retreat. Though they were fierce and merciless creatures, in the face of Yang Han's formidable strike, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread and fled in haste. Beasts possess an innate ability to sense danger, despite the presence of their prey. These armored creatures have already detected the trepidation emanating from the human. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, creating a sweeping arc of 40 meters that claimed nearly 100 lives of the armored beasts. A cacophony of roars erupted as the remaining creatures, gripped by fear, hastily sought to escape. In the blink of an eye, the few dozen survivors vanished without a trace. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, over 200 carcasses lay strewn across the ground, their dark crimson blood staining the earth, saturating the air with a palpable scent of carnage. We must depart swiftly, otherwise, the overwhelming stench of blood will undoubtedly attract more beasts. Seeing his expression, Fuyue smiled radiantly and remarked, "I shall require payment for my assistance." Yang Han could not help but chuckle, responding, "There are 4 of us. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy as to deny your share. Besides, you wouldn't refuse to help Sister Suyu, would you?" Pouting and shooting Yang Han a glare, Fuyue conceded, "Very well, considering your respectful address. I shall assist you this once." With that, Fuyue waved her hand, and the small mountain of beast hides on the ground shimmered momentarily before disappearing entirely. This spectacle sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Yang Han's eyes. Fuyue had transformed into a veritable mobile repository, though one could only wonder how much she could truly contain. "Let us hasten. I sense several formidable presences approaching swiftly. We must leave at once." Leaving a scene of carnage behind, the 5 quickly departed. Mere moments later, several colossal beasts surged into the area. The ground, drenched in blood, lured them in, and upon sighting the food scattered about, they immediately began to gnaw at it. On the first day, they encountered a pack of shadow-armored beasts among the 5. 2 sustained minor injuries while the other 3 remained unscathed. On the second day, Yang Han and his companions faced several exceedingly powerful exotic creatures. After an arduous battle, they emerged unscathed, having vanquished the formidable beasts. On the third day, they encountered a multitude of powerful entities, including the mountain evening serpent, triangular exotic wolf, crimson-winged owl, and rampant tiger, among others. Yang Han and his companions could distinctly feel the strain of their encounters. As they delved deeper, the exotic creatures they encountered grew increasingly formidable. The damp, chilling currents of the mountains weighed heavily upon their spirits. The presence of numerous corpses was palpable. At that moment, the 5 arrived at a gruesome scene. Thick with the stench of blood, Yang Han gazed at the scattered remnants of bodies and the stark white bones, unable to suppress a sigh of sorrow. Yet, in these mountains, death was hardly a rarity. They hailed from Linkong Academy. Upon seeing the tattered remnants of fabric, Su Yu spoke up. Yang Han's eyes scanned the surroundings, suddenly sharpening in focus. He spotted an intact skull, though its features were somewhat marred. He recognized it as belonging to an elite disciple of Link. The edges of the fractured bones were remarkably smooth. It was unlikely that such precise incisions could have been made solely by the brutality of beasts without the aid of sharp weaponry. After observing for a moment, he remarked, "It appears that two groups of individuals met their demise here, with one group having perished earlier than the other. In merely 3 days, two parties have succumbed in the same location. This suggests the presence of a trap." A flicker of concern crossed Yang Han's mind, and his gaze sharpened considerably. Fu Yu concurred, suggesting they withdraw for the time being, as she sensed something was amiss. Following their lead, Su Yu did not hesitate to retreat. Su Qing and Du Yao swiftly turned as well, hastening their steps backward. Over the past 3 days, Su Qing had developed immense respect for Yang Han. As Yang Han spoke, he had already readied himself for withdrawal. As for Du Yao, he had come to understand the dynamics of their team during this time. Yang Han and Fu Yu's words were akin to commands, prompting him to match their pace. "Why leave now that we have arrived?" Came a haughty laugh, laced with a chilling intent to kill. A group of over 10 figures swiftly closed in from all directions, encircling Yang Han and his companions. As these individuals emerged, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped the scene. Positioned at the center, Yang Han's eyes suddenly transformed, reflecting a fierce intensity. He assessed the approaching group. While a smile graced his lips, a grave solemnity ignited in his gaze. Among them were 7 at the 4th stage of Silver Spirit Realm and 8 at the 3rd stage, demonstrating formidable strength among the 15 individuals. Among these individuals, the one who truly captivated attention was the young man radiating a faint golden aura, a practitioner of the Golden Spirit Realm. His prowess was what truly caught Yang Han's eye. This was Song Ziyuan, the leader of the Reaper Squad. Upon seeing him, Su Yu's face immediately registered surprise, followed by a drastic change in her complexion. Song Ziyuan, at the initial stage of the Golden Spirit Realm, was the captain of the Reaper Squad at Linkong Academy, leading his team to secure the 4th position among the trial squads. His strength was reputed to far exceed that of an average practitioner at the first step of the Golden Spirit Realm. Song Ziyuan. Fu Yu lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression remaining largely unperturbed. Chapter 36. The Great Battle of the Golden Spirit Realm. Su Yu, I did not expect to see you here today, even as the goddess among the law enforcement disciples. Song Ziyuan regarded Su Yu, his eyes glinting with possessiveness. With her exceptional beauty, it was fair to say that few could resist her allure within Linkong Academy. However, some were acutely aware of the rarity of such a goddess and dared not covet her. Conversely, Song Ziyuan, with his foundational prowess at the first step of the Golden Spirit Realm, found few capable of challenging him within the academy. It was said that Lei Chongyun had entered a closed-door meditation, and now Song Shan wielded the token of authority over the law enforcement. Did you not bring along a few companions, this precious gem of a law enforcement disciple? Song Ziyuan's gaze swept across the surroundings. Despite his outstanding strength, marking him as an elite among elites in Linkong Academy, there remained a handful of individuals he regarded with caution. Among the 3 core disciples, 2 are enforcers, and the remaining few are the most skilled members of the elite trial teams. The other young disciples do not merit his attention. Su Yu observed the expression on Song Ziyuan's face and smiled slightly, saying, "Senior brother Song, why not test whether anyone stands behind me?" Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Song Ziyuan's expression darkened. He then sensed his surroundings once more, and gradually, his demeanor relaxed. "Haha, Su Yu, not only do you possess a lovely visage, but your thoughts are also quite astute. However, do you truly believe that 2 mere sentences could deceive me? That seems rather simplistic." Song Ziyuan laughed heartily and signaled to the 2 disciples behind him. Both were cultivators at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm, a level above Su Yu. They advanced, their menacing aura instantly bearing down on Su Yu. "Song Ziyuan, do you not fear the wrath of our master and the academy's head for slaughtering fellow disciples? Even if you are an elite of the academy, you will face severe punishment." Su Yu stepped back slightly, his countenance turning extremely grim. Song Ziyuan's strength was formidable, and his subordinates numerous. If a confrontation ensued, it was likely that none of the 5 of them would escape unscathed. With a soft sigh, Yang Han took a step forward. As his foot fell, an overwhelming momentum surged toward the two cultivators at the fourth step of the Silver Spirit realm, instantly extinguishing their aura. A woman's beauty can indeed be a source of trouble, Yang Han mused internally. In the Ling Kong Academy, Su Yu was akin to a goddess, and Song Ziyuan's words held a kernel of truth. Too many were drawn to her allure. With a piercing gaze, Song Ziyuan looked at Yang Han and coldly remarked, I refrained from taking action against you, yet you are eager to seek your demise. Come, let us see. Yang Han smiled at Song Ziyuan, then slightly retreated his right foot, his fighting spirit ignited in an instant. In the realm of Golden Spirit, he faced an opponent of formidable strength for the first time. However, a restless thought stirred within him. Fight. What of the Golden Spirit? He cast a glance at Fu Yu, a smile gracing his face as he declared, those individuals are entrusted to you. Today he is mine. Do not interfere. Fu Yu pouted and playfully responded, very well. Let you have your moment in the spotlight. But remember, this opportunity is one I grant to you. The exchange between Yang Han and Fu Yu caused Song Ziyuan's expression to darken ominously. He swept his gaze over Yang Han and then fixated on Fu Yu, his eyes gleaming with recognition. So it is Fu Yu. I had not noticed you earlier. Indeed, two beauties. Today appears to be my fortunate day. If you think thus, I am exceedingly pleased, he said. Fu Yu, with a sly smile, pointed at Yang Han and added, if you are able to defeat him, you shall win me and senior sister Su Yu. Yang Han could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her words would undoubtedly send Song Ziyuan into a frenzy of excitement. Casting a dismissive glance at Yang Han, Song Ziyuan sneered him. No threat at all. Fu Yu, watch closely. In 3 moves, I shall claim you. With that, Song Ziyuan's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Yang Han. The formidable aura swiftly shattered Yang Han's previous momentum. A resonant hum echoed as a radiant golden light burst forth, followed by a golden blade of light descending upon Yang Han's head with astonishing speed and might. In that instant, as his previous energy was disrupted, a grave expression flickered across Yang Han's face. Almost in tandem with the golden blade's descent, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the fierce strike. Song Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise, his expression suddenly turning cold and fierce. Perish. He pointed with a swift motion, and the golden blade shot forth from his fingertip, targeting Yang Han with lethal intent. At that moment, Yang Han abruptly extended his hand behind him, and the fiery Fong sword was instantly unsheathed. As the sword emerged, an invisible wave of sword energy surged forth. Kill. The word resonated with a savage intent, unleashing a torrent of murderous and sanguine aura that enveloped Song Ziyuan. With a thunderous clash, the sword met the blade, shattering the formidable golden strike, though Yang Han was forced to retreat 3 steps. This direct confrontation resulted in a stalemate. However, Yang Han was acutely aware that he had the advantage of weaponry. Had he wielded the previous iron sword, he might have suffered grave injuries from that exchange. Who are you? After 2 exchanges, Song Ziyuan's expression turned icy as he gazed intently at Yang Han, his murderous intent palpable. Giggles erupted from the side as Fu Yu, reveling in the chaos, chimed in, Senior brother Song Ziyuan, it seems you have made 2 moves already. There is still 1 more to go. Humph. Song Ziyuan cast a cold glance at Fu Yu, fully aware that she was deliberately provoking him. Yet, there was no need for her to try. He was already incensed. Lu Xiaohai, you are to lead your men to eliminate those 2 brats and capture Fu Yu and Su Yu. Remember, do not harm the 2 beauties, Song Ziyuan commanded, pointing at Yang Han, addressing a subordinate at the 4th stage of the Silver Spirit realm. Understood, the man replied, swiftly gathering a group to surround Fu Yu and Su Yu, while 4 others charged towards Su Qing and Du Yao. Su Qing's expression darkened, yet his eyes shone with the spirit of battle. As for Du Yao, he appeared pallid, his gaze darting around, ready to flee from this den of troubles at any moment. Upon seeing the group advance towards Su Yu and the others, Yang Han couldn't help but smile. They were essentially walking to their demise. That girl was exceedingly formidable. You, young man, cannot be an unknown. Let me guess, you must be Yang Han? Song Ziyuan said icily. With a slight smile, Yang Han replied, it seems you are familiar with me. However, mere words will not defeat me. Come, let us engage in a battle to the death. As he spoke, his battle intent surged once more. He emanated not only a fierce demonic aura, but also an astonishing sword intent. His daily practice with the sword had imbued him with an innate sharpness and vigor. You are courting death. Song Ziyuan responded with a chilling smile, slowly raising his hand. I shall show you that the gap in realms cannot be bridged by mere strength. With a thunderous sound, he unleashed a strike, causing the air around them to resonate with an explosive force. The golden blade of light descended upon Yang Han's position with the swiftness of lightning. Sword 4. Yang Han, sensing the intense sharpness, unhesitatingly unleashed the blood refinement 9 swords. Sword 4. Bang! The blade collided with the golden light, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, leaving fine scars on the surrounding tree trunks. Yang Han's complexion turned pale as he staggered backward several steps. The spiritual energy of the golden spirit realm was incredibly dense, far surpassing his own silver spirit realm level. Moreover, he was currently only at the 3rd step of the silver spirit realm. Had he reached the 4th step of transformation, perhaps he would fare better. Let's see how long you can endure. Song Ziyuan sneered, then charged forward once more, launching another golden blade of light towards Yang Han. This strike was even more formidable than the last, with greater speed and potency. Boom! This time, Yang Han was directly sent flying, landing over 10 meters away, his feet dragging long marks across the ground. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, revealing some internal injury. Yet, at that moment, his combat strength and will remained within his bloodline surged a violent force, as if striving to break free from its confines, continually struggling and thrumming. Yet it seemed there remained a shackle that restrained its release. Once more, Yang Han roared, brandishing the fire-toothed sword. Sword 5. Boom! Another blade of light sword passed, and his body was sent flying again. Before Song Ziyuan, he indeed appeared considerably weaker. The latter, as a practitioner of the golden spirit realm, was not to be compared with those at the 4th step of the silver spirit realm. Trash! Song Ziyuan observed Yang Han being propelled backward and swiftly followed suit, his form akin to a shadow. Once again, a golden blade of light manifested. With a resounding crash, within mere moments, Yang Han endured dozens of strikes. Each blow forced him to retreat, leaving him in a disheveled state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining his chest. Yet, in that moment, his eyes still burned with a terrifying fighting spirit. The unwavering determination and indomitable will within him seemed to blaze with fervor. This fellow truly possesses remarkable perseverance, thought Song Ziyuan, who could feel that a single blow would suffice to bring Yang Han down. Nevertheless, this man had withstood a considerable number of clashes and remained standing. A golden light continuously emanated from him, and then a colossal phantom appeared behind Song Ziyuan. It was a blade, its edge seemingly harboring boundless sharpness. You ought to perish, he declared. Bloodline power? Yang Han gazed up at the immense phantom blade manifested by Song Ziyuan, his heart trembling violently. At that moment, a torrent of ferocious energy within him found an outlet, erupting fiercely in response to the formidable blade. Bloodline power is not yours alone. With a thunderous shake, Yang Han's body surged with crimson radiance. At that instant, the phantom behind him began to rise, unleashing an endless wave of demonic energy. Chapter 37. Bloodline of the Demon Clan. There exist myriad forms of bloodline power. In this world, no matter how formidable a practitioner may be, it is impossible to enumerate all the varieties of bloodline power. However, practitioners categorize the power of bloodlines into 4 distinct types based on their inherent characteristics. The first type is the beast soul bloodline. This lineage predominantly manifests in forms reminiscent of various beasts. When condensed, it gives rise to formidable creatures. It is said that in the ancient and distant past, both humans and beasts were abundant with powerful individuals. During those grand times, these strong beings from both realms held no prejudices, many uniting as partners and procreating descendants. Through generations of propagation and evolution, the bloodline power of their progeny emerged, with most inheriting the beast soul lineage. Even to this day, numerous variations of the beast soul bloodline exist. For instance, Elder Hua from Linkong Academy possesses a bloodline power that resembles a crimson lion, a branch of the beast soul lineage. The second type is the nature attribute bloodline. This category encompasses the 5 elements, yin and yang, thunder, wind, ice, and more. Nature bloodlines are exceedingly rare and wield formidable strength. Take Fuyu, for example. Her bloodline power is that of ice, unleashing frost across the land and summoning snowstorms. The third type is the divine weapon bloodline, which is also uncommon in this world. It manifests in various weapon forms or even unique treasures of heaven and earth. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and numerous sharp instruments capable of inflicting harm can transform into this bloodline power. This category excels in offensive capabilities, renowned for its terrifying assault. Often referred to as the battle bloodline, Song Ziyuan embodies this lineage, his bloodline power being exceptionally robust, able to overpower even Yang Han wielding the Fire Fang sword. The final type is known as the special bloodline. This particular lineage takes shape from all things. It may manifest as a human, the sun and moon, or even the flora and fauna. Such a rare bloodline is one in a myriad, and its potency surpasses that of other bloodlines. The true awakening of this bloodline is not merely the flow of its power within the body. It is the manifestation of its essence that signifies its awakening. Previously, Yang Han infused the power of his bloodline into his sword for attack, which was merely a rudimentary manipulation of that power. When Elder Hua imparted the knowledge of utilizing bloodline power to him, he only grasped it superficially. Now, as he faced the lethal assault from Song Ziyuan, the power of his bloodline erupted with sudden intensity, awakening once more, and he finally understood how to manifest its form. A terrifying roar reverberated, deafening all around. As a Tinjiang shadow materialized behind him, where fierce bloodlight and frenzied dark energy merged completely. The roar continued, and in that moment, apart from Song Ziyuan, who was relentlessly attacking Yang Han, all others halted in their tracks, stunned by the sight of the Tinjiang demonic form behind him. With horns atop its head and covered in long black fur, the figure was remarkably robust. Its blood-red eyes sent shivers through the hearts of those who dared to gaze upon them. Its arms swung with a monstrous force, gathering an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The oppressive energy surged, saturating the demonic body with boundless malevolence. Demonic lineage. Fu Yu was astounded. She had never anticipated that Yang Han's awakened bloodline would be of the demonic kind. According to the rules of the wind and rain world, those possessing a demonic lineage faced relentless pursuit and expulsion by countless cultivators. For him, Yang Han's bloodline had just awakened. Even a powerful and unique demonic lineage could not contend with his divine weapon bloodline. As Yang Han faced Song Ziyuan's sword, he slowly closed his eyes. A flicker of demonic light shone with an overwhelming intensity at his brow, emanating an unsettling aura from the depths of darkness. The demon descended, and all of creation trembled. The black light at his brow grew ever more potent, while countless memories began to merge within Yang Han's mind. The demon had come to manifest its true essence. The demon was rooted in his heart. Whoosh! A blade of light sliced through the air, drawing near to the crown of Yang Han's head. At that moment, Yang Han's eyes flew open. An infinite black radiance coalesced within his gaze, staining his entire iris with an inky blackness, an utterly terrifying sight. Kill! A ferocious roar erupted from his lips, as a layer of gray demonic flames suddenly enveloped the bloodline of the demon behind him. His massive arm reached out, and the demonic flames erupted forth. Crack! When Song Ziyuan's blade of light made contact with that arm, it shattered instantly. The demonic flames then enveloped the blade, completely consuming it. A piercing scream escaped from Song Ziyuan. The blade of light, a manifestation of his bloodline power, was devoured, resulting in a fierce backlash against him. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his face was etched with terror and horror. This is bad. As his complexion shifted, Song Ziyuan turned and fled. He realized that before Yang Han's bloodline power, he possessed no advantage whatsoever. In the Golden Spirit realm, despite his higher cultivation, he could not bridge the chasm of their bloodline disparity. Although he possessed a warrior's bloodline, inherently combative, Yang Han's formidable demonic bloodline giant was truly terrifying, particularly with its engulfing demonic flames. Fleeing, Song Ziyuan swiftly retreated several dozen meters. Yang Han's dark eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. With a single step, the demonic giant behind him descended upon Song Ziyuan like a bolt of lightning. Yang Han, do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of the Master's punishment from Linkong Academy? You are of the demonic bloodline. Should I reveal this, you shall find no place to rest in death. Let us make a deal. Spare me, and I shall not pursue today's events further. I will keep your bloodline a secret, Song Ziyuan pleaded in terror. Yang Han wore a broad smile, yet to Song Ziyuan, it appeared utterly menacing. Do you truly believe you still hold the right to speak? Exposing my demonic heritage is nothing short of absurd. How can a dead man utter a word? Since you claim you will not pursue this matter, I shall take it upon myself to do so. As Song Ziyuan continued to retreat, Yang Han shadowed him relentlessly, the dreadful aura of the demonic energy enveloping him completely. Where is your arrogance? What has become of your haughty pride? Are you now? Is it too late for regret? Yang Han questioned with a mocking tone, as the overwhelming demonic flames surged forth. Die! The arm of the demonic giant descended. An overwhelming force and momentum engulfing Song Ziyuan. A piercing scream echoed. Amidst the gray demonic flames, Song Ziyuan's cries were chilling. He struggled, yet could not escape the grasp of the flames. With a hum, a glimmer of starlight flickered, and Song Ziyuan's form was obliterated into nothingness. The fiery essence contained within Yang Han's bloodline was utterly incinerated. This scene was both heart-stopping and harrowing. Yang Han annihilated Song Ziyuan, the captain of the 4th-ranked death squad, leaving no trace of his remains. The subordinates of Song Ziyuan were left in utter shock. Their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Yang Han and the colossal figure of the demon clan, empowered by the convergence of his bloodline force. Flee! Quickly flee! How terrifying! Can we escape? Those who wish to survive, disperse at once. The practitioners of the Silver Spirit Realm cried out in panic, scattering in all directions. In the face of Yang Han, what did their higher cultivation level matter? In his presence, the Silver Spirit Realm seemed as insignificant as mere ants. Do not let them escape, Yang Han commanded, his voice laced with a sinister edge. Should these individuals flee and reveal his demonic bloodline, he would find no sanctuary, not merely in Linkhong Academy, but even in Qingyuan City, let alone the county and state capitals. Perhaps he would be relentlessly hunted throughout the entire tempestuous realm. Fuyue recognized the gravity of the situation. Her body trembled as the ice blood lineage surged forth. Instantly, frost descended, plummeting the temperature by several degrees. With a crack, the ground began to freeze, and the more than 10 fleeing figures were instantly encased in ice. Their bodies, despite a few practitioners of the Silver Spirit Realm struggling to break free, they were powerless against the terrifying grip of the frost. Ice, perish, Fuyue uttered softly, and the struggling individuals fell silent. In the blink of an eye, all were frozen to death. A man and a woman stood alone in the clearing. At this moment, Su Yu and her brother, along with Du Yao, stood in astonishment. The prowess of these two individuals surpassed their wildest imaginations. Particularly striking was Yang Han, who had awakened his demonic lineage, obliterating Song Ziyuan of the Golden Spirit Realm. Upon witnessing Fu Yu eliminate the more than 10 adversaries, Yang Han let out a slight sigh of relief. Had any one of them escaped, the consequences would have been unfathomable. You lack time, Fu Yu remarked. Her beautiful eyes filled with solemnity as she gazed at Yang Han. She had yet to make a decision on whether to assist him. A gentle nod from her evoked an immediate loss of the smile that had adorned Yang Han's face. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and confessed, I indeed lack time. Please lend him to me for a while. With that, Yang Han swiftly moved, seizing Du Yao in his grasp. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. This fellow seeks to acquire the relics. He is desperate to grow stronger. Only then can he ensure his survival, Fu Yu murmured, watching the spot where Yang Han had disappeared. Chapter 38. The fiery monkey king. Yang Han's departure brought a sigh of relief to Fu Yu and the Su siblings. One could not deny that his presence exerted considerable pressure upon them, a pressure stemming from his demonic bloodline. Sister, what shall we do? Su Qing asked, gazing longingly in the direction Yang Han had taken, a bittersweet sensation welling within her. Truth be told, she truly hoped Yang Han would not sever ties with her so abruptly. Shaking her head, Su Yu bit her lip and replied, there is nothing we can do. Even if I had pleaded with him to stay, he would not have remained. At this juncture, Su Yu felt a pang of bitterness coupled with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Yang Han's silhouette vividly lingered in her mind. The moment he departed, a trace of longing settled in her heart. Fuyue turned around and addressed Su Yu and the others, saying, do not let your worries consume you. Given this young man's capabilities, he should encounter no peril. Moreover, with his cunning, he will undoubtedly ensure that the matter of his bloodline remains concealed. After a moment of hesitation, the three departed from the gruesome scene. They understood that their only recourse was to strive through the assessment. There was no point in fretting over Yang Han's predicament. Once separated from Fuyue and Su Yu, Yang Han plunged into the depths of the Demon Mountain range, still dragging the hapless Du Yao behind him. The latter wore a face of despair, utterly powerless against Yang Han's overwhelming strength. Now maddened, Yang Han pressed deeper into the mountains, instilling a persistent dread within Du Yao. After a considerable half-hour, Yang Han finally halted his relentless advance, leaving Du Yao trembling with trepidation. Casually discarding Du Yao to the side, He took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous spirit. It was not until some time later that the fierce energy radiating from him began to subside. Turning around, he cast a glance at the pallid Du Yao, and a smile reappeared on Yang Han's face. The sight of that smile sent a shiver through Du Yao. "Why, you're not planning to silence me, are you?" Du Yao stammered. Retreating in terror, Yang Han fixed his gaze upon him and spoke slowly. "What do you think? Tell me, should I end your life or keep you alive? If I choose to spare you, I may find myself ensnared in an inescapable plight. Please, do not kill me. I swear I will never reveal your secret." Du Yao's heart raced as he trembled, fearful that Yang Han might suddenly eliminate him, then become my demon slave. In the midst of Du Yao's terror-stricken gaze, Yang Han's eyes suddenly transformed into an inky black, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that erupted from his being. The remnants of the Demon King's scriptures, the seed of a demonic curse. Yang Han swiftly struck, his finger pressing against Du Yao's forehead, where the demonic energy coalesced at his fingertip. A surge of darkness infiltrating Du Yao's very soul. A piercing scream escaped Du Yao's lips, the agony within his spirit rendering him nearly incapable of enduring it. He comprehended the true meaning of a fate worse than death. The seed of the demonic curse from the remnants of the Demon King was indeed exquisite. Were it not for the awakening of his bloodline power, he would never have been able to learn such a sophisticated technique. As long as he could dominate Ling Hong and implant the curse, no one would dare to betray him, Yang Han mused inwardly. The demonic energy relentlessly invaded Du Yao's mind, and gradually, his cries diminished, his consciousness slowly beginning to return. Once he regained his wits, Du Yao looked at Yang Han, his face pale. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of what had transpired within him. The seed of the demonic curse had implanted an irrevocable command within his soul. Should he defy his master's will, he would vanish into oblivion. "Master, Du Yao shall never betray you." Though his complexion remained ashen, Du Yao understood that he could no longer escape the curse and could only yield to Yang Han. "As long as you understand," Yang Han replied, nodding with a faint smile. His own countenance bore a hint of pallor, for the casting of the demonic curse demanded immense spiritual strength. "Now tell me, where is that relic?" Yang Han inquired, fixing his gaze upon Du Yao. "Amidst the northern mountain range, there stands a towering peak, beneath which lies a relic. Enshrouded in an ethereal mist is a formidable fire monkey king, a creature not easily vanquished." "Master, I shall guide you there now," Du Yao respectfully declared. The two swiftly advanced towards the northern mountains, with Du Yao leading the way. After approximately 3 hours of travel, they arrived at the peak. The majestic Thousand-Zhang mountain loomed before them, and at its base lay a shroud of mist, imbued with an elusive and intangible aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Han furrowed his brow. This place exudes an air of strangeness. The mist seems to harbor an immensely powerful presence, potent enough to instill a tremor within him. Indeed, it is a relic. It is likely that ordinary individuals would not even dare to venture inside. "Within this mist, I sense a looming danger," Yang Han remarked, gazing into the obscured depths ahead. "A cultivator must advance with unwavering resolve. As a demon, how could I falter in fear?" Resolutely, Yang Han stepped boldly into the veil of mist. In an instant, the scenery transformed, and upon regaining his bearings, he realized he was standing in a realm filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. The landscape was breathtakingly serene, evoking a sense of tranquility and detachment from worldly strife. However, an unease settled within Yang Han, for he felt as though he had entered an entirely different dimension, severing his connection with Du Yao's soul. Suddenly, another figure materialized. It was Du Yao, who stepped into the scene. At that moment, the bond of their souls re-established itself within Yang Han's heart. "Master, this is an illusionary maze. My companions and I spent over a month here before discovering the exit," Du Yao said, leading the way. As Yang Han followed in Du Yao's footsteps, he felt the surrounding scenery shift with each step. The maze seemed to transform continuously, heightening his vigilance. Suddenly, as they reached an open space, a massive, crimson figure emerged. It roared, its entire body covered in fur that resembled flames. Its eyes glowed with a fiery light, exuding an intense heat. Du Yao halted abruptly, glancing back at Yang Han, awaiting his command. Yang Han gazed at the fiery figure before him, realizing that this must be the Fire Monkey King Du Yao had mentioned. However, this beast emanated an unusual aura. The fluctuations in its presence were erratic. At times, it felt almost non-existent. It was not the true form of the beast, but rather an ethereal manifestation. Yet, why did it intermittently exude such formidable energy? Yang Han discerned at once that the crimson shadow was not the true beast, making its mysterious power all the more perplexing. With a fierce roar, the Fire Monkey King unleashed a wave of malevolent energy towards them. Yang Han, standing at the forefront, immediately felt the force of its impact. In an instant, a flash of crimson appeared before him, and a claw lunged towards his face with ferocity. Reacting swiftly, Yang Han retreated a few paces. A grave expression adorned his face. The speed of the Fire Monkey King was astonishing. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in that fleeting moment, his head might have been shattered. With a roar, the Fire Monkey King launched another attack, a ferocious aura enveloping him swiftly. Yang Han furrowed his brow, clenched his fist tightly, and struck fiercely at the claw aimed at him, bellowing, 10 Spirit Strike. With a thunderous boom, a surge of potent energy erupted outward, causing Yang Han to stagger backward. Astonishment etched on his face. The Fire Monkey King appeared merely as a phantom, yet the formidable force was palpably real. After that last blow, he felt as though his arm could scarcely be lifted. What an overwhelming power! What on earth was this creature? He shook his arm and concentrated intently on the Fire Monkey King, which fixed its fiery red gaze upon him. With another resounding roar, the Fire Monkey King charged again, its speed and strength surpassing its previous attack. Clang! Yang Han drew his sword, a flurry of sword shadows manifesting in the air. As he unleashed a strike, the sharp edge collided with the Fire Monkey King's claw, producing a crisp sound. Yet again, Yang Han was forced back, the terrifying force nearly causing him to lose grip on his fire-toothed sword. Kill! He roared, swinging the blade with fervor, executing dozens of strikes aimed squarely at the Fire Monkey King's powerful arms. The sound of clashing metal rang out, as the seemingly ethereal Fire Monkey King effortlessly deflected Yang Han's fire-toothed sword, firmly suppressing his attack. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as Yang Han's figure was propelled backward once more. His complexion was slightly pale, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Blood Refinement 9 Swords, Sword 6. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the martial technique of Blood Refinement 9 Swords in the face of the Fire Monkey King's frenzied assault. Whoosh! The sword light gleamed brilliantly, followed by a sudden burst of crimson radiance, exuding astonishing sharpness. In an instant, the sky was filled with a myriad of sword glimmers. Roar! The Fire Monkey King, undeterred, continued to swing its mighty arms towards him. Thud! With a soft sound, the blade of the fire-toothed sword sliced through one of the Fire Monkey King's arms, severing it with a vicious strike. A howl erupted from the Fire Monkey King, its fiery phantom seemingly racked with intense agony, its form contorting in despair. Chapter 39. The piercing cries echoed ceaselessly as the Fire Monkey King lunged at Yang Han, its overwhelming momentum threatening to engulf him entirely. Bang! Clang! Under the crimson glow, Yang Han found himself pressed against the onslaught of that phantom, struggling to hold his ground. The ferocity of the Fire Monkey King's attacks was truly terrifying. Relentless and vicious with every strike, gray demonic flames swirled around, igniting the very air itself. Suddenly, the infernal flames provoked a howl from the Fire Monkey King, a sound imbued with profound terror. Its shadow swiftly retreated, seemingly frightened of the towering demon behind Yang Han. In the blink of an eye, it had fled several dozen meters. Attempt to escape? Come here. Yang Han's eyes darkened like black ink as he uttered a command, and with a flicker of his spirit, the demon behind him lunged forward with a powerful grasp. Roar! The demon roared, its arm transforming into a shadow of black light, moving with the swiftness of lightning. With a soft snap, the shadow of the Fire Monkey King was captured. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not escape the demon's grasp. I am eager to discern what exactly you are. A faint smile graced Yang Han's face as he drew the Fire Monkey King closer, placing it before him. Not a beast, he concluded with certainty after a mere glance, confirming his earlier suspicion. After a thorough inspection, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, dark and shimmering. A trace of astonishment adorned his features. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, the essence of a spirit. Unable to contain his exclamation, his heart raced with excitement. This was the spirit essence of a beast, specifically that of a Fire Monkey King. It belonged to a branch of the demon beast lineage, likely at the level of a great demon. He had previously encountered such a spirit essence on the Merit Hall's task board, where a spirit of that caliber could be exchanged for nearly 100,000 merit points. Furthermore, It was rumored that such an essence could be refined into a potent soul elixir, with a single pill valued at hundreds of thousands of merit points. This time, he had undoubtedly struck gold. With a surge of thought, he summoned a pure wave of demonic energy from his dantian, thoroughly suppressing the spirit essence until it was sealed within a transparent orb. The orb, crystal clear, revealed a flickering crimson silhouette of a monkey at its center. Emanating a pure and vibrant spiritual aura, Yang Han stored the soul elixir of the Fire Monkey King away, then turned to regard Du Yao, who was visibly stunned. This fellow had remained timidly cowering behind him, utterly craven. However, Yang Han had never contemplated sending this individual to confront the Fire Monkey King as mere fodder. This was his first demon slave, and there would be many opportunities to utilize its abilities in the future. Du Yao, follow me inside, he commanded, then moved swiftly forward. A hum resonated as a transparent stream of energy brushed against his face, and Yang Han suddenly felt as if he had traversed through a spatial barrier, arriving in another dimension. At first glance, it appeared to be yet another expanse. Surrounding this area was an invisible flow of energy, resembling a cage. Much like the clearing where he had encountered the Fire Monkey King. The previous space had imprisoned the Fire Monkey King, while this one confined the imposing shadow of a colossal black elephant. The overwhelming aura surged towards him, leaving Yang Han in silent awe. A creature of the great demon tier, the black stone elephant. He gasped in astonishment. Upon awakening his bloodline power and fully unlocking his demonic heritage, his understanding of various conventional matters expanded, aided by an enigmatic memory. He gained a general comprehension of the hierarchy of demons, cultivation levels, as well as the knowledge of combat skills and treasures. However, that memory was so vast that it encompassed an almost infinite array of concepts. Before the shadow even approached, the terrifying gust of energy had already struck him. Du Yao, who had just crossed into this space, barely had time to comprehend the situation before he was propelled backwards by the immense force, landing several meters away. He quickly regained his footing, and upon seeing the enormous shadow, he let out a startled cry, his mouth agape and his expression filled with terror. The defense of the black stone elephant surpasses that of the Fire Monkey King, and its strength is remarkably more formidable. After being struck and sent flying, the black stone elephant charges once more, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its weight. With a thunderous roar, its massive form surges forward again. Yang Han swiftly rolls aside, narrowly evading the collision, while the black stone elephant possesses greater strength and defense than the Fire Monkey King. Its speed is not quite as swift. After missing its charge, the black stone elephant swiftly pivots and lunges at Yang Han again. Time and again, Yang Han evades, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Amidst this chaos, the black stone elephant's aura grows increasingly agitated. With a resounding howl, it raises its head high, lifting its front hooves and standing tall. With a swift motion, Yang Han unleashes the 8th sword of the Blood Refinement 9 swords, radiating an aura of unparalleled might. Its speed reaching an extreme, akin to a slender thread of crimson fire. This marks Yang Han's debut in wielding the 8th sword, representing his pinnacle achievement thus far in the Blood Refinement 9 swords. As for the elusive 9th sword, he is yet to grasp its essence. When the 8th sword is drawn, it seems as though the very air is cleaved apart. It embodies the pursuit of ultimate speed and a lethal intent that ascends to the heavens. With a sharp thrust, the blade slices through the black stone elephant's form, tearing it asunder. In the realm of martial arts, there exists nothing unbreakable, only the swiftness that remains unchallenged. When velocity reaches its zenith and strength attains its utmost peak, it is capable of rending asunder any formidable substance in existence. The 8th sword of Blood Refinement transcends the previous 7 swords significantly, as if it has ascended to an entirely new echelon. Jin Ba, emphasizing speed and the essence of the sword, surpasses the previous 7 blades by 100-fold or more. It is no wonder that many disciples at Linkong Academy, adept in swordsmanship, struggle to comprehend this technique. Were it not for my enhanced agility and the foundational strength of demonic will, I might also find it beyond my grasp. Yang Han gazed at the achievements wrought by his fiery sword, Huaya, and could not help but let out a soft sigh. In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment ignited within him. What, then, constitutes true sword intent? An inexplicable thought surged within his mind. Yet he found himself at a loss for an outlet for this burgeoning realization. The form of the black stone elephant grew ethereal, having been pierced by Yang Han's blade. its former strength dissipating as its essence began to unravel. Swiftly, Yang Han extended his hand, channeling demonic energy to subdue the creature's spirit, ultimately sealing it within a soul pill, a formidable treasure of the great demon level, worth approximately 100,000 merit points, an enviable fortune indeed. With a sigh of relief, Yang Han settled into a meditative posture on the ground, commencing the process of healing his internal injuries sustained from two powerful impacts by the black stone elephant. Du Yao stood beside him, his expression still one of astonishment. Today he had witnessed what it truly means to encounter a genius-level cultivator. Yang Han undoubtedly embodied that designation, perhaps even transcending it to be deemed a prodigy. With the Fire Monkey King sealed away and the black stone elephant subdued, Du Yao's previous distaste for his role as a demon slave had transformed into a sense of exhilaration. To follow such a master might one day elevate him to heights previously deemed unattainable. Sword intent. Sword intent. Yang Han closed his eyes in repose, casting aside all distracting thoughts. He diligently practiced the techniques of spirit cultivation, continuously mending his internal and external injuries. Within his soul, he persistently contemplated the sword technique he had executed moments earlier. The blood-refining 9 swords, particularly Sword 8, seemed to transcend mere swordplay, evolving into an immensely powerful form of attack. In the fleeting moment of wielding his strike, he experienced an ineffable sensation, as if with a single stroke he could obliterate even the mightiest defenses of the black stone elephant. As time passed, this feeling intensified. In his mind, he relentlessly rehearsed the moves of Sword 8, becoming increasingly fierce, swift, and potent. Yet, he remained unable to pierce through that elusive barrier. This sensation stirred a restlessness within him, igniting a fervent desire to engage in combat at once. Chapter 40. The 10,000 worlds of demonic chi. With a deep breath, he acknowledged, "I have been too hasty." Opening his eyes, he let out a gentle sigh, then gradually rose to his feet. In the ensuing days, Yang Han, accompanied by Du Yao, continued their adventures within the illusory array. They encountered numerous formidable beast spirits, each of which Yang Han successfully sealed. After 7 days, he had amassed a total of 16 soul pills, each of which was of a high-grade demon caliber. The cumulative worth of these could potentially grant him nearly 2 million merit points in an instant, a staggering sum he had never dared to envision before. This place was indeed a treasure trove. Alas, the soul pills were composed of beast souls, rendering them unusable for human cultivators. Otherwise, after I absorb it, I can directly elevate my spiritual power. With a heightened spiritual realm, comprehending swordsmanship and breaking through barriers will become considerably easier. Yang Han patted his small bundle and could not help but smile. "Master, this illusionary formation is truly terrifying. The essence of the beast is overwhelmingly powerful. If I had ventured in alone, I would have likely become a corpse by now," Du Yao said obsequiously from behind him, his beady eyes making him appear even more sordid. Yang Han cast a glance at this fellow. Just yesterday, it was this very person who had slain a not particularly formidable essence. Naturally, the soul pill had been confiscated by Yang Han. As a lackey, this unsavory character's strength was somewhat lacking. Contemplating briefly, Yang Han swiftly produced the basic manuals and placed them before him. The soul-seizing techniques, the divine movement steps, the great sunblade techniques. These are all arts and secrets of gold spirit level or higher. You must practice them diligently. I do not wish for you to be killed and become a hindrance to me, Yang Han instructed. Upon gazing at the 3 manuals, Du Yao trembled with excitement. Gold spirit level secrets were what he had longed for. Previously, he had only practiced silver spirit level techniques. "Thank you, master." Du Yao promptly knelt, his demeanor profoundly reverent. With a wave of his hand, Yang Han replied, "Rise. You are my first magic servant, and I shall naturally nurture you well. In the future, when I reign supreme, you shall be my most loyal weapon. Henceforth, do not kneel at every turn. As for how to address me, simply call me young master," he added after a moment. "Yes, young master," Du Yao exclaimed, seizing the 3 manuals, his face split in a grin of sheer exhilaration. He secretly believed that surviving great adversity must surely lead to future blessings. Following Yang Han, he was convinced that he would eventually rise above others. All beauties and treasures would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Upon seeing the fellow's lewd demeanor, Yang Han could not help but shake his head with a smile. He harbored no fear of Du Yao's betrayal. As long as the thought crossed the latter's mind, he would be aware of it. With just a flicker of his consciousness, He could shatter Du Yao's very soul. As he touched the hilt of the fire-toothed sword behind him, a surge of sword intent welled up within him. Over the course of these 7 days, his swordsmanship had become increasingly refined, and the power of the blood-refining 9 swords, particularly the 8th sword, had grown immensely. The clarity of insight within his mind sharpened with each passing moment. He merely awaited the right opportunity to take a significant leap in his sword skills. It was time to reflect upon his combat prowess. The remnants of the Demon King's legacy also required thorough comprehension. The cultivation of demonic energy bore a striking resemblance to that of spiritual energy. No wonder the ancients proclaimed that different paths lead to the same destination. Contemplating this, Yang Han immersed himself in the demonic cultivation methods swirling in his mind. Throughout these 7 days, it seemed that a fracture had appeared within the memories housed in his consciousness. He had nearly integrated about 1/10 of them. The remaining memories, however, were sealed away by a terrifying black demonic light, rendering them inaccessible to him. He speculated that this was likely due to his insufficient cultivation level, which prevented those memories from acknowledging him. Perhaps once he elevated his realm, those formidable memories would merge into his very soul. The origins of the remnants of the Demon King remained a mystery to Yang Han. The grave that housed the powerful beings of the demon race had turned to dust upon his resurrection, leaving him with no means to investigate further. However, since he was capable of cultivation, he chose not to concern himself with trivial matters. The remnants of the Demon King's manuscript empowered him, allowing his strength to grow exponentially, and his pace of cultivation far exceeded his previous endeavors. This was the ultimate method of cultivation he had long yearned for. If such terrifying remnants held such power, one could only imagine the full text. Such earth-shattering mastery would surely ignite envy even among the titans of ancient times, Yang Han mused to himself. The 10,000 Ages Demon Chi formula, where demonic energy pervades the epochs, where neither deities nor immortals exist in the realm, only the primordial essence of demonic intent. A swirling vortex of black materialized around Yang Han, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the world around him. It expanded 10 meters, then 100, then 1,000. Its dominance unyielding. A resonant hum filled the air as a beam of black light enveloped him, with faint crimson hues flowing within its depths. The aura of the demon. The energy of the demon at this moment, Yang Han embodied a demon himself. The vortex, which devoured the spiritual energy of the universe, also formed within his dantian, rapidly transforming the celestial essence into dark, blood-tinged demonic energy. As the hours flowed by, the demonic energy within Yang Han grew increasingly robust and pure. The gates of his realm shattered with a thunderous crash. The surging demonic energy erupted outward, exuding a formidable aura laced with terrifying malevolence. The chilling intent of the demon lingered, relentless. Du Yao, who was meditating nearby, was jolted upright, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Yang Han. He had just felt as though he were on the verge of being engulfed, as if the demonic intent could obliterate his very soul at any moment. It was terrifying. The immovable demonic energy of his master alone could annihilate an ordinary practitioner of the Silver Spirit realm. Du Yao spoke and sought a more distant place for cultivation. In the 4th step of the Silver Spirit realm, Yang Han wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, continuing to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The elevation of his realm rendered the swirling vortex around his body increasingly domineering, devouring the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 meters. Unbeknownst to him, the illusionary formation began to thin. The layer of mist gradually became clearer, revealing the surrounding spatial barriers. The 10,000 Worlds Demon Chi technique was excessively tyrannical, even consuming the foundational spiritual energy of the illusionary formation. Nevertheless, the foundation of this illusionary formation was remarkably robust. Even if it became somewhat diluted, it still managed to isolate distinct spaces. The formidable individual who arranged this illusionary formation undoubtedly possessed a realm far superior to Yang Han's. The demon chi of the 4th step in the Silver Spirit realm grew increasingly solid, and Yang Han practiced with astonishing speed, achieving about half of the demon chi in his dantian within a mere half-day. The devouring force emitted a terrifying howling wind around him, as the clouds above seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of darkness. With a resounding boom, it appeared as though an ancient giant troll stirred above, the dark clouds swirling ominously. At that moment, numerous disciples from the Linggong Academy within the vast Demon Mountain range noticed the unusual phenomenon. Many looked up, astonished, at the distant black cloud. Such a commotion was undoubtedly a precursor to the emergence of a relic. Song Shan, who radiated a golden glow, gazed at the black clouds and spoke. He waved his hand, rallying his team of divine warriors to swiftly rush toward that region. The relic had emerged. They must hasten to it. A handsome young man gazed at the swirling clouds, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. He swiftly gathered his followers and hurried towards the celestial phenomenon, sensing the emergence of a rare treasure. "Brothers, let us go." The seemingly composed youth led a group of cultivators towards that enigmatic region. As disciples of the Spirit Sky Academy rushed towards the illusionary array, Yang Han remained utterly oblivious. Within his dantian, demonic energies surged, and the gateway to his realm trembled ominously. Beyond the fourth step of the Silver Spirit Realm lay the Golden Spirit Realm. At this moment, a faint golden glow enveloped Yang Han's body, intertwining with the swirling black and crimson demonic energy, imbuing him with an extraordinary hue that radiated brilliance. Having diligently practiced the sword insight technique, Yang Han's soul ascended rapidly, already reaching the threshold of the Golden Spirit Realm. Thus, his breakthrough was a natural progression. Golden Spirit Realm achieved. A resounding roar erupted as the golden aura integrated seamlessly with the demonic energy, creating a tri-layered brilliance. With a thunderous crash, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending Du Yao, who had already distanced himself, flying through the air. The violent aura extended hundreds of meters away. Struggling to rise, Du Yao, battered and bruised, wore a look of dismay, nearly on the verge of tears. Despite having taken refuge far enough, he had still been caught in the aftermath. Though his heart ached with frustration, he dared not voice it, resigning himself to his unfortunate fate. In a flash, a shadowy light appeared, and Yang Han materialized before Du Yao. Observing the latter's disheveled state, he couldn't help but smile. "Are you all right?" Having just experienced a breakthrough, he could hardly contain the surge of energy within him. He inquired, and upon hearing Yang Han's question, Du Yao immediately adorned his face with a smile, obsequiously exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, on attaining the Golden Spirit. With your prowess, I dare say even practitioners at the second step of the Golden Spirit Realm would pose no challenge to you." Yang Han nodded with a smile, tacitly acknowledging this reality. After all, he was still quite young and had not yet cultivated the stoicism that conceals one's emotions. It would be unreasonable to label him as frivolous. Who among the youth does not relish hearing flattering words? Nevertheless, this was his true nature, acting according to his will. He did not wish to lose himself on the path of cultivation. Chapter 41. The True Elite Disciple. To his astonishment, Yang Han discovered that his eternal demonic chi technique had actually siphoned the spiritual energy from the illusionary array. As he surveyed his surroundings, he could perceive the fluctuations of the barriers isolating the spaces around him. In that moment, he was horrified to realize that he stood at the very center of the illusionary array. Before him, over a dozen formidable demon souls were howling and roaring within the array. "Du Yao, let us go." A smile graced his face as he charged forward, swiftly traversing two spaces within the illusionary array. Just as the two of them ventured deeper, a group of individuals approached from the periphery of the array. The leader of this group was a striking young man clad in a yellow robe. "Wen Tingyan, you have arrived quite early," a light laugh resonated, followed by another group led by a man in black, who approached the outer perimeter of the illusionary array. This man in black was none other than Song Shan, the current overseer of the disciplinary disciples, flanked by his subordinates, all of whom were disciplinary disciples in uniform. Wen Tingyan was renowned throughout the Linkong Academy. The squad led by him, the Azure Dragon team, ranks second among all the trial teams at Linkong Academy, making it undeniably the strongest after the enigmatic Purple Cloud team. Song Shan, the young man in the yellow robe, inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Song Shan. Among the law enforcement disciples, only Lei Chongyun managed to pique his interest. Song Shan was simply too feeble. With the Purple Cloud team absent, who could rival him? Wen Tingyan, I have heard that the mysterious Purple Cloud has also ventured into the Demon and Monster Mountain range. It appears this will be your battlefield. With such a commotion preceding them, it was inconceivable that the Purple Cloud, in pursuit of relics, would not arrive. A cold laugh escaped Song Shan's lips, followed by a glint of cunning in his eyes. "I am genuinely curious. When the Purple Cloud arrives, will you dare to challenge his esteemed position? Is that an attempt to provoke me, Song Shan? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a challenge?" Wen Tingyan's gaze turned frigid, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, bearing down on Song Shan. This pressure was akin to a mountain collapsing, pinning Song Shan firmly in place. The once arrogant Song Shan felt a flicker of panic, his countenance shifting. This force rendered him immobile, not due to inability, but from sheer fear. For he knew that the slightest movement might invite a terrifying backlash of spiritual energy, a fate far worse than his current predicament. He had not anticipated that as the second-ranking law enforcement disciple, he would be so vastly outclassed by Wen Tingyan. The latter's strength undoubtedly qualified him to challenge the core disciples. If Lei Chongyun were present, he would indeed have to exercise caution. However, to me, Song Shan is nothing. Wen Tingyan nonchalantly waved his hand, effortlessly pushing Song Shan back several steps. A mocking smile appeared on Wen Tingyan's face as he glanced at the enforcement disciples, then gestured towards the 13 individuals behind him. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted. The 13 members of the Azure Dragon team radiated a faint golden light, revealing that they were all disciples at the Golden Spirit Realm. This scene rendered the enforcement disciples utterly speechless. It was only then that they realized their insignificance in the presence of their opponents. For them, being at the Silver Spirit Realm meant facing certain death if they engaged. Song Shan's expression darkened further, realizing that Wen Tingyan had brought so many formidable experts. If there were indeed relics here, acquiring them would not be an easy feat. Wen Tingyan cast a glance at Song Shan and remarked, "If you possess any self-awareness, it would be wise to leave now. Otherwise, the enforcement disciples may suffer significant losses." In response to Wen Tingyan's threat, Song Shan snorted coldly and retorted, "Not necessarily. The inheritance of relics relies on fortune. Moreover, do not forget that Zixiao has also arrived." "Foolish," Wen Tingyan dismissed with a single phrase before leading his group towards the illusion array. "Brother Wen, going alone seems rather lonely. How about we go together?" At that moment, another figure appeared before the illusion array, accompanied by a group of practitioners, dressed in a green robe and wielding a large knife. This individual exuded an air of ferocity and dominance. As for Chu Chun, his team didn't even have a ranking. This does not imply that those responsible for the rankings were oblivious. Rather, it was Chu Chun himself who declined the ranking. The Yanluo team, unranked as they are, could undoubtedly secure a top 3 position among all trial teams from Lincoln Academy, and they even stand as formidable contenders against the second team, Wen Tingyan. In a swift motion, after Chu Chun, a succession of groups emerged: Tianqing Team, Evil Wolf Team, Beacon Fire Team, Crimson Flame Team, and others. Some of the higher-ranked teams arrived first. Following them were lesser-known teams or ad hoc formations, including the Moonlight Team formed by Fu Yu, Su Yu, and Su Qing, which soon joined the throng. Within just over an hour, the location had transformed into a veritable gathering place for disciples of Lincoln Academy, with thousands congregating here, the majority of whom exhibited a strength far superior to that displayed within the academy itself. There were dozens of individuals at the Golden Spirit Realm, who remained concealed until the arrival of the relics prompted their emergence. Their singular aim was the elusive inheritance of the relics. Were any elders from Lincoln Academy present, they would likely be astounded by the sheer number of Golden Spirit Realm disciples, over 90% of whom had previously toiled in obscurity. Now, it was their time to reveal their true prowess. It is indeed peculiar that Song Ziyuan and his Death God team have not made an appearance. At this moment, the leader of the Evil Wolf team, one of the top 10 ranked teams, voiced his confusion, prompting others to take note of the situation. It indeed appears that the Grim Reaper squad not only lacks the presence of Song Ziyuan, but none of the others have arrived either. Is their absence not a fortuitous circumstance? Su Shui, you should focus on your own concerns. The captain of the Tianqing squad, Imo Chongling, remarked with a cold smirk. Humph, the same goes for you, Su Shui retorted with a disdainful snort. It was evident that tension simmered between these squads, each viewing the others as adversaries. I wonder how Yang Han is faring? Is this site one he has unearthed? If that is indeed the case, he is in peril. Su Yu whispered softly to Fu Yu. The latter smiled radiantly, her beauty strikingly enchanting. Rest assured, that lad is not destined for an early demise. However, whether this relic is truly of his discovery remains uncertain. Just as Su Yu and Fu Yu discussed Yang Han's safety, a multitude of trial squads prepared to enter the illusionary array. Meanwhile, Yang Han was engaged in vanquishing the formidable demon spirits within the illusionary realm. With a swift motion, a sword cleaved through the body of a large demon-level 7-colored serpent, causing a surge of demonic energy to erupt, which he subsequently sealed into a soul pill. After completing this task, he traversed into another expanse of space. There, he confronted a towering giant tiger, standing 8 zhang high, and delivered a decisive strike with his sword. The blade moved with such velocity and sharpness that, in an instant, the giant tiger's form was torn asunder. Slay, seal into a soul pill. Yang Han repeated these two actions, sealing every demon-level essence he encountered into soul pills. In a mere half-hour, he amassed over 20 soul pills. Throughout this journey, Du Yao watched in astonishment. As he cut his way through, every formidable demon fell beneath his sword. Yang Han, now elevated to the golden spirit realm, exuded an aura of sheer terror. At this moment, he possessed a staggering 36 soul pills. The formidable demon souls within the illusionary array had all been vanquished by him. Before him stood a massive portal, towering against the mountainside, emanating an overwhelming presence and a terrifying aura that left Yang Han profoundly shaken. The words "unmatched cave" loomed majestically at the pinnacle of the grand entrance, their brilliance compelling Yang Han to utter a soft exclamation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the immense door swung open. Chapter 42. Knight Zixiao. Outside the illusionary array, thousands of disciples began to step forward. Hundreds of elite disciples had already arrived, along with over 60 law enforcement disciples, and those inner disciples who remained in a state of anticipation. This time, 4,000 disciples from the Lincoln Academy had ventured into the Demon Mountain Range. Yet only the elite disciples and a select group of law enforcement disciples were permitted to partake in this relic contest. A faint smile graced Chu Chen's face as he nodded to his teammates behind him, signaling them to proceed toward the illusionary array. The movements of these elite teams rendered the other squads hesitant to make a move. Even if they wished to enter the illusionary array and test their luck, they felt compelled to wait until these individuals had entered. "Who dares to enter before I arrive?" The cold voice, imbued with haughty disdain, echoed from hundreds of meters away, resonating in the ears of all present, including Wen Tingyan and the others. Knight Zixiao. It was him, the Demon King, Knight Zixiao. Wen Tingyan and the others silently gasped, their expressions turning grave. Clad in a purple robe with a white jade hairpin, his high forehead and haughty eyes exuded an air of undeniable superiority. As the man arrived, he cast a cold glance over the assembly of elite disciples, including Wen Tingyan and his companions, sweeping his gaze across their faces. A cohort of inept individuals. The disdain was palpable, stark, and unabashed. Yi Zixiao regarded Wen Tingyan and Chu Chun as one might view a swarm of ants. He embodied the essence of an upper echelon, and as he moved, the disciples parted way in deference. He strode in with an air of arrogance. Looking down upon the crowd, "Wen Tingyan, I have heard you seek to usurp my position?" Yi Zixiao's eyes momentarily flickered over Wen Tingyan before a bloodthirsty smile graced his lips. With a swift motion, 6 figures materialized behind him, each radiating a formidable golden aura, their presence overwhelmingly powerful. "Boss, to think there are those in this humble spirit void academy who dare to challenge you. They truly court death." A derisive voice emerged as a youth clad in a blood-red robe stepped forward. He exuded a strong scent of blood, as if he had recently emerged from a massacre, with numerous lives claimed by his hands. The remaining 5 figures also bore the same potent aura of carnage. Yi Zixiao smiled lightly and addressed Wen Tingyan and Chu Chun, saying, "If you wish to live, then I suggest you all leave." At his arrival felt akin to a colossal stone pressing upon the hearts of Wen Tingyan and his companions, evoking an undeniable sense of trepidation. Upon hearing his words, a solemn glimmer flickered in Wen Tingyan's eyes. Although there was no overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Zixiao, an instinctive feeling told him that he could not withstand more than 10 moves against him. This rumored individual was indeed formidable. Exchanging glances with Chu Chun and the others, he inquired, "Is Yi Zixiao also attempting to drive us away? Though you are powerful, if we join forces, perhaps your Zixiao team will find it difficult to gain the upper hand." "Indeed," he continued. "Are you truly prepared to confront the elite disciples and the law enforcement disciples of the entire academy?" A surge of malevolence coursed through him, his purple robe rustling ominously, clearly indicating his rising anger. "Do you believe that uniting will enable you to thwart me?" He regarded the 4 with a frigid gaze, an aura of murderous intent gradually emanating from him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. "Whether we can impede you, I cannot say. However, I can assure you that you, Yi Zixiao, will not emerge unscathed. Yi Zixiao, you shall not seize our opportunity. If you doubt this, then let us put it to the test." A powerful force erupted as Wen Tingyan spoke, and the others also unleashed their own formidable auras. Behind them, dozens of elite disciples radiated an overwhelming presence, their fierce energy soaring high into the heavens. "You seek death." The youth clad in a blood-red robe behind Yi Zixiao bellowed, and an immense wave of bloodthirsty energy surged from him, swiftly coalescing into a crimson skeleton behind him. This blood-colored skeleton was the manifestation of his bloodline power. Known as the Blood Skeleton. Once summoned, the Blood Skeleton thrived on the essence of life itself. The vibrant red hue seemed to herald death itself. Bloodclad. Yi Zixiao raised a hand to halt the young man behind him, then coldly addressed Wen Tingyin and his companions. "What difference does it make to let them enter? Indeed, once inside, I shall indulge as much as I desire." A bloodthirsty expression emerged on the face of Bloodclad, his eyes brimming with a vivid crimson. An astonishing aura of malevolence emanated from him. "Since you all wish to enter, then let us proceed," Yi Zixiao remarked with an indifferent smile, leading Bloodclad and the others towards the illusion array. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them stepped into the array. Shortly thereafter, Wen Tingyin and Chu Chun exchanged glances before also advancing into the illusion array. As nearly half an hour passed since these formidable individuals entered, others in the crowd began to stir. Teams like the Tianxing Squad and the Fenghua Squad commenced their entry into the illusion array, with elite disciples and law enforcement disciples all following suit. Additionally, a group of inner disciples, seemingly just elevated to the silver spirit realm, also entered. Though these latter individuals possessed lesser strength, their ambitions were formidable. Huun-Ti desired to stand out and revel in glory by obtaining the relic's inheritance. "Let us venture in as well," Fu Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with determination as she pulled Su Yu forward, with Su Qing hastily following suit. Upon entering the illusion array, the space began to shift. The first to enter was Yi Zixiao's team. As Yi Zixiao beheld the isolated spaces surrounding them, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. He inhaled deeply, immediately detecting a faint scent of blood, along with a substantial presence of spiritual energy. The expression on his face turned icy in an instant as he declared, "Someone has entered ahead of us. We must hasten." Like him, the others, upon entering, sensed something amiss. The group quickly navigated through the isolated spaces, racing towards the imposing mountain peak ahead. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples who had stepped into the illusionary array surged madly deeper into its depths. The allure of the relic seemed to render them oblivious to the peril of death, forgetting everything else. Greed had driven them to the brink of insanity. Boom, boom. The colossal doors of the Wushuang cave slowly began to close. Yang Han felt himself engulfed by an abyss of darkness, rendering him unable to see. But soon, a glimmer of light emerged, followed by a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire cavern once more. With a concentration of spiritual energy in his eyes, Yang Han gazed ahead, and everything within the cave became crystal clear. Before him stood a mysterious black portal leading to an unknown destination, a stone table, and upon it, a black ring. Additionally, the ground was strewn with layers of bones, most of which had decayed, their very structure shattered. These remains, perhaps, once sought the relics of this place, only to meet their demise in a violent struggle against one another. In pursuit of treasures, they had turned against each other. Perhaps among them were disciples from the Linkhong Academy. With a sigh, Yang Han turned his attention to the black ring resting atop the stone table. With a swift motion, he approached the ring, his heart racing with excitement as he slowly extended his hand towards it. Boom! As his fingers made contact with the ring, an explosive surge of energy erupted from it, unleashing a boundless torrent of soul energy that violently assailed the surroundings. Thunderous echoes resonated. Yang Han's complexion paled, his mind engulfed in tumultuous chaos, as if his very soul were on the brink of shattering. In that moment, he realized that the bones strewn across the ground had not perished in mutual conflict. Rather, they had been annihilated by this terrifying soul energy. What a formidable soul! What manner of being possesses such power? Yang Han gritted his teeth, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of soul force. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as his visage began to contort in agony. The pain was indescribable, akin to a relentless hammer striking at the core of his very essence, as he felt his soul teetering on the edge of destruction. Suddenly, just as Yang Han believed he was doomed, a glimmering light of demonic energy radiated from his brow. As the demonic light surged forth, the terrifying soul energy dissipated entirely. "Child, quickly seal this remnant soul with demonic energy." A profound voice resonated within his mind. Chapter 43, The Boundless Array of Paths, the Eternal Alchemy, the Ascendant Artifacts. Boom. The soul energy emanating from the ring surged violently, attempting to break free from the restraints of the demonic intent and Yang Han's seal. Yet, the ferocity of the demonic light held it firmly in check. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not breach the confinement. Seal it. With a furious roar, Yang Han unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, which surged forth like a cascading waterfall, fiercely imprinted upon the essence of that soul energy, sealing it in the process. A chilling scream echoed, reminiscent of a being not of this world. Following this spine-tingling wail, Yang Han finally succeeded in sealing the soul energy completely. A gray soul pill materialized in his hand, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Predecessor, where are you?" He inquired into the vast emptiness around him, recalling the entity that had suddenly aided him in sealing that terrifying soul. "I reside within your soul. You are quite audacious, daring to meddle with the soul energy of the Purple Mansion realm. Had it not been for my timely intervention, you would have been rendered utterly incapacitated. It is also the folly of that not-quite-dead entity to choose to reside within a spatial treasure. A lingering soul daring to confront me is truly courting death." The voice resounded, brimming with overwhelming pride. "Predecessor, how is it that you inhabit my soul?" Yang Han's expression shifted dramatically. The realization that a fragment of another's soul resided within his own, and that it held such formidable strength, left him unable to maintain his composure. And he gasped in astonishment. What other explanation could there be? This individual has been attached to your soul since that time. You are indeed clever. However, I am no mere human. I am a demon. And you, young one, are also a demon, a small one at that. The voice echoed once more in Yang Han's mind. "Predecessor, does your presence within my soul affect my cultivation?" Might it be that Yang Han did not articulate his thoughts clearly enough, fearing to provoke this terrifying entity, which could lead to an irretrievable situation? What he truly wished to inquire was whether this ancient demon would inflict harm upon him, considering the overwhelming strength of the other's soul, which could easily extinguish his life. What nonsense! "Youngster, I have saved your life twice and bestowed upon you fragments of the Demon King's legacy, and this is how you repay me?" After venting his frustration, the ancient demon sighed once more and continued leisurely. "Rest assured, I do not covet your corporeal form. Moreover, this arrangement is quite advantageous. Residing within your soul allows me to witness the transformation of this world. Should I detach from you, my own strength would diminish further." Hearing this, Yang Han felt a semblance of reassurance, for he understood that if the demon truly intended to usurp his body, he likely would have perished long ago. Nevertheless, a lingering unease compelled him to cautiously ask, "Elder, can you perceive my thoughts?" The notion of having every one of his musings scrutinized was daunting. The prospect of the ancient demon being privy to his every contemplation left him feeling as though he would be no different from a vessel overtaken. "Do not worry. I have yet to reach such a level," the ancient demon replied. "The depths of the soul are profound and boundless, harboring many mysterious functions. Unless one masters the path of the cosmos, who possesses the ability to delve into another's memories and thoughts." Yang Han exhaled, his heart a tumult of emotions, tinged with a hint of excitement, yet weighed down by a sense of resignation. The ancient demon's presence within his soul left him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Very well. The soul of the old demon remained feeble, so it refrained from disturbing the fortune of the young demon. The voice gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing from Yang Han's ears. With the thought of blood refining, Yang Han forced a drop of his essence blood from his heart and let it fall upon the ring. As the drop touched the ring, it was instantly absorbed, and a faint red light flickered across the surface. In that moment, Yang Han felt a profound connection to it. Elated, he promptly infused a strand of his soul into the ring. Instantly, a vast expanse unfolded within his perception. As he had anticipated, this ring was indeed a spatial treasure. The interior space stretched for hundreds of meters, yet it was utterly barren, devoid of any items. No items? Frowning, Yang Han felt a twinge of disappointment. He had expected that the ring would harbor some celestial treasures. Placing the ring upon his left hand, he concentrated, and it seamlessly vanished from sight. The sensation of blood connection was quite pleasing. Yet, he pondered the true rank of this artifact. Oh, if I were to refine the fire-toothed sword with my blood as well, would it enhance my attacks? His heart raced with excitement. But Yang Han did not act immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the sturdy black portal. Approaching, he focused on a groove situated in the center of the grand door. This groove corresponded perfectly with the shape of the ring he had previously refined. Buzz. A flicker of light emanated from his hand as the black ring nestled into the recess, causing the grand door to tremble violently, the entire cavern resonating with intense vibrations. With a thunderous roar, the door began to open slowly, and Yang Han found himself irresistibly drawn into the space beyond. This was a confined area, measuring less than 100 meters in diameter. Yet within this modest expanse, 3 small chambers were exquisitely delineated. At this moment, Yang Han stood in the corridor that connected all 3 rooms. On the doors of each chamber were inscribed 4 formidable characters: Array Path Boundless, Alchemy Path Eternal Life, Artifact Path Establishing Heaven. Each inscription struck Yang Han with profound astonishment. Array Path Boundless, Alchemy Path Eternal Life, Artifact Path Establishing Heaven. Such grandiose proclamations. Perhaps they were not mere boasts, but rather reflected genuine existences. To think that the legacy of this relic would encompass the inheritances of the array, alchemy, and artifact paths. Yang Han sighed softly. Enhancing his strength was of paramount importance at this juncture. Delving into other pursuits would only lead to the neglect of his cultivation. Suddenly, as Yang Han contemplated, a figure clad in white materialized in the corridor, sending a chill down his spine. Junior, having glimpsed a fragment of my true soul. I presume you have acquired my black cloud ring? The figure introduced himself. I am Yin Wushuang, known as the Unmatched Celestial. As he spoke, the spectral figure solidified, revealing a striking visage that left Yang Han in awe. This man possessed an appearance that could incite calamity, with eyes that sparkled with an otherworldly allure. Yin Wushuang addressed Yang Han. Having inherited my black cloud ring, you are now a disciple beneath my banner. Now I inquire of you, are you willing to accept me as your master? Yang Han trembled, then swiftly knelt in reverence. Faced with such a formidable presence, he understood that failing to seize this opportunity would be a grave mistake. Disciple Yang Han pays respects to master. The art of alchemy could elevate one's cultivation, while the mastery of artifacts could command the world. It was through the diligent study of these 3 supreme disciplines that I attained my current prowess, the master recounted. Hearing this, Yang Han's heart quaked, realizing how myopic his perspective had been. The paths of the world, though diverse, ultimately converge. Any avenue could lead to unparalleled strength. Master, I comprehend, Yang Han responded, lifting his gaze towards the true soul of Yin Wushuang, and inquired, Master, where exactly is your true form at present? With a faint smile, Yin Wushuang replied, Ah, young one, your ambition is commendable. Patience. When your power reaches a certain threshold, you shall come to understand the world I have established. By then, do not be frightened. With a sly chuckle, Yin Wushuang's shadow vanished without a trace, departing without so much as a farewell. On a mountain peak, soaring through the clouds, the atmosphere was frigid and the winds sharp as blades. The turbulent currents were such that even cultivators at the Purple Mansion or Spirit Tribulation realms might struggle to maintain their footing. Yet, at this moment, 2 figures sat atop the summit, indulging in wine. One was a man clad in black robes, exuding an air of solemn authority, while the other was a strikingly handsome youth, his eyes possessing an otherworldly allure. You have taken in that young lad? The man in black inquired, with a peculiar smile. The enigmatic man remarked, Initially, I had no intention, but upon the descent of the true soul, I discovered this young lad possesses remarkable talent and resilience. Most importantly, like Cece, he is a practitioner of demonic arts, hence I chose to take him under my wing. You lunatic. The man in the black robe could not help but exclaim. In response to his words, the strange youth merely shook his head and smiled. Mad? If one is not mad, how can one become a demon? Outside the Wushuang cave, Du Yao was enduring a harrowing. He was being held by the neck by Yi Zixiao, his body riddled with wounds. His breath was feeble, as if he were on the brink of death. Have you obtained the relic? Yi Zixiao inquired, his grip tightening around Du Yao's neck, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. The golden light in his hand flickered ominously. With the slightest movement, Du Yao would undoubtedly meet his demise. And no, I have not. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance and found myself ensnared in a labyrinth. Du Yao replied weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. He knew he could not speak the truth, revealing it would likely lead to his immediate obliteration at the hands of Yi Zixiao. Is that so? Do you think I would believe you? A cold smile played on Yi Zixiao's lips as he exerted a little more pressure, causing Du Yao's neck to emit a cracking sound. Coughing, blood spilled from Du Yao's mouth, yet he managed to grin through the pain. At this point, he had resolved to embrace his fate. Whether you believe me or not, it matters not. Even if you were to kill me, you shall not obtain the legacy of the relic. It is a transcendent technique beyond the Purple Mansion realm. Alas, it is a soul inheritance, and you shall never possess it. Upon hearing his words, Yi Zixiao felt a sudden stir in his heart, and his expression subtly shifted. He cast a glance at the surrounding crowd and declared, "This young man was discovered by me first. I shall handle him. You have no objections, do you?" In response to his statement, Wen Tingyin and a few others hesitated momentarily before exchanging glances. To contest Yi Zixiao at this juncture would be tantamount to provoking him. Should this individual truly become enraged, a conflict between them would yield no benefit for any party involved. "I have no objections," Wen Tingyin replied, shaking his head. Shu Chen added, "Since you apprehended him, it is only fitting that you address the matter. We shall not interfere. Spare me the pleasantries." "Huh? What reason do I have to trust you? And what grounds do I have to trust them?" Du Yao erupted into a maniacal laugh, his visage twisted with menace. In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, he now exuded an imposing aura. Were it not for familiarity, one might scarcely recognize him. Yet, among the crowd, 3 newly arrived figures discerned his identity. "Is it this fellow?" Fu Yu whispered to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded, her delicate frame trembling with excitement, then turned to Fu Yu, exclaiming, "It appears he is indeed here. Could it be that he has already entered?" As she spoke, her luminous gaze was drawn to the portal situated at the base of the mountain. "That seems likely," Fu Yu concurred, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. "I wonder what kind of inheritance he might attain. The stronger, the better. It seems I have not misjudged my fortune." The 2 women were lost in their own thoughts, yet their musings revolved around the same individual. As for Su Qing, he remained silent, his lips sealed. With his sister and Fu Yu present, he found little opportunity to speak. While the 2 women understood the situation, Yi Zixiao remained oblivious. He observed Du Yao, his expression shifting multiple times before he furrowed his brow and declared, "What sort of person do you think I am? Would I ever deceive someone of mere Silver Spirit realm? If you do not speak, I shall eliminate you without hesitation." Du Yao, eyes wide with fear, chose to lie down on the ground, exclaiming, "Go ahead and kill me. I have no desire to live anymore. Just do it." This fellow had resorted to sheer desperation. He was fully aware that his earlier mention of the secrets of the Purple Mansion had ignited the interest of this formidable opponent. Without obtaining the so-called secret techniques, the latter would undoubtedly refrain from slaying him. This was his means of survival. However, if the standoff prolonged, inciting this peak expert of the Golden Spirit realm could very well lead to his demise. With a countenance oscillating between cold fury and icy resolve, Yi Zixiao emanated an aura of lethal intent. When had he ever been threatened in such a manner? The brazen individual before him truly did not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Speak your terms." He managed to suppress the urge to strike down this audacious fool. His voice was devoid of warmth as he uttered those words. It was the first time he had ever initiated a negotiation. For him, it was a humiliation he could not erase. Thus, once he acquired the secret techniques, this Silver Spirit realm individual would surely meet his end. Conditions? Du Yao's eyes flickered momentarily before he continued, "Let us not discuss this here. There are too many people around. We should move to a more private setting." In a crowd filled with myriad gazes, even if I were to impart my soul's memories to you, you would remain apprehensive, fearing that those with ulterior motives might intercept it, would you not? "Very well." Knight Zixiao nodded decisively, instructing Xue to carry Du Yao as the 7 of them approached the colossal portal. "What is that fellow up to? Is he intent on bringing about his demise?" Su Yu furrowed her brow, acutely aware that Yang Han was likely within. If Knight Zixiao and the others ventured inside, Yang Han would be in peril. "Sister, what are you afraid of? That fellow is quite astute. Nothing will happen to him," Fu Yu said with a faint smile. With a thunderous roar, the massive portal gradually creaked open as Knight Zixiao's team, bearing Du Yao, stepped into the mountain's depths. Following closely behind, Wen Tingyin and the others ventured in as well. The throngs moved towards the grand gateway, the words Wushuang Cave resembling a vast maw, welcoming them all within. "Let us refrain from entering. We shall observe from outside," Fu Yu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Su Yu nodded, her admiration for Fu Yu soaring. This girl, ranked 5th among the elite disciples of the Linkong Academy, possessed strength far surpassing her expectations. Today, Su Yu had indeed broadened her horizons. Previously, She had considered disciples like Song Shan to be the pinnacle within Lincoln Academy. Yet, she had not anticipated that the leaders of several small teams appearing today all possessed abilities that eclipsed those of Song Shan. The once coveted Song Shan seemed merely an ordinary character in their eyes. Particularly striking was Knight Zixiao, whose arrogance and dominance were unparalleled. Wen Tingyin, Chu Chun, and the others could only temporarily retreat from the limelight. Inside the dimensional cave, the originally modest space became increasingly cramped due to the influx of individuals. However, each person maintained distinct allegiances, claiming their territories. Notably, the factions led by Yi Zixiao and Wen Tingyin commanded a certain respect, with no one daring to encroach upon their vicinity. At this moment, all attention shifted towards a dark portal situated deep within the cave. Every gaze fixated upon Du Yao. Do not look at me. I have never ventured in there myself. My secret technique inheritance was acquired right here. However, I advise you all against entering. A terrifying entity resides within. Previously, when that esteemed elder expelled me, they warned that anyone who approaches that portal will meet their demise, Du Yao declared. At this juncture, he had no choice but to fabricate a grandiose lie, instilling a sense of caution in these individuals to buy more time for Yang Han. Damn it, Yi Zixiao muttered, his expression darkening further upon noticing when Ting Yin and others had entered. Yet, he understood the futility of trying to thwart them. His gaze landed on Du Yao, who had closed his eyes immediately upon entering, seemingly engaged in recuperation. Although Yi Zixiao longed to reprimand this presumptuous individual, he restrained himself. Once I have regained my strength, I shall pass on that secret technique to you, Du Yao said, lifting his eyelids slightly before shutting them once more, continuing his recovery. However, it appeared that the cultivation method he practiced was rather inferior, as his absorption of spiritual energy was exceedingly sluggish, igniting further frustration within Yi Zixiao, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. My lord, I shall do my utmost to hold them off for you. Forgive me. I had no choice but to enter, came the plea. Even without my guidance, they would still enter, Du Yao contemplated within. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. After this period, Yi Zixiao could no longer contain himself. You brat, get up, he bellowed, seizing Du Yao with fury, entirely shedding his previous air of arrogance and indifference. After preparing everything, he swiftly formed several hand seals, causing strands of spiritual energy to swirl around Yang Han's body. His visage became indistinct, ultimately transforming into an entirely different face. This was a disguise formation, a peculiar array. Although its cultivation was not particularly challenging, once 13 intricate hand seals were completed, one could alter their appearance. At this moment, he donned a new countenance, that of Yu Fei, a member of the Yu clan. Some matters need not be personally executed. Yang Han was aware that if he simply ventured into the crowd and then faded away, the Yu clan would undoubtedly become the target of scorn. Even with the protection of the Grand Elder, Yu Fei would struggle to survive within the Lincoln Academy. The time for my vengeance against the Yu and Zhao clans has arrived. With a sinister smile gracing his lips, Yang Han strode purposefully towards the ominous black door. Suddenly, as Yi Zixiao prepared to strike Du Yao, the ebony door burst open with a resounding crash. A streak of black light shot forth from within, and a figure erupted, exuding a formidable aura that surged directly towards Yi Zixiao. As Yi Zixiao cast aside Du Yao and prepared to launch an attack on the shadowy figure, the opponent swiftly turned, seizing the discarded Du Yao and darting towards the exit. Block him. The crowd erupted in chaos, rushing towards the shadow. It's Yu Fei, the Yu Fei of the Yu family. Many recognized the figure's face, calling out in alarm. At that moment, a sly grin curled at the corners of Yang Han's mouth. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, multiple phantoms materialized. Chapter 45, Du Yao vs. 4. With a mere 30 spirit energy hand seals, a small illusionary formation could be established. Yang Han's hands became almost ethereal, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. As the seals were completed, the spirit energy rapidly dispersed, and suddenly, a layer of white mist enveloped the interior of the Wushuang cave, obscuring everyone's vision. Yang Han, with a faint smile, calmly stepped through the illusion and exited the cave. Upon emerging, he spotted the crowd gathered outside. Get out of the way, he bellowed, sending several disciples of the Lincoln Academy flying with a single strike before plunging into the mountains. A thunderous roar erupted from within the Wushuang cave. And amidst the panic of the surrounding disciples, several figures burst forth. Yi Zixiao, Bloodrobe, Wen Tingyan, and Chu Chun emerged one after another, exuding an aura of malevolence as their eyes scanned the crowd. Yet, at this moment, there was no sign of Yu Fei. Where is Yu Fei? As the ominous glow of Knight Zixiao flickered, he approached several inner disciples and began to interrogate them. The intensity of his presence left them trembling, and one of them, quaking, pointed in a certain direction. "Pursue," commanded Knight Zixiao, as he and his companions, adorned in blood-stained garments, swiftly vanished from sight, without uttering a word. Wen Tingyan quickly led his group in the same direction. Following closely behind, Chu Chun and the others did not linger either. A formidable assembly departed in succession, and only then did the inner disciples and the less seasoned elite breathe a sigh of relief. The youth had seemingly etched an indelible mark upon their hearts. "Sister, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" Su Qing remarked with a smirk. "That figure that rushed out bore no resemblance to Yu Fei at all. Are you still unfamiliar with Yang Han's stature? He is your brother-in-law. I truly wonder what occupies your mind. How could you miss such an obvious detail?" Su Yu's face flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Su Qing, preparing to admonish her. Fu Yu let out a light laugh, teasingly adding, "Su Qing, your sister is simply flustered by concern. This time, I must side with you. Your sister has indeed lost her wits." "Where?" Su Yu glared irritably at Fu Yu. The latter giggled, her graceful demeanor captivating the attention of many inner disciples nearby. Nevertheless, among them were those who recognized Su Yu as a law enforcement disciple, and none dared to provoke her. "Let us depart. This place holds no further significance for us." After sharing a laugh, Fu Yu pulled Su Yu away, and the three figures vanished from the sight of the crowd. Soon after, many inner disciples departed to continue their training. Thousands of individuals were formed into smaller groups, each engaging in their own battles. The arrival of the relic had initially caused a fervent gathering of powerful figures, yet in the blink of an eye, they dispersed like shadows due to one person's departure. At this moment, Yang Han, carrying Du Yao, swiftly navigated through the mountains. In mere moments, he had covered several dozen miles. In terms of speed, he surpassed most ordinary practitioners in the Golden Spirit realm, thanks to his mastery of the divine movement technique. Those pursuing him were largely left far behind, with only a select few, including Yi Zixiao, managing to keep pace. With a swift turn, he entered a dense forest. Yang Han then formed seals with his hands, rapidly altering his appearance to restore his true identity. He then executed another series of hand seals on Du Yao, which were considerably more intricate than those he had used on himself. A faint mist enveloped Du Yao's entire being, gradually dissipating to reveal an entirely new visage. Observing his handiwork, Yang Han couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Du Yao had undergone a complete transformation, rendering him unrecognizable. Yang Han had employed a disguise illusion, turning the lecherous figure into a woman, and not just any woman, but an exceedingly unattractive one. Upon catching a glimpse of Yang Han's peculiar expression, Du Yao was filled with suspicion. Just then, he spotted a small pool nearby, leaned over to take a look, and was so horrified that he fell onto the ground. "Damn it! I have never seen such an ugly woman. Who is this young master?" As the words left his lips, Du Yao suddenly recalled Yang Han's earlier enigmatic smile and realized the gravity of the situation. "Young master, you might as well kill me. My illustrious reputation is utterly ruined." Du Yao lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Yang Han chuckled briefly before adopting a solemn demeanor, stating, "They should be closing in on us soon. If you wish to survive, I advise you to remain silent." Du Yao promptly sealed his lips, deterred from uttering another word. The group, led by Yi Zixiao, was formidable, their prowess far exceeding his own, and they could extinguish his life as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. "There are people over there. Let us investigate." Sure enough, scarcely had Yang Han spoken when a cadre of individuals swiftly came into view. This menacing entourage comprised elite members from several squads under the command of Yi Zixiao and Wen Tingyan. Upon their arrival, they swiftly encircled Yang Han and Du Yao. However, just as they completed their encirclement, Yi Zixiao waved his hand, signaling his 6 subordinates to depart. He instantly discerned that these two were not the individuals he sought. Wen Tingyan, too, noticed this, casting a glance at Du Yao's grotesque female form, and could not suppress a frown before leading his team away. "Not them. Let us go." Chu Chun surveyed the scene and quickly followed suit with his own group. The last to arrive was Song Shan, who regarded Yang Han and Du Yao with a cold glimmer in his eyes, before his gaze fixated on Yang Han. Yang Han, the very one who killed my enforcement Hall S. Lu Wei? Song Shan inquired, his eyes narrowing. Senior brother, it is he. He is Yang Han. One of the individuals behind him stepped forward, pointing at Yang Han. Song Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of murderous intent coalescing within. He then waved his hand, addressing the person behind him. He is in your charge. Zhu Zhe, let us continue our pursuit of that lad Yufei. With that, he departed with a group of subordinates, leaving 4 individuals behind. These 4 were the ones he entrusted with Yang Han's demise. Will you choose to end your own lives? Or shall we take action? The young man left behind by Song Shan cast a disdainful glance at Yang Han. Based on his understanding, Yang Han was merely at the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm, while the 4 of them were all at the 4th step. Although Yang Han had managed to kill Lu Wei, it was utterly impossible for him to overcome all 4 of them. A fierce glint flickered across Yang Han's face as he approached with a broad smile. With each step he took, the aura of menace around him intensified. Young master, allow me. To Yang Han's surprise, just as he had taken a few steps forward, Du Yao approached from behind. This fellow's face was riddled with blemishes. Adorned with a dark birthmark, and coupled with a feminine figure and features, he was not easy to look at directly. At that moment, he resembled a fearsome hag. Seeing the resolute expression on Du Yao's face, Yang Han couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. He nodded and stepped aside, preparing to observe how this individual would confront the 4 practitioners of the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm. Now that Yang Han had ascended to the Golden Spirit Realm, his sensitivity to spiritual energy had increased manifold. He could instantly discern that Du Yao was at the pinnacle of the 3rd step of the Silver Spirit Realm. In a 1-against-4 scenario, Yang Han did not harbor high hopes for this fellow. For little rabbits, your grandfather has come to meet you, Du Yao proclaimed, his voice wild and his feminine visage and demeanor inducing a wave of nausea in the 4 individuals before him. This creature is utterly repugnant. Let us eliminate her forthwith. The leader instructed his companions. I shan't partake. I fear it will tarnish my hands. Nor will I. Such a person makes me want to retch. To slay her would be a desecration. The last one could no longer contain his disdain, exclaiming, Are you suggesting I should do it? Absolutely not. I refuse as well. While you dread the disgust, I abhor the filth. The 4 of them sought to shirk responsibility, ignoring Du Yao's approach. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, the latter advanced step by step toward them. Almost there, a cold glint flashed in his gaze as Du Yao transformed into a black shadow, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving the 4 with no time to react. The divine movement step, how swift. The pinnacle of entry. Yang Han marveled at Du Yao's velocity, astonished by his extraordinary. The divine movement step was a technique he had imparted to him. In terms of training duration, this individual had far less time than he. Yet his progression was truly remarkable. This is bad. Be cautious. The expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically as they cried out in alarm. However, Du Yao's speed was simply too swift. By the time their exclamations escaped their lips, one had already been struck by a formidable blast of energy. Boom. His face turned ashen as his body was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing forth, his breath immediately faltering. With a single blow, he was gravely injured. Du Yao then erupted in speed once more, swiftly closing in on another adversary, gathering energy into his fist before unleashing a strike. Boom. One after another, Du Yao launched ferocious attacks. Coupled with his remarkable speed, the remaining trio found themselves utterly bewildered. In terms of strength, the 3 were formidable. However, when it came to experience and speed, they were no match for the seasoned Du Yao, who pressed them relentlessly. After grappling for half an hour, one of them was severely injured by Du Yao. Merely 10 breaths later, he inflicted grave wounds upon the 3rd adversary, sending him sprawling out of the fray. For breaths subsequently, the last opponent was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, propelling him away. In the realm of the Silver Spirit, 4 individuals faced 1. Yet Du Yao emerged victorious, utterly defeating them. At that moment, his combat prowess garnered Yang Han's admiration. This demon slave was indeed impressive. Chapter 46. The levels of sword intent. Nodding slightly, Yang Han remarked with a smile, Not bad. Have you devoted all your time to mastering the divine movement technique? You have yet to cultivate the spirit seizing method, which is such an excellent practice, and your realm remains stagnant. Du Yao chuckled awkwardly and replied, The divine movement technique captivates me immensely. Rest assured, I shall diligently train henceforth, striving not to bring shame upon you. Previously, Yang Han and Su Yu, along with their companions, had hunted various low-level beasts and exotic creatures, resulting in a modest accumulation of souls absorbed by the demon spirit token, which were shared equally among them. According to the standards of experience, typically, when a common beast was slain, a portion of its soul would enter the demon spirit token, contributing 20 points to the experience merit. Slaying an exotic creature would yield 100 points, a spirit beast 2,000 points, a great demon 10,000 points, a demon king 200,000 points, and a demon sovereign 1,000,000 points. The merits acquired through experience and those in the Hall of Merit can be exchanged for cultivation resources. At present, what Yang Han most urgently lacks are resources or elixirs. Young master, isn't it about time? Deep within the Demon Mountain range, approximately 30 miles in, Du Yao listened to the occasional ferocious roars echoing around him, causing his heart to tighten slightly. 30 miles is quite a depth. Generally, only cultivators of the Golden Spirit realm dare to venture this far. Although Yang Han is in the Silver Spirit realm, he is not yet at that level. It is still insufficient. At this depth, only peak extraordinary beasts can be encountered. What I seek is the king among extraordinary beasts, or even spirit beasts. Shaking his head, Yang Han pressed on deeper. Over the course of several days, he and Du Yao fought their way 30 miles into the heart of the mountains. They had slain dozens of extraordinary beasts along the way, each providing him with 100 points of merit. In total, he had accumulated just shy of several thousand points. For him, this was still far from enough. Roar. As they advanced further, nearing 35 miles in, a violent roar suddenly pierced their ears, causing them to halt in their tracks. Such a fierce aura. I have not heard any beast roars in this vicinity for miles. This territory seems to belong to it. Yang Han halted, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Du Yao, with his back to Yang Han, scanned the area with vigilant eyes. Compared to Yang Han's audacity, this fellow clearly exhibited a hint of trepidation. Given his strength, he could at most contend with extraordinary beasts. Even the most formidable beasts cannot contend with the apex of their kind, let alone the sovereign among them, or even those of the spirit beast caliber. A chilling howl rent the air, echoing from dozens of miles away, imbued with a haunting resonance that seemed to send shivers through the very essence of one's soul. A demon? Yang Han's form shuddered violently, just from the sound alone. He discerned that it was no mere beast, but rather a demon. The distinction between demon beasts and demons is profound. With the vast experiences gleaned from the fragmented lore of demon kings, Yang Han was acutely aware of their differences. Unlike the magic he practiced, demons are aberrations of the natural order, entities that thrive in the shadows, starkly contrasting with demon beasts. The presence of such a demon heralded an increasingly perilous situation. Yang Han's demeanor grew significantly graver, for demons are inherently intelligent, making encounters with them particularly treacherous. Currently, he stood at the first tier of the Golden Spirit realm. His offensive capabilities decidedly superior to those at the second tier of physical manifestation. Even practitioners at the third tier of the Golden Spirit realm might find themselves at a disadvantage against him. However, despite such strength, he harbored no illusions of confidence when facing a demon. Young master, what shall we do? Du Yao inquired, scanning their surroundings. Yang Han closed his eyes, attuning himself to the environment. Oftentimes, a practitioner's perceptive abilities surpass the limitations of sight. What the eyes fail to behold can often be sensed through this heightened awareness. He detected a malevolent aura enveloping both himself and Du Yao. Found you. His eyes abruptly widened, fixating on a colossal ancient tree to his right. There, a pair of eerie blue eyes were intently observing him and Du Yao. The king of beasts, the earth stone ape. Upon spotting the gigantic creature perched upon the ancient tree, Yang Han swiftly delved into his memories and instantly recognized the beast. Its stout limbs, robust physique, and fur of deep gray enveloped it entirely. As its mouth gaped open, a set of formidable fangs glistened ominously. The title of the king of beasts, or more aptly, the sovereign of beasts, is bestowed upon the most formidable entities among the beasts. To be deemed a king is to surpass the capabilities of ordinary beasts. Be cautious. This creature possesses formidable defenses and astonishing offensive power. If possible, evade it. A grave expression etched upon his face. Yang Han slowly extended his hand to draw his sword. Roar. The earthstone ape unleashed a furious roar, its massive form leaping from the tree to directly hover above Yang Han. With its powerful arms descending, the stench of its fangs filled the air. A fierce aura enveloped both Yang Han and Du Yao. Retreat. Yang Han's complexion shifted, prompting him to swiftly withdraw. Du Yao, not lagging behind, pivoted and made a hasty escape. Clang! The fire-toothed sword was drawn, emitting a sharp brilliance that sliced through the air, grazing one of the Earthstone ape's arms and shearing off a layer of its fur. The creature's defenses were formidable, not merely due to the hardness of its hide, but rather because of its terrifying resilience. No matter how fiercely the blade struck, they could not penetrate this resilience. Instead, the attacks would merely rebound. Sword 8. Without hesitation, Yang Han unleashed the 8th Sword of the Blood, Refinement 9 Swords. The razor-sharp edge emitted an astonishing brilliance, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. As it grazed the abdomen of the Earthstone ape, a slender gash was carved, causing dark crimson blood to spurt forth. A pained howl erupted from the creature, which then lunged ferociously at Yang Han, its powerful arms crashing down with formidable force. The ground trembled, leaving craters in the wake of its assault. Even the sturdiest stones were reduced to mere fragments under its might. Renowned for its defense and strength, the Earthstone ape's resilient hide rendered ordinary attacks futile. Even the strongest of men would find themselves unable to withstand a single blow from this beast. Yang Han watched in awe as the creature shattered a massive boulder weighing thousands of pounds with a single strike, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The rumors held true. This beast possessed boundless strength. 7th Sword, Annihilate, he declared, his figure flowing like a dragon as he deftly employed the ethereal steps to evade the Earthstone ape's onslaught. Another flash of blood illuminated the air as the Firefang sword tore through the ape's ribcage once more, blood cascading from the new wound. The Earthstone ape roared in fury, swinging its arms wildly, fangs bared. Yet, it was unable to match Yang Han's speed, even in its frenzied state. Were it not for the Firefang sword in his possession, he might have found it impossible to keep pace with this formidable foe. What rank is the Firefang sword, truly? Yang Han pondered as he deftly dodged yet another attack. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, followed by a wave of self-reproach. How could I have possessed the fire-toothed sword for so long without realizing the process of blood infusion? Truly, it is an act of utmost folly. With this thought, Yang Han was consumed with the desire to immediately infuse his blood into the fire-toothed sword. However, recognizing the ferocity of the Earthstone ape, he wisely chose to delay. As he unleashed his most formidable attacks, the wounds on the Earthstone ape multiplied. With the sword in hand, Yang Han's thoughts were singularly focused on the blade. In a matter of mere breaths, he felt a profound clarity. Within his heart, there existed nothing but the sharp sword. The sword is a deadly weapon. Life and death rest in my hands. When the sword is drawn, it can take lives or save them. A fleeting sensation washed over him, and in that moment, 2 piercing rays of light shot forth from Yang Han's eyes. The essence of sword intent blossomed in his mind, an unstoppable surge of understanding. As he wielded the sword, his thoughts were consumed by it, and his very soul echoed with the shadows of blades. In that instant, he began to grasp the profound depth of sword intent. Where the intent resides, there lies the sword's edge. When the blade's aura manifests, it can cleave enemies beyond its reach. Should one cultivate the realm of the sword to its utmost, foes may be vanquished from thousands of miles away. At last, I understand. Haha. Yang Han suddenly laughed heartily towards the heavens, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow, radiating an intense sword aura. Sword intent. With a fervent cry from within, the sword aura surged forth. Yang Han became one with the sword, his heart entwined with its essence as the sword intent erupted, vanquishing all in its path. With a swift motion, the fierce sword aura sliced through the air, piercing the hide of the Earthstone ape and penetrating deep within its body. The relentless sharpness gradually extinguished its vitality, causing both its attacks and breath to weaken. Ultimately, beneath Yang Han's Firefang sword, it could no longer endure and fell lifeless to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Yang Han gazed upon the corpse of the Earthstone ape, a confident smile gracing his features. At this moment, even the pinnacle of beastly sovereigns would be no match for him. A wisp of essence entered the demon token nestled within his chest, and Yang Han felt a stir of excitement as a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. It appeared that this demon token was not merely the essence of the beastly sovereign had significantly augmented his experience points by 500. Chapter 47. Slaying the demon. As for the pelt of the Earthstone ape, its value far surpassed that of the dark armor beast's hide, capable of being exchanged for a staggering 10,000 merit points. Du Yao, protect me, he commanded. After tossing these 2 items into the black cloud ring, Yang Han settled himself into a meditative position, a drop of his blood infusing into the Fire Fang sword. Buzz! As his blood coursed over the blade, it suddenly trembled violently, seemingly resisting Yang Han's refinement, struggling to break free from his grasp. Indeed, it possessed spirit. Had he refined it earlier, vanquishing the Earthstone ape would have required little effort. Yang Han mused inwardly, his heart swelling with delight. Moreover, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Fuyu. The woman had gifted him the Fire Fang sword, leaving him with a considerable debt of gratitude. Buzz! The blade continued its struggle, yet Yang Han maintained an iron grip over it. He sought to communicate with the Fire Fang sword through his own soul, soothing it with the words, "Do not harbor resentment. Stay by my side, and I shall unlock your true potential, ensuring your brilliance is not overshadowed." Weapons possess a certain spirit, and the mightier the weapon, the more pronounced this trait becomes. When Yang Han endeavored to connect with the Fire Fang sword through his very soul, it appeared to fall into a tranquil state. No longer did it resist Yang Han's essence. Instead, it began to absorb it gradually. As a single drop of essence merged into the blade, a crimson glow enveloped the entire Fire Fang sword. A sensation of mental synchronization emerged, as the sword's sharpness infused Yang Han's being with an endless aura of keenness. Upon opening his eyes, they radiated with a fierce brilliance. After an entire hour, Yang Han gradually rose. He gently caressed the blade of the Fire Fang sword, which immediately responded with an excited shriek. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword, and in an instant, a beam of light shot forth, piercing into the trunk of a nearby tree, approximately 2 feet in diameter. With a resounding crash, the tree succumbed, revealing a perfectly clean cut, a testament to the sword's terrifying sharpness. Du Yao inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Yang Han and the sword, which now glowed with a faint crimson hue. He had not misjudged the moment. The sword in Yang Han's hand had merely emitted a beam of light, yet it severed the tree that would have taken him multiple strikes to fell. Speed and sharpness. Only 2 words could encapsulate the sensation that this sword evoked in Du Yao. Sheer terror. "My lord, what manner of sword is this?" he inquired. His gaze fixated on the Fire Fang sword, tinged with a hint of trepidation. "The sword is called Fire Fang, and in terms of rank, it likely belongs to the realm of Xianyang," Yang Han replied. "He possesses the memory of a demon king." Having gained considerable insight into the levels of cultivation and the classifications of weapons and elixirs, although he may not be fully knowledgeable, he is certainly more informed than most. The hierarchy of weapons and elixirs is generally divided into mortal, spiritual, Xianyang, pure yang, heavenly spirit, and sacred path. However, it is said that beyond these 6 levels, even more formidable treasures exist. Yet, for Yang Han, these are but distant dreams. In the current world, most practitioners merely wield mortal-grade weapons. The spiritual level can only be attained by those at the innate realm. As for Xianyang treasures, perhaps only those at the Purple Mansion realm could possess 1 or 2. Yet, Yang Han has never encountered a single expert from the Purple Mansion realm. Such beings are exceedingly rare, and aspiring to reach the Purple Mansion is akin to scaling the heavens. Xianyang treasures. Diao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Suddenly, in response to his exclamation, a piercing cry echoed from afar, reigniting the negative emotions within the hearts of both men. Yang Han furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of agitation within him. Particularly, that voice stirred an uncontrollable rage in his heart. "Ah!" Du Yao cried out in agony, clutching his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, striving to preserve the last vestiges of his sanity. An astonishing aura of demonic energy erupted from Yang Han, a fusion of gray light and crimson that swiftly enveloped both himself and Du Yao. The disruptive influence of that voice finally began to wane. Yet Yang Han sensed a fierce assault on his demonic energy. It was as if waves were crashing against a stubborn stone. With a furious roar, demonic energy surged into the sky, and Yang Han brandished the Fire Fang sword, carving a grand arc of sword light around him. The demonic aura spiraled upward, and the power of his bloodline erupted forth. The impact of the sound finally diminished, and he felt a considerable easing of his burden. However, his visage was etched with seriousness. Cackling, a sinister voice echoed, and a flicker of illusory light materialized around the two of them. This light resembled a wisp of soul, exuding a chilling aura and proving elusive to grasp. Yang Han could only rely on his instincts to discern the precise location of this entity. It was the demon. It seems that by slaying the Earthstone ape, I have inadvertently lured this malevolent being. Yang Han mused inwardly. How? The demon appeared to lack a solid form. Yet when the illusion dissipated, its true shape emerged. With haunting azure eyes, it resembled a humanoid figure capable of standing upright. Its head was diminutive, arms elongated, and legs slender. In terms of height, this creature towered over Yang Han by nearly double. The demon approached the corpse of the Earthstone ape, casting a cautious glance at Yang Han before emitting a low, mournful sound in front of the carcass. Before long, a wisp of gray light drifted from the body of the Earthstone ape, and the demon swiftly ensnared the ethereal stream with its arms, swallowing it whole. Roar! As that glimmer of light was consumed, Yang Han felt as though he heard the Earthstone ape's final, anguished roar. After the demise of a demon beast, it is generally observed that a trace of its essence lingers within its remains. Through certain unique laws of the universe, this essence may have the potential for reincarnation. However, the essence of the Earthstone ape had previously been devoured by Yang Han's demon command, and the last remnants of its spirit were consumed by this demon, ensuring it would never attain rebirth. Such formidable power, capable of consuming essence and transforming it into its own energy, left Yang Han profoundly astonished. Upon devouring the essence of the Earthstone ape, the demon turned its gaze towards Yang Han and his companion, a chilling malice flickering in its eyes. With a piercing howl, waves of sound erupted, assaulting the ears of the two, impacting their very souls and hearts. In an instant, Du Yao succumbed to the onslaught, spiraling into madness. Yang Han, swift as a shadow, unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy, striking the demon on the neck and rendering it unconscious. Damn it! Negative emotions surged within Yang Han's mind, prompting him to bark a furious command. Awaken the power of my bloodline, the form of the demon race. With a thunderous roar, his eyes darkened like ink, and a colossal figure emerged from behind him. The demon bloodline giant let out a fearsome roar, shattering the demon's sound waves and enveloping the arena in a fierce aura. The demon, upon witnessing the giant behind Yang Han, displayed a flicker of trepidation, swiftly transforming into an apparition and retreating. Yang Han stepped forward, bellowing, trying to escape. It's too late. He lifted his leg, and instantly, the colossal figure of the bloodline giant surged forth, its towering Tinjong form enveloped in a tempest of gray demonic flames that consumed the surrounding expanse of several hundred meters. As the inferno swept through, the ancient trees nearby disintegrated into fine powder. The demon, ensnared within the inferno, emitted a series of agonizing, tearful wails, each cry piercingly shrill and relentlessly assaulting Yang Han's consciousness. However, endowed with the bloodline of the demon race, Yang Han remained impervious to the overwhelming aura of malevolence. The will of the demon was resolute. Although the cries reverberated with sonic force, they failed to disrupt Yang Han's inner tranquility. Seal, he bellowed, as the demonic flames swiftly coalesced into a circle, completely encasing the shadow of the demon. His eyes, dark as ink, glinted with determination as he waved his hands, directing the terrifying flames to pursue the demon's silhouette, igniting upon it like a relentless parasite. The anguished howl sent shivers down one's spine. Yet within Yang Han's heart resided only the essence of demonic intent and murderous resolve. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Had he not been a practitioner of demonic arts, the outcome of this encounter might have been vastly different. Had he not awakened his demonic bloodline, the result would also have shifted. It was merely the demon's misfortune to encounter a true embodiment of darkness. The mastery of demonic flames necessitates a dual synergy between soul and demonic energy. Consequently, both Yang Han's spiritual essence and soul are nearly depleted. With a hum, the bloodline giant of the demon race vanished, prompting Yang Han to sit cross-legged and recuperate from his exhaustion. Chapter 48. The rankings on the demon-slaying monument. Several days later, Yang Han returned to his peak condition. This restoration was facilitated by his cultivation of the 10,000 Worlds demonic energy technique. Had he relied on his previous soul-seizing method, the process might have taken significantly longer. Du Yao awoke within 2 hours following their battle, and upon sensing Yang Han's feeble fluctuations of energy and ongoing recovery, he remained vigilantly by his side. At that moment, Du Yao's admiration for Yang Han deepened. His master was extraordinarily formidable, having annihilated such powerful demons. What level of strength must he possess? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Han gradually rose to his feet. He cast a glance at the forest ahead, a thought stirring within him, and said, Du Yao, you may depart for now. Allowing Du Yao to leave was motivated partly by concern for his well-being and partly by his own considerations. The depths of the Demon Mountain were fraught with peril. Alone, Yang Han harbored a glimmer of confidence in his ability to emerge unscathed. However, should Du Yao accompany him, the likelihood of calamity increased significantly. Moreover, if he were to keep an eye on Du Yao, he risked being encumbered himself. The region spanning 40 miles into the Demon Mountain was a veritable forbidden zone for the disciples of the Lincoln Academy. Beyond 30 miles, human presence had already dwindled, and the situation only worsened at 40 miles. Upon penetrating 40 miles into the depths of the Demon Mountain, Yang Han discerned the omnipresent latent dangers surrounding him. The roars of demonic beasts echoed, and shadows of malevolent creatures flickered into view. In this region, an unsettling atmosphere permeates the air. He navigates cautiously through the mountains and forests, often encountering formidable beasts of extraordinary power. These creatures are all at least of the rank of the Beast King, with many belonging to the terrifying category of spiritual beasts. How can one ascend to greatness without facing life and death? Engaging in fierce battles and sweeping through adversaries is the path of a true sovereign. With an overwhelming aura of demonic intent, he embarks on a ruthless campaign of slaughter and cunning hunts. At the heart of the Lincoln Academy's plaza, the towering demon-slaying monument glimmers with a series of numbers. The serial numbers of the demon orders are displayed, accompanied by figures representing the accomplishments of their trials. The foremost rank on the monument is number 13, boasting an impressive total of over 40,000 merit points. Following closely is number 61, with 39,000 points, trailing by less than 2,000. The third rank belongs to number 136, with 31,000 points, while number 873 claims the fourth position with 25,000 points. The rankings continue to unfold before the eyes of numerous disciples who remain at the academy, along with several instructors and a few elder figures, all intently observing the figures displayed above. The initial ranks have remained remarkably stable since the commencement of the trials. The positions of the first and fourth places have not shifted. Although fluctuations occur among the subsequent ranks, they generally maintain a consistent stability. The top 10, and even the first 100, exhibit minimal changes in their standings. Only those in the lower ranks experience frequent alterations, with individuals continuously ascending and descending the hierarchy. At that moment, a number that had previously ranked over 400 suddenly surged by nearly 120 places, landing directly in the top 300. In less than a heartbeat, it ascended once more, leaping from the 300 mark to 178. All eyes were drawn to that number, 17. This included several elders and a few antiquarians lurking in the shadows of the academy, all fixated on this remarkable figure. The speed of its ascent was astonishing. Could it be that this individual had vanquished a formidable beast? Indeed, how swift. Who could this person be? Surely, such a feat could not be achieved so easily. One could surmise that this individual had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, encountering a severely injured powerful beast or demon, enabling such rapid progress. Whispers of astonishment mingled with envy and admiration filled the air. Yet, before they could fully process their emotions, the number surged once again, catapulting from 178 to 112, indicating a potential breach into the top 100. 17, with a staggering 19,000 points in merit. Who could this person be? The elders on the platform were collectively pondering this question. However, due to the nature of the demon's order being self-selected, no one in the Lincoln Academy, aside from the individual in question, knew the identity behind that number. Look, it has risen again. Suddenly, a voice cried out in astonishment. All heads turned upward, and indeed, the name on the demon-slaying monument had surged forward once more by 20 places, landing at the 92nd position, now firmly within the top 100. No, it shifted again. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, accompanied by another gasp of disbelief. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the number 17 flickered once more, its valorous achievement surging by over 2,000 points, ascending 9 ranks to occupy the 83rd position. Yet, before the spectators could fully comprehend this phenomenon, the number flickered again, leaping directly from 83 to 71. The frenzied assault on the rankings left all in awe, their mouths agape at the spectacle wrought by that singular 17. Only 2 elderly figures, shrouded in the shadows, wore knowing smiles upon their faces. This young man has finally made his move, remarked Elder Hua, his face beaming with delight. Elder Ning chuckled. This lad, when silent, remains unnoticed, but when he acts, He astounds. With a thunderous roar, within the Demon Mountain range, Yang Han was violently hurled through the air. He skidded for over 10 meters before landing awkwardly, his form covered in dust. Before him loomed a terrifying blue giant tiger, its height reaching an impressive 5 zhong and its length nearly 10 zhong, emanating an aura of ferocious savagery unique to beasts. The blue cloud tiger, a low-grade spiritual beast, was renowned for its colossal size and swift speed. Eluding the pursuit of typical martial cultivators, Yang Han silently congratulated himself had he not mastered the divine movement technique. Engaging in combat with this blue cloud tiger would have proven exceedingly difficult. With a deafening roar, several shadows erupted from the surrounding forest, swiftly encircling Yang Han and launching a fierce assault upon him. The blue cloud tiger possessed an additional terrifying trait. As a spiritual beast, it thrived in packs. Typically, beneath a single blue cloud tiger king, there would be dozens of its kin. The ground around them bore witness to nearly 10 enormous corpses, all slain by Yang Han's hand. At last, he confronted the formidable blue cloud tiger king. Under its summoning, 6 additional blue cloud tigers materialized in that instant, amplifying Yang Han's burden manifold, rendering him increasingly beleaguered. Curse it, the blue cloud tiger king is indeed a vexation. When will these offspring and descendants cease to emerge? Yang Han could not help but curse inwardly. In a flash, the brilliance of his swordsmanship gleamed. Each stroke was imbued with profound sword intent, exponentially enhancing its might. Moreover, armed with the Xianyang weapon, the fire-toothed sword, his strikes were exceedingly sharp. Yet, despite such prowess, vanquishing beasts like the blue cloud tiger remained a formidable challenge. Thus far, Yang Han had relied solely on conventional sword techniques and intent, refraining from invoking the power of his bloodline or the devastating blood refinement 9 swords. His intent was to hone his skills, striving to avoid the use of his ultimate techniques whenever possible. After slaying 9 blue cloud tigers, another 6 emerged, causing Yang Han considerable distress. A surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted within him, and a tempest of sword energy swirled around his form. Kill! A roar erupted from his lips, followed by a dazzling scarlet sword light that surged forth. Behind him, 10 zhong of demonic giants gathered, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy and flames. In that moment, Yang Han resembled a fierce war deity, unleashing his full power. With a roar, the black demonic light manifested at his brow, and the demonic giants behind him let out a thunderous bellow. Subsequently, each of the giants' arms wielded a black which they swung towards 2 blue cloud tigers. Annihilate! A remarkable sharpness flickered in Yang Han's eyes as he suddenly blinked out of existence, instantly appearing before the blue cloud tiger king. The fiery sword emitted a radiant arc several meters long, its momentum akin to a relentless piercing through the body of the blue cloud tiger king like a streak of light. The strike was astonishingly powerful, nearly flawless in execution. Both its speed and sharpness surpassed Yang Han's previous demonstration of sword art. With a heart-rending howl, the blue cloud tiger king staggered and fell to its knees, its colossal form collapsing as blood and entrails erupted from within, instantly staining the ground crimson. The might of Sword 9 was formidable indeed. Having grasped the essence of sword intent, Yang Han mused with a smile. His current mastery of swordsmanship far exceeded his past understanding. Coupled with the realization of sword intent, he effortlessly comprehended the blood refinement 9 swords. Although the technique of Sword 9 appeared unadorned, its unparalleled sharpness and phantasmal speed were exponentially more potent than Sword 8. With a single strike, the low-tier spirit beast, the blue cloud tiger king, met its demise. Yang Han retrieved his demon order, swiftly absorbing a fragment of the tiger king's essence. With 4,000 points of experience, this low-tier spirit beast, though inferior, was nonetheless a king, yielding a bounty greater than that of an ordinary blue cloud tiger. Then, with his gaze sharpened, Yang Han propelled himself into the midst of the remaining 6 blue cloud tigers. The overwhelming demonic energy and flames from the colossal demon behind him consumed the 6 tigers, and the slaughter continued. In the brief span of 10 breaths, Yang Han came to a halt, the imposing figure of the demon dissipating behind him. Before him lay the lifeless forms of the 6 blue cloud tigers. Each blue cloud tiger yields 2,000 points of training merit, thus accumulating a total of 12,000 points in training merit. Atop the Demon Slayer monument, the number 17 has been inscribed at the pinnacle of the towering stone slab, securing the 3rd position. Preceding him are the steadfast numbers 13 and 61. From over 400 competitors, number 17 ascended to the third rank in less than a day. The top 3 positions are not easily attainable by just anyone. The rapid rise of number 17 within a single day has sparked speculation regarding the identity of this enigmatic contender. Could he be one among a select few? The Grand Elder, Feng Tiankong, could not suppress his curiosity. In his perspective, there are only a handful of the most elite disciples within the Linkhong Academy. Beyond the top 10, he regarded no one else with any significance. Chapter 49. The Demise of Yu Fei on the Demon Slayer Monument. The first-ranked number 13 boasts a training merit of 53,000 points. The second-ranked number 61 possesses 52,000 points of merit. In third place, number 17 has accumulated over 51,000 points. All 3 have surpassed the 50,000 mark, a phenomenon unheard of in previous training sessions. In the past, it was rare for even a single individual to reach 50,000 points, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Typically, none would achieve such a feat. The appearance of 3 individuals with such achievements in this session has invigorated the elders and instructors of the Linkhong Academy. For them, the strength of the academy equates to their own glory. Boom. Amidst the ruins of a dilapidated palace, the once grand entrance was violently shattered, and a figure surged forth from within. Aha! Who would have thought that I, Yu Fei, could obtain the legacy of a relic? From this day forth, I shall traverse the Spirit Void Academy. Nay, I shall dominate the entire world. An aura of immense power emanated from Yu Fei as he let out a thunderous, maniacal laugh. Compared to others, his fortune was indeed remarkable. Within less than 3 days of entering the Demon Mountain range, he had discovered this palace relic buried deep underground. After ruthlessly slaying his companions, Yu Fei finally accessed the relic, thereby advancing his cultivation. Yang Han, the day I emerge is your death day. A shadow of resentment clouded Yu Fei's countenance as thoughts of Yang Han ignited a torrent of rage within him. Like a bolt of lightning, he erupted from the ground and appeared amidst the woodlands of the Demon Mountain range. He scanned his saru, a flicker of lethal intent suddenly flashed in Yu Fei's eyes. And then he swiftly extended his right hand, unleashing a terrifying golden radiance that emanated from his grasp. It surpassed the strength of the cloaked figure by an immeasurable degree. With a resounding crash, he seized the opponent's arm, and the energy within Yu Fei surged forth, obliterating the right side of the man's body in an instant. How dare one showcase their prowess at the first level of the Golden Spirit Realm? Yu Fei regarded the lifeless corpse on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. The golden light in his hand gradually receded, and the overwhelming aura of murder dissipated alongside it. The dark-clad figure lay with unblinking eyes, utterly astonished that, despite his own mastery at the first level of the Golden Spirit Realm, he had fallen to a single strike from Yu Fei. It was evident that these individuals were not of the same faction as they departed one after another. Venturing deep into the heart of the Demon Beast Mountains, Yu Fei advanced 30 miles into the depths. He commenced a relentless hunt for demon beasts and fiends, his achievements soaring exponentially. On the Demon Slayer Monument in the Grand Plaza of the Spirit Sky Academy, a new number rapidly ascended, the 16th, surpassing the miraculous 17th by a narrow margin. In less than half a day's time, the 16th had caught up, ascending directly to the 5th position. This exhilarating surge in accomplishments sent pulses racing once more among the elders, instructors, and disciples remaining at the academy. We've located him. Upon hearing the report from his team member, Wentinjian's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Captain, Yu Fei should currently be in the depths. His strength is formidable. Likely at the 3rd level of the Golden Spirit Realm's formidable phase, the team member relayed. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wentinjian's eyes as he proclaimed, "This time, I shall not allow that rascal Yu Fei to escape." The young man, Chu Chun, along with 2 disciples from the Linkhong Academy, reported solemnly. Upon hearing their words, he immediately resolved to select the most formidable team members and charge deep into the mountain range. On the other side, Yi Zixiao, upon hearing the words of the blood-clad figure behind him, revealed a faint smile. At last, he had found it. Since this was the Demon Mountain, there was no room for mercy. Even if he were a disciple of the Grand Elder, he would meet death if he refused to surrender the inheritance. With that, Yi Zixiao swiftly led his 6 subordinates into the depths of the Demon Mountain to commence their search. Yu Fei, surrender the relic's inheritance. You cannot evade me. Yu Fei, do you truly believe you possess the right to resist before me? Yi Zixiao? Huh. Let us compete and see who can slay this boy. Whosoever claims his life shall inherit the legacy. What say you? The moment they discovered Yu Fei, the news had already spread like wildfire. Consequently, any team among them that stumbled upon Yu Fei would be pursued by others like wolves scenting flesh. Although their numbers were not vast, every individual was an elite. Each person radiated a golden light, with the weakest among them at the fourth step of the silver spirit realm. Damn it, have I not already eradicated them all? Who has spread the word that I obtained the relic's inheritance? Yu Fei's expression darkened, and he could not help but curse inwardly. In truth, he could not fathom that all of this was orchestrated by Yang Han, who, coincidentally, was the one who had genuinely acquired the inheritance of the relic. Are you truly intent on making an enemy of me? Is the Grand Elder's disciple truly so foolish? Upon hearing Song Shan's words, Yu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. The four names were renowned throughout the Lincoln Academy. Even when he was a disciple of the Grand Elder, he had to look up to these individuals. Now, standing before him, their terrifying presence became evident. I shall not relinquish the relic's legacy. If you wish to take it, come forth. I am eager to witness your true capabilities, Yu Fei declared coldly. Then I shall not hold back. Knight Zixiao's eyes glinted with a chilling light, and a formidable aura surged around him. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a shadow, appearing instantly before Yu Fei, gathering golden energy in his hand before delivering a devastating strike. Swish! The 6 members in blood-red attire sprang into action, each a master of the Golden Spirit Realm. Engage! Commanded Wen Tingyan, and his cohort of Golden Spirit Realm warriors also charged forth. In an instant, nearly half of the assembled dozens had joined in the assault against Yu Fei. Chu Qin, who had been observing the battle, revealed a smile before shaking his head with a sigh. These individuals truly have abandoned all pretense. With that, he too joined the fray, bringing along several of his own elite subordinates. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated intently on the fierce clash. Yang Han could not suppress his astonishment. Yu Fei had remarkably advanced to the 3rd step of the Golden Spirit Realm within such a brief span of days, his strength now formidable. In a one-on-one encounter, he doubted he could prevail. Could it be that the young man truly possessed a legacy? A thought sparked in his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Kill. Boom. Bang. In the midst of fierce battles, Yu Fei found himself in perilous situations, his form continuously struck and suffering considerable injuries. Nevertheless, this individual's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Even under the relentless assault from Yi Zixiao and his companions, he managed to endure for a brief moment. Yi Zixiao, Wen Tingyan, and all of you, await your reckoning. With a roar filled with unwillingness, Yu Fei expelled a mouthful of blood, then grasped the crimson pool, invoking the Golden Rock Absolute Step. In an instant, Yu Fei's figure nearly vanished, dashing away at an astonishing speed towards the distance. Chapter 50. The Terrifying Secret Technique from the Shadows. Yang Han was taken aback by this spectacle. Yu Fei's speed was exceedingly swift, even employing the Divine Movement Step. He could not hope to match this individual. Pursue! Yi Zixiao bellowed furiously, leading 6 others, including the Blood Robe, in a frantic chase after Yu Fei's retreating form. Following suit were Wen Tingyan and the others, who also hastened to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was devoid of any trace of humanity. Yang Han's figure resembled a fleeting shadow, trailing closely behind Yu Fei. Prior to Yi Zixiao's command to pursue, he had already followed Yu Fei. In terms of speed, Yu Fei now outpaced him significantly. However, with the speed of the Divine Movement Step, he was not so far left behind. His feet moved with a terrifying frequency, as an invisible current began to converge beneath him. Human movement level. A glimmer of surprise appeared on Yang Han's face. He had not anticipated that while pursuing Yu Fei at his utmost speed, he would break through a barrier, elevating the Divine Movement Step to the human movement level. Whoosh! A chilling breeze swept past his ears, and his form transformed into a mere phantom, imperceptible to the average eye. His speed surged to an unprecedented level, surpassing even the swift Yu Fei ahead of him. What? Yu Fei hastily turned his head, his expression darkening at the sight of the pursuing specter behind him. Previously, he had employed a self-destructive secret technique acquired from his inheritance to attain his current velocity. Yet, the phantom trailing him possessed a far more terrifying speed. It was certain that this pursuer was not one of Yi Zixiao's companions. Yu Fei bellowed, "Friend, do not overstep your bounds. If you continue to pursue me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He then narrowed his eyes, unleashing a violent surge of demonic energy from within. Demonic bloodline, devour the flames. The oppressive black demonic energy ignited with gray flames, erupting in an instant and engulfing Yufei. Blood refining 9 swords, sword 9. Without hesitation, Yang Han unleashed his resplendent strike. The blade was infused with an overwhelming essence of demonic and sword intent, creating a fearsome amalgamation. Grasping the Firefang sword, Yang Han felt an unwavering conviction to look down upon all existence. This strike was the most potent he had ever wielded. Its indomitable sharpness pierced through Yufei's golden arm in a heartbeat. With a gasp, Yufei fell, unable to close his eyes in death. He stared incredulously at Yang Han, unable to believe that this individual could obliterate him with a single strike. Having just obtained the legacy from the ruins, he now faced his demise, filled with reluctance. Yet, as his vitality ebbed away, all was rendered to nothingness. After vanquishing Yufei, Yang Han's expression turned solemn. With a swift motion, he seized the bundle from Yufei, including the black demonic token, which he stowed away in his dark cloud ring. With a hum, he activated his movement technique and instantly soared into the distance. Behind him, several figures emerged, notably the swift knight Zixiao and Wen Tingshan. They caught the scent of blood, and upon spotting Yufei's lifeless body on the ground, their faces contorted with grim expressions. It must have been that person who killed Yufei. We must pursue him immediately. Damn it. Knight Zixiao's countenance darkened as he roared in fury. He unleashed a furious punch against a nearby tree, causing it to crash to the ground. Wen Tingshan and the others wore similarly grim expressions, yet despite their rage, they realized they could never catch up to that elusive figure. They were still unaware of the identity of the one who had slain Wen Tingshan. Faced with such formidable opponents, even the most arrogant would hesitate to confront them alone. After regaining a semblance of composure, he began to survey his surroundings. This was a mountain ravine, home to a crystal-clear pool of water. The surface lay undisturbed, imbued with an eerie stillness. The foliage was lush and green, yet devoid of any signs of insects or snakes. Apart from the verdant flora, it seemed no living creature dared to tread here. Whatever malevolent entity resided within this pool had instilled such fear that even the smallest of creatures avoided this place. Contemplating this, Yang Han swiftly made his way to the farthest corner. Uncertain whether Yufei possessed any spirit stones, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He retrieved the black pouch he had previously seized from Yufei's lifeless body. With a hasty examination, a smile broke across his face upon discovering hundreds of stones, each resembling the size of an egg. Indeed, Yufei had not disappointed him. Here lay an abundance of spirit stones, sufficient for him to pursue his ambitions. Woodland illusion array, arise. He commanded with a firm voice, swiftly casting several incantations to arrange dozens of spirit stones within a 10-meter radius. A veil of mist ascended, and the illusion array began to pulsate with energy. In a short while, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a new grove of foliage within the designated area. Yang Han's figure vanished as well. Outside the illusion array, an ordinary observer would merely perceive the verdant plants. In truth, these plants were manifestations of the array itself. Only those of profound cultivation could discern the true nature of the illusion. Exhaling softly, Yang Han settled onto the ground, lowering his defenses. The arrangement of the array was exceedingly taxing on one's spirit. The mere woodland illusion array had nearly depleted all of his spiritual energy. Within the remnants of the inheritance, he had ventured into 3 stone chambers dedicated to the paths of formations, artifacts, and alchemy, spending the most time in the realm of formations. However, his understanding was limited to a few rudimentary small-scale illusion arrays, with not a single comprehension of offensive formations. It was only after perusing the formation manuals that he recognized the vast depth and complexity of this discipline. To establish a formation capable of aiding him against adversaries was indeed a formidable challenge. Even if his soul were to possess double the strength, it might still prove insufficient to execute the intricate hand seals and the etching of runes. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Han began to inspect the spoils of his conquest. He had previously discerned that Yufei's belongings contained numerous treasures, but upon closer examination, his expression transformed into one of heightened excitement. The celestial body pill, which enhances one's constitution and forges an innate physique. The 10,000 yuan dispersing chi pill, a supreme elixir for elevating one's cultivation. The star chi jade pill, a high-grade medicine for refining spiritual energy. Moreover, there were the exquisite beast claw, heart-devouring iron, and cold moon essence, an abundance of treasures. And this, the soul essence jade, which replenishes the consumption of the soul. So many. Faced with such wonders, Yang Han could not suppress his astonishment, his face contorting with fervor. Then, a thought struck him, and 3 tomes of secret arts emerged in his sight. The golden-hued volumes bore inscriptions of their titles: the Golden Rock Body, the Golden Rock Absolute Step, and the Indestructible Soul of 10,000 Deaths. Eagerly, he opened the 3 tomes, instantly captivated by the contents within. His eyes widened as he gazed upon the characters that represented profound secret techniques, his heart racing with indescribable awe. After approximately half an hour of engrossed reading, he set the tomes down, yet his heart remained tumultuous, and he could only utter the 2 words that echoed within his mind: terrifying. The Golden Rock Body is a method for cultivating physical form. When perfected, it allows one to condense countless golden rocks within, rendering the body indomitable. The term golden rock serves as a metaphor, describing something that is impervious and unyielding. The most formidable aspect of cultivating the golden rock body lies in its ability to absorb the essence of metals, utilized to refine one's own physique. The golden rock hand that Yu Fei previously exhibited may indeed represent a fragment of the abilities inherent to the golden rock body. It appears that this individual has only recently acquired these powers and has yet to fully consolidate them into a true golden rock body, having only mastered a portion thus far. As for the golden rock escape, it is a technique that sacrifices one's life force for the sake of evasion. When cultivated to its utmost limit, it enables one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, making it an unparalleled means of survival. Ultimately, the most precious asset is the indestructible soul, which defies the natural order of life and death. While it is true that death leads to the extinction of the soul, some exceptionally powerful practitioners may manage to maintain their souls apart from their bodies for an extended duration. However, even they face eventual annihilation. In contrast, the indestructible soul possesses the remarkable capacity to refine the soul to a degree that rivals the true form. Even in the event of bodily demise, the soul can persist in the world, awaiting the opportunity to reconstruct a corporeal form. The indestructible soul is indeed a method of true immortality. Chapter 51. The terrifying demon immortal Yang Han was uncertain whether the formidable being who devised the indestructible soul had perished or had successfully undergone reincarnation through some dreadful soul technique, or perhaps had entered a more powerful cosmic realm akin to his newly accepted master. However, one thing he could not deny was that the individual capable of creating such an astonishing secret art must be a genius amongst geniuses. Should they still be alive, they would undoubtedly be a force of nature. If I could cultivate to attain an indestructible soul, would I not be free to traverse time at will? Yang Han mused. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he slightly shook his head and swiftly dismissed the notion of true immortality. Countless terrifying entities exist in this world, and no one can truly guarantee that they will never meet their demise. Nevertheless, upon contemplating the indestructible soul, he discovered a significant flaw. If an opponent of formidable strength were to strike you directly, annihilating all your soul energy in an instant, you would undoubtedly forfeit any chance at reincarnation. Yu Fei, you have truly woven a shroud for me. With a smile upon his face, his gaze shifted to the Black Demon Order. A thought flickered in his mind as he produced his own demon order. Suddenly, a force of absorption surged from the demon order, swiftly drawing in all the beastly souls that represented the merits of Yu Fei's trials. Crack! Yu Fei's demon order fell to the ground like a piece of scrap metal, stripped of its luster. At that moment, as Yang Han executed this action, the number 17, representing him on the Demon Slayer monument in the plaza of Lincoln Academy, suddenly soared, ascending to the top position. Following the 17, an astonishing figure had distanced itself from the first and second ranks. With 98,000 trial merits, he stood a mere 2,000 away from the coveted 100,000. In that instant, the crowd within Lincoln Academy erupted anew. However, the observant among them noticed that as that number surged, the fifth-ranked number 16 vanished from the Demon Slayer monument. Mutual slaughter. As one person discerned the anomaly, gradually, everyone began to comprehend. The disappearance of number 16 meant that all of its merits had been transferred to number 17. The figures matched perfectly. Who could have met their demise? On the high platform, the Grand Elder Feng Tiankong, upon noticing this situation, inwardly scoffed. In the trials of Lincoln Academy, the brutal clashes among disciples were not uncommon. Yet, such conflicts were tacitly permitted by the Academy, without enduring the most brutal of eliminations. How could one possibly witness the emergence of more formidable disciples? At this juncture, Feng Tiankong suddenly sensed an unsettling disturbance. He extended his right hand into his spatial pouch, and the expression on his face shifted dramatically. A surge of murderous intent erupted from within him, swiftly radiating outward. As he slowly withdrew his hand, a shattered jade tablet materialized in his grasp. This was the soul seal, inscribed with the essence of Yu Fei's spirit. The shattering of the soul seal signified that his disciple, Yu Fei, had met his demise. Yu Fei, clenching his teeth, Feng Tiankong's eyes brimmed with a chilling malice. Although Yu Fei was not his most esteemed disciple, the audacity to kill the young man was akin to delivering a resounding slap to his face. Moreover, Yu Fei was tethered to a crucial connection, one that linked him to Luo Yun. This connection held immense significance for Feng Tiankong. Yet now, with Yu Fei's death, all prospects lay in ruins. Whoever you may be, I shall uncover your identity. Feng Tiankong fixed his gaze upon the individual ranked first, number 17, his eyes gleaming with a frigid hue. The recent fluctuations in the rankings on the demon-slaying monument coincided almost perfectly with the shattering of Yu Fei's soul seal. Feng Tiankong was resolute that number 17 was the perpetrator behind Yu Fei's death. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Ling Kong Academy, at this moment, Yang Han was diligently cultivating alone within the illusionary wood array. Each of his hands cradled a piece of soul essence jade, while a flickering gray light pulsed above his crown, indicating his entry into the foundational state of the undying soul cultivation. Utilizing the essence of the soul contained within the soul essence jade to replenish one's spiritual energy, thereby augmenting one's own soul. This astonishing arcane art comprises 3 distinct tiers: the soul seed, the embryonic stage, and the true body. After a day and a night of diligent practice, Yang Han's mind was continuously coalescing soul power, striving to break through to the soul seed stage. The previously expended soul energy was gradually being restored, manifesting as a gray vortex within Yang Han's sea of consciousness, at the very core of which resided an exceptionally radiant orb of light. As the soul essence jade was consumed, the vortex in Yang Han's sea of consciousness expanded increasingly, with the luminous soul seed growing ever more robust. It was not until 3 days later that his cultivation reached a tentative conclusion, for the soul essence jade had been entirely depleted. Yet, he found himself unable to breach the soul seed realm. With a faint sigh, Yang Han then smiled knowingly. If it were truly so effortless, then the eternal soul would not be so fearsome. Subsequently, the golden rock body also required a substantial amount of rare metals, which he unfortunately lacked. As for the golden rock absolute step, this technique inflicted self-harm, thus it seemed prudent to forego it. Contemplating further, Yang Han's gaze settled upon his own cultivation. Yu Fei had bequeathed him an abundance of resources. To neglect them would indeed be a lamentable loss. With a smile gracing his face, he retrieved the previous batch of elixirs. It was undeniable that Yu Fei's inheritance was far more opulent than his own. His master had left him naught but 3 forms of Taoist arts. Before him lay the celestial body pill, the 10,000 yuan chi pill, and the star harmony jade pill. The sight of these 3 elixirs elicited an involuntary grin from Yang Han. With approximately half a month remaining until the culmination of his training, he resolved to soar to new heights. First, he would utilize the celestial body pill to enhance his constitution, followed by the wealth of chi pill to elevate his cultivation, and finally, he would ingest the star chi jade pill to refine his spiritual energy. With his decision firmly established, he commenced the consumption of the elixirs for his training. As time flowed by, 6 days swiftly passed. During this period, Yang Han devoted 3 days to absorbing the potency of 2 celestial body pills. He then spent another 3 days consuming the wealth of chi pill, successfully advancing 2 realms in his cultivation. He had now ascended to the level of gold spirit realm, mirroring the prowess of the previously formidable Yu Fei. Unbeknownst to Yang Han, he had inadvertently attracted the attention of a presence within the mountain gorge as he began to refine the cultivation within his body. In succession, he consumed the star chi jade pill, causing the spiritual energy within him to become increasingly dense and pure. As time continued to elapse, another 3 days passed. It was not until the early hours of the 4th day that Yang Han finally attained the pinnacle of refinement of his internal spiritual energy. A layer of intense golden radiance shimmering upon the surface of his body. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes and rose swiftly, unleashing a ferocious aura that surged towards the heavens. With a resounding boom, His energy erupted, shattering the surrounding vegetation formation, and the potent energy enveloped the entire gorge. In this moment, Yang Han felt a confident smile blossom upon his face, realizing that only an innate being could pose a threat to him now. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the energy he had just unleashed had sent ripples across the previously tranquil water's surface. The surface of the water erupted with a violent sound, and then a dark figure surged forth. An overwhelming presence descended upon him, akin to the weight of heaven and earth. Yang Han, initially enveloped in excitement, felt his expression shift dramatically as he sensed the astonishing pressure. His gaze fixated on the silhouette on the water's surface, and a sudden tremor surged within his heart. Powerful, incredibly powerful. With just a glance from the figure cloaked in black, he felt as if his very being was struck by a forceful impact, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Human? The figure spoke, a cold disdain etched upon its face. Disturbing my cultivation will lead you to your death here, to forever accompany me. The words of the dark figure came out somewhat awkwardly, reminiscent of a child who had just learned to speak. Yet, this awkwardness, when it reached Yang Han's ears, sparked a terrifying realization. His body involuntarily trembled once more. A demon immortal. It was indeed a demon immortal. Yang Han felt a dryness in his throat. This figure was not human but a demon immortal, for only at such a level could one assume a human form. Escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, making his way towards the exit of the mountain gorge. If it were merely a great demon, he might not have been so frantic. After all, with his current strength, even if he could not best someone in the innate realm, he could certainly flee. Yet this was a demon immortal, equivalent to the human purple mansion realm. Such an entity was far beyond his reach. The only option was to flee, as far away as possible. Trying to escape? The demon immortal scoffed coldly, then suddenly vanished from sight. In the ensuing moment, he materialized behind Yang Han, his palm striking out directly. Boom. The sheer velocity and savage force were insurmountable for Yang Han. With a mere strike, he was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Blood gushed from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His complexion turned ashen, and his aura immediately waned. The elation of having just broken through to the third step of the Golden Spirit realm was brutally shattered against the Violet Palace realm. His meager cultivation and strength were utterly futile. Chapter 52. The Old Demon's Intervention. Boom. Another ordinary blow sent Yang Han's body careening into the stone face of the cliff, spewing blood. This demon immortal of the Violet Palace realm was simply too formidable. His seemingly commonplace attacks left Yang Han unable to even evade. The speed and power were despair-inducing. I cannot perish here, absolutely not. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. With extraordinary willpower, Yang Han supported his body and turned to flee. Still trying to escape? Human, you are already grievously wounded. You cannot elude my Zisha's grasp. The demon immortal sneered, raising his palm once more. Roar. Just as his palm was about to descend upon Yang Han's back, an overwhelming demonic intent erupted from within Yang Han's body. Insolent serpent. How dare you? The voice resonated with unparalleled arrogance, and a boundless soul, like a terrifying mountain collapsing, bore down upon Zisha. Simultaneously, a voice echoed deep within Yang Han's mind. Boy, you possess no small amount of audacity to dare cultivate in the territory of the Violet Serpent King. It is fortunate you were not devoured immediately. Yang Han forced a bitter smile, yet his pace remained unrelenting. He understood that a moment's hesitation could spell his doom today. Even with the assistance of the old demon, he dared not let his guard down. The bloodline of the demon race. It has been many years since I have encountered such a lineage. If I can consume you, my power will undoubtedly surge. Die. Behind him, the king of the purple serpents, impervious to the soul pressure exerted by the old demon, struck towards Yang Han with a single palm. Little snake, it seems you have chosen to ignore my advice. The old demon's voice echoed softly, conjuring an illusory figure in the air. Merely a wisp of a remnant soul dares to emerge? Die. The king of the purple serpents unleashed a palm strike, causing the space to ripple as a potent surge of energy hurtled toward the old demon's ethereal form. Demon ban, annihilate. The old demon commanded, extending his illusory hand to press down upon the king of the purple serpents from afar. Yang Han retrieved the demon order. Yet the corpse of the purple serpent king showed no sign of a soul escaping. This wretch's spirit had been utterly extinguished. The old demon was indeed terrifying. A demon beast of the purple mansion immortal level, dispatched with a single blow. Once again, he was struck by the old demon's formidable prowess. It was important to note that the former was merely a remnant soul. In its prime, a mere glance could likely erase the purple mansion immortal from existence. In the blink of an eye, only 5 days remained of the 3-month period. Within the Demon Mountains, many disciples from the Spirit Void Academy began to emerge. Each disciple appeared exceedingly disheveled, some even bearing grievous wounds. Yet, each of them radiated an unprecedented ferocity. Through the trials of life and death, those who remain have reaped immense benefits, while the departed lie buried within the boundless desolation of the mountains. Outside, a group of teachers and elders from Lincoln Academy await with bated breath. Many of the instructors fix their gaze upon the emerging individuals, in search of potential disciples to mentor. Not only they, but several elders share the same intent. The Academy shall bestow greater importance upon these graduates, investing more resources to nurture their talents. The Grand Elder, Feng Tiankong, bears a somewhat somber expression, his eyes scanning the crowd in hopes of spotting a particular figure. Yet, it is evident that Yang Han has not yet made his appearance. In fact, he is not the only one being sought after. Within the Demon Mountain range, another contingent is also in pursuit of him, led by a formidable middle-aged man whose presence exudes a heavy aura. Having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit realm, a formidable force indeed. His companions, too, are of the same caliber. This power has never before surfaced amidst the throngs, not even during the relic's unveiling. They are, in fact, the envoy dispatched by Luo Yun to eliminate Yang Han. As the moment draws near, it is time to emerge. From the depths of the mountain gorge, Yang Han steps forth. His complexion has returned to normal, his aura entirely stabilized, and his strength restored to its zenith. With a swift motion, employing the second layer of the divine step, he surges forth, his form resembling an ethereal shadow racing towards the mountain's edge. Approximately 30 miles into the Demon Mountain, 6 or 7 law enforcement disciples stand together. Their leader is none other than Sun Zhong, the captain of the Tianqing team, who had previously suffered a humiliation at the hands of Yang Han. Damn it, who would have thought that Yang Han has been hiding ever since entering the mountains? Such a cowardly wretch. Sun Zhong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. To eliminate Yang Han, the Demon Mountain presents itself as the most opportune moment. The others chimed in agreement. Is that so? A light chuckle echoed, and suddenly a figure appeared before the 7 individuals. Sun Zhong and his companions were taken aback, each of them regarding the silhouette before them with a sense of impending danger. When they beheld the face of their adversary, murderous intent surfaced on their faces. It's you, Yang Han. To think you would dare to come here to meet your demise? Sun Zhong's expression turned grim, his eyes glinting with icy malice. You've advanced to the Golden Spirit realm, showing some improvement. Yang Han smiled, surveying Sun Zhong from head to toe. You, easily seen through. Sun Zhong's countenance shifted dramatically. During this venture into the Demon Mountain, he had finally elevated his cultivation. After advancing to the Golden Spirit realm, he believed he could effortlessly dispose of Yang Han. Yet now, he suddenly realized that the aura emanating from this individual was tightly restrained, exuding an unparalleled danger. Are you all intent on killing me? Yang Han's gaze swept over the other 6, his tone laced with amusement. His smile sent an inexplicable chill through the crowd. Indeed, you must die. Once you are eliminated, Sister Su, you will become our leader. Such an overconfident fool, daring to challenge the authority of our Tianqing team, deserves no mercy. One by one, they raised their voices in a cacophony of bravado. Yang Han's smile deepened, and amidst the crowd's suspicion, he nodded, remarking, in that case, I have no pretext for leniency. Swoosh. He drew his sword, a blur of motion, the sword intent blossoming like a radiant lotus. Its potent sharpness swept across a 10-meter radius in an instant. Third step of the Golden Spirit realm. Sensing the aura emanating from Yang Han, Sun Zhong's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. He attempted to flee, but as soon as he shifted his feet, he felt himself toppling over. Looking down, he saw his lower torso still running forward, while his upper body had already fallen to the ground. No. A piercing scream escaped Sun Zhong's lips. Ah. Immediately following, a series of miserable cries echoed for miles around. 7 individuals, all cleaved in two by a single surge of sword intent. Await your demise. An ominous smile played on Yang Han's lips, and with a flash, he vanished from before the dismembered, dying enforcers. He didn't even deign to search them for their spatial treasures. After Sun Zhong, Yang Han located several more individuals. including the more distinguished elite disciples. Wang Bei and Wu Senator. The carnage invigorated him, intensifying the demonic intent within him. During the remaining days, he relentlessly traversed the mountains. Moreover, he would occasionally appear before other Spirit Void Academy disciples, only to depart leisurely. He intended to use this time to lure out all those who sought his demise. Chapter 53. The elite's first disciple. Beneath the shrouded night, the Demon Mountain range appeared even more sinister. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, evoking an unsettling feeling in those who inhaled it. Yang Han sat cross-legged atop a colossal tree, his eyes closed. As the sparse spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles was drawn into his body by his eternal demonic chi technique. The third stage of the Golden Spirit Realm was a formidable barrier to transcend into the fourth. And even with the aid of various high-grade spiritual pills such as the Stargrade Jade Pill, achieving a breakthrough proved to be a daunting task. Yet, he remained unhurried. With his current strength, he was more than capable of dominating the Golden Spirit Realm. Even in the face of innate challengers, he possessed the confidence to confront them boldly. As he engaged in his breathing exercises, Yang Han exhaled streams of dark, murky energy. Within him, layers of demonic energy continued to condense, intertwining black and gold. The demonic essence, inherently emblematic of darkness and death, was now infused with the golden radiance of the Golden Spirit Realm, enhancing its formidable and robust nature. Suddenly, a powerful aura jolted Yang Han from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across a distant forest. There, several potent energies were present. One in particular exuded a murderous intent, relentlessly pursuing other energies and heading towards his direction. Rising to his feet, Yang Han did not flee immediately, but chose to remain still, waiting patiently. Before long, 7 or 8 figures emerged within his line of sight. The 7 individuals in the lead were fleeing at a rapid pace, and their attire and demeanor clearly indicated that they were not disciples of the Lincoln Academy. Behind them, there was but one individual, the very strongest whom Yang Han had sensed. This person appeared to be in his early 20s, with a demeanor of stark severity. His eyes were piercingly sharp, and the murderous intent emanating from his pupils was astonishing. After observing the young man for a moment, Yang Han was certain that he was indeed a disciple of the Lincoln Academy. As for those he was pursuing, they seemed to be a group of rogue cultivators who had ventured into the mountains. It remained a mystery how animosity had arisen between these parties, prompting the disciple of Lincoln Academy to pursue them with such fervor. At that moment, the young man at the back noticed Yang Han perched on a branch. Upon recognizing his attire, he identified him as a fellow disciple. "Junior brother, assist me in hunting down these rascals," he called out. This individual exuded immense power, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light. The 7 individuals ahead were no weaklings either. Each one was at the Golden Spirit level. After a brief contemplation, Yang Han swiftly dove down from the tree. With a flick of his hand, a beam of sword light surged downward. The foremost among the 7 unleashed a powerful punch against his sword light, shattering it with overwhelming spiritual energy. "Kid, are you seeking death?" The middle-aged man sneered at Yang Han. With a slight smile, Yang Han glanced at his approaching fellow disciples and then addressed the middle-aged man. "Dear friend, let us clarify matters without resorting to flight. How about we resolve this peacefully once my senior brother arrives?" Observing the innocuous smile upon his face, paired with his nonchalant remarks, the middle-aged man's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, a murderous intent enveloping Yang Han. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Brothers, eliminate the obstacles." With a thunderous roar, the man commanded, and in an instant, 7 figures encircled Yang Han. "Be cautious, junior brother. Their strength is formidable, and they excel in coordinated attacks. Do not allow them to surround you," warned the young man at the back. Yang Han maintained his smile, gradually raising his hand towards the hilt of the fiery sword strapped to his back. His previous assault had merely been a manifestation of sword intent. Now, as he drew his sword, it emerged with the force of cataclysm. The brilliance of the blade was blinding, imbued with an aura of ferocity. "Blood refinement 9. Sword 9, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, and in that instant, a sword, swift as lightning, appeared amidst the 7 assailants. Though seemingly unassuming, the sword was imbued with overwhelming sword intent. As it was unleashed, the middle-aged man, who had intended to converge upon Yang Han, instantly felt an inexorable sharpness enveloping him. Death was but a breath away. "Golden Tiger bloodline," he bellowed, and from behind him manifested a colossal golden tiger, its form solidified as it lunged fiercely at Yang Han. The creature radiated an aura of savagery unique to beasts. "Annihilate," was all Yang Han uttered. Then, the shadow of his sword ascended skyward. The sword 9 of the blood refinement 9 swords, akin to a divine retribution descending from the heavens, plunged directly into the body of the golden tiger. With a resounding thrust that tore through the heavens and the earth, the blade pierced the middle-aged man's throat. A practitioner at the 3rd step of the golden spirit realm was eradicated without mercy. Though his bloodline was formidable, it proved utterly inadequate against Yang Han, who had comprehended the essence of the sword and cultivated the 9th sword of blood refinement. More critically, Yang Han now stood at the 3rd step of the golden spirit realm. "I cannot die." The voice of the middle-aged man trembled as blood gushed incessantly from his throat. The gash in his throat widened until his head was severed and sent flying. Thud! At that moment, the body collapsed, and the remaining 6 practitioners of the golden spirit realm gazed in horror at the smiling youth before them. "Run! Scatter and flee! Quickly!" someone bellowed, dashing in all directions. However, it was apparent that their escape had come too late, for a figure had already pursued them, enveloped in a blinding golden radiance. "Net of the fallen sky," the youth roared, unleashing a vast golden net that ensnared the 6. The overwhelming binding force rendered them as if mired in a quagmire. "To dare insult my sister is to court death," the youth thundered, and the immense golden net began to constrict, pulling the 6 together with inexorable force. Shattering void fist. With another commanding shout, a fist wind surged like a tempest towards the 6, the violent spiritual essence tearing their bodies asunder. Witnessing this scene, Yang Han felt a tightness in his heart. The youth's strength was formidable, far surpassing his expectations. He was at the 4th step of the golden spirit realm, merely a step away from achieving the innate realm. Such a person could hardly be anything less than powerful. The 2 secret martial techniques he had just employed were indeed terrifying. The oppressive web of summer weighed heavily on Yang Han's heart, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Should he confront the situation, he might find himself unable to break free from that terrifying binding force. He expressed his gratitude to the young disciple for his assistance. After tearing the 6 adversaries to shreds, the youth cast a glance at the headless corpse, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Previously, during his pursuit of these 7 individuals, the most troublesome had been their leader, a middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, that very individual had been slain by Yang Han with a single sword strike. The young disciple before him exhibited remarkable strength. Bei Manchuan scrutinized Yang Han, realizing he had never encountered this disciple within the halls of Linkong Academy. Could he be a recent initiate? A question brewed silently in his mind. "Brother, have you dispatched those ruffians yet?" At that moment, a slender figure rushed toward them from behind. Before she arrived, her coarse voice had already reached their ears. In the blink of an eye, the woman stood before Bei Manchuan and Yang Han. Upon seeing the latter, her fierce demeanor softened slightly, as if a sense of embarrassment washed over her, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. She then glanced at the corpse on the ground, her eyes reflecting a palpable disdain. "Daring to steal a glance at my bath, and even attempting to tarnish my dignity, such audacity invites death," Bei Manching remarked softly. Though her words were uttered in a hushed tone, they were nevertheless captured by Yang Han and Bei Manchuan. Upon hearing her refer to herself as "my lady," Bei Manchuan could only chuckle helplessly. He had admonished his sister countless times, yet she remained unabashedly herself, speaking with a coarseness that belied her beauty. Yang Han shuddered at the thought. Bei Manching was indeed stunning, her eyes exuding purity, her figure captivating beyond compare. "It is quite unexpected to be addressed," as Aunt repeatedly. "It truly leaves one feeling somewhat incredulous." My junior brother found it amusing. Bai Mingchuan shrugged and chuckled. Yang Han offered a faint smile before stating, "Displaying one's true nature is the essence of honesty. It appears that both the senior brother and sister are disciples of the Linkong Academy, yet I have never encountered either of you before." Upon hearing this, Bai Mingqing scrutinized Yang Han, gazing at him as if he were a peculiar creature, and remarked, "You can't be serious. We are unfamiliar with each other, and yet you dare to claim to be from Linkong Academy?" Yang Han's face turned dark with embarrassment. Being looked down upon by this woman left him at a loss for a rebuttal. The truth was, he genuinely did not know them. "Listen well," the woman said playfully, lifting her chin. "My brother is the illustrious Bai Mingchuan of Linkong Academy, and I am Bai Mingqing. Remember that." At her words, Yang Han was taken aback. "Bai Mingchuan, the foremost elite disciple of Lincoln Academy. How could he not have heard of him? So, it is Brother Biming. I, your junior, Yang Han, pay my respects. He clasped his fists in greeting, inwardly reflecting that Biming Chuan did not seem to be the aloof figure he had been led to believe. Yang Han. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Biming Chuan's eyes as he beamed. I have heard of you. You have been mentioned frequently in the recent news from Lincoln Academy. I am unworthy. I fall short in comparison to you. Brother, Yang Han replied with a smile. Upon hearing Yang Han's introduction, Biming Qing's expression subtly shifted. So you are Yang Han. I have heard tales of you even slaying law enforcement disciples. Indeed, the elder lady has long harbored disdain for them. Their demise is well-deserved. Qinger, exercise caution. If you behave thus in my presence and in front of your junior brother, I truly wonder whether you will ever find a husband. Biming Chuan's expression was grave. Humph. It's not as if I cannot survive without men. What if I remain unmarried? Biming Qing replied nonchalantly, her face devoid of any embarrassment. Chapter 54. The blood of battle. Yang Han finally encountered what could be described as the lively duo of siblings. He stood by, utterly captivated. The siblings, Biming Qing and Biming Chuan, engaged in a relentless exchange of insults for a full half-hour, showing no sign of ceasing. He had finally witnessed the prowess of Biming Chuan, the elite among elites, yet it was vastly different from his preconceived notions. This pair of siblings was undeniably extraordinary. After half an hour, unable to endure the neglect any longer, he turned to depart towards the forest's edge. His movement startled the siblings from their bickering. Junior brother, do not hurry away. Let us venture out together. Biming Chuan quickly turned and grasped Yang Han's arm, wearing an apologetic smile. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Han acquiesced. The siblings ceased their quarrel and set forth together beyond the mountain range. However, Yang Han soon realized his error, for it was not long before the siblings resumed their playful rivalry. Their verbal sparring was vibrant and animated, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing incessantly in his ears, leaving no moment of peace. They had walked 10 miles when a few figures appeared before them, at which point the clamor around them finally subsided. Two groups, positioned at 2 different angles, intercepted the trio in the middle. Yang Han lifted his gaze, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Before him stood 5 practitioners of the Golden Spirit Realm, exuding an aura of formidable strength, all masters at the pinnacle of the 4th step. Behind them, a group led by the law disciple Song Shan consisted predominantly of Silver Spirit Realm cultivators, with only Song Shan himself possessing the cultivation of the Golden Spirit Realm. The 2 factions were distinctly divided by strength, yet Yang Han remained unperturbed, observing the 5 Golden Spirit Realm practitioners with a tranquil demeanor. His gaze settled on the leader among them as he spoke. Do you intend to kill me? Indeed, we do, the man replied succinctly, without further ado. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping Yang Han and his companions in a shroud of murderous intent, their eyes fixated on Yang Han like a predator stalking its prey. Yang Han, how did you manage to attract such formidable foes? I doubt I could contend with even one of them, Biming Qing remarked. Just as Yang Han anticipated her to distance herself from him, she continued, however, while I may not be able to handle them, Biming Chuan can. Let him assist you in my stead. Biming Chuan's expression turned solemn as he shot a glare at his sister before nodding towards Yang Han, indicating his willingness to help. After all, Yang Han had previously come to his aid, and he felt compelled to repay that debt. With a gentle smile, Yang Han's eyes radiated calmness. He glanced at the Biming siblings and politely declined. Senior brother Biming, you need not concern yourselves. I can manage my own affairs. The junior brother, Biming Chuan, observed the indifferent expression on Yang Han's face, his brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. He found himself perplexed by the source of Yang Han's unwavering confidence. The 5 individuals before them were all at the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit Realm. Even with his assistance, employing all his prowess would only allow him to contend with 1 or 2 at best. How could one possibly confront 5? In an instant, a chilling murderous intent shot forth from Yang Han's eyes, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, with the technique known as divine movement. His speed left Song Shan with no time to react. In a heartbeat, he found himself standing directly before Song Shan. Did you not claim you would kill me? With a glacial gaze, an endless torrent of darkness surged forth from Yang Han's eyes. The demonic energy coalesced within his gaze, momentarily stunning Song Shan. Within that boundless malevolence, Song Shan's form began to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! A single punch, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, struck with the force of the gathered demonic intent, instantly obliterating Song Shan. His head shattered, scattering crimson and ivory in every direction. In Yang Han's eyes, Song Shan, who had reached the second step of the golden spirit realm, appeared no more significant than an ant. His body, tempered by the celestial body pill, had grown even more formidable than before. Coupled with his training in the golden rock bow in their presence, Yang Han loomed like an impending mountain, instilling a suffocating sensation within them. Get lost. Yang Han coldly glared at the so-called divine battle team. Although they were all enforcement disciples, to him, the notion of fairness and justice had lost its significance. These individuals were merely bullies who leveraged their power. Nonetheless, he had no intention of annihilating them entirely. After all, they represented a force within the Linkhong Academy. Eliminating them would yield no advantage for him. The 5 formidable figures of the Golden Spirit Realm before him exhibited no sign of trepidation, dismissing Song Shan as inconsequential. Their sole objective was Yang Han's life. A throng of divine battle team members hastily retreated, prompting Yang Han to turn his gaze toward the 5 remaining adversaries. With an expression of calm and a smile gracing his face, he remarked, "If you seek to take my life, you ought to reveal your origins. You need not know. Simply understand that you have provoked an undesirable foe," replied the leader, his eyes devoid of anything but murderous intent. "Then come forth." Yang Han, weary of idle chatter, surged forward in an instant. Whoosh! A torrent of sword intent erupted, with illusory sword shadows akin to genuine blades rushing toward the 5. Boom! The 5 swiftly countered, unleashing their formidable spiritual energy in an instant. Their overwhelming offensive shattered Yang Han's myriad sword shadows in a heartbeat. Sword 8. With a resounding shout, the fiery Yi sword was drawn, emanating a crimson glow as it cleaved toward one of the 5. Black Demon's hand. Perish. The individual spoke coldly. And in an instant, a shadowy hand reached out towards Yang Han's fire-toothed sword, enveloping the blade with immense power and spiritual essence. With a resounding crash, Yang Han was forced to retreat, a solemn expression etching itself upon his face. In a single move, his blood refinement 9 sword's 8th sword was shattered. The prowess of these 5 individuals was extraordinary. Within the realm of the Golden Spirit, they were indeed formidable adversaries. Blade 9. He bellowed, his weapon reaching an unparalleled speed. The glimmer of his sword struck like lightning, aiming directly at another foe. Black Devil's hand. The same technique was employed as a vast hand descended upon Yang Han's fire-toothed sword, the ferocious energy colliding with the blade's edge. Boom! Once more, Yang Han's strike was thwarted. He withdrew, his expression deepening in gravity. As he gazed at the 5, he noticed that each of them wore a pair of black gloves that extended from their palms to their arms, enveloping their entire limbs. A mere glance revealed to him that these gloves were anything but ordinary. In terms of hardness and offensive capability, they rivaled his fire-toothed sword. Who were these 5? Surprised, Yang Han's gaze sharpened, and dark hues began to coalesce within his eyes. "Kill!" he roared, launching himself forward. Each of his strikes was ferocious and lethal, imbued with an overwhelming intent to slay. Under his sword, an average golden spirit would surely meet their demise. Yet, the 5 opponents matched his ferocity with equal strength and ample experience. Regardless of how swiftly he wielded his blade, their defenses held firm. The prowess of these 5 individuals is formidable. I can barely contend with a single one, Bai Ming-chuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. As for Bai Ming-ching, she too bore a visage of shock. She was astounded not only by the strength of the 5, but also by Yang Han's swordsmanship. Despite being besieged, he maneuvered with remarkable ease. Though he could not penetrate their defenses, they too were incapable of breaching the myriad sword shadows that shielded him. This fellow possesses immense strength. Bai Ming-ching could not help but marvel. Beside her, Bai Ming-chuan nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Yang Han, lamenting, "It seems my top elite disciple may have been a tad overly confident. Perhaps I am not his match." Suddenly, the leader of the 5 assailants bellowed, "Bloodline of the battle blade." A colossal blade shadow manifested behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Bloodline of the heavy sword. Another individual revealed a massive sword suspended in the air behind him. Bloodline of the bow and arrow. A grand bow appeared behind yet another. Bloodline of the long spear. A gigantic spear, razor-sharp, materialized. Bloodline of the great axe. A hefty, dark-hued axe emerged, and the 5 were instantly enveloped in a terrifying aura of battle intent. Surrounded, Yang Han felt the staggering pressure bearing down upon him. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes. The strength of these 5 was indeed too formidable, and it appeared that resorting to hidden tactics was now imperative. Meanwhile, the Biming siblings stood in stunned silence. All 5 were at the 4th step of the Golden Spirit Realm, and each possessed a battle bloodline. What kind of formidable force has cultivated such terrifying individuals? Even our family would find it challenging to nurture such prowess. Who are they? In the depths of the northern Mang River, a profound tension enveloped Yang Han. Chapter 55. Emergence. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. In the face of the 5 adversaries wielding their bloodline powers, Yang Han's attacks were evidently faltering. Particularly alarming was the master of the archery bloodline, whose bow unleashed an unrelenting barrage of formidable spirit arrows, rendering Yang Han defenseless. The power of the bloodline surged forth, and the colossal figure of the demon race materialized. Yang Han's eyes transformed into an abyssal black, as an overwhelming tide of demonic energy erupted from within him. A demon cultivator. The siblings of Biming Chuan were left utterly astonished. The existence of a demon cultivator was far more terrifying than that of the combat bloodline. Their family had once been warned by their elders about the sheer horror of demon cultivators. Once one attained the great path of demonic arts, it would spell devastation for all living beings. Consequently, upon the emergence of a demon cultivator, an unending pursuit would ensue, culminating in utter annihilation. This was precisely why demon cultivators had long since faded into obscurity. However, the siblings had never imagined that the seemingly gentle and smiling Yang Han could be a demon cultivator. A shared glance revealed the gravity of the situation reflected in their eyes. They were faced with 2 choices: to expose Yang Han or to conceal the events of the day. Yet this was contingent upon Yang Han's ability to eliminate the 5 assailants. A roar. The demonic energy enveloped the surroundings, and a torrent of demonic flames engulfed the 5 adversaries. A demon cultivator had emerged. All must rise to eradicate him. You too, as disciples of the Spirit Void Academy. Do you not comprehend that the righteous must eliminate demons to uphold justice? Under the onslaught of Yang Han's colossal demon, the 5 individuals immediately felt a strain. The leader turned to the Bei Mang's siblings, imploring for assistance. Bei Mang Qing's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain as she softly replied, "You wish for our aid? Not a chance. Whoever you are, we have seen nothing. Eliminate these 5, and your secret shall remain undisclosed." A flicker of trepidation crossed Bei Mang Chuan's eyes as he glanced at his sister, his heart plagued by uncertainty. "Fool, do you truly believe that if we reveal anything, he will certainly be hunted to his demise? I cannot guarantee anything else, but should he seek vengeance, we shall undoubtedly perish. Do you believe me? Throughout history, has anyone who unveiled the secrets of demon cultivators lived in peace? Moreover, do you not comprehend that those who claim to eradicate demons pursue them not solely because they are malevolent beings, but rather due to the formidable powers they wield? Regrettably, none of those who sought to exterminate them have met a favorable end." With a tremor coursing through him, Bei Mang Chuan was compelled to concede that his sister's assertions held merit. At least in the legends he had encountered, each demon cultivator was not a villain of the highest order, but rather a figure distorted by the narratives of the malicious. Furthermore, those demon cultivators typically targeted those who pursued them, refraining from the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent lives as the tale suggested. "You are correct, Qing'er, brother Yang Han. We have yet to encounter any true demon cultivators," Bei Mang Chuan remarked with a smile, addressing the towering demon figure embodied by Yang Han. A thunderous roar erupted as the demon giant tightened its grip on 2 ethereal swords, unleashing a fierce and unrelenting blade of light that descended with lethal precision. The archer bloodline cultivator was immediately repelled by the thunderous impact, his face paling as blood trickled down his lips. A slender wound marred his chest, narrowly avoiding the rending of his body. "Die!" Yang Han's eyes gleamed with a startling dark light as the giant launched another assault. Its twin swords imbued with terrifying power. Combined with the encirclement of demonic flames, his attacks were lethal. Under his relentless onslaught, the 5 top-tier Golden Spirit Realm experts sustained continuous injuries. With a swift strike, the halberd bloodline cultivator was cleaved in 2, his blood splattering. This was merely the beginning. Yang Han's demonic giant, akin to a ferocious beast, possessed boundless momentum and inexhaustible killing intent. Another sword stroke extinguished the archer bloodline cultivator engulfed in demonic flames, his head pulverized into fragments. Subsequently, the remaining 3 suffered injuries in quick succession. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, all were annihilated by Yang Han. The towering demonic intent and aura sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. As Yang Han's transformed demonic giant strode towards them, both Bei Mang Chuan and Bei Mang Qing felt an immense pressure. Undeniably, Yang Han could now easily defeat, or even kill, them. A sense of unease washed over them as they wondered how they would respond if Yang Han were to strike. My apologies, but I must request that you both swear a binding oath. The demonic giant's voice resonated like thunder in their ears. Although Bei Mang Chuan and Bei Mang Qing had previously vowed not to divulge any secrets, Yang Han needed to prioritize his own safety. In this world, after all, only interests reign supreme. The Oath of Destiny. Bei Mang Chuan felt a twinge of displeasure. The Oath of Destiny is the most paramount vow within the realm of cultivation. Once pledged, to break it would incur the wrath of fate. Is that not excessive? Bei Mang Qing glared at Yang Han, her eyes shimmering with a fierce light. There is no alternative. Were it not for this, I could not assure you that your secrets would remain undisclosed, Yang Han lamented, as his colossal form swiftly dissipated, revealing his true self. With an expression of regret, he gazed at the siblings, Bei Mang Chuan and Bei Mang Qing. I, Bei Mang Chuan, vow by the Oath of Destiny to never divulge the secrets of Yang Han's demonic cultivation. I, Bei Mang Qing, vow by the Oath of Destiny to never divulge the secrets of Yang Han's demonic cultivation. The brother and sister simultaneously pledged the Oath of Destiny. Conversely, they comprehended Yang Han's reasoning. This was the only means of binding them effectively. After taking this oath, they would remain forever silent, unless they attained a power sufficient to transcend the confines of fate. Now you should feel assured, Bei Mang Qing remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Were it not for her inability to overpower Yang Han, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. For cultivators, taking the Oath of Destiny carries an implication of humiliation. I apologize, esteemed duo. Yang Han bowed deeply to the Bei Mang siblings, once again expressing his regrets. Let it be. Bei Mang Chuan waved his hand, then glanced at the several corpses on the ground, remarking, these individuals possess formidable strength, and their belongings are rather impressive. Yang Han smiled and said, as a token of my apology, let these items be gifted to senior brother and senior sister Bei Mang. This was more acceptable. Upon hearing these words, Bei Mang Qing's face instantly lit up with joy. She stepped forward and swiftly began to search the bodies for valuables. The first items she stripped away were the gloves worn by the 5 individuals, which were remarkably sturdy, comparable to the treasured fire-tooth sword in Yang Han's possession. There lay the one they sought. Yu Fei was dead, and although they had not seen the killer's face directly, the silhouette was etched in their minds. They vowed that upon encountering the individual again, they would undoubtedly recognize him. Having stolen their prey, they would ensure that the assailant would not escape unscathed. Feng Tiankong also wore a grim expression. He had waited for a long time, but had yet to catch a glimpse of Yang Han. The longer he waited, the more intense his anger grew. At that moment, another group of individuals was silently biding their time. Their attire did not belong to Lincoln Academy, yet their presence exuded a might surpassing that of the academy. Among them were 3 elderly men. He might be in trouble, Suyu murmured within the crowd. I doubt it. His strength is formidable. He will surely be fine, Fuyu replied. Just as many awaited the appearance of one individual, he finally emerged into view. Yang Han, Bei Mang Chuan, and Bei Mang Qing strolled forth from the Demon Mountain range. The former, upon encountering the sharp gazes directed at him, maintained a demeanor of calmness. Beside him, Bei Mang Chuan sighed inwardly, pondering just how much this fellow had concealed to possess such audacity and determination. Chapter 56. The 3 elders appear. The first elder, Feng, the second elder, Shui Linyu, the third elder, Tai Tung, and the fourth elder, Shu Buqing. The 4 venerable figures exuded an aura of authority without anger, their presence both profound and ethereal. Upon encountering these elders, even the proud Bei Mang Chuan dared not act too recklessly, particularly in the face of the first elder, Feng Tiankong, who was rumored to have attained a nascent mastery, his power unfathomable. What drew the most attention, however, were the members of the small teams. Rebel, do you still dare to show yourself? Are you seeking death? The first to unleash his fury was the first elder, Feng Tiankong, who seemingly could not contain his agitation more than anyone else in the presence of Yang Han. With a resounding hum, an overwhelming force surged forth, as Feng Tiankong soared into the air like a great bird, unleashing a fierce torrent of energy towards Yang Han's head. Boom! The impact sent tremors through his body, and his expression turned ashen. Yang Han was propelled backward, only managing to halt his retreat after several dozen meters. The ground bore the scars of his feet, and the indentation on his chest was strikingly severe. Had he not evaded that strike, his skull might have been shattered by now. Yet, this was merely a fleeting moment. Feng Tiankong quickly regained his composure, realizing that before him stood nothing more than a disciple. How could he dare to oppose him? He lifted his hand once more, preparing to unleash a formidable surge of primal essence. Feng Tiankong, have you gone too far? At that moment, an ancient voice reverberated through the air, instantly enveloping the entire area within hundreds of meters in a tempestuous aura. The three elders beside Luo Yun swiftly shifted their forms, encircling him protectively. Their expressions grew grave, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. A menacing aura surged forth like a crimson radiance, rapidly coalescing into a figure that revealed a visage marked by deep wrinkles. Old Hua, is this truly necessary? In these years, we old fellows have remained hidden. Yet did you truly believe you could dominate the world alone? Another aged voice echoed, as a figure materialized in the undulating space. Old Ning. Many disciples from the Lincoln Academy couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing him. Both Elder Hua and Elder Ning were the most venerable figures of the academy, and every disciple present understood the weight of their presence. However, no one had ever witnessed the extent of their powers. The simultaneous emergence of these two elders, one exuding a terrifying ferocity and the other appearing mysteriously, was ample proof that they were far from ordinary cultivators. Their prowess was unfathomable. Yang Han, upon witnessing the appearance of Elder Hua and Elder Ning, felt a flicker of gratitude. Had it not been for their timely intervention, he might have been compelled to reveal his trump cards. Yi Zixiao and Wenting Yin, along with others, were left in awe. They understood far better than some elite disciples just how formidable the innate realm truly was. Elder Hua and Elder Ning were not typical cultivators of that realm. Humph. Feng Tiankong scoffed, casting a deliberate glance towards Luo Yun. Whoosh. A piercing howl echoed from afar, followed by a tremor in the air, as a glimmer of cold light abruptly materialized before Elder Hua and Elder Ning. Instantly, their bodies tensed, a profound sense of impending danger igniting their reflexes. Each unleashed a powerful surge of primordial essence, directing their energies toward the two approaching beams of light. Boom, boom. The two lethal arrows were swiftly shattered by the elders' combined efforts. Their faces were etched with grave concern, eyes scanning the dense forest ahead, as a fierce battle intent began to coalesce within them. In the next moment, streaks of light shot forth from the distance, rapidly closing in on their vicinity. Not only were the two elders affected, but also the disciples of Lincoln Academy behind them, all enveloped in the impending threat. Boom, boom. The elders retaliated with haste, their formidable primordial essence continuously intercepting the barrage of arrows. Yet, despite their swiftness and strength, they could not halt every projectile. In an instant, anguished cries echoed from behind them. Ah, my leg. No. For those elite and inner disciples, it was a veritable nightmare. The oncoming arrows bore an ominous lethality, capable of piercing through multiple individuals, claiming lives with merciless efficiency. After a relentless barrage, dozens of lifeless bodies lay strewn upon the ground. None bore arrows embedded within them. Rather, they showed gaping, bloodied wounds. The archery Blue Yang Han coughed twice. After a brief period of recovery, the severe injuries inflicted by the Grand Elder had somewhat diminished. He turned his gaze towards the Demon Mountain range, a hint of trepidation visible in his eyes. The bow and arrow lineage, the innate realm, these were precisely what Elder Hua had just mentioned. Such formidable experts lurking in the shadows to launch a surprise attack were indeed terrifying. Luo Yun remained unscathed under the protection of the three elders. However, there was no sign of anxiety in his expression. Instead, a hint of mockery danced in his eyes. His gaze occasionally swept over the members of Lincoln Academy, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a smirk. Coincidentally, Yang Han caught sight of this fleeting smile, instantly connecting it to a series of past events. The figure beside Yu Fei seemed familiar. The 5 experts who had attempted to assassinate him in the Demon Mountain range bore unfamiliar faces, ones he had never encountered. Yet, their attire bore a resemblance to that of the several Golden Spirit Realm experts behind Luo Yun. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a shadow behind Luo Yun, and that unforgettable face emerged with startling clarity. It was the very individual who had plunged a dagger into his heart in the cemetery. The empty halls of the Yang residence were likely connected to this person as well. It seemed that everything was orchestrated by this individual from behind the scenes. with the Yu and Zhao clans merely acting as pawns. It was he who dispatched others to kill me, not the people of the Yu clan. Those 5 experts were also his subordinates. Who was he, and why does he seek my life? Was the master of the rain of arrows just now one of his? Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Han's brow furrowed with gravity. The adversary possesses a formidable background, should they truly seek to target me. Even the Lincoln Academy may struggle to ensure my safety. Everyone retreat. Elder Hua commanded gravely, gesturing for his team to withdraw swiftly. In the recent barrage of arrows, 2 of his 6 subordinates sustained significant injuries. What does the Golden Spirit realm signify? Perhaps to the elite disciples, they appear strong. But in the eyes of those in the innate realm, they are not. Should I take action, I have no doubt that Feng Tiankong would not spare me. With Elder Hua and Elder Ning preoccupied, I cannot guarantee that this individual would not seize the chaos to eliminate me. As for the Bei Manchuan siblings, they have already retreated with the crowd. Times have changed, faced with an archer of the innate realm. They too must temporarily abandon Yang Han for the sake of their survival. Boom, boom. As the crowd gazed gravely into the dense forest ahead, a series of violent energy shockwaves erupted from within. Shortly thereafter, the sounds quickly subsided. A figure emerged before their eyes, gripping another person tightly as they burst forth from the depths. Scoundrels, they deserve to die. Upon seeing this individual, Elder Hua could not help but exhale in relief, a smile gracing his countenance. Elder Ning remarked, "Old Qing, your speed has diminished. Had you been any later, perhaps more disciples of the academy would have perished." With a thud, the elder cast the TW Chapter 57. Safeguarding Yang Han confronted with Elder Qing's probing questions, Luo Yun was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, akin to a colossal boulder pressing against his chest, rendering him breathless. He raised his gaze to meet the elder's eyes. Although he acknowledged that his strength paled in comparison to that of this venerable figure, Luo Yun possessed an indomitable spirit. He stood confident that even the most formidable experts of the innate realm were subject to his will. "I am Luo Yun," he declared, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "I presume you are unaware of my identity. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, you would not dare to jeopardize those under my protection." 3 adept warriors of the innate realm encircled him, their vigilant eyes fixed intently on Elder Qing, ever watchful and prepared. The elder's gaze traversed Luo Yun before briefly assessing the trio of innate masters, his expression imbued with a solemnity that was hard to ignore. Among the 3, 2 were novices in the innate realm, while 1 had achieved minor success. Despite the apparent limitations of their prowess, Luo Yun's formidable background compelled Elder Qing to regard him with utmost seriousness. With a derisive snort at the elder's hesitation, Luo Yun slowly retrieved a token from his possession. The large character Luo emblazoned on it caused Elder Qing to visibly flinch. He had previously entertained suspicions regarding Luo Yun's identity, but the sight of the token cemented his assumptions. Qingyuan City was classified as a 3rd-tier city, while above it lay Luohou City, which governed numerous 3rd-tier cities. The token in Luo Yun's possession was a symbol of the Luo family within Luohou City. In the presence of such a token, even those of the Purple Mansion realm would be compelled to reconsider their actions. The power of the Luo family is undeniably formidable. "You may leave," Elder Qing sighed, finding himself compelled to yield before the emblem of the Luo family. A cold smirk graced Luo Yun's face as he cast a glance at Yang Han in the midst of the gathering, then turned to depart with his entourage. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Yang Han before his exit. However, the overwhelming threat posed by Elders Qing, Hua, and Ning loomed large. Should they disregard all else to eliminate him, he would certainly meet his demise today. Thus, under such circumstances, he opted for retreat. The opportunity to deal with Yang Han could always arise another day. The crowd parted to allow Luo Yun to pass, none daring to obstruct him. Even the formidable Elders Qing and his companions had acquiesced, leaving their disciples with no cause to intervene. "Elder Qing, Yang Han harbors malicious intent and has slaughtered his fellow disciples. I demand his execution," Feng Tiankong asserted once Luo Yun had departed. In the presence of Elder Qing, he tempered his arrogance, adopting a significantly more submissive demeanor than when addressing Elders Hua and Ning. It was evident that Elder Qing held a position of considerable significance within the Lincoln Academy. "You wish to kill him?" Elder Qing replied, his gaze icy as he regarded Feng Tiankong. "If you dare to lay a hand on him, I assure you, your reputation will be tarnished and I will personally ensure your annihilation." Feng Tiank Elder Qing narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling aura of intent to kill. Feng Tiankong trembled once more, bowing his head as a cold light flickered in his gaze. He roared within, lamenting the loss of a disciple, while Elder Qing and his cohort showed no regard for his dignity, instead fiercely protecting the audacious youth who had struck him. Feng Tiankong was no longer the young man he once esteemed. He had become a fool, blinded by greed and folly. As the crowd dispersed, a mighty throng surged towards Linkhong Academy. Yang Han followed the multitude of disciples, making his way in the same direction. Hey, you have quite the luck, don't you? Even the three elders have intervened on your behalf. A delicate voice chimed beside him. Yang Han turned to see Su Yu and Fu Yu approaching, accompanied by the young Su Qing. Senior sister Su Yu, senior sister Fu Yu. Yang Han greeted the two with a smile, maintaining an air of composure. The united front of the three elders in his defense was unexpected, yet he held little doubt, given Elder Hua's involvement. This assessment would determine the standing and ranking of all disciples within the academy. Thousands of disciples from Linkhong Academy gathered in the square, a sea of heads in motion, all awaiting the commencement of the evaluation. Some harbored excitement, others trepidation, while a few bore a hint of despondency. A melodious chime resonated, instantly igniting fervor among the crowd. From the main hall, figures emerged, the 4 great elders and 20 instructors, all appearing upon the elevated platform. In addition, there were 3 youthful individuals, each not exceeding the tender age of 25. Despite their youth, they emanated a profound and restrained aura of strength. None dared to underestimate these 3. Not even the instructors beside them, who appeared less poised in their presence. The 3 esteemed core disciples, when Xianling, Chu Jifeng, and Xiaoyu had made their entrance. Fu Yu spoke, her delicate countenance revealing a flicker of excitement. Yang Han turned his gaze and suddenly discerned a formidable battle intent within Fu Yu's eyes. Her resolve was not directed at anyone else, but aimed squarely at Wen Xianling, the foremost among the core disciples. This girl is undoubtedly extraordinary, Yang Han mused, and he began to scrutinize the 3 core disciples above. These 3 formidable core disciples, alongside the enforcer Lei Chongyun and the elite disciple Bai Manchuan, had long been renowned within the Linkhong Academy. He had encountered all 5 of them before. Yet it was indisputable that when Xianling and his companions surpassed Lei Chongyun and Bai Manchuan in excellence, the title of core disciple was not merely a fade. Feng Tiankong maintained a calm demeanor, though a shadow lingered in his eyes. He surveyed the multitude of disciples below and proclaimed, "You are the very foundation of Linkhong Academy. I wish you all the best in acquiring esteemed names and securing abundant cultivation resources. Now, let the assessment for the inner disciples commence. 30 battle platforms will bear your names, and you will be selected automatically. The demon order will respond, and once you are chosen, you must ascend the platform to confront your adversary. I hereby announce the commencement of the inner disciple assessment. An individual at the Silver Spirit Realm is eligible for induction into the elite disciple ranks." With a wave of his hand, Feng Tiankong receded. He cast a cold, murderous glance at Yang Han, his intent unmistakable. Sensing this, Yang Han looked up and met Feng Tiankong's gaze. His heart was filled with intense fury. Feng Tiankong's shameless assault rendered him unworthy of his position. Were it not for his current lack of strength, Yang Han would undoubtedly challenge the brazen old wretch. The inaugural battle commenced between Zhao Ku and Luan Tsang, sparking murmurs among the crowd as all the core disciples focused on the unfolding contest. Meanwhile, the elite disciples departed the plaza in small groups. The initial days of the assessment were reserved for the core disciples, with the elite disciples' turn expected in 5 days. Yang Han and Su Yu also departed, trailed by 2 figures. Yang Han, I fear I must relinquish my claim to the top position this time, Bai Manchuan lamented. But as they departed, 2 additional figures followed them. Yang Han, it seems I must concede the top position to you this time, said Bai Manchuan, whose strength surpassed his own. Brother, I heard the Grand Elder sought to harm you. Are you unharmed? Yang Hong inquired with concern, dismissing their worries with a wave. Yang Han reassured them, I am unharmed. Continue your cultivation. I shall recuperate briefly and then visit Old Hua. After 2 hours of recuperation, Yang Han finally healed the injuries inflicted by Feng Tiankong. He rose and headed directly towards the Merit Hall. Upon arriving at the Hall of Meritorious Service, he rose from his courtyard and headed straight for the Merit Hall. Upon arriving at the Hall of Meritorious Service, he made a beeline for Elder Hua. Young man, what brings you here? Elder Hua inquired with a hint of perplexity upon seeing Yang Han. Yang Han replied, Firstly, I wish to express my gratitude for your Elder Hua. Secondly, I seek to exchange for some elixirs, preferably of the highest grade, ideally those of the Xianyang level. Elder Hua shot him a skeptical glance and retorted, "Do you believe that Xianyang elixirs are as common as cabbages? Even if you wish to exchange, I fear you may lack the means." In response, Yang Han smiled, and with a flourish of his hand, Elder Hua discerned the solidified phantom of a monstrous beast within its crystalline surface. His form jolted as he gasped, "A monstrous beast soul elixir." Chapter 58. The elixir chamber fixated on the monstrous beast soul elixir before him. Elder Hua experienced a profound stir of emotions. Chapter 58. The elixir chamber fixated on the monstrous beast soul elixir before him. Elder Hua experienced a profound stir of emotions. Even the esteemed Yu family, reputed to be the foremost clan, would find it impossible. However, even the esteemed Yu family, reputed to be the foremost clan, would find it impossible. However, there existed one establishment capable of accepting this item in exchange for equivalent elixirs, the Elixir Chamber's branch in Qingyuan City. The Elixir Chamber, an exceedingly enigmatic force, did not operate like typical clans or sects that recruit disciples to augment their strength. Its sole domain of engagement was commerce, and specifically, the trade of elixirs and weaponry. It would be a pity to confine such a treasure as the Great Demon Soul Pill within the confines of my Lingkong Academy. You could exchange it for something far superior. Old Hua spoke, refraining from accepting the soul pill from Yang Han's hand. Yang Han raised his brow, initially intending to trade for medicinal pills, but was taken aback by Old Hua's refusal. "Do not look at me like that. The Merit Hall does not possess the items you desire." "Xianyang level pills? Are you jesting? How could Lingkong Academy possibly harbor such treasures?" Old Hua remarked. "The Merit Hall does not possess the items you desire." "Xianyang level pills? Are you jesting? How could Lingkong Academy possibly harbor such treasures?" Old Hua remarked. "Then where shall I go to exchange?" Yang Han inquired. Old Hua replied, "You may visit the Pill and Tool Hall branch. There, you can procure anything your heart desires." If this were the case, could it be that if he sought a demon slave of a purple mansion level master, they could indeed procure it? Of course. If this were the case, could it be that if he sought a demon slave of a purple mansion level master, they could indeed procure it? Of course. "Do not entertain any unrealistic notions," Old Hua cautioned, noticing the expression on Yang Han's face. Amused by his own fanciful thoughts, Yang Han acknowledged that he might have been indulging in daydreams. "Old Hua, would you take me there? The Pill and Tool Hall is a genuinely terrifying force, one that is largely unknown to the common populace. In the entirety of Qingyuan City, it seems that only we. The Pill and Tool Hall is a genuinely terrifying force, one that is largely unknown to the common populace. The threshold of the Danqi Hall can only be crossed by those who have reached the innate realm." Hiss. Yang Han inhaled sharply. "The threshold of the Danqi Hall can only be crossed by those who have reached the innate realm." Hiss. Yang Han inhaled sharply, realizing that such a high standard made it unsurprising that he had never heard of it before. It is likely that not only he, but even the elders in his family are unaware of her existence. Reflecting on his family, Yang Han raised his gaze to Old Hua and inquired, "Old Hua, may I ask you a question about our Yang clan's members?" However, before he could finish, Old Hua waved his hand and replied, "There is no need for further inquiry. They are currently safe. Just remember this." He continued, "Because of your presence, the Yang clan will inevitably become extraordinary." As he spoke, a flicker of enigmatic light danced in Old Hua's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Yang Han felt a ripple of emotions surge within him. It seemed that Yang Han felt perplexed. Although he had begun to show promise, he had not yet reached a level to contend with the innate realm. Yang Han felt perplexed. Although he had begun to show promise, he had not yet reached a level to contend with the innate realm. Why then did the three elders place such importance on him? This was the heart of Qingyuan City, bustling with activity and flourishing, including various weapons and armor, as well as vials of elixirs displayed on the shelves. In addition, there were several spirit crystals, among which were not lacking high-quality and medium-quality specimens. Furthermore, there existed other items infused with spiritual energy. While these objects may not necessarily be resources for cultivation, among which were not lacking high-quality and medium-quality specimens. Furthermore, there existed other items infused with spiritual energy. While these objects may not necessarily, many were unearthed from ancient relics. Though they could not be deemed excellent, they were certainly not commonplace. Yang Han's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld these items. He could return and perhaps unearth some remarkable treasures. With this thought in mind, He followed Elder Hua's lead into the interior. He could return and perhaps unearth some remarkable treasures. With this thought in mind, he followed Elder Hua's lead into the interior, and they seamlessly traversed through the barrier. An invisible force brushed against them, and Yang Han felt a tremendous resistance, causing his heart to tremble. Had he been alone? And they seamlessly traversed through the barrier. An invisible force brushed against them, and Yang Han felt a tremendous resistance, causing his heart to tremble. Had he been alone? He might have been cast away by this potent energy. Upon passing through the light barrier, Yang Han's eyes sparkled with wonder as he beheld his surroundings. Flanking either side were rows of shelves adorned with treasures, each radiating a faint glow, and some even pulsating with intense energy waves. These were indeed treasures. Yang Han could not help but exclaim in awe. His eyes widened as he scanned the numerous shelves, each containing at least several dozen items. By his estimation, there were no fewer than hundreds of treasures. These are treasures of the lower tier of spiritual items, Elder Hua remarked as he gestured towards the first row of shelves. He then proceeded to the second row and explained, "These are treasures of medium quality. Here are medicinal herbs and elixirs, along with materials for weapon forging, including some rare metals. This section contains special cultivation resources, which are exceedingly precious." As he continued to elucidate each row, it was evident that Elder Hua was quite familiar with the place. Soon, the two arrived at the last row of shelves, drawing the attention of three individuals present in the hall. Behind the counter sat an elderly man, his expression indifferent. He merely cast a glance at Elder Hua and Yang Han before closing his eyes, dismissing them entirely. The other two were perusing items beside the shelves. He merely cast a glance at Elder Hua and Yang Han before closing his eyes, dismissing them entirely. The other two were perusing items beside the shelves. Upon seeing Elder Hua, they approached with familiar expressions. "Elder Hua, I never expected you to leave your merit hall and come here," remarked one lean old man, and laughed heartily. "Elder Hua, pay no mind to this petty fellow. Let us have a chat." Yang Han observed this man, and laughed heartily. "Elder Hua, pay no mind to this petty fellow. Let us have a chat." Yang Han observed this man, whose ruddy complexion and long chestnut hair suggested a middle-aged appearance, yet the aura of weariness that surrounded him belied his age. Yang Han surmised that this person was likely not much younger than Elder Hua. "Li Tingyi, what do you mean by that?" The gaunt old man beside them instantly darkened his expression, a formidable aura surging towards the speaking elder. "What? Xiao Shua, do you still—" Li Tingyi turned his head, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. He too emanated a powerful presence, stronger than that of Xiao Shua. Suddenly, a series of coughs erupted. The elderly man behind the counter, who had been with his eyes closed, opened them and cast a brief glance at Li Tingyi and Xiao Shua. "If you two do not wish to ruin the hard-earned cultivation you possess," leaving no trace behind. Both Li Tingyi and Xiao Shua were taken aback, their faces betraying a look of panic, deterred from any further provocation. Leaving no trace behind. Both Li Tingyi and Xiao Shua were taken aback, their faces betraying a look of panic. Old Hua smiled at Li Tingyi and Xiao Shua before striding directly toward the counter, coming to a halt before it. "So I took the liberty of bringing this young man along." Su Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over Yang Han. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he remarked, "So I took the liberty of bringing this young man along." Su Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over Yang Han. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he remarked, "Third step of the Golden Spirit Realm. This young man is quite impressive. At such a young age, breaking through to the innate stage should not pose a challenge." Since their last encounter in the Demon Mountain Range, he had not specifically noted Yang Han's cultivation level. Now, upon sensing it, he indeed confirmed that Yang Han was at the third step of the Golden Spirit Realm. In just a little over 3 months, he indeed confirmed that Yang Han was at the third step of the Golden Spirit Realm. In just a little over 3 months, this young man has surged from the 12th meridian straight into the realm of the Golden Spirit. His speed of cultivation is nothing short of terrifying. Could it be that this lad has acquired a legacy? It must be so. Old Hua mused, unable to suppress a smile. He felt genuinely pleased for Yang Han's fortune. Were it anyone else, he might have felt a twinge of envy, a flicker of covetousness. But when it comes to Yang Han, he dared not entertain such thoughts. "Senior, please observe," Yang Han said, presenting a soul pill at Old Hua's prompting. The pill shimmered with light, an ethereal shadow of a black stone elephant swirling within. A shadow flitted past, and Yang Han was utterly oblivious to any energy fluctuation until he realized that the soul pill had vanished from his grasp and was now in Su Hao's possession. and Yang Han was utterly oblivious to any energy fluctuation until he realized that the soul pill had vanished from his grasp and was now in Su Hao's possession. Su Hao lifted his gaze to Yang Han and inquired, "What do you wish to exchange for, young man?" Chapter 59. A vast transaction. Yang Han stared at Su Hao, utterly astonished. The speed just displayed was so swift that he had not even been able to perceive the shadow. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept past, and the soul pill had simply vanished from his hand. Su Hao's cultivation was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing the impression he had received from Qing Lao, and the soul pill had simply vanished from his hand. Su Hao's cultivation was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing the impression he had received from Qing Lao. Su Hao's expression slightly stiffened, and after carefully sensing the essence energy within the soul pill once more, he nodded. This soul pill can be exchanged for a low-grade Xianyang pill, such as the Yun-Xian pill or the Binding pill, on a one-to-one basis. He nodded. This soul pill can be exchanged for a low-grade Xianyang pill, such as the Yun-Xian pill or the Binding pill, on a one-to-one basis. Yang Han couldn't help but be astonished. He never expected that his soul pill would only be worth a single low-grade Xianyang pill. The price was indeed exorbitantly high. Are you suggesting that you are capable of refining tools? If you exchange for metal materials, you could obtain a greater quantity. However, it depends on the items, for example. With true spirit jade gold or millennium dragon iron, even 10 soul pills would only procure a few pounds. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he nodded, leading Yang Han into the inner chamber of the Grand Hall. Once both Old Hua and Yang Han had entered the inner chamber, a chilling glint flickered across Xiao Shua's face, with a greedy hue swirling in his gaze. Li Tingyi, observing his countenance, wore a faint smirk. He was aware of this insidious fellow's intentions, yet he refrained from intervening. In truth, he too felt a slight temptation. He was aware of this insidious fellow's intentions, yet he refrained from intervening. In truth, he too felt a slight temptation. A Xianyang level pill would provide immense benefits even to those in the innate realm. However, his relations with several individuals from the Ling Kong Academy were quite amicable. With valuable treasures at hand, he needed to make preparations. In the midst of chaos, one must be prepared, especially when confronting an adversary endowed with innate abilities. With valuable treasures at hand, he needed to make preparations. In the midst of chaos, one must be prepared, especially when confronting an adversary endowed with innate abilities. Upon entering the inner chamber, Su Hao turned and spoke. "There is no one else here. You may speak freely. Aside from the three of us." Releasing a surge of pure spiritual energy into the air, Su Hao was visibly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Clearly, Yang Han's actions had caught him off guard. Releasing a surge of pure spiritual energy into the air, Su Hao was visibly taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Clearly, Yang Han's actions had caught him off guard. "What would you exchange for these 6 soul pills? The choice is yours." Old Hua paused for a moment, then a smile broke across his face. "What would you exchange for these 6 soul pills? The choice is yours." Old Hua paused for a moment, then a smile broke across his face. He shook his head and replied, "I do not require so many. A single purple awakening pill will suffice." At the mention of the purple awakening pill, he shook his head and replied, "I do not require so many. A single purple awakening pill will suffice." At the mention of the purple awakening pill, Yang Han furrowed his brow slightly. Having studied the alchemical texts of the unparalleled celestial monarch, he was well versed in the vast array of elixirs, and he recognized the significance of the purple awakening pill. This particular pill is essential for those in the innate realm seeking to break through to the purple mansion realm. However, the endeavor to truly ascend to the purple mansion demands an exorbitant quantity of these pills, and success is never guaranteed. Then let it be as Old Hua wishes. Su Hao nodded and then directly engaged in a transaction with Yang Han. After exchanging all 36 soul pills for elixirs and fire moon cold iron, Yang Han felt a slight stir in his heart and raised his head to inquire, "Senior, may I ask if you accept martial arts secret techniques here?" Yang Han felt a slight stir in his heart and raised his head to inquire, "Senior, may I ask if you accept martial arts secret techniques here?" With a wave of his hand, the golden rock absolute step materialized in his grasp, which he then handed over to Su Hao. The golden rock absolute step, a technique for evasion, came at a significant cost, as it was a self-damaging art that Yang Han had never considered practicing. However, not everyone shared his perspective. Indeed, after merely glancing at a single page, he discerned the extraordinary nature of this technique. Should one cultivate the golden rock absolute step to a minor success? After merely glancing at a single page, he discerned the extraordinary nature of this technique. Should one cultivate the golden rock absolute step to a minor success? It was likely that no one within the innate realm could catch up. With mastery, even those in the purple mansion realm would find it daunting to pursue. He lifted his gaze to Yang Han and solemnly stated, "Are you truly willing to trade this secret technique?" Yang Han nodded. This technique could be exchanged for 50 pounds of a millennium-old dragon-suppressing iron, or alternatively, for 3 top-grade Xianyang level elixirs, the Qi-Yang Dragon Pills. You may choose as you wish. Hiss. Elder Hui gasped in astonishment, incredulously observing the secret technique in Su Hao's hands, then glancing back at Yang Han, utterly bewildered. Yang Han was equally taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will exchange for 2 Qi-Yang Dragon Pills, and the remainder shall be in millennium-old dragon-suppressing iron." Su Hao nodded. 2 Qi-Yang Dragon Pills, along with 10 pounds of millennium-old dragon-suppressing iron. Does that sound acceptable? As the transaction concluded, Yang Han cast a glance at Su Hao, momentarily lost, prompting him to exclaim, "Young friend, do you possess more items for exchange?" With a nod, which was invaluable and could be utilized to forge armor and protective artifacts of the Xianyang tier. It was said that fully grown Linglong beasts surpassed the realm of Purple Mansion demon immortals, and even their offspring were born at the level of demon immortals. It was said that fully grown Linglong beasts surpassed the realm of Purple Mansion demon immortals, and even their offspring were born at the level of demon immortals. In a modest town like Qingyuan City, I never expected to encounter such rare treasures. His prior assumptions were swiftly overturned. Today his heart was in tumult. In a modest town like Qingyuan City, I never expected to encounter such rare treasures. His prior assumptions were swiftly overturned. Today his heart was in tumult. The wealth of treasures possessed by this young man ignited an overwhelming urge within him to commit. The selection of valuable goods at our Qingyuan City branch is rather limited. If you seek better offerings, the selection of valuable goods at our Qingyuan City branch is rather limited. If you seek better offerings, I would need to report to the Danchi Hall in Luoho City to arrange for more treasures to be sent. No need, Yang Han replied. The inventory of these 2 metals has essentially been provided to you before, with only a small amount of Millennium Dragon Iron remaining. The inventory of these 2 metals has essentially been provided to you before, with only a small amount of Millennium Dragon Iron remaining. He had no choice but to postpone the transaction until next time. This is the VIP token of my Danchi Hall. Please keep it well, my young friend. He had no choice but to postpone the transaction until next time. This is the VIP token of my Danchi Hall. Please keep it. With this token, you can access any branch of the Danchi Hall in cities across the world. It grants you complimentary services, including the ability to purchase certain cultivation resources at reduced prices. Su Hao handed Yang Han a jade plate, measuring 3 inches in length. Yang Han exited the Danchi Hall alongside Elder Hua. As they stepped onto the bustling street, Elder Hua's expression subtly shifted. Yang Han, too, furrowed his brow. Yang Han exited the Danchi Hall alongside Elder Hua. As they stepped onto the bustling street, Elder Hua's expression subtly shifted. Yang Han, too, furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 60. Elimination of the innate 3 in the 4th step Golden Spirit Realm and 5 in the 3rd step Golden Spirit Realm. Yang Han spoke in a low tone, a hint of mockery in his gaze, as malice coalesced in his heart. There were also 2 in the innate realm. Based on their aura, it should be that Xiaoshua, Elder Hua, standing beside him, similarly bore a fierce expression. The 2 advanced forward, seemingly unaware, where a wave of murderous intent surged toward them, swiftly enveloping them. They should be making their move now. Xiaoshua, your audacity is quite remarkable. Where a wave of murderous intent surged toward them, swiftly enveloping them. They should be making their move now. Xiaoshua, your audacity is quite remarkable. I harbor no intentions of confronting you. My target is that young man beside you. Today, you shall not impede my pursuit. With a booming laugh, a gaunt figure emerged from the shadows. Yang Han's eyes narrowed. As Hua had mentioned, this individual was none other than Xiaoshua, a master of the innate realm whom he had encountered in the alchemy hall. At this moment, Xiaoshua's gaze shifted towards him. Yang Han spoke. A master of the innate realm whom he had encountered in the alchemy hall. At this moment, Xiaoshua's gaze shifted towards him. Yang Han spoke. Yet he had yet to engage anyone from the innate realm. Humph. With a cold snort, Xiaoshua called out towards a dilapidated house. Xie Yinqing, why do you delay your appearance? What are you waiting for? Buzz. No sooner had his words left his lips than a figure burst forth from the crumbling structure. An overwhelming aura immediately bearing down upon Old Hua. Attack! With that command, 8 practitioners of the Golden Spirit realm materialized from the surroundings, swiftly charging towards Yang Han. Meanwhile, Xiao Shua surged forward alongside the figure from the house, both heading straight for Old Hua. Get lost! A terrifying energy erupted from Old Hua. Xiao Shua surged forward alongside the figure from the house, both heading straight for Old Hua. Get lost! A terrifying energy erupted. The figure that had emerged from the dilapidated house was sent flying, the violent shockwave rendering him pale. The figure that had emerged from the dilapidated house was sent flying, the violent shockwave rendering him pale. The illusionary mind formation. With a thunderous shout, the innate master named Xie Yunqing deftly gestured with his hands, casting forth numerous spirit crystal stones in rapid succession. Whoosh! The illusionary mind formation. With a thunderous shout, the innate master named Xie Yunqing deftly gestured with his hands, casting forth numerous spirit crystal stones in rapid succession. Whoosh! Xiao Shua followed suit, forming seals with his hands as he arranged the spirit crystal stones. Soon, an ethereal barrier began to materialize from their. It seemed as if Old Hua was ensnared in a trance, as his attacks were directed not at his adversary's position, but rather at empty space, striking with relentless fervor. It seemed as if Old Hua was ensnared in a trance, as his attacks were directed not at his adversary's position, but rather at empty space, striking with relentless fervor. A smile crept across the faces of both Xiao Shua and Xie Yunqing. This illusionary mind formation could confine a practitioner of the innate realm for a quarter of an hour, a duration ample enough for them to deal with a trifling opponent of the Golden Spirit realm. Once they acquired the treasure, they would flee post-haste, confident that their speed would render them unreachable, even if Hua Cha-Ching had achieved minor success in the innate realm. Just as the two were moments away from completing the illusionary mind formation to ensnare Hua Cha-Ching entirely, a chilling and harrowing wail suddenly pierced the. No matter how those Golden Spirit practitioners attempted to evade, they could not escape that singular sword strike. Sword 9. Yang Han smirked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining 4 summoned Golden Spirit practitioners. Whoosh! With a single stroke, the arc of light emitted a profound sword intent. The manifestation of sword intent was earth-shattering. The sword entered the realm of light and shadow, leaving no trace behind. The manifestation of sword intent was earth-shattering. The sword entered the realm of light and shadow, leaving no trace behind. The comprehension of sword intent allowed Yang Han's, severing the head of an opponent from 10 meters away. The terror of a sword cultivator lies not only in the sharpness of their sword aura, but also in their astonishing speed. Yang Han paid no mind to the 4 Golden Spirit Realm practitioners whom he had effortlessly dispatched with a single stroke. Both Xiao Shua and Xie Yunqing felt a chilling tremor within, an ominous premonition taking root in their hearts. Old Hua, take 3 steps to the left and strike. Both Xiao Shua and Xie Yunqing felt a chilling tremor within, an ominous premonition taking root in their hearts. Yang Han refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe the mesmerizing formation laid out by the two. The ferocious essence of the innate elements sent a wave of deathly dread coursing through him. Spirit Serpent Bloodline, Flash Strike. With a resounding roar, a spectral serpent materialized behind Xiao Shua. The serpent's head reared high, lunging toward the blood lion apparition conjured by Hua Cha-Ching. Both wielding the power of bloodlines, they engaged in a brutal clash. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as Xiao Shua was sent hurtling backward, the mesmerizing formation shattering instantaneously. Not only Xiao Shua, they engaged in a brutal clash. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as Xiao Shua was sent hurtling backward, the mesmerizing formation shattering instantaneously. But even Xie Yunqing turned pale, blood spilling from his lips. Their vital energies wavered, instability permeating their beings. The formation required the support of soul energy, and with its abrupt destruction, their souls bore the brunt of the damage. As their souls were wounded, their auras naturally fluctuated. Emerging from the shattered formation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently swung the fire-toothed sword in his hand. Hua Cha-Ching was momentarily taken aback, then offered a slight smile before stepping aside. He understood Yang Han's intentions. He too was eager to discern the limits of this young man's strength in their confrontation. Then offered a slight smile before stepping aside. He understood Yang Han's intentions. He too was eager to discern the limits of this young man's strength in their confrontation. If you two manage to defeat me, You may leave, otherwise, death awaits. Yang Han raised the fire-toothed sword, pointing it menacingly at Xiao Shuo and his companion. He closed the distance to Yang Han in an instant. Yang Han's gaze sharpened, and he swept the fire-toothed sword with sudden ferocity, unleashing a blade of light that sliced through several meters of space like a bolt of lightning, forcing Xiao Shuo back. Sword intent. Xiao Shuo's expression shifted. Unleashing a blade of light that sliced through several meters of space like a bolt of lightning, forcing Xiao Shuo back. Sword intent. Xiao Shuo's expression shifted, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Yinqing. Death. Kill. Almost simultaneously, a radiant aura of bloodlines emerged behind them. Xiao Shuo's spirit serpent and Xie Yunqing's heavenly eagle bloodline. His countenance turned solemn as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the fire-toothed sword, each one executed with remarkable precision. The fierce sword light danced chaotically in the air, assaulting the two formidable bloodlines. Boom, boom. As he staggered back, a trickle of blood escaped from Yang Han's lips. The fierce sword light danced chaotically in the air, assaulting the two formidable bloodlines. Boom, boom. As he staggered back, a trickle of blood escaped from Yang Han's lips. In their previous clash, Xiao Shuo's spirit serpent had landed a blow, inflicting some injury. However, this wound ignited a ferocious rage within him. Dark ink swirled in his eye, and a malevolent aura surged forth, unleashing his inherent ferocity. Kill. With a long, piercing howl, the air became filled with the shimmering shadows of the fiery blade. The crimson radiance enveloped the two innate masters like a luminous shroud. Blood refining 9 swords, sword 9, annihilate. A cold voice resonated, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted from within that ethereal veil. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound pierced through the atmosphere, causing all vegetation and earthen structures within a radius of several dozen meters to shatter under the weight of that sword intent. Dust swirled in the air, and when all sounds subsided, Elder Hu finally discerned the scene before him. The young man stood alone, sword in hand, firmly planted in place. It was a sight Elder Hu had never witnessed before, leaving him in a state of indescribable astonishment. Alas, yet I still fell short. It was a sight Elder Hu had never witnessed before, leaving him in a state of indescribable astonishment. Alas, yet I still fell short. Yang Han glanced down at his chest, where a depression was evident, with several ribs fractured. As he spoke, a mouthful of blood involuntarily surged forth. Though his complexion recovered somewhat thereafter, he couldn't help but sigh. The attack power of the blood-refining 9 swords seems somewhat inadequate against my current foes. If only I could acquire a more formidable sword technique, my strength would amplify. You are already exceedingly powerful. To slay innate beings at the 3rd step of the Golden Spirit realm is unprecedented in my century of memories. Elder Hu marveled from behind him. Yet, it is not sufficient, Yang Han replied, adding, my adversaries are formidable, particularly that Luo Yun, whom even Elder Qing must bow to know. Upon hearing this, he paused for a moment before lifting his gaze to Yang Han, and said, if you wish to cultivate a higher level of swordsmanship. He paused for a moment before lifting his gaze to Yang Han, and said, if you wish to cultivate a higher level of swordsmanship, you must journey to a certain place. However, whether you can return alive remains uncertain. What place? Yang Han inquired, his face betraying a flicker of urgency as he regarded Old Hua, the back mountain of the Spirit Void Academy, the 9 Deaths Hall. But the hint of trepidation in his voice sent a shiver through Yang Han. What could possibly invoke such caution from a seasoned expert like Old Hua, who had reached the stage of innate minor success? A realm of life and death naturally harbors unique opportunities. So you interjected, junior brother. He quickly reassured himself that Elder Ning would not harm Yang Hong and the others, alleviating his concerns. At that moment, he felt the complete disappearance of the Yang family, as if a grand scheme was unfolding. He could only speculate about their actual location. The 3 elders were undoubtedly privy to this plot, but Old Hor remained tight-lipped. As if a grand scheme was unfolding, he could only speculate about their actual location. The 3 elders were undoubtedly privy to this plot, but Old Hor remained tight-lipped, and Yang Han could not extract any further information from him. Elder Ning's departure with them should pose no danger, Yang Han remarked, casting a glance at Su Qin and Fu Yu, who were engrossed in their drinks. He joined them for a few cups. Shortly thereafter, Yang Han entered his room, calming himself as he prepared to cultivate. Let us commence with the golden rock body. As long as my physique is sufficiently robust. Yang Han entered his room, calming himself as he prepared to cultivate. Let us commence with the golden rock body. as long as my physique is sufficiently robust. Even innate forces cannot breach my defenses. With a contemplative utterance, he gestured and summoned an array of precious metals from the black cloud ring. Heart-eating iron, exuding a dark luster, was seized from Yu Fei. The total weight of this heart-eating iron exceeded 30 pounds. Perfect for cultivating the golden rock body. With a resonant hum, Yang Han grasped 2 pieces of heart-eating iron, each the size of a human head, and closed his eyes. The secret technique of the golden rock body began to circulate within him, and an absorbing force manifested upon his palms. The heart-eating iron trembled, and with a sudden explosion, the secret technique of the golden rock body began to circulate within him, and an absorbing force manifested upon his palms. The heart-eating iron trembled, and with a sudden explosion, transforming it into 2 writhing pools of liquid. In the process of cultivating the golden rock body, the intention was to directly extract the hardness from the metal for enhancement. However, Yang Han opted for a modification. He first melted the metal with magical flames before consuming its essence for cultivation. This approach significantly accelerated the extraction process. However, Yang Han opted for a modification. He first melted the metal with magical flames before consuming its essence for cultivation. This approach significantly accelerated the extraction process. A delicate golden glow began to emanate from his skin, and he sensed the transformation occurring within every cell and every inch of his bones. Cells shattered and then reformed. A delicate golden glow began to emanate from his skin, and he sensed the transformation occurring within every cell and every inch of his bones. Cells shattered and then reformed, their hue transforming into a somber gray. With a crisp snap, he discarded the depleted remnants onto the ground and continued to retrieve 2 more pieces of heart-devouring iron, their hue transforming into a somber gray. With a crisp snap, he discarded the depleted remnants onto the ground and continued to retrieve 2 more pieces of heart-devouring iron, marking a significant achievement in his transformation into the golden rock body. Compared to before, his physical resilience had roughly doubled, and his strength had similarly increased. With a swift motion, he cleared away the debris scattered around him, revealing a fresh pile of cold iron. With a swift motion, he cleared away the debris scattered around him, revealing a fresh pile of cold iron. Shimmering with a faint crimson glow, this was the fire moon cold iron. Once more invoking the magic, and the metal in his grasp had now transitioned to the millennium-grade dragon-suppressing iron. This metal was even harder than the fire moon cold iron, causing Yang Han to absorb it at a considerably slower pace. Nevertheless, compared to 3 days prior, the golden luminescence radiating from his body had grown even more resplendent, causing Yang Han to absorb it at a considerably slower pace. Nevertheless, compared to 3 days prior, the golden luminescence radiating from his body had grown even more resplendent. With the intake of the millennium-grade dragon-suppressing iron, his bones emitted a series of sharp cracks, and a pained expression crossed his face. As the sounds intensified, with the intake of the millennium-grade dragon-suppressing iron, his bones emitted a series of sharp cracks, and a pained expression crossed his visage contorted into a grimace. The excruciating pain that penetrated to his very marrow threatened to overwhelm him. Yet, this was a harbinger of his transformation into the golden rock body. I must endure. If I succeed, my physical form will transcend its previous limitations tenfold. Yang Han persevered with unwavering determination. With a thunderous explosion, a radiant golden light erupted from his body, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power. Having endured a significant trial, casting a glance at his golden skin, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. With a thought, the golden layer gradually receded, restoring his flesh to its original hue. Casting a glance at his golden skin, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. With a thought, the golden layer gradually receded, restoring his flesh to its original hue. 3 days had elapsed, and the assessment for the inner disciples was nearing its conclusion. Next in line was the evaluation for the elite disciples. Rising to his feet, in the central square of the Linkhong Academy, the assessments for the inner disciples were nearly complete, with over 4,000 participants approaching the final stages of their advancement trials. During this evaluation, more than 30 individuals, possessing the Silver Spirit Realm cultivation, successfully ascended to the ranks of elite disciples. During this evaluation, more than 30 individuals, possessing the Silver Spirit Realm cultivation, successfully ascended to the ranks of elite disciples. As Yang Han arrived at the square, he found himself in the midst of the last few battles of the inner disciples assessment. In less than an hour, all evaluations for the inner disciples concluded. The next phase was the assessment for elite disciples, where the battle platform would autonomously select opponents. Feng Tiankong waved his hand from the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the square and landing on Yang Han's figure. He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent emanating from him. Yang Han and the three elders had cornered him into a desperate situation. This time, he would not waver. At Lincoln Academy, a glimmer of murderous intent emanating from him. Yang Han and the three elders had cornered him into a desperate situation. This time, he would not waver. Your junior brother Yu Fei met his demise at his hands. Understood, Master, Wen Qin nodded, fixing his gaze on Yang Han, stating, not only for my junior brother Yu Fei, but I shall also avenge my cousin Zhong Lin. A surge of potent golden light enveloped Wen Qin. Not only for my junior brother Yu Fei, but I shall also avenge my cousin Zhong Lin. A surge of potent golden light enveloped Wen Qin, far exceeding the rumors of him being merely at the first tier of the golden spirit realm. With a swift motion, the assessment for elite disciples commenced. Far exceeding the rumors of him being merely at the first tier of the golden spirit realm. With a swift motion, the assessment for elite disciples commenced. The intensity of the elite disciple assessment evidently surpassing that of the inner sect disciples. Radiant light illuminated the arena, and the atmosphere was thick with bloodshed. The intensity of the elite disciple assessment evidently surpassing that of the inner sect disciples. Radiant light illuminated the arena, and the atmosphere was thick with bloodshed. The selection of combatants appeared judicious, as the majority of those chosen were of similar cultivation levels. If one was at the first tier of the Silver Spirit realm, their opponent would undoubtedly not exceed that tier. Beneath the stage, they were brothers, but upon the platform, they became adversaries. Pairs of disciples engaged in fierce combat, showing no mercy for past camaraderie. This assessment was pivotal for rankings, and rankings dictated the extent of cultivation resources one. Each individual aspired to secure as many resources as possible, hence they fought with relentless fervor. Over the span of an hour, both opponents refrained from delivering fatal blows. Suddenly, a stirring within his demon talisman compelled Yang Han toward a battle platform. It was the Golden Spirit Realm. Both opponents refrained from delivering fatal blows. Suddenly, a stirring within his demon talisman compelled Yang Han toward a battle platform. It was the Golden Spirit Realm, and his moment had finally arrived. He had anticipated this confrontation for a long time, perhaps since his entry into the Spirit Void Academy, waiting for the battle that would echo throughout the institution. As he ascended the platform, a figure materialized before him. To his astonishment, it was a young man at the third step of the Golden Spirit Realm. Meeting his gaze, the young man revealed a chilling smile and murmured ominously, I will kill you here. Yang Han's eyes narrowed. Who are you? Do we have a grudge? Indeed, the young man replied with a sneer. I am Wen Qin. We do have a vendetta. Yes, and thus I must eliminate you. Wen Qin replied coldly, a surge of potent energy emanating from him, pressing down upon Yang Han with palpable intensity. Golden rock body. He bellowed, a layer of golden light enveloping him as Yang Han, in a flash. Pressing down upon Yang Han with palpable intensity. Golden rock body. He bellowed, a layer of golden light enveloping him as Yang Han, in a flash, darted forth like a fleeting apparition. Wen Qin's pupils dilated in shock as a fist, reflected within his gaze, struck like lightning. Before he could react, the force of the blow resounded with a deafening crash, his skull shattering and blood splattering. In this confrontation against an equal, Yang Han deemed it unnecessary to wield a sword. Chapter 62. Madness on the battle platform. Wen Qin has perished, without even the opportunity to retaliate. Once poised to eliminate Yang Han, he now lies as a lifeless corpse, his head nearly obliterated. A wave of astonishment surged. This battle marked the first instance of death in this assessment, and the fallen was a prodigious disciple of the third step in the Gold Spirit Realm. Yang Han's prowess is truly terrifying. Brother Wen Qin, a formidable Gold Spirit Realm expert, unexpectedly could not withstand a single blow. How astonishing! Akin to an invisible tempest, the biting cold prompting several elders and the three core disciples to furrow their brows. Yang Han, I vow to ensure your demise is utterly complete. The murderous intent emanating from Feng Tiankong twisted his visage, revealing his unrestrained fury. As an elder, uttering such a threat against a disciple reflects a narrow-minded disposition. How could one react so severely to the death of a single disciple? It was Wen Qin who first sought to kill Yang Han, and their exchange was clearly heard by many present. The legacy of the ruins lies within Yang Han. It was Wen Qin who first sought to kill Yang Han, and their exchange was clearly heard by many present. The legacy of the ruins lies within Yang Han. How could they not covet it? Without absolute strength, one should not entertain the notion of slaying another, especially. Yang Han cast a glance at the bloodied cadaver on the ground before turning and descending the platform. Humph. A cold snort resonated as Yang Han descended from the battle stage, casting a glance at the Grand Elder atop the platform. A glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. This individual was none other than Bloodrobe, the most formidable under the command of Yi Zixiao. There was no need for Bloodrobe to be forced into action. Suddenly sensing the summoning of Bloodrobe to the battle stage behind him, Yi Zixiao furrowed his brow. The thought of Bloodrobe triumphing over Yang Han never crossed his mind. Currently, even he found it quite challenging to contend with Yang Han. Blood skeleton. Bloodrobe roared. As a pool of blood materialized behind him, from which a skeleton emerged, exuding an aura of unfathomable malevolence. With a ferocious roar, the blood skeleton lunged at Yang Han. As a pool of blood materialized behind him, from which a skeleton emerged, exuding an aura of unfathomable malevolence. With a ferocious roar, the blood skeleton lunged, surging forth with terrifying power. In one strike, it collided with the blood skeleton. Boom. The entire battle stage trembled violently as the blood skeleton, summoned from Bloodrobe's bloodline, disintegrated into crimson liquid. With a single punch, the essence of the bloodline was shattered. He stood resolutely, unafraid, gazing at Feng Tiankong, summoned from Bloodrobe's bloodline, disintegrated into crimson liquid. With a single punch, the essence of the bloodline was shattered. He stood resolutely, unafraid, gazing at Feng Tiankong, a frenzied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The utterance of old fool sent a palpable shockwave through the hearts of many disciples. Who was this? The exalted Grand Elder, Feng Tiankong, a figure they all looked up to. Yang Han, as an elite disciple, exhibited such audacious words and courage, a feat that none among them could rival. I am far inferior to him. Bei Mangchuan sighed softly amidst the crowd. Beside him, Bei Mangqing also slightly nodded. Should the elders at home arrange a marriage for me, I would willingly accept if those so-called clan disciples possessed his audacity and strength. Bei Mangqing's words caused Bei Mangchuan to tremble ever so slightly. He looked at his sister in disbelief, and upon seeing a trace of emotion in her gaze, Bei Mangqing's words caused Bei Mangchuan to tremble ever so slightly. He looked at his sister in disbelief, and upon seeing a trace of emotion in her gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed the summoning aura of the demon talisman on him. His expression instantly darkened. In a flash, he was transported to the combat arena, and as he had surmised, his opponent stood before him, Yang Han. With a wry smile, though it was quickly retracted, he replied, "What is your choice? If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Feeling the immense momentum and fighting spirit emanating from Yang Han, Bei Mangchuan's heart sank momentarily. If a battle were to ensue, he had no confidence whatsoever. In fact, feeling the immense momentum and fighting spirit emanating from Yang Han, Bei Mangchuan's heart sank momentarily. If a battle were to ensue, he had no confidence whatsoever. Though it may be somewhat embarrassing, it is certainly preferable to being vanquished, which would be even more humiliating. Bei Mangchuan spoke, then turned and walked off the stage. Though it may be somewhat embarrassing, it is certainly preferable to being vanquished, which would be even more humiliating. Bei Mangchuan spoke, then turned and walked off the stage. His gaze grew increasingly cold, particularly towards Bai Mingchuan. However, there was little he could do, although he could manipulate the battle platform to select opponents. He lacked the power to impose restrictions. "Today, you shall not descend from the arena," he roared inwardly, and then Feng Tiankong once more selected his adversaries. He lacked the power to impose restrictions. "Today, you shall not descend from the arena," he roared inwardly, and then Feng Tiankong once more selected his adversaries. A frenzied light gleaming in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of more than 10 figures materialized on the battleground, momentarily stunned before swiftly surrounding Yang Han. "You have lost fairness before, and now you are escalating the situation. We cannot allow you to proceed in this manner." Shui Linyu stepped forward, attempting to intervene. "Get lost. You have lost fairness before, and now you are escalating the situation. We cannot allow you to proceed in this manner." Shui Linyu stepped forward, attempting to intervene. "Get lost." His complexion turning ashen in an instant. In their surprise, Tai Tung and Shu Buqing had not anticipated Feng Tiankong's audacity. They quickly retreated, assisting the pallid Shui Linyu. His complexion turning ashen in an instant. In their surprise, Tai Tung and Shu Buqing had not anticipated Feng Tiankong's audacity. They quickly retreated, assisting the pallid Shui Linyu. Responding, It is not I who am betraying, but rather you. Today, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Speak further, and you shall share the same fate as him." As he spoke, Feng Tiankong turned his head, casting a cold glance at the three core disciples. To him, "And you shall share the same fate as him." As he spoke, Feng Tiankong turned his head, casting a cold glance at the three core disciples. To him, the core disciples were of little significance compared to the elders, and thus he held them in utter disregard. The words of arrogance emanated from the figures standing in the center of the platform. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixiao and the others felt a surge of fury wash over their faces. Their attacks intensified, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. Yang Han, having ascended the platform, had been channeling the power of the golden rock body until this moment. Now, for the first time, a piercing scream echoed through the air as a practitioner at the third step of the golden spirit realm was cleaved in two by a single stroke. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" A piercing scream echoed through the air as a practitioner at the third step of the golden spirit realm was cleaved in two by a single stroke. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Chapter 63. The true strength of the three core disciples. With a splatter of blood and severed limbs raining down, Yang Han wielded the Fire Fong sword, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. His eyes were filled with an inky darkness. The will of the demon consumed his mind, overwhelming him with an insatiable urge for slaughter. The murderous intent surged within him, almost beyond his control, threatening to unleash his innate ferocity, overwhelming him with an insatiable urge for slaughter. The murderous intent surged within him, almost beyond his control, threatening to unleash his innate ferocity. The essence of the demon is the most terrifying. Once one loses their consciousness, they become a monster solely driven by the desire to kill, descending into untold. The cultivation of demonic power is exceptionally swift and formidable. This is why so many so-called righteous individuals conspired to eliminate demon cultivators. Although Yang Han was engulfed by a torrent of demonic intent, not a trace of malevolent energy escaped his being. His mind remained remarkably lucid, and his resolve was as unyielding as granite. Thus, even the demonic influence could not sway him in the slightest. The Fire Fong sword danced gracefully, and his resolve was as unyielding as granite. Thus, even the demonic influence could not sway him in the slightest. The Fire Fong sword danced gracefully, swiftly clearing a vacuous space around him. Within a 10-meter radius, none dared linger any longer. Blood pooled upon the ground, mingled with severed limbs, and out of more than a dozen individuals at the Golden Spirit Realm, he had mercilessly slain 7, leaving only the formidable Yi Zixiao and a few others of Gazing at Yang Han, Yi Zixiao and his companions were paralyzed with trepidation. None dared to make a move. Their confidence had been utterly shattered. Yet, once his swordplay was unleashed, they were introduced to the true essence of terror. As the captain of the first squad. Yet, once his swordplay was unleashed, they were introduced to the true essence of terror. As the captain of the first squad, Yi Zixiao held a pride greater than the rest. In his mind, he was the most exceptional genius among the elite disciples of Linkong Academy. His ambitions were directed towards the three core disciples and Lei Chongyun, the foremost among the enforcement disciples. Now, with his status under threat, he was unwilling to concede. Yet, he harbored his own confidence. "You are formidable, the first to compel me to unleash my full potential," Yi Zixiao declared. He harbored his own confidence. "You are formidable, the first to compel me to unleash my full potential," Yi Zixiao declared, its fearsome head exuding powerful waves of energy. With the body of a serpent and antlers resembling those of a deer, it was unmistakably a dragon. Its fearsome head exuding powerful waves of energy. With the body of a serpent and antlers resembling those of a deer, it was unmistakable. Though not a true member of the dragon clan, it bore traces of draconic blood, emanating a terrifying aura of a formidable beast. The pressure stemming from the earth dragon bloodline, a legacy of the beast king, sent shivers down his spine. With a resounding roar, the earth dragon unleashed its power. The pressure stemming from the earth dragon bloodline, a legacy of the beast king, sent shivers down his spine. With a resounding roar, the earth dragon unleashed its power. The dragon's bared fangs descended upon him, seemingly carrying the weight of death's judgment. Should the earth dragon's bite find its mark, even one in the golden spiritual realm would likely be obliterated. Yet, a frenzied glint sparked in Yang Han's eyes as powerful golden light surged forth from his form. Even one in the golden spiritual realm would likely be obliterated. Yet, a frenzied glint sparked in Yang Han's eyes as powerful golden light surged forth from his form. With a fierce shout, he stood resolute, gazing as the dragon's fangs descended. With a jolt, his body was struck by an overwhelming force, nearly shattering his golden form. Nevertheless, he persevered, as spiritual energy surged within him, swiftly replenishing the strength of his golden body. He suddenly exerted his control over the power of his bloodline once more, and the earth dragon lunged at Yang Han's form again. With a thud, the sound echoed. Yet Yang Han remained steadfast and unmoving. The dragon's sharp fangs merely left a few holes in his clothing, failing to breach even his skin. No. Yet Yang Han remained steadfast and unmoving. The dragon's sharp fangs merely left a few holes in his clothing, failing to breach even his skin. No. Like a towering pillar amidst a tempest, a hint of mockery glimmered in Yang Han's eyes, his footing unwavering. Despite the fierce onslaught of the earth dragon's bloodline. Like a towering pillar amidst a tempest, a hint of mockery glimmered in Yang Han's eyes, his footing unwavering. Despite the fierce onslaught of the earth dragon's bloodline. Nor any innate entry-level powerhouse could breach his defenses. Are you done making a scene? A cold, indifferent voice resonated, and suddenly, nor any innate entry-level powerhouse could breach his defenses. Are you done making a scene? A cold, indifferent voice resonated, and suddenly, an intense killing intent radiated from Yang Han's gaze. Dark energy surged forth, annihilate. A low growl escaped his lips, a sound audible just as he was about to voice his thoughts. A sword light pierced through the body of the earth dragon, which had been conjured by his bloodline power. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a sword light pierced through the body of the earth dragon, which had been conjured by his bloodline power. And in an instant, it plunged into his eyes. With a piercing sound, the sword light obliterated all in its path. In the realm of the 4 steps of the Golden Spirit, despite possessing the bloodline of the earth dragon, he remained no match for Yang Han. In the realm of the 4 steps of the Golden Spirit, despite possessing the bloodline of the earth dragon, he remained no match for Yang Han. As Yang Han vanquished Yi Zixiao, a fierce battle raged in the direction of the back mountains of the Linkong Academy. As Yang Han vanquished Yi Zixiao, a fierce battle raged in the direction of the back mountains of the Linkong Academy. The combatants comprised nearly 8 masters of the innate realm. The trio of Qing Lao, Hua Lao, and Ning Lao faced off against 5 adept warriors, albeit to varying degrees. Qing Lingzi, I never imagined that you, the so-called foremost expert of Linkong Academy, would be reduced to this. Today, my brothers and I shall obliterate Linkong Academy. Let us see if you can thwart our advance. One of the 5 innate realm masters bellowed with a maniacal laugh. Boom. The violent onslaught continued to converge upon Qing Lao, and despite his formidable prowess, he could not withstand the combined might of the 5. The violent onslaught continued to converge upon Qing Lao, and despite his formidable prowess, he could not withstand the combined might of the 5. Their entire focus was fixated on Qing Lingzi. Whoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through Qing Lao's form, causing his complexion to pale as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Old Qing, Hua Lao's expression shifted dramatically as he charged furiously at one of the 5. Die! Causing his complexion to pale as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Old Qing, Hua Lao's expression shifted dramatically as he charged furiously at one of the 5. Die! Behind Hua Changqing stood Ning Buzhou, his face a mask of fury, his murderous intent palpable as he targeted another master of the innate realm, each intent on annihilating the other. Moreover, they are both of the innate realm, their energy vastly superior to that of the Golden Spirit realm. On the battlefield, each intent on annihilating the other. Moreover, they are both of the innate realm, their energy vastly superior to that of the Golden Spirit realm. On the battlefield, Yang Han stood tall, his gaze fixed on Feng Tiankong, a hint of derision gracing his feature. A cold smirk adorned Feng Tiankong's face as he turned to glance at the 3 individuals beside him. You 3, go forth and eliminate him, he commanded. Among them, the leading proud youth was momentarily taken aback, then a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Behind him, a youthful figure and a burly man both wore expressions of amusement. The leading proud youth was momentarily taken aback, then a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Behind him, a youthful figure and a burly man both wore expressions of amusement. Just because others address you as the Grand Elder, do you truly believe yourself to be the sovereign of Linkong Academy? While they may hold you in esteem. Just because others address you as the Grand Elder, do you truly believe yourself to be the sovereign of Linkong Academy? While they may hold you in esteem. my brothers, and I do not share such sentiments. You are not worthy. Seeking death. Feng Tiankong seethed, fury radiating as he swung his hand to strike Wang Xianling. Ignorance. Who conceals his true abilities, undoubtedly possesses powers that surpass the golden spirit realm, far beyond the threshold of innate entry. Who conceals his true abilities, undoubtedly possesses powers that surpass the golden spirit realm, far beyond the threshold of innate entry. He stated coldly, and indeed, an aura of innate minor completion surged from his being. Not only he, but Chu Jifeng also trembled, releasing a powerful innate aura. The youngest among them, Xiao Yu, simply smiled, and his eyes emitted two piercing beams of light, his momentum eclipsing that of both Wen Xianling and Chu Jifeng. The youngest among them, Xiao Yu, simply smiled, and his eyes emitted two piercing beams of light, his momentum eclipsing that of both Wen Xianling. You had better hope your master forgives you. Otherwise, prepare for severe punishment. Wen Xianling said with a faint smile, his gaze filled with disdain. Feng Tiankong. You had better hope your master forgives you. Otherwise, prepare for severe punishment. Wen Xianling said with a faint smile, his gaze filled with disdain. Feng Tiankong. A series of explosive energy sounds erupted from the direction of the back mountain, causing Wen Xianling and his two brothers to furrow their brows. With a swift motion, a series of explosive energy sounds erupted from the direction of the back mountain, causing Wen Xianling and his two brothers to furrow their brows. With a swift motion, Feng Tiankong chuckled madly as he observed their haste towards the back mountain. Not just them, but other elite disciples, including Yi Zixiao, also concealed their true powers. Feng Tiankong chuckled madly as he observed their haste towards the back mountain. Not just them, but other elite disciples, including Yi Zixiao, also concealed their true powers. Their concealment, whether it stems from personal intent or deliberate instruction from others, remains shrouded in mystery. Endless questions churned within Yang Han's mind. Their concealment, whether it stems from personal intent or deliberate instruction from others, remains shrouded in mystery. Endless questions churned within Yang Han's mind. A furious roar suddenly echoed from the high platform. It was Feng Tiankong. At that moment, his face was clouded with darkness, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Waves of primal energy surged forth from his being, creating a tempestuous current in the surrounding space. Yang Han raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, equally filled with a fierce determination. At this juncture, facing Feng Tiankong, he felt no trace of fear. Yang Han raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly, equally filled with a fierce determination. At this juncture, facing Feng Tiankong, he felt it was Feng Tiankong who intervened. That was the first encounter. Then, beyond the Demon Mountain, Feng Tiankong had attacked him for slaying Yu Fei. It was shameless for an elder to target a disciple of the Golden Spirit Realm. Today marked their third confrontation, with Feng Tiankong disregarding all semblance of propriety, seeking to eliminate him. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have already perished. 3 encounters had led to his repeated evolution. Now, once more, he was prepared to slay a disciple of Feng Tiankong. If a disciple had fallen, and the master wished to intervene, then so be it. Let the battle commence. He was prepared to slay a disciple of Feng Tiankong. If a disciple had fallen, and the master wished to intervene, then so be it. Let the battle commence. His eyes fixated on Yang Han like a venomous serpent. The onlookers, including Wen Tingyan and others who had previously suffered at Yang Han's hands, were utterly astounded. His eyes fixated on Yang Han like a venomous serpent. The onlookers, including Wen Tingyan and others who had previously suffered at Yang Han's hands, were an entire 2 minor realms below the elder, and this gap spanned across a significant major realm. Truly, this individual was a madman. Wen Tingyan could not help but exclaim. An entire 2 minor realms below the elder, and this gap spanned across a significant major realm. Truly, this individual was a madman. Wen Tingyan could not help but exclaim. Their previous feelings of envy and hostility towards Yang Han had dissipated, replaced by an unexpected sense of respect. Regardless of whether Yang Han emerged victorious or defeated, their previous feelings of envy and hostility towards Yang Han had dissipated, replaced by an unexpected sense of respect. Regardless of whether Yang Han emerged victorious or defeated. Besides the 3 of them, there was also Bei Manchuan, who appeared somewhat astonished, and Bei Manqing, who exhibited a mix of nervousness and excitement. In terms of relationships, these 5 were among those closest to Yang Han, aside from a few cousins. They had faced life and death together and had unwavering faith in one another. These 5 were among those closest to Yang Han, aside from a few cousins. They had faced life and death together and had unwavering faith in one another. Her gaze fixed on the proud figure, contemplating that if it truly was him, it would not be so bad. Sister is smitten, Fu Yu thought to herself. Observing Su Yu's expression, Yang Han stood tall, unwavering against the formidable aura of Feng Tiankong. In his eyes, layers of ink-like darkness began to materialize. Observing Su Yu's expression, Yang Han stood tall, unwavering against the formidable aura of Feng Tiankong. In his eyes, suffused with a chilling and ominous presence. Boom. In the tempestuous winds, Feng Tiankong wielded his arms. Yang Han's face contorted with mania as he bellowed, channeling the essence of his golden rock body into his arm, delivering a ferocious punch towards the wave of primordial energy. The sound of an explosive collision reverberated through the arena, sending Yang Han reeling backward for over 10 meters until he halted at the edge of the combat platform. The sound of an explosive collision reverberated through the arena, sending Yang Han reeling backward for over 10 meters until he halted at the edge of the combat platform. Yet his golden rock body was even more terrifying. The precious metal, exchanged for 36 great demon soul pills. Yet his golden rock body was even more terrifying. The precious metal, exchanged for 36 great demon soul pills, had entirely been depleted save for a meager amount of millennium-grade dragon-suppressing iron. Furthermore, he had absorbed all the heart-eating iron he had previously acquired. Now, the Grand Elder was merely a shadow of this might. With a smirk gracing his lips, Yang Han's eyes glimmered with a demonic hue. A flicker of black light suddenly appeared upon his brow. Let me demonstrate what it means to be innate. Feng Tiankong roared. A flicker of black light suddenly appeared upon his brow. Let me demonstrate what it means to be innate. Feng Tiankong roared. A sequence of thunderous clashes ensued. Although his body was repeatedly pushed back, he sustained little injury. In contrast, Feng Tiankong's countenance grew increasingly sinister, the malice in his eyes transforming into something palpable. Roar. A sound reminiscent of a beastly roar erupted from Feng Tiankong's mouth, followed by a swift transformation in his gaze. His pupils first constricted, then shifted from black to a deep, oily green. Soon, his entire physique began to morph. 2 horns sprouted from his head. His pupils first constricted, then shifted from black to a deep, oily green. Soon, his entire physique began to morph. 2 horns sprouted from his head. The fusion of bloodlines marked a pinnacle awakening of his innate power, far surpassing the illusory forms typically associated with such abilities. The Blue Moon Mongoose. The fusion of bloodlines marked a pinnacle awakening of his innate power, far surpassing the illusory forms typically associated with such abilities. The Blue Moon Mongoose. A lineage from the ancient era, known to have produced sovereigns at the Nirvana celestial level. With a thunderous roar, Feng Tiankong, now fully transformed, emitted a sound indistinguishable from that of a fearsome creature, an overwhelming aura of ferocity crashing against Yang Han in relentless waves. Emitted a sound indistinguishable from that of a fearsome creature, an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The bloodline form exuded a savagery far more intense than the mere exertion of bloodline power. Observing the hands that had morphed into claws. The bloodline form exuded a savagery far more intense than the mere exertion of bloodline power. Observing the hands that had morphed into claws. The glint of cold steel sent a shiver down his spine. Die! A flash of light surged forth, and Yang Han felt a sharp energy rush towards him. With a grave expression, Yang Han slowly drew his sword, a torrent of sword intent surging from within him. In an ephemeral moment. With a grave expression, Yang Han slowly drew his sword, a torrent of sword intent surging from within him. A dazzling array of sword light illuminated the surroundings. Blood Refinement 9 Swords, Sword 9. The astonishing velocity left the audience in a state of profound astonishment. Huh. I now inhabit the form of the Blue Moon Sable. The astonishing velocity left the audience in a state of profound astonishment. Huh. I now inhabit the form of the Blue Moon Sable. How could you possibly inflict harm upon me? Feng Tiankong erupted in maniacal laughter. He lowered his gaze to observe the 3 ghastly claw marks etched upon his abdomen, a hint of relief gracing his countenance. Upon his chest, a sword wound manifested. He lowered his gaze to observe the 3 ghastly claw marks etched upon his abdomen, a hint of relief gracing his countenance. Upon his chest, a sword wound manifested. The laceration gradually fissured, resulting in a gush of blood and a rapid depletion of vitality. Feng Tiankong, observing the receding figure, Yang Han, who had distanced himself, suddenly staggered, as blood uncontrollably spewed forth from his mouth. After all, he was only at the preliminary stage of the innate realm. Yang Han, who had distanced himself, suddenly staggered, as blood uncontrollably spewed forth from his mouth. After all, he was only at the preliminary stage of the innate realm. For he had emerged victorious. The Fire Fong's sword, possessing unparalleled sharpness and being a Xian Yang grade weapon, was terrifyingly keen. Had Feng Tiankong been aware that he wielded a Xian Yang treasure, he would have undoubtedly refrained from allowing him to approach. Had Feng Tiankong been aware that he wielded a Xian Yang treasure, he would have undoubtedly refrained from allowing him to approach. This battle served as a testament to my talent. Luo Yun, you are next. Yang Han narrowed his eyes, a glint of piercing light emanating from them. Luo Yun, who had once sought his demise, continues to relentlessly target him. In dealing with such individuals, the only recourse is to obliterate them. For only then can one attain a semblance of tranquility. It is time to transcend boundaries. Yang Han sat cross-legged upon the ground, and with a wave of his hand. For only then can one attain a semblance of tranquility. It is time to transcend boundaries. Yang Han sat cross-legged upon the ground, and with a wave of his hand. A precious 1 yuan heart pill materialized in his palm, its potent energy immediately suffusing the entire room. With a deep breath, he ingested the 1 yuan heart pill, and in an instant, the overwhelming medicinal force surged into his being. The violent potency of the elixir coursed through. The transition from the third to the fourth step of the golden spirit realm demands an immense amount of spiritual energy. However, the overwhelming force of that technique would likely deplete the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles. At that point, the overwhelming force of that technique would likely deplete the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles. At that point, his original intention was to utilize the 1 yuan heart pill along with the soul refining jade pill to break through to a higher realm. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to temporarily rely solely on the 1 yuan heart pill for his advancement. The examination concluded with the demise of the esteemed elder Feng Tiankong. From the moment he contravened the rules, the significance of this assessment was irrevocably lost. From the moment he contravened the rules, the significance of this assessment was irrevocably lost, save for the lingering scent of blood. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain, a formidable energy continued to clash. 5 individuals, each at the pinnacle of their innate abilities, found themselves increasingly outmatched against 6 of the Lingkong Academy's foremost experts. Let us retreat, one among them bellowed, recognizing the futility of their situation, and swiftly led the others away. In the realm of innate minor accomplishments, should they persist in their desire to depart, and swiftly led the others away. In the realm of innate minor accomplishments, should they persist in their desire to depart. The 3 elders exchanged glances and collectively made their way towards the rear mountains. After traversing more than 10 miles, a figure suddenly emerged before a small peak. The 3 elders exchanged glances and collectively made their way towards the rear mountains. After traversing more than 10 miles, a figure suddenly emerged before a small peak. Behind this individual lay the entrance to a vast cave. Upon reaching the figure, the 6 bowed in unison, acknowledging their master and their revered teacher. The status of the 3 elders paled in comparison to that of the 3 core disciples. The figure, initially with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, emitting 2 beams of black demonic light that instilled a sense of inexplicable trepidation. With a strikingly handsome visage and a towering stature, clad in black garments that nearly merged with the surrounding darkness, he stood as a silhouette of obscurity, elusive and unfathomable. The young man regarded the 6 before him and commanded, "Rise." The 3 elders and Wen Xuanling's brothers complied, standing respectfully before him, their demeanor one of utmost reverence. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy enveloped them, akin to an invisible breath of death. Should it consume them, their lives would be extinguished in an instant. This young man was formidable, powerful enough that they dared not entertain thoughts of resistance. Moreover, all 6 of them had been meticulously nurtured by him. They would never defy his will. What of the demons? Even in the face of the martial cultivators of the world, they would unhesitatingly embrace death. In their hearts, he represented the most exalted faith. The young man spoke, addressing the elder Qing, and continued, "When that lad emerges, expel him from the mountain gates on the grounds of plotting against an elder." "Master." The 3 elders, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted their heads, their faces etched with shock and confusion. How could Yang Han, so remarkably talented, be cast out? This perplexity lingered in the minds of the three, asking Xianling, their faces etched with shock and confusion. How could Yang Han, so remarkably talented, be cast out? This perplexity lingered in the minds of the three, asking Xianling, instilling a subtle tremor in the six present. Understood, the young man replied with reverence. At that moment, Elder Hua hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Master, previously, Yang Han sought to breach the Nine Death Hall, but he refrained due to the assessment. I believe that once he achieves a breakthrough, he will inevitably venture there. Yang Han sought to breach the Nine Death Hall, but he refrained due to the assessment. I believe that once he achieves a breakthrough, he will inevitably venture there. Within the Nine Death Hall lies a treasure obtained by the master before his demise. He died for it, hoping his successor would gain renown through it. Turning to Elder Hua, he instructed, when he exits the Nine Death Hall, you three shall announce his expulsion. Yes, the three elders nodded in unison. Turning to Elder Hua, he instructed, when he exits the Nine Death Hall, you three shall announce his expulsion. Yes, the three elders. The Crystal Palace was the master's most cherished abode during his lifetime. Should the diminutive Luo clan dare to covet further, I shall personally intervene and obliterate their entire lineage. A formidable aura surged forth, with tenebrous demonic radiance ascending skyward. This demonic cultivator, in contrast to Yang Han, I shall personally intervene and obliterate their entire lineage. A formidable aura surged forth, with tenebrous demonic radiance ascending skyward. This demonic cultivator, in contrast to Yang, was far more formidable. His realm was elusive, seamlessly integrated within the fabric of space, rendering him untraceable. He evidently held the Luo clan in disdain, judging by his tone. To personally intervene and obliterate an entire clan bespoke an extraordinary level of self-assurance. A cataclysmic rumble echoed as boundless energy surged within Yang Han's corporeal. Golden luminescence emanated from his physique, indicative of the energies of the golden spirit realm. The tremors within grew increasingly intense, accompanied by an escalating surge of energy. The Xian Yang Grade elixir possessed an astonishing potency of spiritual essence. A shimmering barrier materialized around Yang Han's form, causing the entire structure to tremble. The boundless energy plunged into the earth, reverberating throughout the premises. Yang Han gradually rose, his countenance adorned with a confident smile, causing the entire structure to tremble. The boundless energy plunged into the earth, reverberating throughout the premise. He could likely withstand any threat from those below the lesser accomplished innate realm, including those within that very realm. It is time to venture to the Nine Deaths Hall. He could likely withstand any threat from those below the lesser accomplished innate realm, including those within that very realm. It is time to venture to the Nine Deaths Hall. Yang Han mused internally, before swiftly departing from the courtyard. The Nine Deaths Hall was the most enigmatic location within the Spirit Void Academy. Have traversed the Nine Deaths Hall. Yet, despite their entrance, they have merely acquired various martial arts secrets, failing to grasp the hall's most formidable treasures. Have traversed the Nine Deaths Hall. Yet, despite their entrance, they have merely... The Nine Deaths Hall is situated behind the Merit Hall of the Lingkong Academy, accessible via a narrow passage that ascends directly to the summit of the mountain where the hall resides. Under the guidance of Elder Hua, a wave of astonishment washed over him. This was a place he had never visited before, and from a distance, he had not perceived the length of the passage at all. The headmaster, possessing formidable strength and adept in illusionary formations, deemed the Nine Deaths Hall of utmost importance to our Lingkong Academy. Hence it was shrouded in secrecy and meticulously guarded. Yang Han cast a glance at the retreating figure of Elder Hua before turning to face the narrow passage. As he stepped onto the pathway, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him, causing his body to bend involuntarily under its weight. This pressure was not solely physical. Even his realm seemed to be affected, subdued to some extent. The notion that such force could suppress one's realm was terrifying. He could not help but gasp in shock, a hint of pallor gracing his complexion. Despite possessing the golden rock body secret technique, which rendered his physique extraordinarily robust, he felt his strength diminished by nearly half. Could this power be a gravity array? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, he raised his foot and ventured further up the passage. After traversing several hundred meters, With numerous questions swirling in his mind, he raised his foot and ventured further up the passage. After traversing several hundred meters, Yang Han suddenly felt his body sink once more, causing him to stumble. It seemed as though an immense pressure had descended upon him, rendering his footing unstable. He murmured to himself. The further he advanced, the stronger the pressure became. This passage stretched for a full 10,000 miles, and by the end, he murmured to himself, the further he advanced, the stronger the pressure became. This passage stretched for a full 10,000 miles, and by the end, it would likely be even more formidable. Chapter 66. Expulsion. After walking another few hundred meters, Yang Han's conjecture proved correct. Approximately every 8,000 meters, the 10,000-meter passage approached its conclusion. Yet at this moment, Yang Han was not standing tall, but rather bending his body, laboriously ascending step by step. 8,000 meters, the 10,000-meter passage approached its conclusion. Yet at this moment, Yang Han was not standing tall, but rather bending his body, laboriously ascending step by step. Each movement felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The terrifying pressure threatened to shatter his very being. With his current physical form and cultivation level, every bone in his body trembled, and each muscle felt the tremendous strain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his expression twisted in agony. Every bone in his body trembled, and each muscle felt the tremendous strain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his expression twisted in agony. Thunderous echoes reverberated around him. As he took another step forward, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him in an instant, causing his entire being to collapse onto the ground. Thunderous echoes reverberated around him. As he took another step forward, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him in an instant, causing his entire being to collapse. His eyes glinted with a haunting intensity, and the demonic mark upon his brow became visible. His gaze was as steadfast as granite. With each deliberate step, he gradually closed the distance of over 1,000 meters. After crawling a few paces to acclimatize to the terrifying pressure, Yang Han rose to his feet. With a resounding thud, he advanced painfully, the expression on his face a portrait of suffering. Suddenly, a final surge of pressure surged forth, causing Yang Han to kneel. Cracks appearing upon his skin. Blood erupted like a spring, pouring forth from a small wound, an unrelenting stream. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, gritting his teeth. He stood up once more, braving the dreadful pressure and lunging forward. At the end of the passage, a bare figure burst forth. His body was marred with wounds. He stood up once more, braving the dreadful pressure and lunging forward. At the end of the passage, a bare figure burst forth. His body was marred with wounds, blood staining his entire physique. In scarcely 3 breaths, nearly 70% of his blood had been forced out by the immense pressure. Had he hesitated even slightly longer, he might have transformed into a desiccated corpse. Such terrifying pressure. Astonished, Yang Han felt a flicker of dread in his eyes. He then seated himself in meditation. The energy nourished the fissures on his body like a refreshing spring, and his wounds healed at a visibly remarkable pace. In the span of merely 10 breaths, the energy nourished the fissures on his body like a refreshing spring, and his wounds healed at a visibly remarkable pace. In the span of merely 10 breaths, it seemed that as long as one was not mortally wounded, recovery could be achieved in an instant. The 9 Deaths Hall. Rising to his feet, he beheld the imposing 3 characters inscribed at the entrance of the hall, and he was immediately enveloped by a profound and majestic aura. He beheld the imposing 3 characters inscribed at the entrance of the hall, and he was immediately enveloped by it. Felt as if the essence of the soul had been infused into the writing of those 3 characters. Yang Han lingered for a moment, unable to suppress the excitement within him, before striding towards the grand door. With a thunderous boom, the heavy door swung open, and he found himself amidst a tempestuous current of air. The force of the wind was akin to a hurricane, nearly lifting him off his feet. After a struggle to steady himself, he looked ahead to behold an immense stone tablet within the space before him. Suspended above it were 3 tokens, inscribed from left to right as follows: 9 deaths, 1 life, 9 lives, 1 death, and 10 deaths, no life. As he focused on the last token, he suddenly felt a surge of potent gray energy enveloping him. With a hum, the token soared towards him, landing delicately in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt a surge of potent gray energy enveloping him. With a hum, the token soared towards him, landing delicately in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a solitary figure standing in the center of the hall. The individual appeared gaunt, with dark skin and devoid of any glimmer of life in his eyes. He seemed almost lifeless. Yet, Yang Han could sense a terrifying energy emanating from this being. The dark aura was incomparably more potent than his own. A demon cultivator. He seemed almost lifeless. Yet, Yang Han could sense a terrifying energy emanating from this being. The dark aura was incomparably more potent than his own. The figure spoke, his voice dry and seemingly inhuman. Endure my strike, and you shall claim the treasures that lie behind me. Stripped of its soul and infused with consciousness. Suddenly, before he could brace himself, the figure lunged towards him, transforming into a streak of black light. Stripped of its soul and infused with consciousness. Suddenly, before he could brace himself, the figure lunged towards him, transforming into a streak of black light. A tremendous force struck him, sending him hurtling backwards. Yang Han's face turned ashen as blood erupted from his mouth, splattering against the rocky wall behind him. With just a single blow, merely one blow, he had sustained severe injuries. In the presence of that figure, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. It was an existence of the Purple Mansion realm. Reflecting on the encounter, he realized that his proximity had led to the assault. Thus, if he maintained his distance, it was an existence of the Purple Mansion realm. Reflecting on the encounter, he realized that his proximity had led to the assault. Thus, if he maintained his distance, would he be spared from further attacks? The confusion within him swiftly transformed into decisive action. He took a few steps forward, gradually approaching the very spot where he had been attacked. The moment his foot touched the ground, a tremendous surge of energy enveloped him. His expression changed abruptly, and Yang Han quickly retreated, executing the art of divine movement to its fullest extent. Throughout this process, he continued. The puppet had become a whetstone for enhancing his cultivation and experience. Time passed, and 2 full months elapsed. After this period, Yang Han rose once more, his eyes radiating with intense confidence. He strode forward, resolute in his determination not to be knocked back again. For at this moment, he had mastered the 3rd level of the terrain within the art of divine movement. With a whoosh, he propelled himself like lightning. He had mastered the 3rd level of the terrain within the art of divine movement. With a whoosh, he propelled himself like lightning. The puppet's formidable energy surged towards him with alarming speed. He was no longer in the 9 Deaths Hall. As he glanced back towards the direction of the 9 Deaths Hall, he beheld a clear sky, devoid of any trace of the past. Feeling an eagerness to unveil what he had obtained, suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, and the figures of the 3 great elders, Elder Qing, Elder Hua. Feeling an eagerness to unveil what he had obtained, suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, and the figures of the 3 great elders, Elder Qing, Elder Hua, and Elder Ning materialized before him. I greet the 3 elders, he said respectfully, bowing deeply. Yang Han, as of today, you are no longer a disciple. The decree of the sect leader is absolute. You have slain the esteemed Elder Feng Tiankong, and thus you are expelled from the academy to uphold the laws. Elder Qing spoke coldly. What? Yang Han's eyes widened in disbelief at the words he heard. Expelled from Linkong Academy? Why must he be cast out? Yet, Elder Qing's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. The sect leader's command was not to be trifled with. Chapter 67. Juai City, Water Clan Depart? Even attempting to take his life, he had merely acted in self-defense when he struck down Feng Tiankong. Could this truly be deemed a crime? Even attempting to take his life, he had merely acted in self-defense when he struck down Feng Tiankong. Could this truly be deemed a crime? He disrespected the principles of our order. Such a person deserved to be punished. Yang Han spoke once more. Yang Han. Elder Qing's countenance remained icy as he replied. He disrespected the principles of our order. Such a person deserved to be punished. Yang Han spoke once more. Yang Han. Elder Qing's countenance remained icy as he replied. Do not overstep your bounds. The academy has deemed you guilty, and thus you are now a condemned individual. Old Hua's face broke into a smile as he interjected. Yang Han, do not heed the mad ramblings of Elder Qing. You are innocent. However, the sect leader has no desire for you to remain here. The sect leader? Yang Han was momentarily taken aback. This title represented the pinnacle of authority within Linkong Academy, a status that even Old Hua and the others treated with. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and declared, if that is the case, I wish to meet the sect leader. With a multitude of questions swirling in it, breaking through the innate realm and entering the Purple Mansion, or perhaps the master will grant you an audience. The voice of the elder remained indifferent. Hearing those 6 words, breaking through the innate realm and entering the Purple Mansion, or perhaps the master will grant you an audience. The voice of the elder remained indifferent. Hearing those 6 words, to break through the innate realm and then enter the Purple Mansion. Yes, master. After receiving the directive, Elder Hua nodded. To break through the innate realm and then enter the Purple Mansion. Yes, master. After receiving the directive, Elder Hua nodded. Yang Han's name was instantly inscribed upon it. This is the passage token for the Celestial Monarch sect in Luoho City. With this token, You may undertake an assessment by the Celestial Monarch Sect. Should you pass, you will become a disciple, receiving focused cultivation. As Elder Hua spoke, you may undertake an assessment by the Celestial Monarch Sect. Should you pass, you will become a disciple, receiving focused cultivation. He placed the medallion into Yang Han's hands. He added, I almost forgot. You must first refine. This item is exclusive to the Celestial Monarch Sect. No one else can replicate it, so guard it well. Yang Han accepted the weighty medallion and placed it within the black cloud ring. He then lifted his gaze. The Yu clan? The Zhao clan? Elder Hua regarded him thoughtfully before leisurely uttering 4 words, then continued, rest assured. The Yu clan is truly insignificant in his eyes. The Yu clan? The Zhao clan? Elder Hua regarded him thoughtfully before leisurely uttering 4 words, then continued, rest assured. His earlier target was Luo Yun. Since the latter has departed, visiting the Yu clan holds no purpose. Farewell, Elder. He gazed up at the imposing 4 characters of Linkong Academy, feeling a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. Currently, Du Yao's cultivation levels still surpassed his by a tier. This fellow had remarkably broken through to the innate realm. Were it not for the master's assistance, he would not have achieved such progress. This fellow had remarkably broken through to the innate realm. Were it not for the master's assistance, he would not have achieved such progress. The innate realm was once a dream beyond his reach. The techniques bestowed by the master were exceptionally powerful, allowing him to fully unleash the potential he had accumulated over time, enabling his sudden breakthrough to the innate realm. Du Yao chuckled. Let us proceed to Luo Ho City. Yang Han smiled at him, swiftly gesturing with his hand to infuse a formation into Du Yao's being. Observing Du Yao's astonishment. Let us proceed to Luo Ho City. Yang Han smiled at him, swiftly gesturing with his hand to infuse a formation into Du Yao's being. Observing Du Yao's astonishment, altering not only his aura but also slightly changing his appearance. The simple illusionary formation left by Yin Wushuang was indeed wondrous. Now, Du Yao was at the level of the first step of the Golden Spirit Realm, with his cultivation concealed by an entire tier. Then, with a stir of demonic energy within him, Yang Han instantly transformed his own aura, similarly concealing his cultivation to the first step of the Golden Spirit Realm. With clear rules established, the two embarked on their journey to Luo Ho City, one leading the way and the other following closely behind. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at a city known as Zhuai. Much like Qingyuan, Zhuai was also a third-tier city, falling under the jurisdiction of Luo Ho. However, compared to Qingyuan, the two of them arrived at a city known as Zhuai. Much like Qingyuan, Zhuai was also a third-tier city, falling under the jurisdiction of Luo Ho. However, compared to Qingyuan, this place appeared to be more vibrant and bustling. After all, Qingyuan was situated near the Demon Mountain Range, deeming it a border territory. Upon seeing Yang Han and Du Yao, the old man hurried over, his face adorned with a warm smile, and said, Gentlemen. Upon seeing Yang Han and Du Yao, the old man hurried over, his face adorned with a warm smile, and said, Gentlemen. We of the Shui family are nobility in Zhuai. On behalf of our family head, I sincerely invite you both to visit our residence. Yang Han was momentarily taken aback by the old man's words, perplexed by the situation. With the old man being at the third step of the Silver Spirit Realm, Yang Han was confident he could perceive even the faintest heartbeat or spiritual fluctuation. Thus, with the old man being at the third step of the Silver Spirit Realm, Yang Han was confident he could perceive even the faintest heartbeat. He trusted that if the elder harbored any ill intentions, he would not be able to conceal them. Indeed, and we are inviting talented young heroes from all walks of life to our estate to participate. Should one emerge victorious against our miss, they will be entitled to inherit half of the Shui family's wealth. The elder's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, and his pleading demeanor was unmistakable. They will be entitled to inherit half of the Shui family's wealth. The elder's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, and his pleading demeanor was unmistakable. The internal strife within the Shui family was chaotic, akin to fire and water, with clan members turning against one another. The faction across the way will undoubtedly not let their own go. My apologies, esteemed elder, but I must confess a lack of interest in this martial competition for marriage. The faction across the way will undoubtedly not let their own go. My apologies, esteemed elder, but I must confess a lack of interest in this martial competition for marriage. The remarkable demeanor and disdain displayed by Yang Han compelled the elder to resolve to retain this young man's attention. In a desperate attempt, the remarkable demeanor and disdain displayed by Yang Han compelled the elder to resolve to retain this young man's attention. In a desperate attempt, already aware that there was more to be said. In addition to gaining favor with our esteemed young lady, my Shui family possesses a piece of exquisite deep-sea Linglong jade, which shall be offered as a gift to you, young sir, the elder hastily declared. Deep-sea Linglong jade. Yang Han's expression shifted dramatically. Such a treasure was no jest. If the Shui family could indeed present this item, he would certainly make the journey. Deep-sea Linglong jade. Yang Han's expression shifted dramatically. Such a treasure was no jest. If the Shui family could indeed present this item, he would certainly, also known as Yin Yang Linglong jade, is 100 times more precious than the great demon soul pill. Also known as Yin Yang Linglong jade, is 100 times more precious than the great demon soul pill. Yet this is merely one of its attributes. Its most significant function lies in the refinement of the physical body, according to the records of the Golden Rock body. Yet this is merely one of its attributes. Its most significant function lies in the refinement of the physical body, according to the records of the Golden Rock body. Should he acquire that 7-foot-long Yin Yang Linglong jade, it would undoubtedly elevate his physical form to the pinnacle of the innate realm. In that case, under such innate conditions, he finds himself without rivals. If that is the case, esteemed elder, please do lead the way. Yang Han replied with a smile. He finds himself without rivals. If that is the case, esteemed elder, please do lead the way. Yang Han replied with a smile. Yet a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he declared, however, I must state my warning up front. Should your Shui family fail to fulfill your promises, the Shui family's current predicament was fraught with peril, and the young man he had summoned appeared to be formidable. The threatening words ignited the elder's ire. Yet he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the Shui family was in a precarious situation. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated such insolence. Please, this way. Yet he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the Shui family was in a precarious situation. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated such. The elder urged as he guided the two towards the end of the street. The Shui family stood as the most with over 10 practitioners in the Golden Spirit realm and 2 who had entered the innate stage. The Shui family was indeed more formidable than any clan in Qingyuan City. With over 10 practitioners in the Golden Spirit realm and 2 who had entered the innate stage, the Shui family was indeed more formidable than any clan in Qingyuan City. Upon entering the Shui residence, the imposing architecture left Yang Han and his companion momentarily in awe. This family, which had been established for nearly 2 centuries, 10 in total, stood before them, each face bearing an expression of cold resolve. Shui Gong, what punishment do you deserve for leaving the Shui family without permission? 10 in total, stood before them, each face bearing an expression of cold resolve. Shui Gong, what punishment do you deserve for leaving? One of the leading guards spoke coldly, then turned his gaze towards Yang Han and his companion. Golden Spirit Realm? Water Tribute, who are they? Miss is holding a martial arts contest for marriage, and these 2 young gentlemen have come for that purpose. Are you really intending to obstruct us? A martial arts contest for marriage? Is there anyone who could possibly surpass young Master Ping Lai? I would advise you to abandon any illusions. A martial arts contest for marriage? Is there anyone who could possibly surpass young Master Peng Lai? I would advise you to abandon any illusions. The miss is destined to be with young Master Peng Lai. At the mention of young Master Peng Lai, a glimmer of respect flickered across the faces of the group. The elder furrowed his brow, his demeanor darkening. If it weren't for young Master Peng Lai, Shui Wuxin would never dare to see. Yang Han cast a glance at Du Yao behind him, then followed the elder's lead with a playful smile. To him, it mattered not against whom he contended. Yang Han cast a glance at Du Yao behind him, then followed the elder's lead with a playful smile. To him, it mattered not against whom he contended. His only aim was the exquisite deep-sea Linglong jade. The guards initially intended to stop the 2, but their leader waved a hand, signaling them to step. He looked at Yang Han and Du Yao as retreating figures and warned, "Gentlemen, some matters are best approached with caution. Do not risk your lives here." The spiritual energy surged powerfully towards the captain of the guards. This was not innate energy, but rather spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged powerfully towards the captain of the guards. This was not innate energy, but rather spirit. Even this mere aura was beyond the capacity of a practitioner at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm to withstand. Remarkable. That individual retreated several steps. Even this mere aura was beyond the capacity of a practitioner at the 4th step of the Silver Spirit Realm to withstand. Remarkable. That individual, a pallor washing over his face. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the energy within him had been suppressed. Quickly report to Elder Wuxin. 2 formidable experts have infiltrated. The captain gestured, and one of his subordinates promptly departed. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you too," the elder said to Yang Han and his companion with a hint of contrition. Yang Han shrugged, then turned his gaze towards a grand edifice ahead. Upon reaching the entrance of the large building, the elder paused and respectfully called out, "Grandfather Gong, please come in quickly." A voice, sultry and beguiling, wafted from within. Upon reaching the entrance of the large building, the elder paused and respectfully called out, "Grandfather Gong, please come in quickly." A voice, sultry and beguiling, laced with a touch of languor and fatigue, evoking a sense of compassion. "Please, follow me." The elder addressed Yang Han and his companion, then opened the heavy door. There were not merely a few individuals present, but nearly 50 practitioners scattered throughout the space. These practitioners were either in small groups or solitary, clearly unfamiliar with one another. Each exuded a formidable aura. Among them, several possessed considerable strength, having reached the third step of the Golden Spirit realm, and some even the fourth step. Each exuded a formidable aura. Among them, several possessed considerable strength, having reached the third step. The arrival of Yang Han and Du Yao immediately prompted a frown from the gathered practitioners, followed by a hint of disdain. These two exhibited modest prowess. The arrival of Yang Han and Du Yao immediately prompted a frown from the gathered practitioners, followed by a hint of disdain. These two exhibited modest prowess, posing no threat to them. Yang Han cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, his gaze eventually resting on the figure seated at the head. In that instant, hinting at a subtle melancholy. Yet, it was precisely this sorrow that stirred a deep instinct to embrace and protect her. This woman, celestial in nature, had descended into the mortal realm, suffering the indignities of earthly existence. Who could bear to see such a woman wronged? A glance at Du Yu revealed his infatuation. A hint of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. However, the perceptive Yang Han discerned that he was not truly enchanted. Rather, a hint of drool lingering at the corner of his mouth. However, the perceptive Yang Han discerned that he was not truly enchanted. Rather, a flicker of disdain shone in his eyes. Clearing his throat, Du Yao met Yang Han's gaze, aware that he had been seen through, and remarked, "These two young masters were just invited by this old servant." The woman, noticing the troubled expression on Shui Gong's face, smiled warmly to offer reassurance. Her smile instantly rendered the very light itself dim. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators were captivated, their eyes fixated upon her in a trance. "Miss." Her smile instantly rendered the very light itself dim. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators were "I have used the deep-sea Linglong Jade to win their favor," the elder spoke. Deep-sea Linglong Jade. A surge of anger welled within Shui Linglong. Shui Gong had presumptuously offered the deep-sea Linglong Jade for exchange, crossing a line she held sacred. However, a surge of anger welled within Shui Linglong. Shui Gong had presumptuously offered the deep-sea Linglong Jade for exchange, crossing a line. Whether they were worth her efforts would soon be revealed. "Miss Shui, it may be a tad premature to make such declarations," Yang Han replied coolly. Whether they were worth her efforts would soon be revealed. "Miss Shui, it may be a tad premature to make such declarations," Yang Han replied coolly. They held no relevance for him. The deep-sea Linglong Jade was a necessity he would procure, and for that elusive treasure. They held no relevance for him. The deep-sea Linglong Jade was a necessity he would procure, and for that elusive treasure. And a third-tier Golden Spirit Realm cultivator lunged at Yang Han, bellowing, "What right do you have to speak to Miss Shui in such a manner? You court death." In his hand, a bloodied arm appeared, which he tossed aside nonchalantly. Yang Han's gaze fell upon the terrified cultivator, now reduced to a mere limb. In his hand, a bloodied arm appeared, which he tossed aside nonchalantly. Yang Han's gaze fell upon the terrified cultivator, now reduced to a mere limb, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Such an imposing figure. His speed is utterly terrifying. I scarcely caught a glimpse. In the end, "Esteemed sir, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness." She then turned to Shui Gong and said, "Grandfather Gong, please escort these two gentlemen to rest." "Esteemed sir, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness." She then turned to Shui Gong and said, "Grandfather Gong, please escort these two gentlemen to rest," gesturing for him to proceed ahead. With a slight smirk, Yang Han cast a glance at Shui Linglong and, with an indifferent tone, stated, "Once they have all been defeated, come find me with the deep-sea Linglong Jade." Having uttered these words, he departed, leaving behind the furious Shui Linglong and the irate cultivators beside her. "Come find me with the deep-sea Linglong Jade." Having uttered these words, he departed, leaving behind the furious Shui Linglong and the irate cultivators beside her. The leader of the guards who previously obstructed Yang Han and his companions stood before a young man, bowing respectfully. The youth, handsome and tall, possessed eyes as sharp as daggers. Upon hearing the report from below, a smirk appeared on his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Golden Spirit Realm? The more there are." Possessed eyes as sharp as daggers. Upon hearing the report from below, a smirk appeared on his lips as he disdainfully remarked, "Golden Spirit Realm? The more there are, the more will perish. Before me, they are mere clay figurines. Lord Palai, the unrivaled in the world, is certainly beyond the comparison of those lowly ants. Despite his silver tongue, to him, this individual is merely a dog at his beck and call. The time has come. Let Shui Wuxin make his entrance. Despite his silver tongue, to him, this individual is merely a dog at his beck and call. The time has come. Let Shui Wuxin make his entrance. Pang Lai casually remarked. Moments later, two elders entered the grand hall, one after the other. The first, frail and aged, exuded an air of arrogance, imbued with a domineering presence. The second, however, wore an expression of tranquility, his steps steady and his aura robust. Both were the pinnacle of prowess within the Shui family, Shui Wuxin and Shui Wuxin. They were esteemed elders of the Shui clan. Among the three brothers of the Shui family, Shui Wubwa stood as the strongest, followed by Shui Wuxing, while Shui Wuxin and Shui Wubwa were the two foremost innate experts. Shui Wubwa had been vanquished by Pang Lai, suffering grievous injuries, rendering him unable to recover for years. Consequently, Shui Wuxin rightfully ascended as the most formidable expert of the Shui family. Master Pang Lai. The two elders approached the young man, shedding their earlier arrogance and, "Shall we commence the martial competition for marriage?" A flicker of excitement glimmered in Pang Lai's eyes as he continued. "Since Shui Linglong is so oblivious to her circumstances, I shall first dismantle her advantages. Let us see how she can refuse me then." According to the plan, the competition was to begin at noon. "Shall we proceed now?" "Master?" Shui Wuxin inquired. With a smile gracing his lips, Pang Lai nodded. "Let us go and witness how Shui Linglong struggles in her desperate plight. No matter how hard she struggles, she cannot escape my grasp. Anything I desire has always been within my reach." The martial arena of the Shui family is currently teeming with spectators. Aside from a few members of the Shui clan, there are also several cultivators invited by Shui Linglong, along with numerous wandering practitioners from Zhuai City. The Gaohu Min, the foremost faction of wandering cultivators in Zhuai City, is led by the formidable Gaohu, along with numerous wandering practitioners from Zhuai City. The Gaohu Min, the foremost faction of wandering cultivators in Zhuai City, is led by the formidable Gaohu, an innate master with over 10 Golden Spirit Realm practitioners under his command, making their influence quite formidable. This is essentially a band of robbers engaged in murder and plunder. However, within the Demon Sect, there exists an innate master alongside dozens of Golden Spirit Realm practitioners. Is essentially a band of robbers engaged in murder and plunder. However, within the Demon Sect, there exists an innate master alongside is coldly surveying the surrounding cultivators with his chilling gaze. Boom. The war drums reverberated, drowning out the cacophony of voices. Subsequently, is coldly surveying the surrounding cultivators with his chilling gaze. Boom. The war drums reverberated, drowning out the cacophony of voices. And then came the other disciples of the Shui clan. With a lineage spanning 200 years, the Shui family has produced numerous skilled practitioners, several of whom have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit Realm, their strength formidable. The group of disciples displayed an air of arrogance, oblivious to the fact that they have now become vassals, mere subordinates to one individual. Standing outside the arena, Ping Lai observed the procession with a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. The foolish Shui clan remains unaware of his true intentions. Peng Lai observed the procession with a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. The foolish Shui clan remains unaware of his true intentions. Though the woman is beautiful, that treasure possesses an allure that surpasses her charm. Esteemed guests, the Water Clan is hosting a martial arts competition to seek a bride. A member of the Water Clan stood at the center of the arena and proclaimed this loudly, prompting a cacophony of voices among the onlookers. Indeed, Shui Linglong's beauty is renowned across the entirety of Zhuai City, captivating even the leader of the Gaohu Min and Wu Xian of the Demon Sect, both of whom gazed upon her with envious eyes. "Do you all aspire to marry Linglong?" At that moment, a figure exuding irresistible grace entered the arena, both of whom gazed upon her with envious eyes. "Do you all aspire to marry Linglong?" At that moment, a figure exuding irresistible grace entered the arena, Even Ping Lai exhibited a look of infatuation. This woman, I must possess, he mused inwardly. The others were equally frenzied, eager to engage in combat at once. They would willingly face death at the hands of their rivals for the chance to win her affection. During the Water Clan's competition, Yang Han did not appear. They would willingly face death at the hands of their rivals for the chance to win her affection. During the Water Clan's competition, Yang Han did not appear. Oh no, young master, with your prowess, a mere servant like me is insufficient. I shall find you a few more. This was the pretext he provided to Yang Han before coming, claiming to assist him in selecting additional demon servants. However, Yang Han did not object. Having more servants was hardly a disadvantage for him. This is an entrance to the innate realm, much like my own, and it is quite acceptable. Having more servants was hardly a disadvantage for him. This is an entrance to the innate realm, much like my own, and it is quite acceptable. Yet his aura is rather chilling. Associating with such a person would be rather disheartening, so he decided otherwise. Upon observing the flamboyant Wu Xian, Du Yao simply shook his head. His gaze then swept over the other cultivators, yet he found few suitable companions among them. His selection was guided solely by his personal preferences. If Yang Han were to discover this, he would undoubtedly express his discontent. I am Li Xiao. His selection was guided solely by his personal preferences. If Yang Han were to discover this, he would undoubtedly express his discontent. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I shall take my turn. In the center of the martial arena, the contest for marriage officially commenced, prompting derisive snickers from the multitude of spectators. How dare they, at the first level of Gold Spirit, step onto the stage? Shortly thereafter, one of them was defeated. Subsequently, more cultivators at the Gold Spirit stage took to the platform, engaging in fierce competition. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 5 individuals had been vanquished. Among them, 2 suffered severe injuries, 1 was killed, and the remaining 2 were left incapacitated. This grim spectacle deterred many eager cultivators from participating. Beneath the night sky, 2 suffered severe injuries, 1 was killed, and the remaining 2 were left incapacitated. This grim spectacle deterred many eager cultivators from participating. Beneath the night sky, towering flames illuminated the perimeter of the martial arena, with crystals embedded all around, casting a brilliant glow. From noon until now, hundreds had taken the stage to battle. The arena bore the scars of bloodshed, with over 30 lives claimed amidst the chaos of the contest. The individual who achieved the finest record secured 7 consecutive victories before ultimately succumbing to an opponent and departing the arena. The others, however, the individual who achieved the finest record secured 7 consecutive victories before ultimately succumbing to an opponent and departing the arena. The others, however, failed to maintain an unbeaten streak for even 3 matches. The tumultuous battle raged on, and after the passage of 2 hours, a remarkable event unfolded. Skilled in the 3rd and 4th steps, ascended to compete. In their presence, many of their peers were instantaneously defeated. Even within the same realm, disparities in strength existed. Skilled in the 3rd and 4th steps, ascended to compete. In their presence, many of their peers were instantaneously defeated. Even within the same realm, disparity filled with tens of thousands of spectators. They displayed no inclination to leave. Rather, they were captivated, eagerly observing this contest of martial prowess. 13 victories, 20 victories, 35 victories, 47 victories. The number of experts continued to swell, stirring waves of excitement among the onlookers. However, at this very moment, Shui Linglong's countenance grew increasingly grim. 47 victories. The number of experts continued to swell, stirring waves of excitement among the onlookers. However, the expression on Shui Gong's face, behind her, also began to pale. She spoke, "It seems I cannot escape this calamity. I believe he is quite extraordinary," Shui Gong whispered in Shui Linglong's ear, recalling an individual. With a slight nod, Shui Linglong silently acquiesced to Shui Gong's suggestion. "I believe he is quite extraordinary," Shui Gong whispered in Shui Linglong's ear, recalling an individual. With a slight nod, Shui Linglong silently acquiesced to Shui. A formidable force surged outward, overwhelming the surroundings. His piercing gaze swept across the area, and the cultivators at the Golden Spirit realm bowed their heads. A formidable force surged outward, overwhelming the surroundings. His piercing gaze swept across the area, and the cultivators at the Golden Spirit realm bowed their heads. With a single strike, he had vanquished masters of the same realm. 7 cultivators, all at the peak of the 4th step, lay at the mercy of his fists. 3 were obliterated, and 4 severely injured. His strength might well rival that of a practitioner at the threshold of innate mastery. With his presence, those lesser cultivators at the peak of the Golden Spirit realm dared not ascend the stage to challenge him. After all, how could the Golden Spirit realm compare to the innate level? A voice, cool and indifferent, pierced the air, followed by a flicker of shadows, revealing another figure on the arena. This individual was none other than Wu Xian, the leader of the Demon Sect. As the chief of outlaws, his prowess was indisputable, revealing another figure on the arena. This individual was none other than Wu Xian, the leader of the Demon Sect. As the chief of outlaws, his prowess was, to him, the pinnacle of the Golden Spirit realm held no distinction from other cultivators of the same level. You may choose your fate. Either I shall descend, or I will cast you down, or you may perish by my hand, Wu Xian stated coldly. A wave of potent innate energy surged forth. A flicker of panic crossed his features as he comprehended the vast difference in strength. However, the onlookers did not make their intentions clear. If he were to retreat now, a grim fate awaited him. Peng Lai chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is not your fault. The innate level is indeed beyond your capacity to withstand. The prowess of this individual is scarcely inferior to my own. Engage in battle, and death is inevitable. Thank you, my master. Luo Zhanqi spoke respectfully before stepping aside. Squinting. The prowess of this individual is scarcely inferior to my own. Engage in battle, and death is inevitable. Thank you, my master. Luo Zhanqi spoke respectfully. Peng Lai cast a faint glance at Wu Xian on the stage, a glimmer of sharp light flickering in his eyes, emanating a murderous intent. At that moment, another figure appeared on the stage. Gao Hu, gazing at Wu Xian, scoffed. Wu Xian, as a mere bandit leader, what gives you the audacity to covet Miss Linglong? Undeterred by Gao Hu's taunts, Gao Hu, I require no instruction on how to conduct myself. As for Miss Linglong, I shall have her without fail. If you are dissatisfied, step forward and let us see who prevails. As you wish. Gao Hu's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of innate energy, a massive blade materialized in his hand. Step forward and let us see who prevails. As you wish. Gao Hu's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of innate energy, a massive blade materialized in his hand, its fierce edge gleaming ominously. With a cold snort, Wu Xian flicked his finger, summoning a streak of black light to his fingertip, exuding a sinister aura. The two stood poised for combat, their formidable energies and murderous intentions clashing fiercely. They were evenly matched, yet palpable tension hung between them. Die! Wu Xian sprang into action, his finger flicking as a bolt of black light shot towards Gao Hu's face with lightning speed. The multitude of blade phantoms shattered Wu Xian's black light and descended upon him like a dark storm. Ding! A solitary finger seemed to wield an unfathomable power. The multitude of blade phantoms shattered Wu Xian's black light and descended upon him like a dark storm. Ding! A solitary finger seemed to wield an unfathomable power, radiating an aura of terror. Wu Xian's weapon was none other than his finger. Each dark ray emanating from it was capable of repelling Gao Hu's blade. The ferocious assaults from both combatants unleashed torrents of primal essence, cascading outward in waves. The spectators, in the span of a brief moment, Gao Hu and Wu Xian exchanged hundreds of fierce blows, each strike ruthless. Yet, a lewd voice pierced the air, and in an instant, a shadowy figure surged onto the battleground. Boom! The moment the apparition materialized, an overwhelming surge of primordial energy erupted. A lewd voice pierced the air, and in an instant, a shadowy figure surged onto the battleground. Boom! The moment the apparition materialized, an overwhelming surge of primordial energy erupted. It charged directly between the two formidable opponents, launching a fierce counterattack against both. Positioned on either side of the sudden intruder, they remained no match for him. With hands shaped like blades, two fiery orbs of crimson light manifested in his palms. The Great Sun Blade Technique. They remained no match for him. With hands shaped like blades, two fiery orbs of crimson light manifested in his palms. The Great Sun Blade Technique, infused with the essence of the blazing sun, imbued his hands with a terrifying heat, exponentially enhancing his offensive power. This technique, imparted to him by Yang Han, was a combat skill of the Golden Spirit realm. However, despite its classification, when unleashed, its might could rival the secret art. With a resounding roar, Du Yao swiftly unleashed a powerful strike with both hands. The explosive sounds reverberated as Wu Xian and Gao Hu were forcefully pushed back to the edge of the arena. Their faces were grim. The explosive sounds reverberated as Wu Xian and Gao Hu were forcefully pushed back to the edge of the arena. Their faces were grim. Their gazes fixed intently upon the young man standing at the center of the stage, whose expression was marked by a lewd glint. This individual was undeniably formidable. Despite their combined efforts and full-force assault, they remained outmatched. In other words, neither of them could withstand even a moment in this person's, her face awash with disbelief. She had encountered many who had reached innate mastery, yet it was her first time witnessing someone conceal their cultivation so adeptly. Du Yao playfully beckoned the two with a finger, and once more, flames of brilliance enveloped his palm. Gao Hu and Wu Xian exchanged a glance. Du Yao playfully beckoned the two with a finger, and once more, flames of brilliance enveloped his palm. Gao Hu and Wu Xian exchanged a glance, then resolutely turned to leave the stage. Recognizing their lack of any chance for victory, they decided it was better to withdraw before they sustained. This was rather disappointing. Having to exit like this, Du Yao thought, I have yet to truly enjoy myself. Du Yao couldn't help but pout, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of disinterest. Young master, I did not anticipate this person's strength, Luo Zhanqi remarked, observing Du Yao on the stage. Since this is the case, it is time for me to make my entrance. Shui Linglong believed she had found an ally, unaware that in my eyes. Since this is the case, it is time for me to make my entrance. Shui Linglong believed she had found an ally, unaware that in my eyes. Radiating an immense innate power, Du Yao abruptly turned his head, and upon perceiving the figure before him, his expression subtly altered. Gradually, a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. You must be Peng Lai, am I correct? With a furrowed brow, Peng Lai inquired, do you know me? Du Yao shook his head dismissively, scoffing, I have no interest in becoming acquainted with you. With such trivial skills, I might as well seek the company of a woman. As the shadow of displeasure crossed Peng Lai's features, Du Yao continued, do not regard me so. Your true adversary is not I. I concede, I am not your equal. As the shadow of displeasure crossed Peng Lai's features, Du Yao continued, do not regard me so. Your true adversary is not I. Our master will come to deal with you. With that, he elegantly waved his hand and began to descend from the arena. Peng Lai's expression shifted once, a mere servant, yet possessing a level of innate mastery and stronger than most of his peers. What then could be the prowess of his master? Since your master has yet to appear, why not indulge in some play? Came a detached voice, followed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. His form transformed into a blur as he charged towards Du Yao, who lingered at the edge of the arena, still yet to depart. Yang Han's expression hardened instantly, a fierce rage erupting from his eyes. The chilling aura he emanated caused the nearby Shui Gong to tremble slightly. Clang! The sword unsheathed. Yang Han's expression hardened instantly, a fierce rage erupting from his eyes. The chilling aura he emanated caused the nearby Shui Gong to tremble slightly. Clang! The sword unsheathed, and in an instant, it shot forth like a brilliant ray of light. Thud! A long sword was embedded in the arena, its faint ember glow halting Peng Lai's advancing. Peng Lai's eyes darted around. Yang Han, wearing a serene smile, ascended the arena step by step. Though not particularly tall or graceful, an intangible aura enveloped his figure. Peng Lai's eyes darted around. Yang Han, wearing a serene smile, ascended the arena step by step. Though not particularly tall or graceful, an intangible aura enveloped his figure, imbuing him with an overwhelming presence. Chapter 71. A casual grasp. Your opponent is me. Standing atop the platform, Yang Han regarded Peng Lai with an infinite sword intent coalescing around him. Peng Lai observed the youth before him, his expression shifting through various emotions. A palpable sense of danger perpetually enveloped him. A mere glance into those profound eyes revealed an underlying sharpness, promising an onslaught of sword intent with the slightest provocation. What a formidable opponent! This youth at the fourth step of the Golden Spirit realm surpassed Luo Zhanqi by an unfathomable margin. Is he from the Luo family? What a formidable opponent! This youth at the fourth step of the Golden Spirit realm surpassed Luo Zhanqi by an unfathomable margin. Is he from the Luo family? Peng Lai was secretly alarmed, casting a glance towards his subordinate, Luo Zhanqi. The latter bore a similarly astonished expression, yet there was no sign of. If you could extend a favor to me, I, as a member of the Qiyuan sect, would certainly remember your kindness. The moment these words left his lips. If you could extend a favor to me, I, as a member of the Qiyuan sect, would certainly remember your kindness. The moment these words left his lips, a palpable shock rippled through everyone present and outside. Shui Linglong and Shui Gong exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of Peng Lai's arrogance. His willingness to bow at this moment indicated that the young man before him exceeded their expectations in strength. Indeed, She understood that Peng Lai's tumultuous actions were also driven by a desire for that very treasure. To protect her family's heirloom, she had orchestrated this uproarious contest for marriage. Yet, it appeared that both adversaries were formidable foes. "Miss, it is I who has brought calamity upon the Shui family," Shui Gong lamented, tears tracing down his weathered cheeks. Shui Linglong's eyes sparkled with determination as she waved her hand and replied, "Grandfather Gong, there is no need for you to blame yourself so harshly. Although this person also seeks the deep-sea Linglong jade, he is far more agreeable than Peng Lai. Peng Lai's intentions extend beyond merely acquiring the jade. He seeks to fracture our Shui family, reducing us to his vassals. However, this individual appears to have a singular focus on the jade itself. Given this, he seeks to fracture our Shui family, reducing us to his vassals. However, this individual appears to have a singular focus on the jade itself. It may attract further misfortune in the future." Shui Linglong's words resonated profoundly. Her numerous endeavors were solely motivated by her family's welfare. Upon hearing this, "It may attract further misfortune in the future." Shui Linglong's words resonated profoundly. Her numerous endeavors were solely motivated. Shui Gong couldn't help but nod in agreement, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. On the other side, Luo Zhanqi was astounded. With a subtle smile, Yang Han paid no heed to the astonished gazes surrounding him. His eyes remained fixed upon Peng Lai, a palpable aura of combativeness coalescing within him. He spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. "I was expelled from my sect for slaying a nascent expert. Now, I am alone, unburdened by any reservations in facing another nascent expert." He spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. "I was expelled from my sect for slaying a nascent expert. Now, I am alone, unburdened by any reservations in facing another nascent expert." How terrifying. He actually managed to slay a nascent expert. What sect does he belong to? Gasps of astonishment echoed around, as members of the Shui family, his formidable aura unmistakably signaling his status as a nascent expert. Previously, he had taken pride in believing his cultivation level was far superior to that of his peers. However, his formidable aura unmistakably signaling his status as a nascent expert. Previously, he had taken pride in believing his cultivation level was far superior to that of his peers. Despite a lower level, instills fear in their opponents. Slaying adversaries of a higher tier is a feat typically achieved by individuals of extraordinary caliber. The combat bloodline. Upon witnessing Peng Lai's assault, the expressions of Shui Linglong and her companions, along with several wandering cultivators, shifted to one of shock. Upon witnessing Peng Lai's assault, the expressions of Shui Linglong and her companions, along with several wandering cultivators, shifted to one of shock. Yang Han sensed a formidable fighting spirit rushing towards him. A faint smile graced his lips as his eyes gradually widened, shimmering with golden light. "You dare to challenge me without a weapon, young one? Are you belittling me?" he thought, preparing to showcase the essence of his battle lineage. Suddenly, a booming roar erupted. "You dare to challenge me without a weapon, young one? Are you belittling me?" he thought, preparing to showcase the essence of his battle lineage. Suddenly, a booming roar erupted, and the air was filled with glimmering blades. The combat knife descended, imbued with an intense will to fight, its edge seemingly infused with indomitable energy. He simply reached out and grasped it lightly. Boom! The sharp force pierced through his body, yet he remained unscathed. The energy crashed onto the arena, creating a fissure. He simply reached out and grasped it lightly. Boom! The sharp force pierced through his body, yet he remained unscathed. The energy yet Yang Han emerged unblemished, even his palm intact. Gripping the edge of the combat knife, he held it effortlessly. However, who was this young man, and from whence did he come? A tumult of astonishment surged within them. Hiss! A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the crowd. Who was this young man, and from whence did he come? A tumult of astonishment surged within them. Hiss! A chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the crowd. Peng Lai felt an uncontrollable surge of fury within, realizing he had been overtly disdained. This individual is excessively arrogant. He must be eliminated. The battle blade descends. Peng Lai felt an uncontrollable surge of fury within, realizing he had been overtly disdained. This individual is excessively arrogant. He must be eliminated. The battle, its sharp intent magnified several-fold. Enveloped within this onslaught, Yang Han's clothing bears fine cuts. Nevertheless, his visage remains adorned with a smile. Its sharp intent magnified severalfold. Enveloped within this onslaught, Yang Han's clothing bears fine cuts. Nevertheless, his visage remains adorned with a smile. His lips pressed together in serene observation of the descending blade. As the weapon nears the apex of his head, he extends his hand once again, exuding calmness, devoid of any palpable energy. Crack! The blade halts mere inches from his brow, as if time and space itself have frozen. It is effortlessly, despite the fact that this latest assault from Peng Lai is significantly more powerful than before, it is dismissed without a second, and a palpable hostility emanates from him as the violent blade intent envelopes Yang Han. Compared to Feng Tiankong, this Peng Lai is somewhat lacking, and a palpable hostility emanates from him as the violent blade intent envelopes Yang Han. Compared to Feng Tiankong, this Peng Lai is somewhat lacking, presumably having only recently broken through to the early stages of innate mastery, his foundation not yet solidified. However, what is paramount is that this individual possesses. Yet, I, with the body of golden rock, am least fearful of such a combat lineage, Yang Han muses. Confronted by the overwhelming blade intent, golden light flickers in his eyes, and in an instant, his form moves. He strides forward with force, reaching out towards Peng Lai's true form. Boom! That intense blade intent could not harm him in the slightest. Intriguing. A smile curled at the corner of Yang Han's mouth as he struck with lightning speed. Nevertheless, Peng Lai's agility exceeded his expectations. This fellow slithered across the arena like a nimble serpent, evading Yang Han's swift attacks with ease. Chapter 72. Ripping apart Peng Lai upon turning around, Peng Lai beheld a hand radiating a golden glow, accompanied by a pair of eyes shimmering with golden brilliance. Then, Chapter 72. Ripping apart Peng Lai upon turning around, Peng Lai beheld a hand radiating a golden glow, accompanied by a pair of eyes. He was confronted with the visage of a smile that instilled dread within him. At the sight of that grin, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. From the very beginning, he felt as though he were merely a plaything, toyed with like a monkey. A distinguished elite disciple of the Qi-Yuan sect, reduced to the status of a mere jester. Should this news circulate, his standing within the Qi-Yuan sect would plummet. Wei Chenglong, eliminate him. Fueled by a profound loathing for that smile, Peng Lai roared, his voice echoing far and wide. Whoosh! A beam of light streaked across the space like a meteor. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered his body to shield Peng Lai with his own form. Buzz! As he darted aside, the menacing aura dissipated. Focusing his gaze, he scanned the towering structure of the Shui family. Atop that edifice stood a man, bearing a massive bow, coldly observing him. The man emanated a terrifying malevolence. He scanned the towering structure of the Shui family. Atop that edifice stood a man, bearing a massive bow, coldly observing him. The man emanated a terrifying. Gazing into those penetrating eyes, Yang Han felt a prickling pain in his own. This individual exuded an undeniable strength, surpassing the realm of innate perfection, and possibly even attaining the pinnacle of innate completion. If he were indeed at the pinnacle, then no matter how formidable my golden rock body may be, let Peng Lai go, and I shall leave your corpse intact. The man regarded Yang Han with a quiet intensity, instilling in him a chilling sense of entrapment, akin to being ensnared in an icy chamber. A bone-deep cold enveloped him, while the omnipresent sharpness continually assailed his flesh and skin. Clearly, akin to being ensnared in an icy chamber. A bone-deep cold enveloped him, while the omnipresent sharpness continually assailed his flesh and skin. Clearly, in the presence of this middle-aged man, his golden rock body was rendered almost ineffective. This person, too, possessed a battle lineage, yet was vastly more. However, under such pressure, Yang Han's heart grew increasingly tranquil. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor, he addressed the man. I might as well have someone accompany me to the grave. Upon hearing Yang Han's words, Peng Lai could not restrain himself from cursing vehemently. He glared fiercely at Wei Chenglong, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you not realize that my life?" And a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was assigned to protect Peng Lai. Yet his true objective was the exquisite deep-sea jade belonging to the Shui family. In his eyes, Peng Lai was merely a pawn, marked by a touch of cunning. The audacity of this young man to insult him ignited a spark of hostility within Wei Chenglong. A chill coursed through Peng Lai's heart as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Wei Chenglong. He hastily explained, "Wei Chenglong, I was overly hasty just now. I implore you, ensure my safety, and my master will surely reward you." Nodding slightly, Wei Chenglong's gaze once again fixed upon Yang Han. Subsequently, wielding a colossal bow, he conjured an arrow from thin air with his left hand. Bending low, he drew the bowstring back, and an immense surge of energy coalesced upon it. He conjured an arrow from thin air with his left hand. Bending low, he drew the bowstring back, and an immense surge of energy coalesced upon it. It appears he will not come to your aid. Do you truly believe I am incapable of ending your life amidst his assault? Terror instantly washed over Peng Lai's face. "Release me," he cried out, as Wei Chenglong's eyes narrowed, the fierce hostility radiating towards Yang Han. Possessing a bloodline of combat, particularly a formidable long-range archery lineage. "Release me," he cried out, as Wei Chenglong's eyes narrowed, the fierce hostility radiating towards Yang Han. Possessing a bloodline of combat, particularly a formidable long-range archery. Relief washed over Peng Lai's expression. Then, with a sudden surge of determination, he attempted to dash forward. "Die!" Wei Chenglong barked coldly, loosening his grip, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor towards Yang Han. Just as he released the projectile, he noticed a sly smile curling at the corner of the youth's lips, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Blood Refinement 9 Swords, Sword 9. A beam of sword light, akin to a blazing flame, surged forth with a terrifying sharpness, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Blood Refinement 9 Swords, Sword 9. A beam of sword light, akin to a blazing flame, surged forth with a terrifying. In the tense moment that preceded this, nearly everyone had overlooked Yang Han's true identity. He was a swordsman, and from the moment he emerged, he wielded his sword. In the tense moment that preceded this, it was only at the very instant before Yang Han made his move that Wei Chenglong suddenly became aware of the longsword strapped to Yang Han's back. If one were ignorant of the sword, what need would there be to bear it upon one's back? A common trait among swordsmen is their affinity for carrying a longsword, eternally connected to the essence of their weapon, for only in this manner can they unleash their most potent attacks. "Boy, do you dare!" Wei Chenglong bellowed, hurriedly coalescing another arrow in his grasp. However, by this time, it was far too late to mount a counterattack. Archers require time to gather their arrows for attack. Hurriedly coalescing another arrow in his grasp. However, by this time, it was far too late to mount a counterattack. Archers require time to gather their arrows for attack. And within that span, Yang Han could accomplish anything. In an instant, blood splattered. Boom. The fiery Yajian met the arrow in a collision. And within that span, Yang Han could accomplish anything. In an instant, blood splattered. Boom. The fiery Yajian met the arrow in a collision. Peng Lai cried out in anguish, feeling as though his entire body was on the brink of shattering from the impact of that piercing energy. Soon, the pain will cease. A voice, reminiscent of a nightmare, echoed through the air, and in an instant, an overwhelming force surged into his body. With a crack, the approaching figure was rent asunder by two golden palms. This terrifying power tore apart a master who had merely attained the initial stages of innate perfection. Yang Han swiftly seized a ring-shaped spatial treasure from the fallen figure, and amidst Wei Chenglong's furious expression, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, retreating into the distance. Yang Han swiftly seized a ring-shaped spatial treasure from the fallen figure, and amidst Wei Chenglong's furious expression, he transformed into a... Trying to escape, Wei Chenglong, filled with rage, promptly pursued the direction Yang Han had fled. None among the onlookers recognized his face. He was likely a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of innate perfection, merely a step away from transcending into the Purple Mansion realm, a level far superior to Yang Han's. With a swift motion, Yang Han darted into a bustling street, weaving through the crowd. He swiftly flickered around several corners, obscuring himself from Wei Chenglong's line of sight. "Flee! I have locked onto your aura. Let us see how you escape," Wei Chenglong said coldly, rapidly entering the throngs of people, following the path Yang Han had taken. "Ahead! I have locked onto your aura. Let us see how you escape," Wei Chenglong said coldly, rapidly entering the throngs of people, following the path Yang Han had taken. Ahead, a figure came into view, prompting Wei Chenglong to hasten his pursuit. "Just locked onto my aura?" Yang Han couldn't help but smile slightly. Just moments ago, was so terrified by the overwhelming presence that he hastily fled towards the end of the long street. Consequently, a trace of his own aura was inadvertently planted upon him. Was so terrified by the overwhelming presence that he hastily fled towards the end of the long street. Consequently, a trace of his own aura was inadvertently planted upon him. In the blink of an eye, demonic energy enveloped his form, altering his essence, rendering him undetectable to Wei Chenglong. As the saying goes, misfortune is often misdirected. The unfortunate practitioner of the fourth step of the Golden Spirit realm remained blissfully unaware that a consummate innate realm expert was in pursuit. The unfortunate practitioner of the fourth step of the Golden Spirit realm remained blissfully unaware that a consummate innate realm expert was in pursuit. He regarded the act of killing with utmost nonchalance. "Second uncle, are you truly intent on harming Linglong?" Shui Linglong remarked with a serene smile, exuding confidence. He regarded the act of killing with utmost nonchalance. Second uncle, are you truly intent on harming Linglong? Shui Linglong remarked with a serene smile, exuding confidence. Seemingly unfazed by Shui Wuxin's growing fury. Shui Wuxin's chest heaved, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, yet the more composed Shui Linglong appeared, the less he dared to act. This woman possessed an insidious depth to her schemes, concealing elements beyond his imagination. That remarkably powerful youth had brazenly slain Peng Lai before Shui Wuxin uttered a final declaration before turning away, accompanied by his entourage. Shui Linglong exhaled softly, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. As she lifted her gaze, she discovered a handsome young man and a rather unsavory-looking youth standing before her. Without waiting for Shui Linglong to speak, the handsome young man gently raised his hand, conjuring a slender beam of golden light within his palm. Shui Linglong's delicate face paled suddenly, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at the striking young man. The aura of this golden light was hauntingly familiar. The terrifying battle power she had just witnessed would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Her expression shifted several times as she gazed at the youth before her, grappling with her thoughts. Yang Han offered a faint smile before speaking, Miss Linglong. Her expression shifted several times as she gazed at the youth before her, grappling with her thoughts. Yang Han offered a faint smile before speaking. Shui Linglong's complexion drained of color as she regarded this individual, who seemed to have pierced through her very thoughts. Her expression grew dim, and she reluctantly acknowledged the truth in Yang Han's words. Perhaps she could attempt to negotiate, but she could not afford to take such a risk for the sake of her family's legacy. Young master, if I were to offer something else in exchange. But she could not afford to take such a risk for the sake of her family's legacy. Young master, if I were to offer something else in exchange, would that be acceptable? Shui Linglong inquired earnestly, lifting her gaze. Yang Han smiled slightly and replied, Do present a treasure equivalent to the deep-sea luminous jade. How could a mere member of the Shui family possibly accomplish such a feat? The mere presence of a single deep-sea luminous jade has already incited chaos. Had there been another treasure involved, the Shui family would likely have been annihilated long ago, rather than existing in the present. A sorrowful expression crossed her face as she spoke, My lord. Rather than existing in the present. A sorrowful expression crossed her face as she spoke, My lord. It is not that I am unwilling to part with the deep-sea luminous jade, but that it is now intertwined with my grandfather's life. I find myself utterly powerless. He had provoked a practitioner of perfect innate archery bloodline, constantly facing the threat of death. Should he fail to acquire this treasure, he would not be able to overcome this internal conflict. He had never shown mercy to others, particularly to those who sought to exploit him. If that is the case, then I shall have to take action. Yang Han spoke coolly, devoid of any sentimentality. In his heart, strength eclipsed all else. No, please no. Shui Linglong cried out in desperation, then continued, My lord, I implore you. If you grant me the time until my grandfather awakens, I shall immediately present the deep-sea luminous jade. If you can wait just a little longer, I am willing to comply with any of your demands. Her sorrowful tone, I shall immediately present the deep-sea luminous jade. If you can wait just a little longer, I am willing to comply with any of your demands. Her sorrowful tone. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Yang Han's eyes, and he replied, I demand to see the deep-sea luminous jade now. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to decide, or the Shui family will face annihilation. Choose wisely. Young master, perhaps we should first pay a visit to her grandfather? At that moment, Du Yao spoke from behind Yang Han. After uttering those words, he immediately fell silent. Perhaps we should first pay a visit to her grandfather? At that moment, Du Yao spoke from behind Yang Han. After uttering those words, he immediately cautiously observing Yang Han. In that instant, Yang Han appeared unfamiliar to him, as if he had truly succumbed to the allure of darkness, on the verge of transforming into a savage entity, driven solely by the lust for bloodshed. What has come over me? Yang Han suddenly awakened to the realization, a tremor coursing through his mind as the previous notion he held was instantly shattered. Is this the essence of demonic nature? A solemnity emerged within him. Even celestial beings would find it challenging to offer salvation. Throughout history, numerous dark cultivators have emerged, along with many formidable figures. Yet, it is precisely because some of these practitioners cannot rein in their demonic impulses that they ultimately devolve into ruthless fiends. It is precisely because some of these practitioners cannot rein in their demonic impulses that they ultimately devolve into ruthless fiends. I must contemplate ways to restrain this demonic nature. With a heavy sigh, Yang Han turned his gaze toward Shui Linglong and spoke with a calm demeanor. I must contemplate ways to restrain this demonic nature. With a heavy sigh, Yang Han turned his gaze toward, rose with a quivering breath and guided Yang Han and Du Yao into his secret chamber within the Shui family estate. With a resounding crash, the door to the chamber swung open, releasing a surge of pure energy that burst forth. A potent balance of energy enveloped them, instilling a sense of tranquility. As Yang Han stepped inside, he immediately noticed a floating black and white stone at the center of the chamber. The source of that harmonious energy emanated from it. Indeed, as Yang Han stepped inside, he immediately noticed a floating black and white stone at the center of the chamber. It is the exquisite deep-sea Linglong jade, a remarkable embodiment of yin and yang. He could not contain his delight as he gazed upon the 7-foot-long black and white stone, exclaiming, "With this treasure, my golden rock body shall undoubtedly—" Just then, he felt a chaotic consciousness in his mind begin to recede, replaced by a newfound clarity. This was the essence of that. It became evident that the yin-yang Linglong jade possessed the capability to suppress demonic tendencies and uphold one's true nature. No wonder it was regarded as a treasure of the highest order. Yang Han's heart swelled with further astonishment. As his gaze shifted, and he immediately sensed the powerful energy fluctuations surrounding the old man. However, these fluctuations were restrained by the yin-yang Linglong jade, preventing an explosive release. Should the jade be removed, the old man would likely succumb to the overwhelming energy, shattering into fragments. The outside world speculated that his grandfather had sustained severe injuries. But in truth, the situation was far more dire. Before falling into slumber, his grandfather had confided that he could hardly contain the primal energy within him. But in truth, the situation was far more dire. Before falling into slumber, his grandfather had confided that he could hardly contain the primal energy within him. Without the assistance of a master, he would forever remain ensnared within the jade's energy embrace. Shui Linglong spoke with a hint of sorrow, casting a solemn glance at Shui Linglong and Du Yao. "Young master." Du Yao chuckled at Yang Han before also turning to depart. As a servant. As Du Yao had surmised, the 10,000 Realms demonic energy technique activated instantaneously. A swirling vortex materialized as he placed his hand upon the elder's arm. As Du Yao had surmised, the 10,000 Realms demonic energy technique activated instantaneously. A swirling vortex materialized as he placed his hand upon the elder's arm, restoring tranquility to the secret chamber. Such formidable energy indeed required considerable effort to contend with this elder. Yet, in the end, fortune smiled upon me. This energy has elevated me to the pinnacle of the golden spirit realm. With sufficient energy, I can step into the innate realm at any moment. Yang Han remarked with an involuntary smile. He then called out, "It is ready. You may all enter." The door swung open, and Shui Linglong rushed in. Yang Han remarked with an involuntary smile. He then called out, "It is ready. You may all enter." The door swung open, and Shui Linglong rushed in, her expression transforming into one of profound astonishment. Her grandfather's aura was tranquil, and the energy coursing through his meridians was remarkably stable, indeed, even more potent than before. Her expression transforming into one of profound astonishment. Her grandfather's aura was tranquil, and the energy coursing through his meridians was remarkable. "I keep my promises, so the yin-yang Linglong jade is now mine," Yang Han remarked coolly, reaching out toward the jade with a casual wave of his hand. "Die." A ferocious roar erupted as the elder, who had been lying still, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A surge of overwhelming energy surged forth, directed at Yang Han, swiftly positioning himself protectively beside Yang Han. "Grandfather, stop." Shui Linglong rushed forward to shield the elder, saying, "Grandfather, it was this young master who saved you." Swiftly positioning himself protectively beside Yang Han. "Grandfather, stop." Shui Linglong rushed forward to shield the elder, saying, "Grandfather, it was this young," his eyes glinting with avarice. In truth, when Yang Han intervened, the elder was fully conscious. He was well aware of the formidable demonic cultivation technique. At that moment, insatiable greed surged within him. He then feigned unconsciousness, lying in wait to deliver a devastating blow. One must concede, he was quite successful. Yang Han, caught unprepared, suffered a grievous injury. Cough, cough. Yang Han raised his head to meet the elder's gaze, immediately discerning the greed lurking in his eyes. He smirked. "What you wish to protect is likely not the yin-yang Linglong jade, but my cultivation technique. Am I correct?" "Humph." Shui Wu was sneered. "Hand over that item." He smirked. What you wish to protect is likely not the Yin-Yang Linglong Jade, but my cultivation technique. Am I correct? Humph. Shui Wub was sneered. The initial stage of innate mastery was indeed formidable. However, even in his severely wounded state, he was not someone that a mere initial stage could easily manipulate. I saved your life, yet you repay kindness with malice. Is that not somewhat shameless? He retorted. Humph. If strength is attainable, what need do I have for reputation? Moreover, should I eliminate you here, no one would know I acquired that technique. Eliminate us? Are you even willing to kill your own granddaughter? Shui Wubo mocked, saying, only the dead can keep secrets. I am not the one who took her life. It was you who murdered her, do you comprehend? Yang Han's brow furrowed, and at that moment, the elder before him had incited his ire completely. For the sake of a forbidden technique, setting aside the betrayal of kindness, he would even go so far as to eliminate his own granddaughter to preserve his secrets. This man had already succumbed to darkness without needing to cultivate the devilish arts. Should he undertake such a path? This man had already succumbed to darkness without needing to cultivate the devilish arts. Should he undertake such a path? Her body swaying as if she could barely maintain her footing. Her body swaying as if she could barely maintain her footing. But he also sought to extinguish his own kin. Her grandfather, at this moment, felt utterly alien. Huh. Shui Wubo chuckled softly before P with a resolute step forward. But he also sought to extinguish his own kin. Her grandfather, at this moment, felt utterly alien. Huh. Shui Wubo chuckled softly before P with a resolute. Shui Wubo unleashed an overwhelming force directed at Du Yao. Haha. Shui Wubo's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Du Yao. Simultaneously, a colossal serpent materialized behind him, revealing his bloodline power as a massive water python. Shui Wubo's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Du Yao. Simultaneously, a colossal serpent materialized behind him, revealing his bloodline breakthrough. A dark wolf emerged behind Du Yao, embodying his own bloodline power, the three-eyed black wolf, filling the chamber with its ferocious aura. A formidable figure among the entry-level practitioners was grievously injured before the might of a perfected innate master. The disparity in their realms was starkly evident. Cough, cough. Master, no. A formidable figure among the entry-level practitioners was grievously injured before the might of a perfected innate master. The disparity in their realms was starkly evident. Cough. My lord, I cannot assist you any longer, Du Yao uttered weakly, a sense of sorrow welling within him. Death seemed to loom ever closer. He swiftly activated his golden rock body. Despite the severe internal injuries, it did not hinder the manifestation of his golden form. At that moment, he swiftly activated his golden rock body. Despite the severe internal injuries, it did not hinder the manifestation of his golden form, and a murderous intent erupted wildly from his eyes. Shui Wubo's expression changed as he sensed the formidable strength emanating from Yang Han. That terrifying aura of power enveloped him, and a murderous intent erupted wildly from his eyes. Shui Wubo's expression changed as he sensed the formidable strength emanating from Yang Han. That terrifying, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Death. The colossal water python lunged toward Yang Han, its sharp fangs closing in on him in an instant. With a swift motion, allow me to demonstrate its might. Bloodline giant, manifest. With a thunderous roar, a towering giant, 10 zhang in height, materialized behind him, accompanied by a pervasive gray demonic flame. Yang Han coldly regarded the trembling Shui Wubo and directly unleashed an attack with a wave of his hand. The enormous palm seized the water python. Yang Han coldly regarded the trembling Shui Wubo and directly unleashed an attack with a wave of his hand. The enormous palm, and despite its desperate struggles, it could not escape the grip of that hand. Then, with a thought, Yang Han yanked forcefully. In that moment of desperation, he swiftly darted toward the door of the secret chamber. Fear gripped him. This demonic cultivator was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Engaging further could very well lead to his annihilation. Thus, he contemplated escape. Death. The demonic giant took a step forward, directly obstructing his path. Then, the immense palm descended, capturing Shui Wubo's form. Roar. With a furious roar, Yang Han hurled the despicable wretch into the infernal flames within the colossal body of the demon clan. And the terrifying flames instantaneously ignited him. Ah, no, please, spare me. Linglong, I was wrong. Quickly plead for me. I beg you, save me. The agonized screams echoed relentlessly. Yet Shui Linglong remained unmoved. Yang Han sneered. For now, no one could rescue him. Once the demonic flames were unleashed, They would not only obliterate his corporeal form, but also utterly annihilate his soul. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Shui Linglong stared blankly at the towering giant, deaf to the cries surrounding her. In her mind, she was preoccupied with how to confront Yang Han, the demon cultivator, a most fearsome being. If this were to be revealed, Yang Han would face unending pursuit. Consequently, how would he treat her to safeguard his secret? A most fearsome being. If this were to be revealed, Yang Han would face unending pursuit. Consequently, how would he treat her to safeguard his secret? He cast a demonic curse. After completely erasing Shui Wubua, Yang Han unleashed a beam of black light that flew before Shui. Shui Linglong offered no resistance, but rather accepted his demonic curse willingly. Master, Linglong is a sinner. Thankfully, you can accept me, granting me a chance to live. She expressed with profound gratitude. Shui Linglong spoke reverently, then knelt before Yang Han. With a deep sigh, Yang Han instructed, rise. From now on. She expressed with profound gratitude. Shui Linglong spoke reverently, then knelt before Yang Han. With a deep sigh, Yang Han instructed, who had managed to regain some strength in a short span of time. Linglong, arrange a place for Du Yao to recuperate, Yang Han instructed. Upon hearing his words, Shui Linglong nodded gently and proceeded to escort the severely injured Du Yao away. Once the two had departed, Yang Han let out a sigh of relief. But his expression quickly paled, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having been severely wounded by Shui Wubua's attack, he had forcefully utilized the power of his golden rock body and bloodline, making it a wonder he had not succumbed to exhaustion. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, a black box appeared in the palm of his hand. Within the Nine Deaths Hall, he paid little heed to his injuries. With a flick of his wrist, a black box appeared in the palm of his hand. Within the Nine Deaths Hall, he recalled that during his time in the Nine Deaths Hall, when he had lost over 70% of his blood and was covered in wounds, he had managed to heal in a remarkably short time. This life essence was truly enigmatic. In addition to the life essence, he had obtained two other astonishing treasures. One was the gravity celestial illusion, a formidable array of gold and stone that, when activated, unleashed boundless gravity. When utilized to its fullest extent, it could exert a gravitational force 3,000 times greater, capable of crushing even a Purple Mansion realm expert to death. The third treasure, however, it could exert a gravitational force 3,000 times greater, capable of crushing even a Purple Mansion realm expert to death. Was the true gem, the key to the Eternal Night Demon Palace. According to the indications provided by this key, there were a total of, once all 7 keys were gathered, they would unlock the Eternal Night Demon Palace, granting access to supreme legacies. The Eternal Night Demon Palace was the residence of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The Emperor, transcending the existence of celestial sovereign, capable of annihilating the stars at will. The power of the Emperor is beyond human comprehension. Although he currently holds but a single key, the Eternal Night Demon Palace is anything but ordinary. He is compelled to seek the remaining keys and explore the Palace of Demons. Under the infusion of life, he mused, the utilization of this life essence has diminished its potency, and it will inevitably be depleted. However, during this process, I shall continuously grow stronger. Only by becoming more formidable can I trample my foes. With a subtle motion of his hand, a black and white jade appeared before him, the exquisite Yin-Yang Linglong jade. Only by becoming more formidable can I trample my foes. With a subtle motion of his hand, a black and white jade, then no practitioner beneath that level would pose a threat to him. Even the formidable archer of bloodline ancestry from that day would find himself overpowered, perhaps even vanquished. Then no practitioner beneath that level would pose a threat to him. Even the formidable archer of bloodline ancestry from that day would find himself overpowered, perhaps even vanquished. Yang Han prudently set aside a fragment to place within the black cloud ring. This artifact could repel demonic essence and would prove invaluable when necessary. Yang Han prudently set aside a fragment to place within the black cloud ring. This artifact could repel demonic essence and would prove invaluable when necessary. Chapter 75. Peering in golden light flickered, while streams of black and white light continuously flowed into Yang Han's body. As the Yin-Yang Linglong jade was Yang Han immediately felt his strength surging, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Soon, the fortitude of his physique reached a pivotal threshold. In an instant, mere steps away from achieving perfection. With the essence of the Yin-Yang Linglong jade still abundant, he realized he could grow even stronger. Yang Han silently vowed as he continued to devour the essence burning within the demonic flames. Refinement. Yang Han silently vowed as he continued to devour the essence burning within the demonic flames. Refinement. Even the most exquisite spirit-grade weapon would leave no trace upon his form. Of course, this was contingent upon the realm of the adversary. A truly formidable master would require no weapon to pulverize his flesh into dust. Boom. A resounding roar erupted from within him, followed by a tumultuous surge of vital energy that coursed through his body, ultimately being fully absorbed by Yang Han. With a hum, golden light flickered, followed by a tumultuous surge of vital energy that coursed through his body, ultimately being fully absorbed by Yang Han. With a hum, the innate golden body, who would have thought that at merely the level of the golden spirit realm, he could cultivate the innate golden body typically reserved for those who achieved innate perfection? Indeed, his golden body surpassed even that of innate completeness. Yang Han opened his eyes. He could cultivate the innate golden body typically reserved for those who achieved innate perfection? Indeed, his golden body surpassed even that of innate completeness. His face alight with excitement, gazing at the remnants of the Yin-Yang Linglong jade dancing within the demonic flames on his palm. This object is indeed a treasure. If I could procure more, perhaps its essence could be elevated to a terrifying degree. My physical form has reached perfection in the innate realm, and what I lack is no longer strength. Rather, it is my swordsmanship that is deficient. Shaking off these thoughts, he waved his hand, and a multitude of spirit crystal stones appeared on the ground, all of the highest quality, remarkably pure. In addition to these, there was an abundance of cultivation elixirs. These potions were all of a spiritual grade or higher, infused with potent energy. Light origin pills, true chi pills. There was an abundance of cultivation elixirs. These potions were all of a spiritual grade or higher, infused with potent energy. Light origin pills, true chi pills. Yang Han could not help but exclaim. He then emptied all the elixirs he possessed onto the ground. Previously, Yang Han could not help but exclaim. He then emptied all the elixirs he possessed onto the ground. Previously, he had exchanged for 5 10,000 yuan heart pills from the pill chamber, having consumed one in his pursuit of the 4th step in the golden spirit realm, leaving him with 4. Additionally, he had 2 crimson sundragon pills, coupled with the 10,000. Yang Han smiled faintly as the 10,000 worlds demonic chi technique activated, voraciously devouring the potency of the elixirs scattered on the ground. Indeed, it was a process of absorption, not mere consumption. With the overwhelming power of the 10,000 worlds demonic chi technique, it was a process of absorption, not mere consumption. With the overwhelming power of the 10,000 worlds demonic chi technique, rendering him undetectable while he practices the 10,000 worlds demonic chi technique. Thus, he can cultivate without any reservations. Boom, boom. The energy from the medicinal forces surged within him like an ocean, a ferocious energy that, if coursing through an ordinary practitioner of the golden spirit realm, would likely cause them to explode instantaneously. Yet, Yang Han was different. Possessing the body of golden rock, his physical form rivaled that of a perfected innate being, would likely cause them to explode instantaneously. Yet, Yang Han was different. Possessing the body of golden rock, his physical form rivaled that of a perfected innate being. Both awaiting silently. Shui Linglong, must you always wear such an expression? It dampens my spirits, Dio remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the stunning beauty beside him. Although she was undeniably exquisite, her face had lost its previous vibrancy, now shrouded in an aura of indifference. It seemed as if vitality had abandoned that visage. Indeed, from the moment her grandfather launched a surprise attack on Yang Han, Shui Linglong had succumbed to despair. Though she still existed, she had become Yang Han's demonic servant, her sole desire now to serve her master. Sigh. Master, you truly lack compassion for the delicate, Du Yao murmured under his breath. Just as his words trailed off, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Shui Linglong. Despite her mere second-step status in the golden spirit realm, this killing intent struck Du Yao's heart profoundly. He turned to gaze at Shui Linglong, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he could not help but inquire, "What madness has taken hold of you?" He turned to gaze at Shui Linglong, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he could not help but inquire, "What madness has taken hold of you?" Shui Linglong coldly declared, "Du Yao, should you dare utter another disrespectful word about our master, I will take your life, even if I cannot kill you." Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within the secret chamber, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Both Du Yao and Shui Linglong felt a jolt of alarm. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within the secret chamber, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Both Du Yao and Shui Linglong felt a jolt of alarm. A slender figure emerged from the chaos, exuding an aura of unparalleled purity. "My lord, you have finally attained the innate stage. Congratulations," Du Yao exclaimed, approaching with a lewd grin plastered across his face. Despite any semblance of sincerity, his smile remained decidedly unsavory. "Congratulations, my lord, on reaching the innate stage," Shui Linglong added, bowing her head in acknowledgement. Yang Han nodded with a smile, reveling in his newfound strength. Even without superior swordsmanship, he felt invincible in his innate form. Bowing her head in acknowledgement, Yang Han nodded with a smile, reveling in his newfound strength. Even without superior swordsmanship, he felt invincible in his... Casting a glance at Du Yao, he shifted his focus to Shui Linglong, noting the aura of despair that surrounded her, prompting a quiet sigh from within. "I shall not impose upon you. You may choose to remain with the Shui family. I will not hinder your pursuits," he stated. "Shui Ling, devoted to following you in this life." Yang Han shook his head, feeling powerless in the face of a woman whose spirit had long since withered. Shui Wubo was dead. "Devoted to following you in this life." Yang Han shook his head, feeling powerless in the face of a woman whose spirit had long since withered. Yet he understood that such redemption could only be achieved through gradual effort. "Here are several combat techniques and cultivation methods. Please take a good look at them," he said, casually tossing a fundamental tome. These skills and methods had been meticulously extracted from the treasures of the Penglai realm. Despite their exceptional quality, none truly satisfied him. It would be more beneficial to bestow them upon Du Yao and Shui Linglong, allowing them to enhance their cultivation. "Thank you, young master," Du Yao chuckled. It would be more beneficial to bestow them upon Du Yao and Shui Linglong, allowing them to enhance their cultivation. "Thank you, young master," Du Yao chuckled. One handsome and the other somewhat unsavory, accompanied by a woman of extraordinary beauty. Yang Han, along with Du Yu and Shui Linglong, traversed the path with great urgency. However, one handsome and the other somewhat unsavory, accompanied by a woman of extraordinary beauty. Yang Han, along with Du Yao and Shui Linglong, traversed the path. His still nascent skills prevented him from discerning the source of the energy. Yet, the instinct of a cultivator warned him that this presence was perilously dangerous. His still nascent skills prevented him from discerning the source of the energy. Yet, the instinct of a cultivator warned him that this presence was perilously dangerous. An inexplicable anxiety gnawed at Yang Han. Despite the absence of the gaze, he could not shake the sensation of being ensnared in a greater scheme. Those who cultivate their essence often possess a premonition regarding their own destinies, a profound insight gleaned from their communion with nature, and Yang Han is no exception. Those who cultivate their essence often possess a premonition regarding their own destinies, a profound insight gleaned from their communion with nature. A cold smile crept upon Yang Han's lips as he swiftly executed several hand seals, altering his visage subtly. He also modified the appearances of Du Yu and Shui Linglong. A cold smile crept upon Yang Han's lips as he swiftly executed several hand seals, altering his visage subtly. He also modified the appearances of Du Yao and nearly twice the size of Zhuai City. As the trio blended into the throngs of people, their transformed appearances rendered them nearly undetectable, even to the most adept cultivators. It was rumored that Huiling City housed an auction venue for the Danchi Pavilion, which piqued Yang Han's curiosity. A thought flickered in his mind about the corpse of the Purple Serpent King he had stored within the Heiyun Ring. After casually inquiring, Yang Han soon located the branch of the Danchi Pavilion in Huiling City. Before him stood a grandiose edifice, and he could not help but marvel at its magnificence. Yang Han soon located the branch of the Danchi Pavilion in Huiling City. Before him stood a grandiose edifice, and he could not help but marvel at its magnificence. His gaze sharpened as he recognized a familiar face. A surge of recognition compelled him to approach the elderly man behind the counter. "Esteemed elder, I possess some remarkable items. I wonder if your Danchi Pavilion would be interested in acquiring them?" he inquired, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Seek another. Do not disturb the old man's slumber." The elder replied dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at Yang Han, his impatience palpable. However, upon revealing a plaque, Yang Han's expression swiftly transformed. "If memory serves," the elder replied dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at Yang Han, his impatience palpable. However, upon revealing a plaque, Yang Han's expression swiftly transformed. "What treasures have you acquired this time?" The elder was Su Hao, the head of the Danqi Hall in Qingyuan City, who now oversaw the branch in Huiling City. Chapter 76. The stirring of the corpse of the Purple Mansion demon immortal reuniting with an old acquaintance brought Yang Han a measure of joy. Su Hao was a man of commendable character, a fact Yang Han had discerned during his previous encounters in Qingyuan City. Following Su Hao into the spacious back hall, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous gazes. Some individuals donned attire of the Danqi Hall, while others were clearly wandering cultivators. These individuals exhibited respect towards Su Hao. He immediately attracted the attention of numerous gazes. Some individuals donned attire of the Danqi Hall, while others were clearly wandering cultivators. These individuals exhibited respect. The leakage of such treasures was deemed the gravest taboo. While no mishaps were expected within the confines of the Danqi Hall, the leakage of such treasures was deemed the gravest taboo. While no mishaps were expected within the confines of the Danqi Hall, Su Hao's expression darkened as he admonished, "Attend to your own affairs. This individual is a distinguished guest of the Danqi Hall. Cease your growling in his presence." Upon hearing Su Hao's reprimand, the expressions of the onlookers shifted instantly. A guest of the Danqi Hall held a status far superior to theirs. Indeed, for some elite guests. Upon hearing Su Hao's reprimand, the expressions of the onlookers shifted instantly. A guest of the Danqi Hall held a status far superior to theirs. Indeed, for some elite guests, the Danqi Hall would even dispatch experts for protection. "Come this way, young man," he beckoned. After leaving a single sentence behind, Su Hao led Yang Han into another hall. "Senior Su Hao, this place is rather too cramped for me to produce such an item. Would it not be prudent to find a different location?" Su Hao expressed a note of surprise, then replied, "Follow me." They transitioned to a more expansive hall, measuring 100 meters in length and width. Su Hao expressed a note of surprise, then replied, "Follow me." They transitioned to a more expansive hall, measuring 100 meters in length and width. Not even I could discern it. Yang Han offered a faint smile. Times had changed. He could now sense Su Hao's aura. His cultivation was evidently at the perfected innate realm. However, apart from those above the Purple Mansion realm, Yang Han felt little astonishment anymore. With a subtle motion of his hand, he executed a series of seals, and his face quietly reverted to its original form. A phantasmic array? How exquisitely intricate. Su Hao's face displayed a hint of astonishment as he spoke. "Young man, if you can exchange goods using this array, I promise to grant you 3,000 gene of Millennium-grade Dragon Emperor iron and 500 gene of Fire Moon Cold iron. Moreover, I assure you that this array will not be disclosed outside of my pill and artifact hall." In response to Su Hao's proposition, Yang Han smiled and shook his head. "I apologize, senior, but this phantasmic array cannot possibly be shared. It is a command from my master, which I cannot contravene." A look of disappointment etched itself upon Su Hao's face, followed by a resigned smile. Yang Han's actions were not intended to be disrespectful. Indeed, it is rare for anyone to divulge their unique techniques. "Esteemed elder, let us discuss matters of importance," Yang Han declared, abruptly gesturing. It is rare for anyone to divulge their unique techniques. "Esteemed elder, let us discuss matters of importance," Yang Han declared, abruptly gesturing, causing a colossal corpse to materialize within the hall. The body, measuring dozens of meters in length, crowned with a violet floral diadem and transformed the space into one of palpable congestion. The aura of the demon immortal would nonetheless recognize that before the Purple Serpent King, he was but a trifling entity. The demon immortal from the Purple Mansion could extinguish him with a mere flick of its wrist. Shaking his head, Yang Han replied, "I too wish it were possible." Su Hao quickly released a strand of spiritual perception, confirming that the Purple Serpent King had indeed perished due to soul annihilation. He found Yang Han's words credible. Su Hao quickly released a strand of spiritual perception, confirming that the Purple Serpent King had indeed perished due to soul annihilation. He found Yang Han steeling himself. Su Hao inquired, "What are your plans for the Purple Serpent King? There is an auction in 3 days. Will it be sold there? Or shall I make an offer to purchase it here?" Yang Han pondered briefly before asking, "Elder, what procedures are required for the auction?" Su Hao replied, "No formalities are necessary. However, a 10% fee will be deducted afterward. The Pill and Artifact Hall holds the highest credibility in the commercial sphere. No formalities are necessary. However, a 10% fee will be deducted afterward. The Pill and Artifact Hall holds the highest credibility. If I were to hand it over to you, it would likely take you some time to gather the items I desire. Moreover, I am curious to witness the auction held by your Pill Artifact Hall." "Very well," Su Hao replied. "You may leave the item here for now. I am curious to witness the auction held by your pill artifact hall. Very well, Su Hao replied. You may leave the item here for now, prompting him to respond. In that case, I shall temporarily stay here. Going out would indeed be somewhat troublesome. Upon hearing this, Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a knowing smile. A young man like Yang Han, venturing out to hone his skills, would undoubtedly have numerous enemies. Especially with a treasure such as the corpse of the Purple Serpent King, it was impossible that no one would have their eyes on him. Thus, within the branch of the Pill Artifact Hall, Yang Han spent 3 days. On the third day, within the branch of the Pill Artifact Hall, Yang Han spent 3 days. On the third day, a beautiful young woman approached his door and gently knocked on the wooden entrance. Young master, Senior Su Hao has sent me to invite you. Swiftly forming seals to alter his appearance into an extraordinarily enchanting visage, and proceeded to step outside. Upon seeing him, the girl at the door brightened. Swiftly forming seals to alter his appearance into an extraordinarily enchanting visage, and proceeded to step outside. Upon seeing him, her gaze fixated on Yang Han, reluctant to look away. This man was remarkably handsome, and she felt a surge of emotions welling up within her heart. Yang Han focused his gaze and recognized the individual before him was none other than Su Hao. It seemed that his status within this branch was certainly not insignificant. The surrounding area was filled with silhouettes of individuals, many of whom possessed innate abilities, signifying their status as masters of the innate realm. The auction will commence shortly, the young woman said, casting one last glance at Yang Han before gracefully exiting. Peering through the window of the room, Yang Han beheld the stage below, along with the throngs of attendees. As he raised his gaze, he noticed a series of chambers built parallel to his own, accessible only to those bearing VIP nameplates. Once seated, Yang Han patiently awaited the commencement of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the monthly auction of the Danshi Pavilion's Lingqing branch, where numerous treasures await their rightful owners. Among the items on offer are exquisite weapons, high-quality elixirs, and various formidable techniques and secrets. Most notably, we present an intact corpse of a purple mansion celestial being, the value of which I am sure resonates with you all. Su Hao proclaimed, his voice resonant and filled with dramatic flair. Particularly, upon the mention of the Purple Mansion Celestial Corpse, many attendees revealed expressions of keen interest. In the VIP room, a group of influential figures rose, their faces registering a hint of astonishment. In the VIP room, a group of influential figures rose, their faces registering a hint of astonishment. The Purple Mansion Celestial Being holds immense significance for those at the Purple Mansion realm. Acquiring it, a richly attired young man could not restrain himself from clenching his fist as he spoke. The two elderly men standing behind him, both at the pinnacle of their cultivation. A richly attired young man could not restrain himself from clenching his fist as he spoke. The two elderly men. This young man had originally come in pursuit of the transformation Yao Dan, yet it now appeared that the corpse of the Purple Mansion Demon Immortal held far greater significance. It seems my old lady did not come in vain. Evidently, this corpse was reserved for me. Within each chamber, numerous elite cultivators could no longer remain composed. It seems my old lady did not come in vain. Evidently, this corpse was reserved for me. Within each chamber, numerous elite cultivators. He had never anticipated that the body of his Purple Serpent King would be regarded as such an extraordinary treasure. A smile crept upon his lips as he mused. The higher the value of the Purple Serpent King's corpse, the greater the treasures I can acquire in exchange. As the multitude of powerful figures resolved to claim the corpse of the Purple Serpent King, the auction commenced. The first item presented was a spirit herb. As the multitude of powerful figures resolved to claim the corpse of the Purple Serpent King, the auction commenced. The first item presented was a spirit herb. The starting bid was set at 100 high-grade spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10. The auction began. In the cultivation realm, the starting bid was set at 100 high-grade spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10. The auction began. In the cultivation realm, the common currency is typically spirit crystals, categorized into 3 grades. To the eyes of seasoned practitioners, 1,000 mid-grade crystals could only be exchanged for a single high-grade one. Only high-grade spirit crystals are truly valued.